Chapter 1. The Lin family's destruction. Outside the window, snow fell incessantly. Lin Shu dozed off, and upon awakening, her mind was flooded with memories from her previous life. She witnessed the downfall of the Lin family on this snowy night in the third year of Yanxi. Her father and brother were beaten with 40 strokes and exiled. To Hainan, her younger sister was sent to the Ministry of Rites to become a courtesan. Her grandmother, younger brother, and little nephew, though granted clemency, were left to wander the streets with no means of survival, and she, along with her mother and elder sister-in-law, was relegated to servitude in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Within half a year, her mother succumbed to a tragic illness. Her sister-in-law committed suicide by jumping into a well, and she herself met a pitiful end in the right prime. Minister's residence. Lin Shu was the cherished daughter of a family that upheld virtue, known for its benevolence and kindness towards its children, allowing her to live a carefree life for 16 years. When calamity struck, she was utterly unprepared, like a delicate snowflake swiftly descending towards death. Third miss. The red plum blossoms outside have bloomed. Manuel, Lin Shu's chief maid, entered, holding a freshly picked red plum branch, her hands red from the cold, stamping her icy feet. Upon entering, she saw Lin Shu sitting by the brazier, tears streaming down her delicate face, crying uncontrollably. Manuel instinctively set the plum aside, pulled out a handkerchief, and hurriedly asked, "Third miss, what has happened?" "It hurts, Manuel." Menu's expression turned more urgent as she reached to check Lin Shu's forehead. "What does it hurt? Are you unwell? Are you sick?" Lin Shu was pain for herself, pain for her family. Her father, loyal and righteous, served the people with love. Her brothers were exceptionally talented and devoted to the nation. Her mother was compassionate, her siblings innocent and lovely, and her sister-in-law possessed both grace and wisdom. For generations, the Lin family had labored for the state and its people, even sacrificing blood. Yet in this generation, they faced utter misfortune. But what could Lin Shu do? Must she endure this pain once more? In less than 2 hours, officials from the Dali Temple would arrive to raid their home. There was no room for hope of reversal. "Manuel, fetch my cloak." Lin Shu stifled her tears and anxiety. The bloody fate lingering in her memory compelled her to take action rather than sit idly by. Even if she was small and powerless, she needed to do something. "Third miss, be careful. The snow is slippery." Manuel followed closely behind Lin Shu, holding a lantern. The red cloak billowed in the wind and snow as Lin Shu hurried along, her tender lips exhaling puffs of cold mist. "Uncle Da." The steward stood at the gate, instructing the servants. Hearing Lin Shu's voice, he looked up with a smile. "Why is the third miss not resting? It's cold outside, and the roads are slippery. You mustn't catch a chill or fall." As Uncle Da watched Lin Shu approach, he crossed the threshold. The bright light at the entrance illuminated her beautiful visage, her fair skin flawless. Her bright eyes sparkled like snow, untainted by dust. No matter how many times Uncle Da beheld her beauty, it always delighted him. Upon seeing Lin Shu, his tone softened. "Has my father returned?" Lin Shu raised her hat to gaze outside at the swirling snow. The streets were quiet, and the tracks of a carriage slowly faded away. "I just received word from the officials that the master is busy with official matters tonight and cannot return." "I was about to inform the madam and the old lady to ease their worries," Uncle Da replied gently. In truth, her father was not busy with official duties. He was detained in the inner court and would be sent to the Dali Temple in the morning, facing corporal punishment before being exiled to Hainan within 3 days. As for her brothers, they had also been seized by the Dali Temple days prior. The flicker of hope in Lin Shu's heart extinguished. Was she truly to watch the events unfold again? "Manuel, return to the room." Lin Shu went back inside. Even if she sought the truth from her grandmother and mother, they would not believe her. They would think she had been possessed. They would immediately call for a doctor, wasting precious time. Yet her heart was in turmoil, and it took her a while to calm herself. Manuel watched her pace the room, her heart filled with an inexplicable dread. "Manuel, fetch paper and pen." Lin Shu finally halted, glancing at the hourglass on the table, a tear hanging in her eyes. "Also, call for B Tao to summon Uncle Da." "Uncle Da? Did he not just?" Manuel was puzzled, her heart racing, but she suppressed her questions and hurried to fetch the writing materials. As Lin Shu wrote, tears streamed down her face. The memories swirling in her mind filled her with dread. Time was too short, there was not enough of it. When Uncle Da arrived, he initially thought it was merely a minor issue concerning the coal fire. However, upon hearing Lin Shu's urgent instructions, his expression shifted from shock to grave concern. "Where did you get this information?" "Third miss." Lin Shu's small face turned pale as she replied, "Uncle Da, I cannot explain now, but the Lin family is bound to face disaster tonight." Uncle Da's demeanor shifted, his expression growing serious. Lin Shu, with reddened eyes, insisted, "You have always been calm and collected in your duties with my father and brothers absent. I can only turn to you. Time is of the essence. Whether the Lin family can survive this calamity depends solely on your ability to handle these matters for me. I implore you." Uncle Da bowed deeply, his countenance somber, saying, "Rest assured, third miss. If nothing occurs by dawn, it will be a great blessing if, as you say, disaster strikes. Then you will have aided your family. Time is pressing, I shall attend to it at once." With that, Uncle Da turned and departed. Having served the Lin family for a lifetime, he was deeply loyal to them. Regardless of the source of the third misinformation, he took it seriously. The Lin family, known for their integrity, must not face calamity. Manuel, trembling and covering her mouth, wept. "A raid? Are we not a family of third-rank officials? How could there be no signs, even if a raid were imminent? There must be a process from interrogation to investigation." Lin Shu swallowed her tears. "Manuel, help me up." As she rose from her chair, her legs trembled, and Manuel quickly supported her, tears streaming down her face. "The officials are likely already on their way." Lin Shu's voice quivered with trepidation as time drew nearer. Her heart raced. The harrowing memories pressed upon her relentlessly, leaving her in a state of panic. "Manuel, you must do one more thing. Tell them I had a nightmare and am confused. Wake everyone in the household." Lin Shu urged. "Go, call Bitao, and the others be swift." Manuel nodded vigorously, her legs shaking as she hurried out. "What is wrong with Wanwan?" Lin Shu's mother and sister-in-law arrived a moment later, the old lady already present. "It's nothing serious. The child had a nightmare and insists that our house is being raided." The old lady cradled Lin Shu in her arms, comforting her with maternal affection. "It must have been a frightening dream." "Very well, we shall stay with her until dawn." Seeing her daughter in distress, Lin Madam rushed over to embrace her gently, stroking her hair. "A raid?" Lin Madam was astonished. How could Wanwan dream of such a thing? In Lin Shu's memory, shortly after midnight, officials from the Dali Temple surrounded the Lin residence, and when the family was awakened, they had no time to dress, standing in the freezing snow until dawn, some collapsing from the cold. This time, at least she could wake everyone in advance, allowing them to dress warmly. Before Lin Madam could finish her sentence, frantic servants burst in, shouting, "Old lady, it's Bad Dali Temple is here to raid our home." The color drained from everyone's faces in an instant. Lin Shu's worst fears had come to pass. The Dali Temple, along with the officials from the Jinui, completely surrounded the Lin residence. In mere moments, the dozens of residents were herded into the courtyard, their panicked sobs echoing amidst the chaos. The Lin residence was illuminated by the fiery torches, casting a radiant glow. The Jinui were rummaging through the belongings, while Yuan Lu of the Dali Temple was reciting the imperial edict. The Minister of Justice, Lin Xiufang, responsible for overseeing the officials, is suspected of corruption and deceit, having misled both the emperor and the populace. The Dali Temple has verified the facts. The evidence is irrefutable and the offense unforgivable. Yuan Lu cast a glance and continued. "The men of the Lin family shall be exiled to Hainan. The wives and daughters shall be dispatched to the Ministry of Internal Affairs as servile. Officials, all others, regardless of gender, shall be sold into servitude. Considering the ancestral contributions of the Lin family, I decree a pardon for the elderly and young, allowing them to return to the common folk as a gesture of mercy. Thus it is decreed." The elderly matriarch, leaning on her cane, swayed unsteadily as Lady Lin and her eldest daughter-in-law, Fu Rong, hurried to support her, their faces etched with terror, tears spilling forth in an instant. Yuan Lu raised his gaze, observing the Lin family's panic with a smile. "Old matriarch, receive the decree, won't you?" Lin Shu's complexion turned deathly pale, snowflakes dancing upon her brows, her delicate fingers slowly curling into a fist as she fought to suppress her rising anxiety. She cast a trembling glance towards the Lin family's entrance, wondering if that person would appear. Chapter 2. Master Shen, the elderly matron, bowed her head in gratitude for the imperial decree, her demeanor, normally gentle and amiable now, compelled to exhibit a measure of resolve. After leading her family in a kneeling salute, she straightened her back and inquired, "Might I ask what fate awaits my husband and my 2 grandsons?" Yuan Lu, with a smile, withdrew the edict and replied, "Lord Lin and his 2 sons shall receive 40 strokes of the rod and will be imprisoned for 3 days before being exiled." Does the old lady have any further questions? The old lady trembled in the biting wind and snow, struggling to maintain her composure, while tears flowed freely from those present. In her embrace was her younger brother, Lin Huai, aged 8, and her sister, Lin Yan, aged 11. "Sister, are we to be taken away?" The young boy clutched her garment, while the girl wept bitterly, their fearful eyes piercing Lin Shu's heart. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the tremor in her voice as she reassured them. "Why, listen to your sister. Remember my words. They will separate us. You are about to face dire circumstances. But do not panic, do not be afraid. I will do everything in my power to rescue you." Though Lin Shu spoke with little confidence, the memories of past horrors weighed heavily on her. Strangely, once uttered, her words seemed to imbue her with newfound courage and determination. She was determined to save them, regardless of the outcome. Yuan Lu observed the Lin family's despair with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, his gaze landing on Lin Shu before shifting to Lin Yan. With a stern countenance, he commanded, "Bring the 4th young lady of the Lin family to the Department of Music." Lin Shu closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. The scene erupted into chaos, her sister's cries piercing the air. "Sister, save me." The old lady, trembling, pleaded, "Sir, please do not. The decree states exile to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Why must you take my 4th daughter, especially when she is but a child?" The old lady's hands shook violently, while Lin Yan's mother wept uncontrollably, her eldest daughter, Fu Rong, biting her lip in despair. Yuan Lu, reveling in their desperation, coldly remarked, "Old Lady Lin, the 4th young lady has reached the age of 11 and does not fall under the amnesty. It is said she possesses considerable talent in music and dance, and with proper cultivation at the Department of Music, she will surely become renowned in the capital. Furthermore, what harm can it be? She will not suffer from hunger or toil. I am merely acting in her best interest. You should be grateful to me." "You." Lin Yan's mother trembled in anger, her usually gentle demeanor transformed as she retorted, "Do you not understand what the Department of Music truly entails? You seek to cast my daughter into a pit of fire." Yuan Lu's smile was icy. "That is not for you to decide." With a mere glance, he signaled the officers to forcibly take Lin Yan away. Lin Shu could only watch helplessly as her sister's hand slipped from her grasp. Yuan Lu was but a pawn of the right minister, the very individual plotting against the Lin family. It was an orchestrated scheme, driven by resentment for her father's rejection of a marriage proposal from Yang Song, the minister's son. As Lin Yan cried out in terror, "Sister, mother, grandmother, save me!" the old lady wept heart-wrenchingly. "Oh heavens!" Yuan Lu and Appo's heart twisted with cruel satisfaction at the sight of the Lin women, each one strikingly beautiful. "Enough! Take her away!" Amidst the cacophony of weeping, a maid named Manuel rushed forward, kneeling before Yuan Lu, pleading, "Sir, I implore you to send me to the Ministry of Internal Affairs as well. I too am of the Lin family, a distant relative. Please allow me to stay by the 3rd young lady's side." Yuan Lu, repulsed, struck Manuel twice and disdainfully ordered, "Take her away." Lin Shu watched the familiar scene unfold, her complexion pale, her hands clenched tightly, her lips nearly bloodless as she cast her gaze towards the Lin family gate. To conduct a search of a high-ranking official's residence required the presence of a designated official. And today it was none other than the esteemed Master Shen Huating. Despite his youth, he held the position of Grand Tutor, wielding significant power over the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Imperial Guards. Her father often spoke of Shen Huating with deep resentment, suggesting that while the right minister might appear more powerful, half of the capital's authority resided with him. Her father had repeatedly criticized Shen Huating, believing him to be the architect behind the Lin family's downfall, as the imperial guards collaborated with the Supreme Court to execute the search. Lin Shu recalled seeing Shen Huating's carriage before the Lin estate, yet he had never disembarked. "Stop!" a eunuch shouted, silencing the uproar. Following his command, a group of imperial guards escorted a figure into the courtyard. If anyone could rival the right minister in the capital, it would be this person. Lin Shu tightened her grip, her heart racing as the figure approached. She instructed her uncle to ensure that her message reached Shen Huating amidst the chaos of the search. Upon seeing Shen Huating enter the Lin estate, Lin Shu fought back tears. "Which one is Lin Shu?" the eunuch inquired, scanning the crowd. "I am," she replied. Yuan Lu, noting Shen Huating's arrival, instantly tempered his arrogance, directing the officers from the Supreme Court to make way. Though he had risen through the ranks under the right minister as patronage, he was acutely aware of Shen Huating and Appo's as formidable reputation, which threatened to eclipse that of the right minister. As Lin Shu heard footsteps crunching in the snow approaching her, she slowly lifted her gaze, the flickering torchlight illuminating the scene. The man stood tall against the falling snow, clad in a jade-green robe and a black cloak dusted with snowflakes, exuding an aura of chilling elegance. A gust of wind swept through, causing his cloak to billow slightly, two jade ribbons fluttering at his shoulders. Shen Huating's gaze fell upon Lin Shu, his eyes as deep and emotionless as a dark pool, and he asked, "You are Lin Shu?" Chapter 3. Taken away by the treacherous minister, Lin Shu was momentarily dazed, lifting her fair, delicate face and gazing with her bright, clear eyes. Her father had mentioned that this individual was young, yet he had not disclosed just how youthful he appeared, barely 22 at most. Furthermore, her father had not remarked upon the man's striking beauty, only expressing frustration that he remained unmarried. While several ministers in the court sought to curry favor by offering their daughters to him, none of whom he seemed to regard. It was likely her father was reluctant to extol the virtues of such a person. Shen Huating leaned closer, inspecting her closely, curling his fingers to grasp her petite, pale chin, lifting her face slightly to scrutinize her eyes from his elevated position. "I am quite curious," he said, his voice akin to the soft, falling snow of the long night, calm yet imbued with an unsettling chill. "I have heard that prior to my arrival, the Lin family was awake, claiming that the third young lady had a nightmare about the family being raided." Lin Shu's heart raced in alarm. She hastily averted her gaze, catching sight of his long, elegant fingers, cool as jade, tightening slightly upon her chin. "Yes, I had a frightful dream about the house being raided, which startled my family awake," she stammered, sensing an underlying skepticism in Shen Huating and Appo's tone. Aware of how dubious her explanation sounded, she steeled herself to admit this half-truth. Shen Huating regarded her, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Your dream, third young lady, seems remarkably prophetic." His gaze lingered on her brows and eyes, where a few stray snowflakes had settled on her dark lashes, trembling gently, as if trying to penetrate into the depths of her heart. Unable to bear his penetrating stare, Lin Shu's heart raced uncontrollably. She recognized the inadequacy of her excuse. No one would believe her, yet she found herself unable to provide further explanation. Panic surged within her, diminishing her voice as she spoke, and Lin Shu's words rang true. Batman, you are a bad man." Lin Huai, cradled in her arms, glared furiously at Shen Huating and suddenly lunged forward. "You shall not bully my sister." Lin Shu gasped as the guard seized Lin Huai, lifting him as one would a chick, and cried out, "Don't hurt him, brother." Lady Lin fainted from fright, while Lin Shu's mother rushed forward to revive her, and the matriarch called out anxiously, "Huai?" The scene erupted into chaos. Shen Huating grasped the small bun atop Lin Huai's head, leisurely admiring the boy's indignant expression. The child's eyes betrayed a mix of panic and fear, yet he was also filled with a bull-headed kind of anger. Lin Huai flailed his little hands, but could not reach Shen Huating. With an impassive demeanor, Shen Huating remarked, "It is the inept who resort to loud outbursts and flailing arms." Lin Huai was momentarily stunned, blinking in confusion. Shen Huating continued in a chilling tone, "Those who seek to boast at the expense of others often invite their own demise." Should I choose to end your life, how would you then protect your sister? Lin Huai was struck dumb by Shen Huating and Appo's words, his youthful face frozen in shock, his large eyes round with terror. The matriarch, trembling, knelt down and cried, "This cannot be. I implore you, esteemed tutor, to spare the child. He is but a boy who knows not the ways of the world." I shall bow and offer my apologies. Tears streamed down Lin Huai's cheeks as he struggled against the guards. Grandmother, Feng In, observing the scene, decided that the tutor had already shown considerable restraint. He cast a glance at the kneeling matriarch, signaling to the guards to release the child. Lin Huai was dropped unceremoniously, and Lin Shu quickly gathered him into her arms, the little one trembling in fear. Shen Huating's expression remained devoid of emotion as he surveyed the Lin family, his cold gaze retracting as he commanded, "Take the third young lady to the guards' headquarters. I have matters to discuss. This maidservant shall accompany her." Yuan Lu furrowed his brow, displaying visible confusion. He did not comprehend the implications of this command. While he was wary of offending Shen Huating, he also had to tread carefully around Yang Song, whose wrath could be quite fearsome. "Esteemed tutor, the house has already been raided. I fear there is no need to bring her to the guards for questioning." Shen Huating did not even spare him a glance, leaving Yuan Lu feeling humiliated as his smile faltered. Feng In approached Yuan Lu with a grin, discreetly slipping 2 gold ingots from his sleeve into the man and Appo's hand. "Thank you for your hard work in this matter, Lord Yuan. The tutor is known for his meticulous attention to detail. There are still questions to address, and the tutor wishes to fulfill his duty." Feng In noted the fleeting glimmer of greed in Yuan Lu's eyes and inwardly scoffed, recognizing the man's avarice as a means to manipulate him. The tutor was not yet ready to sever ties with the right minister's household. Yuan Lu, with a flourish of his sleeve, accepted the gold, smiling as he replied, "In that case, it is entirely reasonable. Our court of judicial review shall certainly cooperate." He thought to himself that regardless, the Lin family had fallen, and with their young lady now devoid of support, Shen Huating would not risk his standing for her sake. He had little to concern himself with. Upon returning home, he would indulge in several cups of wine. As the guards approached to escort Lin Shu and Man Yu away, Lin Shu adjusted her skirt and knelt in the snow, bowing deeply to her family. "Please, grandmother, mother, sister-in-law, take care of yourselves." Eldest sister-in-law Fu Rong rushed to assist her, while a nurse nearby held a 3-year-old child in her arms. Lin Shu discreetly passed a tightly clenched note from her sleeve to Fu Rong, whose gaze flickered momentarily as she accepted the note, wiping her tears from her delicate, beautiful face. "Sister-in-law understands. You must also take care of yourself." Reluctantly, Lin Shu turned back repeatedly, her family watching her depart the Lin residence with tear-filled eyes. At the front of the Lin estate, she cast a final glance back, noting the 2 dim lanterns swaying mournfully in the wind and snow. Shen Huating's carriage progressed slowly ahead, flanked by a retinue of guards, all mounted on tall steeds, while Lin Shu and Man Yu stumbled along behind. Snowflakes danced like willow catkins, and the accumulation on the streets was deep. Lin Shu often found her skirt snagging, and Man Yu would assist her, though she too stumbled in the uneven footing. "Is the third young lady unwell?" Man Yu asked, her eyes red-rimmed. Lin Shu forced a smile. "Man Yu, let's endure." Man Yu nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. However, after traversing only a couple of streets, a layer of snow blanketed their shoulders, and Man Yu trembled uncontrollably from a cold. Whenever they lagged, the guards' whips would crack menacingly overhead, though the lashes never struck them fully. The mere brush of the whip's tip stung painfully. Man Yu, fearing for Lin Shu and Appo's well-being, bore the brunt of the punishment. She dreaded the pain, knowing her young lady would dread it even more. Man Yu gritted her teeth, resolute in her determination to protect Lin Shu at all costs. Lin Shu, too, felt her strength waning, relying solely on the memory of a single thought to propel her forward, her eyelids growing heavy. The streets of the capital felt interminably long. The distance from the Lin residence to the guards' headquarters was not short. She pondered if they would walk until dawn. Once dawn broke, what would become of her grandmother and the others? Were her mother and sister-in-law already en route to the Ministry of Internal Affairs? What of Uncle Da? Had he completed his tasks, and was he safe? Yuan was now at the Jiao Fong Sea, and at just 11 years old, she would face the ordeal alone. How frightened must she be? Lin Shu's thoughts swirled around her family, growing hazy, each step in the snow weighing heavily upon her. Suddenly, Man Yu collapsed into the snow, jolting Lin Shu from her reverie. She reached out, only to discover Man Yu was drenched in cold sweat, her back visibly marked by several whip scars. Man Yu! Lin Shu exclaimed in alarm. Ahead, the carriage wheels came to a halt. Chapter 4. Dealing with treacherous officials, Feng In disembarked from the carriage without uttering a word, assisting Lin Shu onto the vehicle. With a subtle gesture, he beckoned to Yang Gao, who had previously carried Lin Huai, to hoist the unconscious Man Yu onto his horse. Once inside the carriage, Lin Shu trembled uncontrollably, her frozen body rigid and still. Thank you, Grand Tutor. Her voice was soft, tinged with a delicate sweetness. Shen Huating poured a cup of warmed wine from a small red furnace and offered it to her. Would the third young lady care for a drink to warm herself? Lin Shu's heart raced momentarily. She glanced around the carriage, noting its simple yet elegant decor. A small red furnace stood at the center, steadily holding a charming jade-green ceramic wine pot, with cups of the same verdant hue, accentuating his long fingers that appeared as pure as jade. Just as she reached out to accept it, she caught sight of her own frostbitten, crimson hands and instinctively withdrew, rubbing them against her sleeve. I shall not drink, she murmured. Shen Huating leisurely sipped his wine, then, with deliberate grace, lifted the jade pot once more to offer it to her. Lin Shu, slightly dazed, accepted it awkwardly, warmth radiating through her small hands and spreading throughout her body. How delightful! She squinted her eyes in bliss, gently clenching her sleeve, gradually pulling the wine pot closer to her heart. The pervasive chill that had gripped her began to dissipate, albeit slightly. Shen Huating observed her small gestures, noting her desperate need for warmth. Such a minor warmth elicited such yearning. He regarded her attire, which, though not excessively thin, was still substantial compared to what she might require. He recalled a winter's heavy snowfall when he had worn nothing but a light inner garment. He blinked, silently scrutinizing her. She remained still, her heart racing, her complexion paling gradually. Are you afraid of me, third young lady? He inquired, his tone languid. Lin Shu's heart skipped a beat. Her fingers instinctively tightened, her nerves taut. She understood that the hope of saving her family hinged on the forthcoming dialogue. She had often heard her father speak of his nefarious methods, and whispers in the capital painted him as a brooding, ruthless figure, one to be avoided. Was she afraid, or merely apprehensive? To save her family, she had no choice. Her only opportunity lay in seeking the aid of a rival to the right chancellor. The worst fate would be that he was as vile as Yang Song, leading her to a tragic end, leaving her family in despair. But could destiny truly be so cruel? Lin Shu found herself uncertain. Before her, Shen Huating appeared almost ethereal, yet he instilled a deeper unease than Yang Song had. His air of gloom chilled her to her very core. I am afraid. She met his gaze, her eyes misty yet luminous. The Lin family has been wronged. My father unjustly accused. It is said that those who fall from great heights suffer the most grievous fates. The Lin family, though of the third rank, is no exception to such ruin. If there exists even a sliver of hope to save my kin, I wish to grasp it, and that hope rests with you, Grand Tutor. Thus, how could she not be afraid? Shen Huating, holding the jade cup, lightly tapped its rim, producing a crisp, melodic sound. His gaze icy as it bore into Lin Shu. Your family likely believes I conspired with the right chancellor to bring about your ruin. Are you not concerned, third young lady, that you may be seeking assistance from the wrong source? He continued, his tone unhurried. Leaning closer, he scrutinized her intently. If I were indeed responsible for your family's downfall, would you not regret it until your dying breath? I know you are not, Lin Shu replied, her gaze unwavering. Her heartstrings taut. The right chancellor's residence is the true instigator of the Lin family's plight. He scrutinized her, an eyebrow raised. Even so, do you not worry that engaging in dealings with a treacherous official like myself could lead to an even graver fate? Lin Shu lowered her lashes, responding, What I possess holds only advantage for you, Grand Tutor. Shen Huating reclined against the carriage wall, continuing to lightly tap the jade cup, a low chuckle escaping his lips. So, the third young lady is so confident that what you possess will pique my interest? Lin Shu held secrets regarding the Right Chancellor's residence, knowledge that no one else possessed. Yet, her only desire was to ensure her family's survival. She bit her lip, her eyes flickering. I wager that you will not allow me to lose. During her confinement in the Right Chancellor's residence, she had stumbled upon certain secrets concerning the Yang family. Perhaps these could now serve as her bargaining chip. She was gambling for a minuscule hope. The carriage rolled steadily along the streets of the capital, the snow crunching beneath its wheels, the hoofbeats echoing gently, moving at a languid pace. Shen Huating continued to tap the jade cup, a low, melodic laugh escaping him. Could he truly ensure her victory? How intriguing. He was no benevolent soul, nor did he possess a heart for rescuing the downtrodden. He had clawed his way up from the mire, stained by countless atrocities. Now, she expected him to assist her in saving her family with but a few words? Was it truly that simple? Was it his countenance that resembled a good man, or her own navette? Such bravery was commendable. Yet, Shen Huating doubted Lin Shu's intentions were as straightforward as she presented. Her words were riddled with inconsistencies. Dreams as omens? Such fabrications would convince no one. How could a delicate, sheltered young lady possess the secrets of the Right Chancellor's residence? Moreover, the faction of pure officials was particularly loathsome to him. Among those who prided themselves on their integrity, how many genuinely upheld moral righteousness? Had the Lin family truly missed their chance? Shen Huating's expression darkened as he regarded Lin Shu, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The carriage moved slowly through the snowy night. Lin Shu and Oppos, as heart had been under considerable strain all evening. Compounded by the long journey through the snow, she was gradually overtaken by exhaustion and, before she realized it, succumbed to slumber. Shen Huating observed her as she clutched the wine pot tightly in her sleep, her petite form curled up, her eyelids fluttering restlessly. Her fair complexion was soft and flawless, yet her cheeks were tinged with frost. He regarded her silently, his demeanor stoic. The carriage halted before the headquarters of the Imperial Guards. Feng In peeked inside and, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Shall I awaken the third young lady, my lord?" Shen Huating rubbed his temples, noting that dawn was still half an hour away, his tone indifferent, bringing a brazier. Feng In nodded in understanding. "And fetch a blanket." Feng In bowed, "Yes, my lord." At the Imperial Guard's headquarters, Shen Huating delicately traced his fingers, as though the soft touch of Lin Shu's tender chin lingered on his fingertips. He then washed his hands in a basin of water, dried them with a cloth, and turned to hand it to Feng In. "Request the files on the Lin family's third young lady from the Imperial Guards. I wish to see them before dawn. Also, investigate her actions and encounters from last night." Feng In nodded in acknowledgement, taking the cloth and dispatching a servant to remove the water basin. Shen Huating lifted a candle holder and approached a wall-mounted panel, opening a concealed door. Dressed in a long jade-green robe, he descended the stairs slowly, the passage growing darker as he ventured deeper, as if a ravenous beast lay in wait. Passing through the corridor, he reached the execution chamber of the Imperial Guards. In a frigid, shadowy room, a figure existed, neither human nor ghost. Shen Huating extended the candle holder slowly, illuminating the face of the captive, whose hollow eyes had long been gouged out. A few rats scurried away from the disheveled hair. The chains clinking around the figure stirred, accompanied by a muffled plea, "Please, spare me." He withdrew the candle holder, casting light upon his impeccable features, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips, his gaze cold with disdain. "Spare you? Why do you not spare her? She is your wife." "No, not me. I was merely trying to frighten her." "Oh man, she—" A chilling, bone-deep laughter interrupted the man's hoarse and grotesque pleas for mercy. "You are acutely aware of how much she cherishes and trusts you. Yet you, vile wretch, repay her kindness with malice. Lu Pingzhao, as long as I permit you to live, you shall endure your suffering. You have lost my sister, and, until she is returned, this is what you rightfully deserve." "No, no." Shen Huating reached out and gently patted the man's face, speaking slowly. "Your foot is broken. Your eyes have been gouged out, yet your tongue must remain. Next time, shall I sever your hands? However, should she perish, rest assured, I will subject you to every conceivable torture within the imperial prison, one by one. The chains fell silent, and after a chilling stillness, the sound of the man in amp, Appo's shoulders heaving was accompanied by his anguished and terrified wails. No, no. No, no. Shen Huating listened to this sound, slowly retracing his steps back to the corridor, his fingertips gliding along the wall, rhythmically tapping as if savoring the man's fear. Upon returning upstairs, he changed into a fresh set of garments and washed his hands, while his subordinate had neatly arranged the files he requested on the table. Shen Huating perused them, then slowly closed the folder. Indeed, it is quite clean. Chapter 5. Father is frozen. Anan lowered his gaze at the woman who had fainted on his horse. His brow furrowed tightly. It seemed that for the time being, the master had no intention of conducting an interrogation. Reluctantly, he hoisted the woman, Man Yu, onto his shoulder and entered the Jinui Yamen, intending to carelessly toss her onto the ground. However, upon noticing his drowsy colleagues resting against various corners, the wildness in his brows deepened. He turned on his heel and carried Man Yu into his room, unceremoniously dropping her onto his bed. With a scoff, Anan expressed his disdain. It was bothersome that a woman could not withstand just a few blows. Oblivious to her surroundings, Man Yu cried softly in her dreams, tears streaming from her eyes. Anan, removing his boots, leaned against the floor by the stove, hoping to catch a nap, but the faint sound of her sobs made his face longer than that of a horse. He detested the sound of women weeping. 3rd Mississippi. 3rd Mississippi. Do not harm her, please. Anan, irritated, flipped over in bed. Madam, my lady Wu. Anan, with an expression of displeasure, rose and approached the bed, seemingly realizing something. He pulled back the blanket and draped it over Man Yu. After a while, her sobs ceased. Yet Anan found himself unable to sleep. The faint scent emanating from the woman filled the room. Accustomed to the smell of blood, he found the scent of women repulsive and overly sweet. Unaware of the situation, Man Yu continued to tremble in her dreams. Lin Shu snuggled deeper into the warm blanket, vaguely recalling the events of the previous night. Upon opening her eyes to the empty carriage, she experienced a moment of confusion. She glanced down at the plush blanket and the brazier at her feet, her hands clutching the fabric as she pondered. Opening the carriage door, the soft morning light illuminated her fair eyelids, causing her to squint. Snowflakes continued to fall, and she remembered that it had been snowing for 3 days and 2 nights, varying in intensity. Feng In arrived to see that she was awake, saying, Our family will help 3rd Miss disembark. The morning drum will sound soon, and the officials will be on duty. Seeing his courteous demeanor, unlike that of the domineering eunuchs, Lin Shu felt a pang of surprise. Feng In, seeing through her thoughts, smiled and said, 3rd Miss need not be surprised. I am accustomed to serving people, always offering a smile. There is no enmity between us, and, as a servant, I cannot maintain a stern face before such a beautiful lady like you. Lin Shu smiled faintly, realizing that his polite words did not mean he lacked temper. He wore the official robes of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and being in such a position beside Shen Huating, he was certainly not just a simple good man. Carefully, Lin Shu took Feng An's hand as she descended the carriage, and upon raising her head, she caught sight of the imposing Dali Temple. The temple, painted black both inside and out, starkly contrasted with the vermilion roofs and azure tiles of the Jinui, appearing particularly cold and forbidding. Before the entrance, officials were escorting a figure slowly approaching. Lin Shu widened her eyes, recognizing her father. Father, she called out as she ran towards him, lifting her skirts. Feng In squinted up at the scene, smiling as he remarked to the guards of the Jinui, Now that we are here, he cannot escape. Lin Xiaohong walked heavily in the snow, shackled, fully aware that serving in the capital meant being as close to a tiger as one could be. Yet, he never anticipated that the Lin family, having supported several emperors for generations, would find him, a 3rd-rank official, suddenly condemned overnight. He understood that taking on the position of imperial envoy would inevitably offend some, but such matters had to be addressed. The De Yong dynasty had been established for nearly 2 centuries, and while injustices against officials were not unheard of, the vile methods employed against him left no room for defense. To raid the household of a third-rank official was to treat power as a child and amp, oppose, as plaything. It signified that treacherous rebels had gained control in the capital, running rampant, leaving no place for honest officials like him. The 100-year foundation of the Daiyong dynasty was now perilously close to collapse, beginning with Lin Shu. As cold snow fell upon his face, he looked up in disbelief, and upon recognizing the figure, his eyes turned red. Stop! Who goes there? The Dali Temple and Oppos, as officials, cold and merciless, drew their swords to block Lin Shu. I am Lin Shu, the third miss of the Lin family. Lin Shu is my father. Do you truly fear that a defenseless woman like me could single-handedly abduct my father from the two great yamen of the capital? The official hesitated for a moment, and Lin Shu seized the opportunity to run to her father. Seeing his once vibrant hair, now gray, and his steps faltering, his face frozen and purple, she blinked back tears, forcing a soft smile despite the heartache. It was a cold, snowy day. Her father was freezing. She unfastened her cloak and draped it over him. Upon entering the Dali Temple, he would still have to change clothes. A prisoner had no right to wear a cloak. Miss, you need not exert yourself, the official said gruffly as he sheathed his sword. Lin Shu raised her small face, her nails digging in her palm, determined to bring even a moment of warmth to her father. After several exchanges, the official's patience waned. Yet in public, the scene of a father and daughter displayed their filial piety, adhering to moral principles. He could not be excessively harsh, huffing softly. Lin Shu knew the official's patience was limited and that time was precious. She quickly conveyed to Lin Shu, the emperor has granted clemency to our family. The rest will be made into official slaves, and our entire fortune has been confiscated. Please do not worry. Father, I will do everything I can to rescue them. Lin Shu gazed at his beloved daughter, who had been raised like a treasure, now displaying remarkable strength. Was she different today? He had expected her to panic and weep at such news. Lin Shu was aware that was the girl from her past life. My brothers. Lin Shu glanced at the formidable Dali Temple, saying, on the road to exile, Father and my elder brother and second brother will surely endure. I hope to see you all again one day. With a heart full of bitterness, Lin Shu replied, Shu and Oppos, I will remember your words. Yet deep down, he understood that the Lin family had fallen from grace, and malicious individuals would undoubtedly rise against them, wishing for their downfall. He regretted not considering a way out for his family. Lin Shu seemed to sense her father and Oppos' thoughts and gently consoled him. Father, do not blame yourself. You have lived with integrity and righteousness. The wrongdoers are those treacherous ministers, not you. The Dali Temple official, mounted on his horse, displayed his displeasure, impatiently raising his whip. Move along. Fearing for her father and Oppos' safety, Lin Shu held his cold hand one last time, whispering with a quiver in her voice, Father, trust in your daughter. If there is even the slightest chance, do not give up. I will find a way to save our family. Seeing the earnest glimmer in his obedient daughter and Oppos' eyes, Lin Shu could not bear to let her down nor allow her to worry. What did she do? He straightened his back, offering her a loving smile. I shall remember your words. Watching her father being taken into the Dali Temple, Lin Shu stood in the snow, gently hugging her slender frame, her fingers tightly gripping her clothes, as if this could grant her courage. Shen Huating stood before the Jinyu Yamen, observing the farewell between father and daughter with a contemplative expression. Chapter 6. The torture chamber. As Lin Shu was about to turn around, she suddenly heard the sharp crack of a whip. She saw the constable mercilessly lash her father several times, then glance back at her with a cold stare. Lin Shu's face turned ashen, her nails digging deeply into her palm. She understood that this was a show of intimidation. The falling snow above her head was obscured by a canopy of umbrellas. Shen Huating, holding an umbrella, looked disdainfully at her pale face and remarked, Do you see? Lin Shu, her face devoid of color, found herself at a loss for words. Shen Huating tilted the umbrella slightly towards her, bending down to scrutinize her face closely. He stated, These people will flatter you when you are in good favor. Yet the moment you find yourself in a quagmire, they would relish in trampling you further. Even if they feign concern in public, They shall repay your downfall with a vengeance in private. Ah, such is human nature. The two jade-green hair ribbons tied atop his head cascaded down, brushing against Lin Shu's pallid face. A faint fragrance wafted towards her, subtle and chilling to the bone. Take her into the magistrate and damp, Oppo's, office. Once I conclude my affairs, I shall conduct her interrogation. He instructed Feng in before ascending the steps of the Dali Temple. The umbrella and amp, Oppo's, shadow lifting from her head, allowing a flurry of snowflakes to envelop her. Miss San, follow me, Feng In said. Upon returning to the Jinhui headquarters, Feng In was momentarily at a loss regarding where to take Lin Shu. Placing her in the torture chamber seemed inappropriate. After some contemplation, he decided to escort her to Ainan's room instead. Miss San, Ainan, who had accompanied Shen Huating to attend to matters, was startled awake upon seeing Lin Shu in damp, Oppo's, pale and icy demeanor. She rushed over to support her, Feng and led Lin Shu inside, then turned to summon a servant to fetch a steaming breakfast. The Jinhui and amp, Oppo's, morning meal was modest, but Lin Shu managed to eat a little. Feng In pondered the more daunting challenges that lay ahead. Lin Shu cast a grateful glance at Feng In, who said little and withdrew. She settled onto the carpet, wrapping her cold body in her arms, resting her head on her knees. Man Yu, I saw my father. Man Yu paused, her eyes reddening. Lin Shu lifted her small, delicate face. Tears that had been restrained for an entire night trickled down her cheeks. Man Yu and Oppo's heart ached for her, as she promised. I am still here. I will always accompany you, Miss San. Lin Shu nodded. Man Yu searched the room for a reasonably clean handkerchief, busily drying Lin Shu and Oppo's damp hair to prevent her from catching a cold. How could you let yourself get so soaked? It and Oppo's. That's all my fault for fainting last night. She lamented. Lin Shu remained silent, allowing Man Yu to dry her hair. Your hands are so cold. Warm them by the fire. The stove still had a smoldering flame, as though someone had added fresh coal that morning. As Man Yu rubbed Lin Shu and Oppo's hands, her heart ached for her. Once Lin Shu's body warmed up a bit and her complexion improved, she glanced at the tray containing plain congee, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables. Man Yu, I'm hungry. Lin Oppo's, eat to our fill. Man Yu felt her eyes sting once more. All right, I will follow your lead. Lin Oppo's, let's have a hearty meal. Even if we must face death, we shall not starve. Lin Shu found the sentiment bittersweet, yet amusing, softly nodding. Yes, we shall not become famished spirits. She could not afford to surrender or falter. Lin Shu ate earnestly. Although the Jinhui and Oppo's breakfast was simple, the portions were ample, leaving both of them feeling warm and satisfied. Lin Shu recalled Man Yu's injuries and asked with concern, how is your wound? Is it serious? Show me. It an amp, Oppo's. That's just a minor scrape, nothing to worry about. I fainted out of fear last night, Man Yu replied, shaking her head, her expression suggesting sincerity. That and Oppo's, a relief. Lin Shu and Oppo's heart remained tumultuous. Was Shen Huating another abyss? Had she entangled herself with a deity or a demon? The experiences of 2 lifetimes collided within her, fear ensnaring her mind and body, leaving her utterly exhausted as she dozed off against Man Yu. When Shen Huating returned after handling his affairs, it was still early. He and Ainan entered to find the 2 women dozing by the fireplace, leaning against each other. Ainan's brow furrowed, almost capable of squashing a fly. The room was suffused with a feminine scent. Shen Huating glanced at the empty plates before turning to leave, coldly ordering, take her to the torture chamber. Lin Shu and Man Yu were jolted awake, unable to comprehend the situation before being escorted into the torture chamber of the Jinhui headquarters. Lin Shu was taken to the innermost room, while Man Yu was led to another. Upon entering, Lin Shu felt an immediate discomfort. The stench of decay and filth assaulted her senses. Bloodstains crusted the gray walls. In the dark, frigid room, only 4 corners were illuminated by flickering lights, each flanking a bronze lion statue, their expressions serene, yet their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Strangely, the room was otherwise bare. Lin Shu felt an intense unease, standing in the center of the chamber like a hunted creature desperate to flee. Shen Huating sauntered to the southeast corner, brushing his hand over one of the lion statues. Suddenly, the floor beneath Lin Shu began to tremble, fissures appearing and elevating her several feet into the air. Startled, Lin Shu watched in horror as a large iron cage descended from above, and before she could react, she found herself trapped within, suspended in midair. With a clatter, the iron cage ceased its trembling. Lin Shu's complexion paled dramatically, her hands gripping the bars as her legs weakened, causing her to slide down. Shen Huating raised his eyes to observe Lin Shu within the cage, a dark smile curling on his lips as he remarked, "Is this too much for you?" A cold sweat began to bead upon Lin Shu and damp. Appo's brow, her lips devoid of color. Shen Huating spoke slowly. If it were the Jinyui's prison or the Dali Temple and Appo's dungeon, would they not be far more terrifying than this mere torture chamber? Miss Sin would likely lose her sanity. Lin Shu bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper. I fear the dark. Yet, Lin Shu was not truly afraid of the dark. Or perhaps, the version of herself before her past memories had no such fear. The recollection of Yang Song imprisoning her in a dark chamber, lavishly adorned, yet filled with filth and corruption, flooded her mind. There, he had tortured 11 women, skinning them post-mortem to create human skin lanterns, inscribed with their names. Lin Shu remembered the names of those 11 women. The place could only be described as purgatory. Perhaps after her demise, she too had become the 12th, transformed into a beautiful lantern. The thought alone made her stomach churn. The cage in the torture chamber invoked these horrifying memories, causing cold sweat to seep from her back. Shen Huating took her unease as a ploy and said languidly, "This is just the beginning. If Miss San does not speak the truth, it will not merely be about being suspended above. If you wish to come down, it will be best to reveal who informed you about the Lin family's impending raid." Lin Shu's insides twisted painfully, her delicate face turning ghostly pale, her lips trembling. "No one disclosed any information to me. I merely had a premonition in a dream. I speak the truth." Clutching the iron bars, a large tear hung in her eye. Even if she spoke the truth, how could he possibly believe her? Such absurdity would surely lead him to deem her a monster. Shen Huating and Appo's gaze darkened, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent as he replied, "Such words may deceive a ghost, but they are insufficient to fool me. If the Grand Tutor harbors any doubts, he may certainly investigate. Every word spoken by Lin Shu is undeniably true." Lin Shu bit down hard on her lip, her palms slick with cold sweat. The four corners of the light flickered, as if in a dance. And those bronze beast lions seemed to come to life, advancing step by step towards her. A suffocating terror seized her very core. She found herself unable to breathe. Chapter 7. The human skin beauty lantern. Shen Huating observed her evasive arguments, convinced she merely believed he could not uncover the truth. Although the Jinyui had yet to ascertain who had informed the Lin family, he dismissed her claims of dreaming as mere nonsense. Whether Lin Shu admitted to her involvement or not was of little concern to him. He merely wished to witness how a delicate flower, so meticulously sheltered, would respond when mired in despair. Would she remain defiant? Raising an eyebrow, Shen Huating thought that if the third young lady refused to confess, he could only conclude that her intentions in approaching him were ulterior. He signaled to Anan, who unhesitatingly advanced towards the bronze beast lion, expressionless as he activated a second mechanism. The cage began to tremble, a shrill, maddening sound emanating from the hollow iron bars. Lin Shu clasped her ears in agony, and when the noise ceased, she collapsed within the cage like a limp puddle. Feng approached for a fleeting glance before retreating, reporting, "Master, she is beyond saving." Shen Huating gestured for Anan to lower the cage, and Lin Shu was gently brought down to the ground, isolated and vulnerable, resembling a frail snowflake. He scrutinized the damp-clad girl on the floor, his brow furrowing. She lifted her gaze slightly, struggling to crawl, her delicate arms glistening with perspiration, her fingers tightly gripping a black cotton cloak. The faint, pitiful sounds she uttered were filled with concern for her family's well-being. Utterly devoid of the ulterior motives Shen Huating suspected. Slowly, he crouched down, lifting his fingers to part the damp strands of hair clinging to her small, pallid face. revealing a visage as white as death. Was she truly this terrified? If so, why the bravado? Straightening up, Shen Huating contemplated yanking the cloak away, but restrained himself. That small hand, clenching the cloak, tightened further, drawing on her last reserves of strength to utter a name. Man. Shen Huating stiffened, lowering his gaze to her, gradually bending down to lift her ghostly face, his expression growing colder by the second in the dimly lit interrogation room. He scoffed. Who do you speak of? I speak of Man. I know where she is. Man was one of the 11 beauty lanterns. Lin Shu was unaware of their connection, but she recognized that this woman must hold great significance for Shen Huating. After a prolonged silence, the girl beneath him became silent once more. Feng did not advance. While Anan suddenly clenched his fist tightly, Shen Huating lifted her from the ground, his voice chillingly devoid of warmth. Summoned Lu Ming to examine her. At that time, Man was trembling in a small interrogation room. Feng entered quietly, placing a plate of horseshoe cakes on the long wooden desk. Noting that the Grand Tutor had not eaten all day, he glanced at the desk, where a sheet of pristine rice paper lay inscribed with the characters Eternal Longevity. Lowering his gaze, he softly inquired, "It is late. Does the master require a meal?" Shen Huating set down his brush, igniting the paper before him until it disintegrated to ash in his hand. He ground the remnants of ash between his fingertips and stated, "Once she awakens, send it to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. You shall handle it personally." Feng complied and exited. Eternal Longevity. Feng was aware that it referred to the winter of the first year of Eternal Longevity. At that time, the master had 7 children, all orphans left behind by a calamity that shook the capital. These 7 children were saved by a woman named Man, who was 8 years older than the master and had granted them a second chance at life. They regarded her as an elder sister. Later, this woman married a man named Lu Pingzhao, known for his cruel nature. Subsequently, she vanished, and it had been 8 years since anyone had seen her. These details were relayed to Feng by Anan, one of those children. The other children had perished, their stories buried beneath the opulence of the capital. Akin to sewage in a gutter, everyone turning a blind eye and holding their noses in disdain. No one cared about their existence or their demise, yet they had lived, vibrant and real. Lin Shu awoke the following afternoon, with Man by her side, her eyes red and swollen like walnuts. She felt weak and could only recall someone forcing her to drink a bitter medicinal brew and administering several needles while she was unconscious. Man, startled, hastily wiped away her tears, assisting Lin Shu into freshly dried garments. With a pale face, she remarked, "Feng Gong said that once the 3rd young lady awakens, we shall be sent to the Ministry of Internal Affairs." Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Lowering her lashes, she fell silent, pondering whether she had once again met with failure. Upon learning of Lin Shu's awakening, Feng had the servants bring them some food. Lin Shu, lacking an appetite, felt her heart sink at the thought of facing a fate akin to her previous life. Feng cast a glance at her and remarked, "One does not find hope until reaching the brink of despair. Yet if one surrenders, the path ahead will be closed." Lin Shu, lost in thought, lifted her gaze to see Feng turning to leave. Her despondent expression gradually shifted as her attention fell upon the food on the tray, and she murmured, Man, let's eat well. Indeed, surrendering oneself means there is no path forward." After finishing their meal, Feng led them to the Office of Ceremonial Affairs in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, where they exchanged a few words with Wei Gong before departing. Wei Gong scrutinized the two of them for a while, sipping his tea before fixing his gaze on Lin Shu. Raising his white brows, he drawled, "Send them, one to the Vegetable Bureau and the other to the Laundry Bureau." As he spoke, his eyes shifted from Lin Shu to Man, his meaning unmistakable. Lin Shu, in her previous life, had been assigned to the Internal Weaving and Dyeing Bureau, laboring endlessly to dye fabrics. To her dismay, this time she faced an even grimmer fate, being sent to tend to the palace gardens. The Ministry of Internal Affairs was divided into 12 offices for departments and 8 bureaus, with status diminishing and labor intensifying as one moved further down the hierarchy. The Vegetable Bureau was second only to the Laundry Bureau, both known for their arduous and menial tasks. Lin Shu stood in stunned silence, her heart in turmoil. Man, upon hearing this, dropped to her knees, bowing her head repeatedly, pleading with the official to show mercy and allow them to serve together. Wei Gonggong scoffed. What are you to beseech me? Do you think I must oblige you? As he spoke, he sneered, Your young lady? Once you enter the Ministry of Internal Affairs, there are only servants. Lin Shu recognized Wei Gonggong, known as Wei Jing, one of the officials overseeing the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. In her memories, this man had taken bribes from Yang Song, creating numerous impediments for her and her mother, proving to be a most unyielding adversary. Lin Shu grasped Man's hand tightly, her nails digging into her palm, and raised her bright eyes, asking, Is that Yunnan Pu and Appos, or tea you are drinking, Gonggong? Wei Gonggong shot her a glance. You have keen eyes indeed. A small hint. Why did Shu choose not to disclose information about Man? Why did the Grand Tutor refrain from pressing further? And why did Shu and Appos, as subsequent statement, get interrupted? These are crucial plot points. Dear readers, be patient, as the answers will soon be revealed. Chapter 8. The Inner Court Office in Lin Shu's memory. This individual had a fondness for fine tea and an affinity for precious pearls, possessing a considerable collection of various beads. In her previous life, Lin Shu was utterly ignorant of the intricate calculations of human hearts within the inner court, and in this life, she was not necessarily any wiser. However, she was determined not to be bullied any longer. At the very least in this life, she had Man Yu by her side, and she had encountered her father. Perhaps circumstances were shifting. Indeed, how could she easily concede defeat? Might Lin Shu be so bold as to request a cup of tea from the esteemed Lord Wei? Beside Lord Wei, several young eunuchs were in attendance, among whom a slender one named Wang Fu, who was Lord Wei's godson and the head of the little eunuchs, exerted his authority over her. Wang Fu sneered coldly, pointing at her and scolding, Oh, what great audacity! How dare you ask Lord Wei for tea? None of us here are worthy to ask for a sip from our godfather. Do you really think you are someone of significance? Do you know what kind of tea our godfather consumes? It is a tribute fit only for the emperor. Lord Wei raised the teacup to his lips and took a couple of sips, his bushy white eyebrows twitching as he spoke in a sharp tone. Pour her cup. Wang Fu's expression stiffened, and with a huff, he reluctantly poured a cup for Lin Shu and handed it over. Lin Shu refrained from drinking, merely bringing it to her nose to take a gentle whiff. Seeing her graceful demeanor and delicate hands, Lord Wei thought to himself, What a pity. A girl raised in a noble family was indeed different from those lowly palace maids, especially this one before him, a living pearl. No wonder the esteemed Grand Eunuch Feng personally brought her to the Board of Rights and instructed that she be assigned to the Imperial Garden Bureau. The Imperial Garden Bureau, where a significant figure resides. This tea, aged over 4 years, was sourced from ancient tea trees over 600 years old, producing such a golden and clear brew. It was indeed the finest tribute tea. Lord Wei was truly fortunate. With her eyelashes lowered, Lin Shu spoke softly, her voice soothing to the ears. Her words lit up Lord Wei's eyes, and he focused his attention, exclaiming in a high-pitched voice, Precisely. This tea is sweet upon entry, with a lingering aftertaste. I particularly relish this flavor. Such a precious cup of tea. To his surprise, the young lady could even discern the age of the tea trees. Quite interesting, he mused, playfully tapping the tea lid against the cup. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Her grandmother had a passion for tea and was quite particular about loose-leaf tea. The Lin family had received numerous tributes of various kinds, which Lin Shu had had the pleasure of witnessing. With a glimmer in her eyes, Lin Shu softly stated, The art of brewing tea has its nuances. I've seen my grandmother brew pu'er tea, and if prepared correctly, the orchid aroma can be even more pronounced. Lord Wei glanced over lazily and remarked, No wonder you're the daughter of the Lin family. You possess a vast knowledge. Very well, brew a pot for me, and let me see what distinguishes your method. Lin Shu felt a bit embarrassed. After she finished brewing the tea, she managed to please Lord Wei, who smiled broadly, exclaiming, Indeed, it is different. A few young eunuchs nearby craned their necks, their faces full of longing. Wang Fu, however, was secretly irritated. Lin Shu glanced at him and, holding the tea she had brewed, said to Lord Wei, I have caught a chill and am not suited to drink tea. Might I offer this cup to this esteemed eunuch? Lord Wei, in high spirits, waved his hand, and Lin Shu passed the tea to Wang Fu, who eagerly accepted and drank it in one go. He had long coveted this tea. Glancing at Lin Shu, he thought to himself, at least you know your place. May I request, Lord Wei, that my sister be assigned to stay with me? Should there be any matters regarding tea that you wish to know, I shall divulge all I know, Lin Shu continued. Lord Wei stroked his white beard and, while sipping his tea, leisurely replied, granted. In that case, both of you shall go to the Imperial Garden Bureau. Thank you for your great kindness, Lord Wei. Shout, Detsi. Escort them to the Imperial Garden Bureau. Remember to first fetch them some palace attire. Change before proceeding. A young eunuch hurriedly bowed and replied, This servant obeys. As they were led to the Imperial Garden Bureau by the eunuch, snowflakes fell gently. Lin Shu paused, turning to see Man Yu with teary eyes gazing at her. Man Yu quickly wiped her tears, her delicate face flushed from the cold. It should be I protecting the third miss. It seems the third miss is protecting me. I. Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos. S.I.'s softened, do not think so. Our bond is like that of sisters. We must support each other in times of difficulty. We cannot be without one another. Man Yu vigorously nodded in agreement. On their way to the Imperial Garden Bureau, they passed by the Needlework Bureau, and Lin Shu glanced inside. In her memory, her mother had been punished here to work, and her elder sister had been sent to the princess's residence, ultimately meeting a tragic end. A pang of bitterness stirred in her heart. The family had been torn apart by Yang Song's machinations, and none had met a good fate. It should not have been this way. The Lin family did not deserve such a fate. Entering the inner court, one could not simply wander as they pleased. This was the Needlework Bureau, and the Imperial Garden Bureau was not located here. The eunuch Xiao Detsi urged them in a deep voice, though the inner court office is within the inner court. It is actually some distance from the rear palace and the royal hall. Lin Shu gazed longingly at a corner of the majestic palace, recalling that this was where generations of the Lin family had served the emperor. Now, the Lin family had been reduced to mere servants of the inner court. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, truly embodying the saying, times have changed. Xiao Detsi brought them to the Imperial Garden Bureau, and with sleeves tucked, he shivered and turned back to the Board of Rights, unwilling to linger even a moment longer in the cold. A woman dressed in formal attire awaited them, beckoning them over. Upon their approach, she scrutinized them for a moment and asked, What are your names? Lin Shu. This is my maid, Man Yu. The woman immediately understood their situation. She did not ask further questions or make unnecessary comments. Lin Shu had never been to the Imperial Garden Bureau before, so she did not recognize this woman. She felt somewhat dazed. Logically, the Imperial Garden Bureau should not have known of her arrival so quickly. After some thought, she surmised that Grand Eunuch Feng must have visited. This suggested that Shen Huating had deliberately arranged for her to be placed in the Imperial Garden Bureau. You may call me Mama Qin. My name is Chao Miaoqin. This Mama Qin was a graceful woman, perhaps in her 40s, with a cool demeanor. Let me be frank. I was once the daughter of a fifth-rank official. Now that I have been assigned as a servant, having entered this inner court office, you must cast aside all notions of your past identity. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can return to your former life. Mama Qin glanced at Lin Shu, saying, If you both adhere to the rules and understand the boundaries, you may one day rise to my position. Lin Shu nodded softly, while Man Yu curtsied. Mama Qin, with a stoic expression, led them on a brief tour of the Imperial Garden Bureau, situated near the western gate of the palace. The Imperial Garden Bureau was bordered by several clear streams. Aside from the gardens, a few ancient and elegant buildings stood, their red rooftops and green tiles having aged into a deep hue, exuding an air of antiquity. Noticing their expressions of surprise, Mama Qin remarked, This is a former palace of the previous dynasty. After the current dynasty expanded the imperial city, it was incorporated into the inner court. For a long time, it remained uninhabited until it was occupied by the crown prince and the imperial concubine, and elderly ministers spent their twilight years here. It fell into disrepair for a time. A few years ago, the Grand Tutor moved in and renovated various areas. Lin Shu was taken aback. The Grand Tutor? Chapter 9. Reduced to servitude, Madame Qin continued her explanation, oblivious to Lin Shu's expression. She stated, "The Department of Gardens is responsible not only for the daily vegetables and fruits consumed by the noble ladies of the inner palace, but also for supplying the potted plants in the various palace gardens. Should there be any surplus, we may also distribute some as rewards to the lords and nobles." After speaking, she led them a little further and pointed toward a nearby pavilion, saying, "That is the Haijai Pavilion where the current Grand Tutor resides. None of you are permitted to approach, especially the gardens and vegetable patches outside Haijai Pavilion. Is that understood?" The maidservants nodded in understanding. Manuel diligently took notes, fearful of incurring Madame Qin and Appo's displeasure and facing repercussions. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Madame Qin turned to see Lin Shu lost in thought and, with a stern expression, repeated, "Have you all remembered what I said?" Lin Shu snapped back to attention and inquired, "Which Grand Tutor does Madame refer to?" Madame Qin frowned slightly, her expression cold and her eyes severe as she replied, "There is only one Grand Tutor in this dynasty, Shen." Lin Shu was aware that there was only one Grand Tutor. She merely sought clarification, as she found it somewhat unexpected. Although young, Grand Tutor Shen held significant power, currently overseeing the Ministry of Internal Affairs and commanding the Jinyui. He was certainly not someone one could afford to offend. The Grand Tutor had toiled tirelessly in recent years, and given the busy affairs of the ministry, the Emperor had graciously bestowed Haijai Pavilion upon him. Madame Qin solemnly added a few more instructions, but noted that the Grand Tutor did not reside there daily. Toil and merit? Lin Shu thought bitterly. The true toilers were the loyal ministers like her father. Yet, for nearly 20 years, the Danyang dynasty had experienced frequent changes of emperors, resulting in instability among those in power. With treacherous ministers currently in control, Lin Shu wondered if there remained any hope for the Danyang dynasty. Noticing the time, Madame Qin intended to return them to the Department of Gardens when a young eunuch approached, bowing and greeting them, saying, "The Grand Tutor has sent me to request a little maid from you, Madame Qin." Madame Qin replied, "The previous maid, that maid had the audacity to curry favor with the Grand Tutor without cause and has already been punished with 30 strokes, after which she was taken away. Be careful about allowing any unsavory characters to enter." With a pale face, Madame Qin prepared to kneel, stating, "It is my failure to manage this matter. Such occurrences shall not happen again." Chao Miaoqin seeks forgiveness from the Grand Tutor. The eunuch reassured her, "There is no need for self-reproach, madam. You cannot possibly know the intentions of every servant. The Grand Tutor harbors no ill will towards you. He merely requests that you prevent any treachery from the small-minded." The eunuch gently supported Madame Qin, preventing her from kneeling. He leaned closer and added, "That cheer still tries to place the blame on you, claiming you encouraged her to approach the Grand Tutor." Madame Qin's complexion turned ashen, her eyes filled with resentment, her heart chilled. She had initially taken a liking to Cheer, even accepting her as a goddaughter, never imagining she had misjudged her character. "Thank you, Eunuch Yunhu, for the reminder. I shall select another maid without any ill intentions," she replied, her gaze shifting to Lin Shu and Manuel. "Are you two new arrivals?" "Yes, we just arrived today and have yet to be trained." "It will be you," Yunhu declared, abruptly pointing to Lin Shu without allowing Madame Qin to finish her sentence. Surprised, Madame Qin glanced at Lin Shu but prudently withheld her thoughts. Cheer had been punished just as the Admiral Feng had visited that day, and it seemed Madame Qin understood the implications. She turned to Lin Shu and said, "Since the Grand Tutor requires someone, you shall go with Eunuch Yunhu." Pausing for a moment, she lowered her voice, instructing, "Remember, do not be disrespectful to the Grand Tutor." Manuel, anxious, interjected, "Madam, this maid is diligent. May I send another in her stead?" Madame Qin shot her a cold glare, responding, "This is Eunuch Yunhu of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, serving closely by the Grand Tutor. Whoever the eunuch selects is who shall go. How dare a lowly servant like you speak out? Slap yourself." Startled, Manuel quickly complied, fearing that Lin Shu might also face punishment. Lin Shu, recovering from her daze, quickly bowed and said to Madame Qin, "Madam, please do not be angry. Manuel did not intend to be disrespectful." She then gently shook her head at Manuel, offering a reassuring glance. Manuel covered her face, suppressing her worries. Her concern was not for herself, but for Lin Shu, who had never performed any hard labor, let alone served others. "What is your name?" "Lin Shu," she replied. Yunu nodded and led Lin Shu towards Haijai Pavilion. Lin Shu and Appo's mind was in turmoil, unable to fathom Grand Tutor Shen and Appo's intentions. However, one thing was certain. The woman named M held great significance for him. Yunhu brought Lin Shu directly to the back courtyard, which felt desolate and dimly lit, despite small lanterns illuminating various corners. There was a small door leading outside, beyond which lay several vegetable patches. "Go and pull up a couple of radishes. Clean them and take them to the kitchen," Yunhu instructed before leaving Lin Shu alone in the empty courtyard, lost in thought. "Pull up? Radishes?" Lin Shu felt bewildered. The hardship she had faced in the dyeing workshop now seemed to be replaced by new challenges in a different place. She glanced around, realizing there was not a soul to ask for guidance. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and ventured into the dark corner, finding the half-height door and pushing it open to step outside. As night fell and the snow glimmered under the moonlight, she found herself disoriented. The crunch of snow beneath her feet accompanied her as she followed a narrow path to the vegetable patches Yunhu had mentioned. This was the first time in her life, no, in 2 lifetimes, that she had seen a vegetable patch with her own eyes. Several neatly arranged plots of land stretched out before her, some still bearing winter vegetables, their green tops peeking out from beneath the white snow, looking lovely and fresh. In Lin Shu's eyes, however, the vegetables all appeared quite similar, especially with the snow covering them. How was she to distinguish which was a radish? Lin Shu stood there, bewildered. The kitchen of Haijai Pavilion was bustling with warmth, the aroma wafting through the air as she followed the scent. Inside, a woman named Jinyang was busy overseeing the cooking, accompanied by several other servants. Jinyang, tied in an apron, wiped her hands and looked up to see Lin Shu standing there awkwardly, her gaze landing on the 2 large cabbages Lin Shu was carrying. Without pausing her work, the knife in her hand continued to chop rhythmically, creating a sharp sound that left Lin Shu wide-eyed. "New here? I need radishes, not cabbages." Lin Shu knew these were not radishes, but she had simply been unable to find any. It was freezing outside, and little did anyone know how much effort it took her to pull up these 2 cabbages and bring them back. She gazed at Jinyang, pleading silently. "Can and Appo's, do you make do with these?" Jinyang, almost nicking her hand with the knife, looked up in disbelief. "Is this girl foolish? Radishes will show their tops. Just push the snow aside and look for the roots, not just the leaves." Jinyang explained patiently, though her voice was raised a notch. The other busy servants stifled their laughter behind their hands. Lin Shu and Appo's face turned pale and then flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 10. Serving the meal with courage gathered. Lin Shu returned to the vegetable patch, her small, frost-bitten hands cupped before her mouth to warm them with her breath. However, as she pried open 2 cabbages, her hands recoiled from the bitter chill. It was unbearably cold, a sensation that pierced her heart, evoking tears. Memories of the dyeing workshop flooded back, where she had suffered equally from the cold, a recollection that still stung her soul. Yet, knowing that her family awaited her aid, Lin Shu stifled the tears welling in her eyes. How could she allow herself to be defeated by such minor hardships? Gritting her teeth, she persevered, rubbing her hands together. And at last, she discovered a protruding radish. Her eyes sparkled with delight, momentarily forgetting the cold as she reached out to pluck it, only to tumble into the snow. The frigid sensation invigorating her to the point of tears. She admonished herself not to be overcome by the mere 2 radishes, grateful that no one had witnessed her plight. After several attempts, she finally held a large, white radish triumphantly in her hands, marveling at the joy of reaping a harvest. As she carried the 2 radishes back, elated by her bounty, she suddenly halted, her gaze fixed upon the open window of the C studio. 2 jade-colored ribbons fluttered from within as a tall figure turned, tossing the ribbons behind her before vanishing into the golden light. The young eunuch, Yunhu, who had brought her here, glanced down at her from the window, his expression one of unspoken concern. He began to close the window, but paused, nodding slightly inside, leaving a sliver of it ajar. Lin Shu withdrew her gaze, biting her lip and murmuring reassurances to herself as she braved the snowflakes back to the sea studio. Spotting a washing basin in the courtyard, she took the radishes to cleanse them. In her previous life at the dyeing workshop, she had only washed fabric, clothes, and shoes, and now, after scrubbing the radishes, she blew warmth into her hands, her fingers, once delicate as jade, now numb from the cold. Yet as she washed, Lin Shu felt that enduring this hardship and labor was far preferable to the dim, hopeless days she had experienced in the right minister's residence. Go ahead and serve these dishes upstairs. Jin Yang glanced at Lin Shu's frostbitten hands as she passed her the radishes, a knowing look in her eyes. She surmised that Lin Shu was a noble woman reduced to servitude, having recently heard of a noble family being confiscated. Observing her shivering, Jin Yang urged her to enter the building to warm up. Me? Deliver? Lin Shu hesitated, pointing at herself. The kitchen was filled with smoke and disorder, while the upper floors were clean and warm. Jin Yang's intentions were clear. Lin Shu understood her kindness and felt a flush of embarrassment. However, she glanced at the tray on the long table, laden with 2 steaming dishes. Jin Yang covered the tray and handed it to her. When Lin Shu finally looked up, she was taken aback by the exquisite beauty of the dishes, surpassing even those of the palace ladies. Jin Yang sighed inwardly. No matter how beautiful a girl or noble her origins, once assigned to the imperial household department, there would be no path for redemption. You carry it. The Grand Tutor is in the study on the 2nd floor. Ensure you don't drop it, Jin Yang and oppose, as tone softened, unable to harden her heart against Lin Shu's delicate beauty. Lin Shu accepted the heavy tray, and as it sank lower in her grasp, both women were startled. Jin Yang cast a worried glance at her. You. Jin Yang waved her hand in resignation. Go on. With the weighty tray in hand, Lin Shu entered the sea studio amidst the hushed whispers of the servants. Before she had traversed half the distance, her arms began to tremble violently. She scanned the area for onlookers, noting that the hall was immaculately clean, and the staircase was adorned with a plush carpet that seemed untouched by dust. Slowly, she squatted down, placing the tray on the stairs to rest her wrists and massage her arms. In her memory, she had endured 3 months of arduous labor at the dyeing workshop, transforming from an inexperienced noblewoman into one who had learned to bear hardship. After 16 years of opulent living, rarely stepping into the courtyard, how could she master the rough tasks that the maids had performed since childhood in such a short time? Lin Shu stared at the tray, astonished at its weight. It felt far heavier than 2 thick bowls combined. Her steps faltered on the staircase multiple times, and though Shen Huating couldn't see her struggles, he heard every sound clearly. Yin, who stood beside him, visibly anxious as he observed the Grand Tutor's demeanor, dreading the consequences of her actions. No servant in the imperial household would dare to place the Grand Tutor's meal tray on the ground. Hearing Lin Shu's hesitant movements and the soft sounds of her rubbing her wrists, he feared that by dawn, the meal would never reach its intended recipient. He pondered whether to speak up, but a glance from Shen Huating silenced him. At long last, Lin Shu reached the top of the staircase, exhaling a sigh of relief. Inwardly cursing the height of the sea studio, the heavy tray caused the porcelain bowls to rattle noisily against each other. Yun, who stared in disbelief as she trembled her way inside, despite her utmost effort to maintain steadiness. She believed herself to be cautious enough that no one would notice her struggle. Remembering the position of the window, she navigated toward the light, only to find Shen Huating seated on a half-circle couch near the window. The couch, lacquered black and intricately carved with images of birds and beasts, rested upon a thick, gray fox fur carpet. He wore a snow-blue silk robe, his legs slightly apart, the fabric cascading to the floor as he casually perused a stack of documents scattered across the couch. The interplay of light and shadow, the flickering candlelight, and the gentle snowfall outside created an indescribably serene and beautiful scene. Lin Shu, the gentle breeze that broke the silence, caused the window shutters to flutter softly. Grand Tutor, Jin Yang sent a maid to serve the meal. Having once served in the imperial household, She felt no discomfort in calling herself a maid. As she glanced around the room, it was far grander than a typical study, filled with shelves of books and a set of ebony, pearwood furniture. She slowly made her way toward the table and chairs. "How was the staircase in the C studio treating you?" she asked, her hand trembling, nearly causing her to drop the meal. The tray just barely settled onto the table, and as she raised her weary arms, she was startled to find Shen Huating looking at her. Compelled by an impulse, she replied, "It's a bit dark." Lin Shu moved slowly, not only due to the weight, but because the dim lighting in the C studio made it difficult to see her feet, fearing she might stumble. A moment of silence enveloped the study, with Yunhu darting his gaze between the two, lowering his head further. Chapter 11. Serving the bath, Lin Shu set down the tray, but did not withdraw. Jin Yang, leading two servants, brought in the remaining dishes and arranged them neatly, gently pulling her to stand back a bit. "Your Excellency, the meal is ready. Please enjoy," Jin Yang said, bowing her head. She deftly stacked the two removed trays in one hand, leaving Lin Shu wide-eyed in astonishment. Shen Huating rose to the table, picking up his silver chopsticks. He only partook of the plate of stir-fried radish and taro brought in by Jin Yang, leaving untouched a meat dish and soup. Lin Shu glanced at him, lowering her eyelashes, silently pondering whether this was a slap in her face. Jin Yang kept her head lowered for an extended period, not receiving any indication to leave, so she remained standing. Noticing two dishes untouched on the table, she discreetly cast a glance at Lin Shu, contemplating what Shen Huating's actions might signify. Did he not fancy this girl? It seemed illogical. The previous girl, Chur, was of average looks and not particularly charming. Yet Shen Huating had tolerated her for 2 months, likely due to his regard for Aunt Qin. This new arrival, Lin Shu, was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed a pure, innocent demeanor. Jin Yang, having once run a small restaurant in the capital, had encountered countless people and prided herself on her ability to read them accurately. Shen Huating set down his silver chopsticks and rose, preparing for his bath. Jin Yang curtsied, "Yes," and led Lin Shu away to the bathing chamber. She explained the procedure twice before excusing herself, casting one last worried glance at Lin Shu, inquiring if she understood everything. Though Lin Shu did not comprehend why she was chosen to serve on her very first day, she sensed from Jin Yang and Appo's gaze a mixture of pity and compassion, perhaps an attempt to provide her with an opportunity. An opportunity. Lin Shu found herself lost in thought. If he showed no interest in her assets, what remained for her but this fragile body? Observing Shen Huating and Appo's cold and distant demeanor, and noting the absence of maidservants in the entire Hai Jai building, she questioned whether such a man would appreciate a woman who sought to flatter him. She recalled the maid Qi and Appo's. Lin Shu nodded, "I understand." Following Jin Yang and Appo's instructions, she merely needed to stand outside, serving and passing items, and assist him in removing his outer garments. Without needing to approach closely for his bath, there was little for her to worry about. Yunhu led several servants, bringing hot water into the bathing room. The basin was filled with charcoal, emitting a vigorous flame, covered by a thin veil. The windows were tightly shut, and the screen blocked their view. The steam quickly condensed into tiny droplets upon encountering the hot air, clinging to the beams above. Having skillfully prepared everything, Yunhu and the others bowed and retreated. Lin Shu stood alone in the bathing room for a short while, feeling quite warm from the enveloping heat, her complexion slightly flushed. After a while, she heard the announcement of someone taking their leave. As the candlelight flickered, Shen Huating entered, following Jin Yang and Appo's instructions. She lowered her gaze and approached him to help remove his inner garments. Standing before him, she had to look up to reach his collar, as he was exceptionally tall. The fabric of their clothes brushed against each other, producing a subtle sound, while Shen Huating glanced at Lin Shu's indistinct silhouette reflected in the mirror. Contrary to his expectations, her movements, though not particularly nimble, bore an air of familiarity. Lin Shu herself remained unaware of this, her mind preoccupied with the fear of making a mistake and incurring his wrath, until he agreed to aid her family. She could not afford to be lazy or clever in any minor way. Shen Huating continued to gaze at her until the mirror fogged over, becoming increasingly obscured. Lin Shu hung the inner garments she had removed on the rack, letting out a gentle sigh before returning to untie his hair, taking off the hairpins and crown. He was left wearing only a thin, white inner robe and trousers. As she circled behind him on tiptoe, she found it still challenging to reach. Lin Shu glanced around and brought over a small round stool, standing on it to untie the two hairbands. The bathing room was furnished with thick, soft carpets, but the short stool was unstable, sinking into the rug and tilting precariously, causing Lin Shu to sway slightly. She focused intently on her task, gradually catching a faint fragrance of evening jasmine wafting from his hair. Clutching the two hair bands, she suddenly became lost in thought, leaning precariously and toppling from the stool. Third miss, employing such a tactic is rather clumsy, Shen Huating remarked, turning to catch her, his arm resting gently on her slender waist as he spoke softly. Lin Shu and Appo's hands inadvertently landed on his shoulders. Her head bowed as her heart raced with unexpected intensity. As she watched his jade crown tumble onto the soft carpet, his dark hair cascading down, the humid bathing room, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, revealed what seemed to be the most captivating face in the world, a fallen celestial, cold and melancholic, yet enchanting beyond measure. Regaining her composure, her cheeks slightly flushed, Lin Shu carefully stepped back from Shen Huating and Appo's embrace and said, "If your excellency requires any further instructions, the maid shall remain here." He looked at her, standing amidst the misty glow, her delicate features framed by dark lashes, glistening droplets of water clinging to them, each one distinct and trembling, as if they wished to embed themselves into one as heart. "Has the third miss ever served anyone in the residence?" Shen Huating inquired softly, seemingly indifferent to her response. As she raised her head in surprise, he walked straight behind the screen. "Sir, someone?" Listening to the sound of water flowing from behind the screen, Lin Shu instinctively clenched her sleeves, memories from her past life flooding back, causing her complexion to pale slightly. "Yes," she admitted, recalling how Yang Song had not made her perform menial tasks, but had instead required her to assist him during his baths. Yang Song was no ordinary young master from a wealthy family. He was exceedingly cunning and malevolent, possessing a predatory interest in women. He delighted in playing with those captured and brought into the residence, yet he refrained from violating them for a long time. He relished their fear, anxiety, and despair, deriving an inexplicable pleasure from their suffering. He would even create opportunities for them to escape, only to sever their chances at the last moment, watching as they crumpled to the ground like soft mud. Should they fail to meet his expectations, he would employ various methods of torture. He thrived on witnessing their submission, kissing his feet and shedding tears of desperation, unaware that the next step would lead them to an even more dreadful fate in his chambers. Ultimately, when Yang Song grew bored, he would have them killed and their skins turned into beautiful lanterns. Those 11 lanterns contained the remains of many missing noble women and young ladies from the capital, and these cases eventually became unsolved mysteries in the court of justice, highlighting the extent of Yang Song and Appo's power and depravity. Hatred flickered in Lin Shu and Appo's eyes, a sentiment she had not even recognized within herself. Chapter 12. Inner Demons. As Shen Huating emerged from his bath, he noticed Lin Shu standing in a daze. He tossed a towel onto her head, signaling her to dry her hair. Lin Shu pulled the towel away and raised her eyes. His towering figure, enveloped in steam within the dimly lit bathing chamber, appeared like a fierce beast lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce upon her. The silhouette of Yang Song loomed in her mind, merging with Shen Huating's presence. Instinctively, Lin Shu took a significant step back. Shen Huating's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he scoffed. "Do I repulse you so much?" Realizing her reaction had wounded him, Lin Shu suppressed her tension and met his gaze directly, her pale face earnest as she replied, "The Grand Tutor misunderstands. I was lost in thought, preoccupied with other matters, and didn't notice your presence until it startled me." He scrutinized her eyes, seeking the truth in her words. "I'm not blind. The disdain in your eyes is unmistakable. If it were not contempt for me, I am quite curious. Who occupies your thoughts? Lin Shu's lashes fluttered, Yang Song. As she uttered his name, her eyes brimmed with an uncontrollable loathing and hatred. Yang Song had orchestrated the dismantling of her family, casting her younger sister into the brothel, merely to seek revenge for her father's earlier rejection of him. Lin Shu lifted her chin, her gaze bright and unyielding. Yang Song was despicable and treacherous, resorting to any means necessary. If a day ever came, she wished for his demise. I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life for it. Lin Shu intertwined her hatred from both her past and present lives against Yang Song, justifying her feelings. Shen Huating did not perceive her words as falsehoods. After all, Yang Song's reputation in the capital was indeed notorious. Many harbored enmity towards the Yang family. He had heard whispers of Yang Song's entanglement with Lin Shu. Observing the depth of hatred in her eyes, Shen Huating found it strikingly profound, transcending the ordinary. With the Lin family's protection, Yang Song had inflicted little harm upon her in the past. If she were to harbor resentment, it should be directed towards Yang Song's father, Yang Yuqing, who was complicit in the downfall of the Lin family alongside the Right Chancellor. But she was different. The records in the Jin Yiwei office meticulously documented the profiles of all officials of the 5th rank and above in the capital without exception. Yet, the Lin family's third daughter before him seemed a stark contrast to the records. Shen Huating was not overly eager to unravel her secrets. 10 years, shorter life? Shen Huating chuckled lightly. Within this Ministry of Internal Affairs, it is uncertain whether Miss Lin has even 10 more years to live. Lin Shu cast a glance at Shen Huating's expression and lowered her head. Noticing the heaviness on his face dissipate, her taut nerves began to ease. She suddenly felt less anxious. She took the cotton handkerchief and remarked, "Whether my family and I live for another 10 years relies entirely on the Grand Tutor's grace. If I wish to save my family, I must consider what leverage I can offer." Shen Huating walked past her, heading towards the bathing chamber and Oppo's. His exit, his long hair halfway dry. "I do not engage in unprofitable transactions. If your leverage holds no value, I shall not waste my efforts." Lin Shu's small face brightened slightly. Did that mean he was acquiescing? She followed him out of the bathing chamber, where he entrusted her to Jin Yang, who led her away. Chess and Oppo's room was still in disarray, with her belongings yet to be moved. "Is it acceptable for you to share a room with me tonight?" Jin Yang busily prepared the bedding. Having noticed Lin Shu's exhaustion from the day's turmoil, she had also drawn water for her and provided 2 sets of clean garments. Lin Shu felt immensely grateful. As night deepened, Lin Shu found herself unable to sleep. Tomorrow marked the day of her father and brother's exile. Even if they safely reached Hainan, it was uncertain whether they would ever reunite. Thoughts of her other family members flooded her mind, bringing an endless tide of worry that weighed heavily on her heart. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Lin Shu curled up under the covers, silently shedding tears. Jin Yang lit a dim lamp, glanced at her, and gently patted her shoulder. "If you feel sorrow, let it out." Lin Shu turned over, and in the soft light, Jin Yang and Oppo's face bore a striking resemblance to her mother's. She leaned into Jin Yang and Oppo's embrace, clutching her clothing, and choked out, "Jin Yang, thank you." Jin Yang sighed softly. "What is there to thank for, silly child? Anyone facing such circumstances would weep heart-wrenchingly. You are." Her hand on Lin Shu's back became more tender. "You have already shown great strength." Unaware of how many women had been sent into servitude at the ministry, burdened by grief and despair, Jin Yang found it remarkable that a noble girl from a prominent family could endure so much. In her previous life at the Dying Bureau, Lin Shu had faced ostracism, forced to live in a storage room, a dismal existence. For months, she had scarcely enjoyed a restful night. Now, given a second chance, she lay in a clean, comfortable room, though merely a servant's quarters, infinitely better than the storage room at the Dying Bureau. She felt somewhat disoriented, closing her eyes in fear that this was merely a dream, and upon reopening them, she would return to her past life. The sensation was agonizing and indescribably anxiety-inducing. Upon her return with memories intact, Lin Shu had not felt the weight of her past, but as time progressed, she began to realize the profound impact of those memories. She was terrified. Terrified not only of the dark, but also of the vulnerability that accompanied relaxation and falling asleep. In the capital, anyone's fate could change overnight. There was no such thing as enduring prosperity. I, however, know nothing of court affairs, having spent my life laboring in the kitchen. But one thing is certain, whatever happens, as long as one is well-fed and well-rested, there is hope with the dawn. Jin Yang's gentle patting dispelled Lin Shu's inner fears, and her soothing words allowed fatigue to wash over her once more. Lin Shu's sleep was not entirely restful, but in her dreams, she felt arms gently embracing her, occasionally patting her. The following morning, Lin Shu awoke to find Jin Yang absent, with faint sounds of water being ladled from the kitchen. She dressed quickly and opened the door. The snowstorm had ceased. Chapter 13. A struggle between the high and the low last night. Lin Shu held Jin Yang closely, her heart heavy with longing for her mother. She pondered the fate of her mother, who had fallen from being a lady of a noble family to a servant. Her family shattered. Surely, her circumstances could not be better than in her past life. She resolved to visit the needlework bureau in the early morning, hoping for a chance to see her mother. The young eunuchs of the inner court had cleared the snow from the roads overnight. She hurried to the needlework bureau, only to find that due to the biting cold, most of the masters were still in bed, while the more senior workers took the opportunity to linger under their blankets. Before leaving, she had discreetly taken a few precious jade pearls that she had hidden away the night of the confiscation. Though small, they were of great value. Handing one to the gatekeeper, she was delighted when he allowed her entry. Lin Shu was already well aware of the nature of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It was a place where those in power trampled on the weak. Her mother, upon her arrival, would undoubtedly face hardships. She made her way to the back courtyard and found her mother, Lady Lin, alone in the snow, struggling to carry a bucket of water, her persistent cough echoing through the air, and her face pale and haggard. "Mother," Lin Shu called softly. Lady Lin looked up, her gaze slowly focusing, and her eyes filled with tears. "My Wan, be careful, mother. I'm here." Lin Shu took the bucket from her mother's hands. Although it was heavy, it was still easier for her than for Lady Lin, who had never done such labor before. Lady Lin did not try to reclaim the bucket. Instead, she gazed at her daughter, momentarily dazed. Her youngest daughter had always been as gentle as a flower, sweet in nature, while even the mischievous Lin Yin seemed more resilient than her. Yet, amidst the turmoil of their family's downfall, it was Lin Shu who appeared the strongest. Lady Lin coughed a few more times, and Lin Shu could tell she was forcing herself to suppress it. Her heart ached, and her eyes reddened. "Mother, you've only caught a slight chill. It's nothing serious. The work isn't too hard, and we have food and drink. While it may not compare to home, it is still manageable." Lady Lin attempted to comfort her daughter with words that Lin Shu found hard to believe. In her memories, her mother had been melancholic since entering the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The elder workers there, having received subtle hints, had sought ways to bully and torment her. It was during this winter that her mother caught a cold, which lingered on, and by spring, her health deteriorated, leading to her untimely death. Lin Shu held her mother's icy hand and breathed warmth into it. "Mother, I have seen father." Lady Lin's spirits lifted. "Your father?" Lin Shu smiled gently. "He is well, urging us to endure. The Lin family will not fall so easily. If we weather this storm, we can reunite as a family." Did he truly say that? Lady Lin's heart stirred. Could he have a plan? Was there more to the situation? After all, the court had seized their family's possessions, and with the family scattered and her husband and son in exile, where was the hope? Despite her doubts, a glimmer of hope ignited within Lady Lin. "Please, do not lose heart, my child. I will strive to survive as well. If one's heart becomes ashen and devoid of the will to live, no amount of endurance will suffice. Moreover, the Grand Tutor has promoted me to the Bureau of Gardens, where I can eat and sleep well. I will plead with him to save Yin Er." Lin Shu recalled her mother's deep-seated regrets from her past life, hearing the continuous bad news about her younger sister while feeling utterly powerless, leading to despair. The Grand Tutor? He is not. Lady Lin's clarity returned momentarily. Wan, he is the one who caused our family's downfall. How can you seek his aid? "Mother, The true culprits are the Yang family. The Grand Tutor and the Right Chancellor are adversaries. Lin Shu explained softly. Lady Lin saw the unwavering determination in her daughter's eyes, yet she hesitated. But he is not a good person. Wan, what if he treats you poorly? Mother, as long as it can save our family, I would not hesitate to align myself with a tiger, even if it means flattering him. I believe in my choices and instincts. The Yang family is treacherous. They will not spare us. If I do not find a reliable ally, the consequences will be dire. Lin Shu's words stirred Lady Lin, filling her with both fear and astonishment. Yes, Yenner had been sent to the Ministry of Music, which was indeed a scheme orchestrated by the Yang family. Do you still recall the dream I told you about? Lin Shu recounted the events of her dream concerning Yang's song, carefully omitting the most sinister details. Could it be that the celestial beings have taken pity on our family, sending you a dream? Lady Lin, who often visited temples to pray, felt a chill at the thought, while she had not believed it on the night of the confiscation. The current circumstances made her trust her daughter's words. My poor child, Lady Lin tenderly tucked a strand of hair behind Lin Shu's ear, feeling a pang of sorrow for her daughter's plight. Lin Shu finally felt a slight relief. She took out a few more jade pearls and pressed them into her mother's hand. Mother, please use these well. I will find ways to bring you more. Though gentle in nature, as the wife of a third-rank official, Lady Lin had seen much of the world. Lin Shu need not elaborate further, for her mother understood her intentions. Lady Lin looked at the pearls in surprise before tucking them away, her expression gradually regaining a touch of vitality. You understand, my dear. Never did she expect that the one to bolster the family would be this soft-hearted daughter. Lady Lin felt a mixture of worry and comfort. Yet, Lin Shu knew this was far from enough. Her mother's heart was burdened with more than just her concerns for Lin Shu. Only when the entire Lin family was safe would Lady Lin find peace. As Lin Shu walked back, she glanced at the needlework bureau and sighed softly. However, on that very morning, news of Yang's song reached the Bureau of Ceremonies. Eunuch Wei was just rinsing his mouth with the aid of Wang Fu, who handed him a cup of water and assisted him in dressing while listening to the message brought by Yang Song's men. Upon catching sight of a small box on the table, Wei's eyebrows lifted slightly. Convey to the young master, we understand the intention. Thank you. Eunuch Wei settled into his chair, leisurely sipping his morning tea and playfully swirling his fingers around the teacup, his gaze wandering. Open the box. Wang Fu could no longer contain his excitement, promptly bringing the box to Wei and opening it before him. Inside lay a dazzling array of golden bars, blinding both men. Wang Fu swiftly closed the box, then bowed to Wei, offering a massage with a thin, flattering voice. Father, this young master wishes to make things difficult for the Lin family. It's no great matter. Just assign me to handle it. Wei squinted. Fool! Wang Fu quickly bowed his head. Have you ever seen Feng In personally lead people into the Ministry of Internal Affairs? The Bureau of Gardens is where the Grand Tutor resides. Do you not understand the implication? Wang Fu hastily knelt, pleading for guidance. Please, teach me, father. Go and investigate the relationship between Lin Shu and the Grand Tutor. Regardless of whether it is the Grand Tutor or the Right Chancellor, we cannot offend either side. Wei said slowly, blowing on his tea. Wang Fu raised his head, but this Wei suddenly handed over the teacup. Since young Master Yang has sent a message, we must act. It is not overly difficult. Just ensure to subtly create some obstacles. Do not overdo it. Mere appearances will suffice. Wang Fu scrambled to take the teacup, quickly getting back on his feet to massage Wei's legs, his eyes sparkling with ambition. I will remember your words, father. Wei squinted and dozed off again, comfortably relishing the moment, yet contemplating the predicament Lin Shu had entangled herself in with these two formidable figures. Concerns aside, she was indeed a treasure. Who could resist the allure of wealth? Lin Shu looked up at Yun, who, momentarily taken aback. Leaving the palace? Yun replied. The Grand Tutor will be exiting the palace shortly. You should accompany him. Change into a different outfit. The clothing from the inner court is unsuitable for going out. I have prepared something for you in Jin Yang's room. Chapter 14. Bearing infamy, Lin Shu sat in the luxurious carriage, draped in layers of sumptuous garments. The innermost layer was a white silk robe, followed by a soft pink gauze dress, and topped with a lavish azure satin cloak adorned with large sleeves. All enveloped in a brocade cape trimmed with a ring of light gray fox fur. Even her shoes and stockings matched this splendid attire. The finery surpassed anything she had worn in the Lin family, and the fabric appeared to be of royal quality, reserved for those of noble lineage or matriarchs of her grandmother's age. Lin Shu found it perplexing. Given her current status, such attire seemed entirely inappropriate. Moreover, that morning, Yun, who had summoned a young female attendant to personally groom her, adorning her hair with 2 delicate hairpins that felt as heavy as gold. Lin Shu pressed her lips together as she sat in the opulent carriage, a sense of anxiousness gnawing at her. Her small hands clenched tightly within the voluminous sleeves, as if to suppress her unease. On horseback, Shen Huating's attire harmonized with hers, even as he wore a brocade cloak. To the casual observer, it might easily lead to misunderstandings. As the carriage halted in the bustling street, the cacophony of voices outside surged, with the name Lin family echoing repeatedly, piercing Lin Shu's ears. Steeling herself, she lifted a corner of the heavy curtain and peered outside anxiously. Lin Xiaohong, along with his eldest son Lin Qian and second son Lin Zhua, were clad in thin white prison garb, their backs stained with still-drying blood, shackled and escorted by officials as they made their way through the streets. Bound for exile in Hainan, the gathered crowd lined the streets, pointing and whispering about the Lin family, voicing all manner of accusations. Look at that. Even a seemingly upright official like Lin Xiaohong is just another corrupt official behind closed doors. How could he let the court confiscate his family's wealth and send him so far away? What sort of person is the imperial censor? He must have accepted bribes from other officials. It seems they are all in cahoots, deserving even greater punishment. How can the emperor not execute him? The sharp criticisms echoed painfully in Lin Shu's ears. She had never imagined such harsh words would arise from the mouths of the people among whom her family had served honorably for generations. Lin Shu scrutinized the crowd and recognized familiar faces among those inciting public sentiment, deliberately tarnishing her father's reputation and misleading the unacquainted citizens. She recalled how Yang Song was often accompanied by a group of servants, and she recognized a few of them now, realizing they were the ones stirring up trouble. So, Lin Xiaohong had committed such heinous acts? It was utterly disgraceful. It was these corrupt officials who sullied the capital and ruined the integrity of our dynasty. They deserved nothing less than death. The crowd's fervor escalated. Those servants exchanged sinister, satisfied glances, and soon, snowballs began to fly toward Lin Xiaohong and his sons. Hit them. Strike the corrupt officials. The servants incited the crowd further, their assaults growing more vicious. Lin Shu watched in horror as her father and brothers were battered, bloodied by the onslaught, while the officials merely shouted half-hearted warnings, showing no intent to intervene. She lowered the curtain, pulling her gaze away. How could she remain seated in the carriage any longer? Shen Huating, observing the chaos unfold, rode closer to her carriage and extended a hand as she stepped out. "Be careful, the carriage is high." His voice was cool and detached. Lin Shu glanced at the hand he offered, not pondering the significance of his gesture, and simply placed her hand in his. Her mind was consumed with images of her family's humiliation, yet she was unaware that her exit from the carriage, with the sound of her ornaments chiming and the chill of the wind brushing against her fair face, created a stunning tableau against the backdrop of the snow-laden streets. A beautiful painting of gentle years that astonished time, drawing countless eyes toward her. Soon, she found herself amidst the uproar. Isn't that Lin family's third miss, Lin Shu? Indeed, she was the third miss of the Lin family, a rare beauty among the noble women of the capital. A few had seen her alongside her mother during a pilgrimage to the mountains. It was said that all the women of the Lin family were enchanting. Yet, it was curious. Wasn't she supposed to be with her family as they were demoted to servants, sent to the Ministry of Internal Affairs? How could she be here with Shen Huating? This Shen was certainly no good. He was responsible for the Lin family's downfall. How could the third miss of the Lin family be entangled with such a man? Her father and brothers were suffering, and yet she chose to align herself with her family's enemy, submitting to a treacherous figure. How shameless! The clamor around her was filled with harsh reproaches, all directed at Lin Shu. I never believed the words about Lord Lin. The Lin family has always been esteemed for its integrity. But to think Lord Lin has raised such an unfilial and unjust daughter. How dare she come to bid farewell, dressed so ostentatiously, openly flirting with Shen Huating, clearly intending to provoke her father. Lin Shu understood that this wave of disdain came from those who pitted her family. Yet in their eyes, she had become a daughter devoid of filial piety and righteousness. Whom should she blame? Lin Shu found herself at a loss. This was the path she had chosen. Standing in the carriage, she was nearly eye to eye with Shen Huating on his horse. With a slight smile, he asked, "Are you happy to accompany me to bid farewell to your family, Miss Lin?" The soft fur of her cloak brushed against her delicate face, the cold wind reddening her cheeks, masking her pallor beneath. She straightened, restraining herself from rushing toward her family, instead standing tall on the carriage, gazing ahead. She thought to herself, if saving her family meant bearing the weight of infamy, then so be it. What did it matter if she was scorned? Lin Shu and his sons looked up in surprise, their eyes reflecting a shared astonishment. Lin Shu stared intently at the figure in the carriage. It was his beloved daughter. Wan, without a doubt. He recalled her words about finding a way to save their family and could hardly fathom that she would turn to Shen Huating, a treacherous minister. For aid, Lin Xian remained silent, disappointment evident in his eyes. He did not want to believe what he saw, yet he could not deceive himself. His soft, cherished sister, dressed so beautifully, was standing beside that traitor. At only 23, Lin Xian was already an official of considerable rank, poised to inherit his father's position. He had always remembered his grandfather's teachings and aspired to uphold justice, vowing to make the Lin family a pillar of integrity. Yet before he could realize his ambitions, power had already slipped into the hands of treacherous officials. Was this the fate of the Lin family? But a gentleman must act with integrity, even when faced with adversity. Wan, this was not how it should be. Lin Shu gritted his teeth, his steps faltering. Perhaps his daughter had her own reasons for this. Lin Xian, his handsome features marred by blood from shielding his father from the snowballs, stated firmly, "Yet, sister, you must not consort with such a person as Shen Huating." From across the crowd, Lin Shu gazed at Lin Shu in the carriage, his eyes filled with worry and concern. Unlike his father and elder brother, he did not share their sentiments. He only wished for his sister and family to survive. She was their cherished sister, the one they had doted on throughout their lives. He understood her. Even if the world saw her as a traitor, he believed she had her own unavoidable reasons. The feeble sunlight offered no warmth. Lin Shu could distinctly perceive the look of disappointment etched on her brothers' faces. She felt as though the biting wind was seeping into her very bones, prompting her to draw her cloak tighter and close her eyes for a moment. Along the long street, a group of ministers emerged. "Halt at once." The urgent command halted the townsfolk who were engaged in a snowball fight. Chapter 15. The minister's farewell. Shen Huating observed with intrigue as a group of familiar ministers, clad in official robes, unexpectedly appeared to block the thoroughfare. They assembled in an orderly fashion, halting the crowd, and set up a table right on the street. Upon it rested a jar of wine, a stack of bowls, and even a few willow branches, symbolizing parting and longing. It was truly absurd. The foremost minister, donned in a third-grade crimson robe, was none other than the right vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lord Gu Wanton. Lord Gu raised a wine bowl and personally offered it to Lin Shu and his son, proclaiming, "Brother Shu has devoted himself tirelessly to state affairs from dawn till dusk, serving as a model for us all. The Lin family has rendered immense contributions to the court. Yet the emperor, swayed by treacherous words, has threatened to confiscate your family and Oppo's assets. Is this not a blow to the hearts of us, the loyal ministers? The lash that strikes Brother Shu also strikes our faces." Filled with indignation, Gu Wantong lifted the wine bowl high, leading the assembly of ministers in a collective toast. "We are all fellow students, serving the court together. Even if the emperor brings down punishment today, we must gather to bid farewell to Brother Shu and his son." He passed the bowl to his son, draping a cloak over Lin Shu and his son, and then he and the ministers bowed deeply in a grand gesture. To Hainan, the mountains are high and the road long. This may be our parting, and who knows when we shall meet again. My dear brother, take care of yourself. I await your return to the capital. Lin Shu was taken aback by the solidarity of his colleagues. Hearing Gu Wantong and Amp, Oppos, as heartfelt words and witnessing such genuine camaraderie stirred a profound sense of gratitude within him. However, a hint of gravity clouded Lin Shu's expression as he glanced at the onlookers. Many citizens appeared astonished and exclaimed, "These are all esteemed officials of the capital. So many have come to bid farewell to Lord Lin, which signifies his innocence. The Lin family, being the epitome of integrity, would never engage in corruption. Surely, they are victims of slander. Indeed, if there were any wrongdoing, why would so many honorable ministers risk their reputations to bid farewell?" The tide of public opinion shifted dramatically, a boon for the Lin family. Yet Lin Shu harbored concerns that should the emperor learn of this and become enraged, his family might endure even greater hardship. Furthermore, those with ulterior motives within the court could twist this event into accusations of bribery, thereby solidifying his guilt. Lin Xian and Lin Zhu shared the same grave and complex expressions. Lin Shu surveyed his former classmates and colleagues. Raising his wine bowl, he spoke with dignity. "I'm deeply grateful to all my colleagues for your audacity to bid farewell to my son and me. We are unworthy of such honor. The stability of Daong relies on your diligent support and service. The Lin family is currently facing a storm. If my actions jeopardize your futures, I would rather perish 1,000 deaths than allow it. My gratitude today cannot be fully expressed. If my son and I can one day return to serve the court again, we shall drink together once more." He raised his bowl and drank deeply, then turned to Gu Wantong with a serious gaze, gesturing, "Dear brother, please take everyone back now." He bowed with his son to bid farewell. The ministers returned the gesture, many wiping their sleeves as they fought back tears, reluctant to part. "Take care, brother Lin." This scene moved many citizens to tears. Was it not touching? It was indeed a poignant tableau of colleagues and friends shedding tears on the capital and Oppos, as thoroughfare, filled with melancholy, resentment, and sorrow. Shen Huating and Oppos, gaze gradually turned cold and inscrutable, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Relaxed upon his steed, he turned to the stunned Lin Shu and inquired, "Do you believe these individuals are sincere or merely feigning their sentiments?" Lin Shu lowered her eyelashes, her expression somewhat bewildered. They understood that publicly bidding farewell was a double-edged sword, yet still arrived with such grandiosity. Shen Huating's demeanor remained detached, darkly amused. Should one label these honorable ministers as obstinate or hypocritical? Lin Shu pondered, recognizing him as a traitor, naturally despising these honorable officials. Mutual disdain was to be expected. Yet was there not a sliver of truth in his words? Once, Lin Shu was a carefree maiden, well shielded within her noble family. Lin women were not confined to the inner quarters. Her father and brothers had taken her to witness the majestic landscapes across the land, fostering an expansive worldview. She had never concerned herself with the intrigues of the court. Now, she sensed the unpredictability of human nature, the entanglement of love and hate, and the challenge of discerning black from white. She even questioned whether the prosperous Fa Ade of Daong she had witnessed represented the entirety of its reality. Gu Qingrang stood among the ministers and had spotted Lin Shu standing atop the carriage early on. He had known Lin Shu since childhood, but had never seen her as breathtakingly beautiful as she appeared today. In all of the capital, none could rival her allure. Captivated, he recalled that he had recently proposed to his father about seeking her hand in marriage, to which his father had not objected. Who would have anticipated such an upheaval by year's end? Gu Qingrang's gaze shifted to Shen Huating, his eyes growing colder. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward with graceful strides, glancing up at Lin Shu, his expression softening. "Sister Shu, he said, casting a fleeting glance at Shen Huating. "Regardless of what this man has said, do not trust him. Rest assured, when the storm passes, I will persuade my father to bring you out of the inner court." Shen Huating surveyed Gu Qingrang from a high vantage point, noticing the way Gu Qingrang gazed at Lin Shu, his eyes filled with tenderness. Shen and Amp, Oppo's expression subtly shifted to one of indifference as he leaned slightly forward, derisively stating, "With your father merely a right vice minister. Do you not know that the inner court and Oppo's as power rests firmly in my hands?" Gu Qingrang clenched his fists inwardly, maintaining a calm facade, but with a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, which Shen Huating perceptibly caught. Gu Qingrang raised his chin, his voice icy. "Though you and the right minister wield power, the court still belongs to the Zhao family, not to you, Shen." Shen Huating straightened, a leisurely smile gracing his lips. "Let us see if you, Gu Qingrang, can truly extricate her from my grasp." Gu Qingrang met his gaze, declaring, "Do not be overly confident, old tutor." Shen Huating and Oppo's smile turned frosty. "Is it too soon for you to feel secure?" Lin Shu remained lost in her thoughts. In her previous life, she had not witnessed her father's exile, nor had Gu Qingrang ever spoken such words to her, though he had sent her a message. Ultimately, however, she had not received the Gu family and Oppo's as assistance. She wondered whether it was due to his father, Gu Wantong, or if other reasons were at play. Reflecting on the absence of Shen Huating, there was also Yang Song, and under the pressure from the Yang family, perhaps the Gu family ultimately capitulated out of fear. As she gazed at Gu Qingrang, whom she had once regarded with mild affection, her feelings had undergone an inexplicable transformation. "Brother Gu, I am not alone. I have my family. I cannot allow you and Uncle Gu to take unnecessary risks for our sake, lest it brings disaster upon you." Though she did not sever their ties outright, her refusal was evident. Their families and Oppo's connection, it seemed, had reached its limit. Gu Qingrang was taken aback. He opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing Shen Huating, he reconsidered and assumed Lin Shu and Oppo's words were insincere. How could this traitor subject Sister Shu and Oppo's to such coercion and disgrace? Gu Qingrang cast a wary glance at the heavily armed Jin Yi surrounding Shen Huating, suppressing his anger in public. He vowed to rescue her from the inner court. Shen Huating watched Gu Qingrang retreat back to the assembly of ministers, a barely perceptible brow raise marking his amusement. The records indicate that the Lin and Gu families have maintained a cordial relationship, with the Gu family expressing an intention to form a marital alliance with the Lin family. Gu Qingrang desires to marry Lin Shu. Does Miss Lin fancy such a man? He chuckled softly, his laughter tinged with a hint of derision. Lin Shu, unable to catch the entirety of his words, stood momentarily bewildered. On the side of the street, in a bustling tavern, Yang Song had secured an excellent vantage point, affording him a clear view of the entire thoroughfare. The table before him was adorned with warmed wine and an array of fruits and pastries, while the private room was filled with numerous braziers of silver silk charcoal. Several servants attended to him, massaging his shoulders and back, while two stunningly beautiful women nestled in his embrace, pouring wine into his mouth. As the jade vessel tilted, the wine cascaded down his open robe, and the woman, bending down, licked it clean, prompting Yang Song to plant a forceful kiss upon her face. "I do cherish you so," he remarked, gripping her chin with a lascivious intent. "Young master," the woman giggled, her laughter tinkling like delicate chimes. Yang Song leisurely observed the unfolding drama on the street, but when Lin Shu emerged from Shen Huating and Oppo's carriage, his demeanor abruptly darkened. He forcefully pushed the woman aside, barking, "Out!" His narrowed, sinister eyes fixated on the exquisite figure atop the carriage, enunciating Lin Shu's name with deliberate malice. "Lin Shu, young master, please calm your wrath." The servants immediately prostrated themselves, trembling. Yang Song, in a fit of rage, shattered the wine jug and viciously grasped the woman's chin, delivering a sharp kick to her midsection. "Wretched woman!" His fury surged as he beheld Lin Shu, resplendent in her finery alongside Shen Huating. Suspicion was inevitable. She was his woman, and Shen Huating should not dare to interfere. Shen Huating raised his gaze, squinting across the snowy street, furrowing his brow. The distance rendered it impossible to hear or see clearly, yet he felt as though he could discern the unfolding events. He recalled Lin Shu and Oppo's word about a life shortened by 10 years. Suddenly, he found himself rather pleased with Yang Song and Appo's impending downfall. Chapter 16. Tooth extraction in the streets. Shen Huating commanded the carriage to proceed, while Lin Shu, pale-faced, returned to her seat within the vehicle. Surrounded by guards clad in resplendent attire, the common folk bowed their heads in trepidation, retreating a considerable distance on both sides. As the carriage approached Gu Wantong and his group of officials, it showed no sign of halting. Lin Shuhong and his son, shackled, retreated to the back while Gu Wantong, leading a faction of reform-minded officials, hesitated briefly before reluctantly stepping aside, their gazes fixed on Shen Huating, their eyes brimming with disdain and indignation. Ignoring their glares, Shen Huating remained unfazed. A fifth-rank official in a blue robe could no longer contain himself and muttered curses under his breath, lamenting the indignity of being overshadowed by an unworthy upstart who had ascended to power through dubious means, dismissing their lineage of generations in officialdom. Shen Huating did not even glance back, merely smirking as he signaled to his guards. The man's insolence did not merit sparing his teeth. Jing Yiwei, obey the Grand Tutor's orders. Preposterous. What do you intend to do? A voice filled with fury erupted from behind, followed by a cacophony of protests from the reformists, decrying the blatant disregard for law and morality, lamenting the audacity to assault officials in broad daylight. Shen Huating. The clamor abruptly ceased amidst a few anguished cries. The onlookers gasped in shock. The guards advanced on horseback, presenting a bloodied tooth, reporting, Grand Tutor, the tooth has been extracted. Shen Huating cast a disinterested glance, his cold smile betraying his contempt for those who foolishly believed that the Daong of old still existed, a true assembly of wooden-headed, stubborn individuals. Within the carriage, Lin Shu grappled with a tumult of sorrow and loss, her pallid complexion growing even more as she listened to the commotion outside. Peering through the curtain, she caught a glimpse of her father and brother receding into the distance, and her heart ached anew. The carriage continued its journey, ascending Hongye Mountain. This modest hill, located in the outskirts of the capital, served as a favored scenic spot for the inhabitants of the city, offering a panoramic view of half the metropolis. Following a recent heavy snowfall, the frigid air deterred many from the ascent. The few who dared approach were halted by the Genie Way. Uncertain of Shen Huating's intentions for bringing her here, Lin Shu felt a sense of unease settle in her chest. Disembarking from a carriage, she beheld the pristine snow blanketing the ground, the remaining red leaves peeking through, and a distant temple atop the mountain, its bells resonating continuously. Lin Shu pondered the significance of the day, or for whom the bells tolled. As Shen Huating strolled up the snow-laden steps, Lin Shu struggled to keep pace. Her attire ill-suited for the climb. She trudged upward, lifting her skirt and pausing frequently to catch her breath. After what felt like an eternity, she suddenly collided with a solid surface. Rubbing her forehead, she looked up to see Shen Huating standing atop a protruding rock, gazing down at her with an outstretched hand beneath his voluminous sleeves. Lin Shu hesitated, realizing she could not reach the stone. She extended her chilly hand, which he grasped within his warm palm. To her surprise, his hand was equally cold yet dry, the intricate patterns of his skin revealing themselves under her touch. She felt an instinctive urge to withdraw her hand, but stifled it. He pulled her upward, her feet leaving the ground as a gust of wind swept past, lifting the layers of her delicate dress and revealing her petite toes. As Lin Shu swayed unsteadily, Shen Huating's hand naturally found its way to her waist. His icy gaze fixed upon her, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Steady yourself. Should you fall from here, even if not to your demise, you would likely suffer severe consequences. Lin Shu retracted her hand, peering down at the ledge, realizing its precariousness. It appeared low but sent a shiver down her spine. She pressed her palm against her heart, feeling its erratic rhythm, her youthful face betraying a faint flush. Does the Grand Tutor frequent this place? She turned to gaze at him as they both looked towards the Red Leaf Temple, observing the stunning landscape of snow-covered mountains and rivers. Stealing a glance at the depths of his eyes, she noted a profound silence that contrasted sharply with the disdain he had displayed on the bustling streets. He held a half-dried red leaf, its slender stem twirling between his cool fingers. What does the third young lady think of the taste of misunderstanding that the world imposes? Lin Shu, catching the gentleness in his tone, lowered her lashes to hide her reddened eyes, murmuring, "It is uncomfortable, akin to a stone lodged within my heart. Suffocating and burdensome." He regarded her, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. "Is this the price you cannot bear, third young lady?" Steadying her breath and suppressing her discontent, she met his gaze earnestly. "I am uncomfortable, yet that does not equate to an inability to endure." She countered, "What a grand tutor! Has he ever tasted such bitterness?" Upon finishing her question, she searched his eyes for a response, only to find an expression devoid of emotion. His lips curling into a slight smile, as if he had heard an amusing tale. "I am one of those despised and reviled ministers. The treacherous villain who dares to extract the teeth of officials in the streets. My reputation is foul as that of the Yang family. What misunderstanding could I possibly fear?" Lin Shu's scrutiny did not escape Shen Huating's notice. He mused upon her thoughts. What merit is there in being a good person? What is wrong with being a treacherous minister? At least he could seize what he desired. Suddenly, Lin Shu's heart raced, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the distance. She cherished the winter, relishing the pristine beauty of the snow-laden capital. Shen Huating too gazed into the distance, the red leaf still spinning idly in his grasp. "Look there!" He suddenly pointed toward the foot of the mountain. Lin Shu followed his gaze and beheld two carriages, officials escorting her father and two brothers as they boarded the vehicles, continuing on their way. "So it is." In an instant, Lin Shu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Grand Tutor, for extending your hand to my father and brothers." Chapter 17. Prostration. Shen Huating held the red leaf delicately, bending down to observe her closely, playfully tapping the leaf against her face, imparting a subtle, ticklish sensation. "My dear third lady, there is no need for gratitude. Have you not arranged for a carriage for your father and brothers, awaiting them on the road out of the capital?" Lin Shu's heart raced momentarily, her pupils widening. This was indeed one of the tasks she had entrusted to Uncle De. "But that is not all," Shen Huating continued leisurely. "You have also transferred the land deeds to the old Su family in the south of the city overnight, securing a place for your grandmother to reside. You have also moved a considerable sum of your private funds to bribe Wang Daqing, the guard of the Ministry of Rights brothel. This money is deposited in a clandestine moneylender and Oppo's account, divided into 4-year terms. They will take a share, but a substantial amount remains for Wang Daqing to access this money. He must ensure your sister, Lin Yin, remains untouched until she is 15. You are quite astute. It is indeed wiser to bribe Wang Daqing, who is the lover of the brothel and Oppo's matron, than to approach her directly." Shen Huating pondered for a moment, straightening his posture slightly. "Moreover, you have gifted Lord Dengqing, the official overseeing this matter in the Ministry of Rights, 2 ancient peepa scores from the Tang dynasty, which he is utterly enamored with. You also advise your sister-in-law to avoid the prince consort of the princess and Oppo's estate." At this point, a chill flickered in Shen Huating and Oppo's gaze, his smile enigmatic. Lin Shu clenched her fists, her soft, fox fur-clad hands cradling her pale face. Whenever her complexion turned white, her brows appeared like distant mountains, her lips like petals, rendering her particularly pitiful. Shen Huating's fingers lightly tapped her head. "Do you take me for a fool in the Jinyui? These matters you entrusted to your family steward, Uncle De, who then engaged reliable individuals to handle them the very next day. If the Jinyui were to overlook such activities right under their nose, what use would my authority be? The Jinyui is responsible for auditing everything post-raid. Every single penny you transferred under the cover of night will be retrieved by the Jinyui." Lin Shu could no longer maintain her composure. Her face drained of color as she suddenly lifted her gaze. Had all her efforts been in vain? "There's no need to look at me like that." Shen Huating observed her expression keenly. The Jinyui leaves no stone unturned. Panicking, Lin Shu twisted a piece of her sleeve nervously, biting her lip. "Grand Tutor." Suddenly, Shen Huating inserted the red leaf atop her head, akin to a feather, further accentuating her forlorn demeanor. He cast his gaze toward the two departing carriages at the foot of the mountain. The officers escorting your father and brothers have already been arranged by the Yang family. Did you believe that merely preparing a carriage and some silver would secure their safe passage to Hainan? How naive! Grand Tutor, Lin Shu and Appo's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with helpless anxiety as she gently tugged at the corner of his cotton cloak. Shen Huating glanced down at her, a cold smile forming. I'm not swayed by such tactics. But the Grand Tutor must have arranged not only the carriage, but also his people, she insisted, indicating that he was willing to intervene. Though Lin Shu felt panic at his lengthy exposition, she was not so easily intimidated as to lose her ability to reason. If you wish to save your family, you must prove whether you can accomplish this task, he stated, his gaze shifting beyond her to the distant red leaf temple atop the mountain. You must ascend from here one step at a time, in prostration, until you reach the temple and Appo's entrance. It requires sincerity. 500 steps from halfway up to the summit. Not a great distance, one might argue. After all, he had once knelt from the foot of the mountain to the peak, 1,000 steps in total. Lin Shu stood frozen, gazing into his eyes, and after a long pause, she pursed her lips, her soft mouth parting. Very well. Shen Huating's expression darkened as he scrutinized her. Lin Shu lowered her gaze. Glancing at the towering rocks, suddenly overwhelmed, she whispered, Could you perhaps assist me down first? Shen Huating regarded her coolly, his gaze growing more severe. Lin Shu felt regret wash over her. She was about to lift her skirt to find a way to leap down when, in an instant, she found herself on the steps. Before she could steady herself, he had stepped back, standing beneath a snow-laden tree, his voice icy. Do you require a whole entourage of servants to assist you in your prostration? No need, Lin Shu replied, steeling herself. Turning to the distant temple with its elegant eaves, she gently brought her feet together, lifting her heavy skirt, and knelt upon the steps, her hands coming together in prayer. Closing her eyes, then opening them again to lower her head in reverence. The temple bell tolled resoundingly. Father, are you weary? Father, I am not tired. Shu and Appo's has sprained her ankle. Please carry me down the mountain. Does it hurt, father? I have counted. From the peak to the foot, there are 1,000 steps. Shu will remember your kindness, father. In the future, I will beseech 1,000 times, 10,000 times for your safety. With Shu praying for your safety, father, you will surely live long. Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, sister-in-law, and Yin Huai, little Changfeng, and Uncle Da. Faithful Lin Shu prays to the Buddha. May you all be safe and sound. Survive. The steps were icy and slippery, winding upward, seemingly endless. After only a few prostrations, Lin Shu found herself slightly breathless, her legs weakening, her knees growing numb from the cold. The heavy skirt, having touched the snow, was now dampened. Strands of her soft hair fell across her forehead, clinging to her cheek. Yet she did not stop. No matter the cold, the pain, the exhaustion, she continued to prostrate herself, ascending step by step, feet together, lifting her skirt to kneel, hands clasped together in prayer, closing her eyes, then opening them again to bow down. Lin Shu repeated this process. Chapter 18. The Burial of Red Leaf Mountain. Shen Huating stood beneath the snow-laden cedar, lifting his gaze to the sight of Lin Shu, who was kneeling with utmost sincerity and caution. The piled white snow accentuated the exquisite beauty of the jade-like branches atop Red Leaf Mountain, while her diminutive figure, enveloped in resplendent and heavy garments, gradually receded from his view. He had once prostrated himself upon the very steps that now lay cold beneath the weight of years, never forgetting how the stone stairs, strewn with red leaves, had felt like ice against his knees, each step stained with his blood. The world labeled him a traitor and a villain. Yet few understood the arduous journey he had traversed to ascend to his current position, emerging from the depths of disdain and hardship, clinging to the fragile breath of life. Was it a belief in karma, or a faith in the compassion of the Buddha? Nonsense. Yet after all these years, there were still those who undertook the same folly as he had. If beseeching had any merit, why then lay the fragile bones of the young buried upon this mountain? As he observed the devoted figure of Lin Shu, his expression darkened. What did it matter to him that the Lin family had perished? If she wished to kneel, Then let her do so. Shen Huating snapped a branch, shaking off the snow, and turned away, leaping gracefully down the mountain. Lin Shu did not glance back, not even once. She paid no heed to her drenched garments or the disarray of her hair. Memories surged within her mind like scattered stones, each recollection chiseling away at her heart. If rebirth was guided by divine providence, how could she concede so easily? She believed that sincerity could move mountains, that goodness begets goodness and evil begets evil. She was convinced that even a person as seemingly insignificant as herself could achieve something remarkable. 500 steps, swiftly traversed, perhaps in half a day, perhaps in a day, or perhaps enduring the whole night in prayer, she would accomplish her goal. What did her tribulations compare to the exiled suffering of her family? She yearned to show her father that the daughter of the Lin family was well-guarded and possessed the strength to protect her kin. As daylight waned, darkness began to envelop the capital. The biting cold of winter encroached from the mountains, casting a serene stillness over Red Leaf Mountain. Time slipped away, and even the distant chimes from the Red Leaf Temple ceased, leaving the mountain in a profound silence, as if it had succumbed to slumber. Only Lin Shu persisted, ascending the steps one by one. Never had she felt such exhaustion, nor had her resolve ever been so unwavering. When at last she reached the summit, gazing upon the ancient temple nestled among the snow-covered cedars, she had no strength left. Even her breaths became labored and heavy. She turned her gaze to the figure that had appeared on the final step, a striking silhouette in azure robes, the wind causing his cloak to billow. In that fleeting moment before darkness claimed her, she smiled faintly and whispered, "I have completed my kneeling." A total of 501 times. Inside the Haijai building, the lights burned brightly. When Lu Ming arrived with his medical box, several court physicians stood anxiously outside. Some shook their heads, others sighed heavily, and a few clapped their hands in contemplation, murmuring, "This young lady in Dapo's legs are frostbitten to the bone. She is in grave condition. Such severity may not only hinder her recovery, but may also leave lasting afflictions." Indeed, yet the Grand Tutor demands an immediate remedy. Yun, who observed the court physicians, who seemed to have lost their prowess in the palace, and cleared his throat, "If you cannot treat her, you may as well prepare for the consequences." The physicians, terrified, fell to their knees. Lu Ming, carrying a medical box, furrowed his brow and glanced at them, gesturing for the frightened physicians to depart. Yun, who smiled and bowed to him, declaring that Lu Qianhu had arrived just in time. Lu Ming had come to check on Shen Huating, but was unexpectedly drawn into this scene. Yun, who recounted the events leading up to this moment. And after a moment of silence, Lu Ming entered to find Shen Huating washing his hands by a wooden frame. Shen Huating lazily raised his eyelids to regard him, his gaze so frigid that even Lu Ming felt a chill. Lu Ming glanced at the bed, then quickly withdrew his gaze, revealing a complex expression. Was this indeed the daughter of Lin Shu? Shen Huating resumed, drying his hands with a cloth, and Yun Hu answered, "Indeed, she is the third daughter of the Lin family." Approaching the bedside, Lu Ming set down his medical box and cast a quick glance at Lin Shu. Suddenly fixating on her, he concealed his emotions, examining her injuries with a deepening complexity. He remarked, "The Lin girl's legs are frostbitten to such an extent. She must have knelt on several hundred steps. Who would have thought?" Shen Huating donned his jade ring once more. As Lu Ming examined Lin Shu's pulse, his expression darkened. "Did you administer the Zhixiang pill to her?" Shen Huating finally lifted his gaze, slowly spinning the ring. Lu Ming fell silent. The Zhixiang pill was a remedy painstakingly crafted by his master over a lifetime, known to be produced solely by him. Although it did not possess miraculous powers, it could alleviate numerous ailments. Should the Lin girl consume this pill, her frostbite would show improvement within days. Yet, after his master's passing, only 3 pills remained. Yu Lu Ming and Apo's expression grew increasingly grave as he regarded Shen Huating, yet he ultimately restrained his words. Shen Huating and Apo's icy gaze was inscrutable, and he carelessly stated, "Lu Qianhu, there is nothing more to be done. You may leave with the prescription." Lin Shu remained in a deep slumber for 2 days, during which Man Yu and Jin Yang took turns caring for her without rest. "Third miss, please awaken soon. Man wept daily. Jin Yang draped a satin quilt over Lin Shu, ensuring her small frame was enveloped snugly. Yun Hu entered and beckoned them to step outside. Jin Yang grasped Man Yu's hand as they exited. Shen Huating settled beside the bed, placing his fingertip gently on Lin Shu's delicate wrist, feeling her pulse stabilize. He then lifted the thick layers of quilts, rolling up the snow-white trousers that Man Yu put on her, revealing a slender, pale calf, marred by bruises and treated with brown medicinal ointment. He took a wooden bowl and ground the cotton applicator against the base, dipping it into the medicinal liquid and applying it softly to Lin Shu and Appo's knees. Once the liquid had dried and adhered to her skin, he gently lowered the rolled-up pant leg and covered her once more with the quilt. He then applied the same ointment to her forehead. Though Lin Shu's physique was frail, she had seldom been ill throughout her life. However, when sickness did strike, it was overwhelming. After 2 days and nights of fever, and following Lu Ming and Appo's as prescribed medication, her face had begun to lose its fiery redness, now exhibiting a gentle serenity, save for the slight furrow of her brows. It seemed she had entered a long dream. In this dream, she beheld the steps strewn with red leaves, where a boy knelt, his forehead bloodied from repeated prostrations, each bow filled with profound reverence. "Who are you?" she wished to inquire of the boy, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. The boy pointed toward Red Leaf Mountain, his eyes reflecting a chilling depth, and replied, "Are you asking me, or inquiring about those buried here?" "Who are they?" Lin Shu gazed blankly at the mountain he indicated, only to turn back and find the steps empty, surrounded by an endless cascade of fallen red leaves. Chapter 19. The minister offers his daughter. In the 2 days that Lin Shu lay unconscious, several ministers expressed their desire to present their daughters to Shen Huating. On the day of the Lin family and Appo's exile, he had publicly extracted the tooth of a fifth-rank official, prompting many opportunistic officials in the court to eagerly offer their daughters, seeking both favor and the preservation of their positions. Among those seeking to please Shen Huating was an official from a reputable lineage, although his rank was modest. The fall of the Lin family instilled a sense of panic among those beneath them. In the finest private room of Guangzhou Xian, Shen Huating tapped his fingers against the wine cup, taking no sips, nor had he touched the exquisite dishes before him, while several officials lavished praise upon him. The fifth-rank official, Lord Ding, even summoned his daughter. The young girl, having been meticulously groomed, timidly stepped out from behind the beaded curtain, her suppressed sobs reaching Shen Huating's ears. This was the young lady Yuping, merely 16 years of age. She was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and was well-behaved. Should the Grand Tutor take a liking to her, it would be a great fortune for her to marry into his household and serve him closely. After speaking, Lord Ding cast a knowing glance at his daughter. Initially reluctant to present herself, Miss Ding Yuping, feeling the weight of her father's command, shyly curtsied to Shen Huating. However, as she raised her gaze, she became momentarily entranced, staring blankly at Shen Huating, her thoughts lost. A flush of bashfulness crept upon her cheeks. Shen Huating noticed her youthful beauty and recalled that Lin Shu was also 16. Yet, while both ladies hailed from esteemed families, the Lin family had nurtured their daughter in a manner that rendered her far more captivating. The Lin family's ethos was indeed distinct from others. Lin Shu possessed the refined grace of a noble lineage, yet lacked the overt decorum and rigid adherence to propriety that often characterized young ladies from prominent families, attributes that Shen Huating found irksome, as they often prided themselves on their perceived virtue and propriety. He believed that the simple countrywomen were far more endearing than such pretentious noblewomen. Shen Huating averted his gaze from Ding Yuping, resuming his rhythmic tapping on the wine cup, and remarked, "The son of the Right Chancellor is still unmarried. Why not have Lord Ding propose for his daughter at the Right Chancellor's residence?" Lord Ding hesitated, contemplating the vast gulf between his modest rank and the lofty status of the Right Chancellor's family, which had been prestigious for generations. However, Shen Huating was different. Although he was young and held the esteemed title of Grand Tutor, his ancestry was less illustrious, lacking the deep-rooted heritage of many nobles. Thus, they speculated that Shen Huating, in a bid to solidify his power, might be inclined to forge familial ties with them. What if he were to take a liking to her? Furthermore, the Yang family's reputation had deteriorated significantly, with Yang Song and Appo's conduct becoming increasingly unruly. Although he had not yet taken a formal wife, he was surrounded by many women. In contrast, Shen Huating was known to be single. The ministers were uncertain as to why, yet his rising influence in the court made him a more appealing prospect than older suitors. In light of this, there were more ministers inclined to support Shen Huating than those seeking to approach the right chancellor's residence. Lord Ding bowed and stated, "The Grand Tutor is too kind. Yuping has long admired you. Were it not for this, how could I bring her before you to present such an embarrassment?" As a father, he naturally wished to fulfill his daughter and aunt, Appo's wishes. What a feeble excuse. Shen Huating raised his eyes to Lord Ding, noting the truth in his words. He smirked lightly. "Your daughter is rather unappealing." Ding Yuping's eyes widened in shock, her face flushing crimson in an instant. She had never before endured such humiliation, and as tears streamed down her cheeks, she bit her lip in distress. Lord Ding, filled with indignation, stared in disbelief as Shen Huating stood and prepared to leave. "Father!" Ding Yuping wept, her tears flowing like rain. Lord Ding, in a fit of anger, raised his hand to strike, grunting, "Fool!" He had heard his daughter and aunt, Appo's melodramatic sobs from behind the curtain and concluded that she must have offended Shen Huating. Feng Yin followed Shen Huating out of Guangzhou Xian as the city lights began to glimmer, casting a vibrant glow upon the streets of the capital. The heavy snowfall had ceased, and the streets were bustling with activity, the aroma of food wafting from the various taverns as carriages filled the thoroughfare. Shen Huating chose not to take a carriage, instead walking through the untouched snow lining the streets. Feng Yin lagged a step behind before catching up, lowering his voice to say, "There are a few followers from Yang Song's faction. Should I have them dealt with?" Shen Huating maintained a leisurely pace, his tone nonchalant. "Let the scoundrels observe, it matters not." Feng Yin gestured discreetly towards the shadows. Shen Huating strolled to the renowned Feng Yuan fruit shop on Enyi Street. Purchasing a bag of preserved sour plums from Yuyo, Feng Yin knew these delicacies were quite precious, having been transported from afar. Some noble women in the palace adored them, yet they were not always available. He had sent word to the shopkeeper in advance to reserve them. However, he was puzzled as to why the Grand Tutor had developed a taste for such sweet and sour treats. Noticing that Shen Huating hung the bag at his waist without sampling a single piece, he suddenly recalled that the third daughter of the Lin family had a penchant for sour and sweet flavors, particularly enjoying the preserved plums from Yuyo. Feng Yin said nothing, serving attentively. Meanwhile, Lin Shu lay awake on her relatively warm bed, lost in thought as she recalled the dreams she had experienced during her unconsciousness. Her mind in a haze. The child in her dreams bore a striking resemblance to Shen Huating. It must have been him. Yet curiously, she had never seen his youthful visage. What secrets lay hidden on Red Leaf Mountain? Were there familiar souls buried there? As she dreamt, an overwhelming sorrow gripped her heart, a sadness so profound that she could hardly articulate it, as if it originated from another being. Had someone once witnessed him kneeling before Red Leaf Mountain? The dream felt hauntingly real. What kind of person was he? When Manua entered with a basin of silver wire charcoal, she found Lin Shu awake, softly murmuring. She quickly set down the basin and hurried to the bed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Suppressing a gasp, she was soon overwhelmed with tears, exclaiming, "My lady, you are finally awake. You are finally awake." Lin Shu recognized that this girl was even more prone to tears than she was, often bursting into sobs like a dumpling. Yet she feigned strength to protect her, despite her own timid nature. Seeing Manua in such distress, Lin Shu realized she must have been unconscious for quite some time. What surprised her was that Shen Huating had summoned Manua to care for her at Haizhai Tower. Chapter 20. The lost dear Lin Shu had been lying there for quite some time, lacking strength, her voice faint. As Manu continued to cry, she remained unaware, prompting Lin Shu to allow her to hold her for a while. Jin Yang entered upon hearing the commotion and, upon seeing the scene, pulled Manu away. "You have just recovered from your illness. You cannot withstand such pressure," she admonished. "Silly child, You should rest for a bit. Since she has awakened, I will watch over her tonight. Man Yu, too agitated, realized her actions and cautiously refrained from leaning on Lin Shu any longer. I'm fine, I'm not tired. She insisted. Jin Yang, however, could clearly see the deep bond between the two. Deciding against further persuasion, she went to the kitchen to fetch the warm date and chicken congee for Lin Shu, feeding her a couple of spoonfuls while Man Yu gently wiped Lin Shu's mouth. Noticing Lin Shu and Appo's, as complexion had improved slightly, Jin Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. This illness is like unraveling silk. You must continue to lie down and recuperate. Do not even think about getting up. Lin Shu, too weak to rise, inquired about events during her unconscious state and learned that Shen Huating had summoned a physician to attend to her. Lord Liu? He is a captain in the Jingyi Wei, renowned for his medical skills. When the Imperial Hospital had no solutions, Lord Liu arrived and prescribed several remedies, which ultimately save your legs, Jin Yang explained. Feeding Lin Shu another couple of sips of water, her expression reflecting relief. However, Man Yu's demeanor darkened at this revelation, her heart aching and her eyes brimming with tears. When eunuch Yunhu called for her and she saw Lin Shu and Appo's frail condition, especially her frostbitten legs, she nearly fainted. Having served Lin Shu for so many years, she had never witnessed her endure such severe injuries or hardships. Next time, if anything like this happens again, I swear I will not leave your side. Even if the Grand Tutor were to punish me, I would stay. Man Yu knelt by the bed, grasping Lin Shu's hand, the pain in her heart intensifying as she spoke. I asked the physician. They said your injuries were from kneeling. Eunuch Yunhu told them, you climbed the steps of Hongya Mountain on your knees. We and Appo's been there. It was a snowy day. How could you be so foolish? Man Yu burst into tears. Next time I'll kneel. I will kneel for as long as it takes. I'll climb any mountain. Lin Shu gently grasped Man Yu and Appo's hand, her eyes curving into a smile as she spoke softly. I moved a little while ago and felt fine. I still have sensation. This was my own choice. It is not as you think. Jin Yang observed them, opening her mouth, but ultimately keeping her thoughts to herself. Take good care of your lady. I will check on the medicine, she said, patting Man Yu's shoulder before leaving the room. Jin Yang could not help but recognize that Lin Shu held a special place in the Grand Tutor and Appo's heart. For so many years, the Grand Tutor had been without a close companion, and Jin Yang always sensed his loneliness. Man Yu composed herself, wary of exhausting Lin Shu, knowing she had just awakened and refraining from urging her to speak too much. Does it still hurt? She asked tenderly, gazing at Lin Shu's legs beneath the covers. Not at all, Lin Shu replied with a gentle shake of her head. She spoke the truth. Lying still, her knees felt almost devoid of sensation. Man Yu stopped her inquiries, adjusting Lin Shu's pillow lower. Lin Shu rested again until Man Yu gently roused her to take a bowl of medicine. Afterward, she settled down for a solid night's sleep, reassuring Man Yu to rest as well. Man Yu, having endured 2 sleepless days, finally nodded, knowing she needed to recuperate, while Jin Yang checked on them intermittently throughout the night, adding more coal to the fire. The following day, Lin Shu awoke to find Shen Huating seated at her bedside, taking her pulse with an unprecedented seriousness. He then lifted a wooden bowl, grinding the medicinal herbs within. His fingers moved with such grace that the act of preparing the medicine became a sight to behold. Once finished, he uncovered the quilt draped over her legs, causing a chill to wash over her. What medicine is this? She asked, still sluggish from her illness, unsure how to articulate her inquiry. Shen Huating had already noticed her awakening, his eyes shimmering softly as he gazed at her, reminiscent of a young deer targeted by an archer in the woods. In that moment, a wave of compassion washed over him, mingled with a tinge of reluctance. But what if he were to confine this lost deer? He halted his movements, contemplating this thought. My legs were saved thanks to this. He continued applying the medicine, rolling down her pant legs before covering her with a quilt once more. Lin Shu instinctively recalled the dream she had during her unconsciousness, quietly scrutinizing his expression. She noticed the cold depths of his eyes, darker than the night, rendering her unable to decipher any emotion within. It was as if he spoke of nothing more significant than the pleasantness of the weather. Will I still be able to walk? She wondered aloud, having only comforted Manu the night before, but now questioning her own certainty. When she was on Hongya Mountain, she initially felt excruciating pain in her knees, which eventually faded into numbness. She understood what it meant to be frostbitten, having heard her elder brother speak of it. Whether out of fear of becoming disabled or bravado, she felt a conflicting array of emotions. It and Appo's, as different, she whispered, recalling how, in the past, her family would shield her. Now, she had to bear the burdens herself to protect them. Raising her doe-like eyes, soft and clear, pure as freshly fallen snow, she gazed into his eyes. Shen Huating would long remember the sincerity in her gaze as she spoke those few sentences, unadorned and straightforward, as if she were offering her heart to him. Who would be so foolish as to utter such words? In the past, someone had protected her, allowing her to exist as the cherished daughter of a family. Now, with that protection gone, should she not feel lost, trembling with fear? Shen Huating understood the human heart, but found it difficult to comprehend Lin Shu's character. Her courage could not have sprouted merely from the downfall of the Lin family. It must have been forged through trials and tribulations, giving rise to such wisdom. Could it be that the records of the Jingyi Wei were flawed? He mused that if the Jingyi Wei could not even manage such documentation, perhaps it was time to hold Lu Ming and the others accountable. Since you are worried, let's try to take a few steps, he suggested, pulling back the covers and positioning her legs at the edge of the bed before helping her sit up. Lin Shu felt a surge of anxiety. She did not wish to become incapacitated. She cherished her legs and longed to explore further horizons, to witness the vastness of the world. Yet, she kept these thoughts to herself, uncertain if they were mere fantasies. As her feet touched the soft, plush rug laid over a footrest, she tentatively pressed down, testing her weight. With her hands braced against the edge of the bed, she slowly attempted to stand. However, after just one step, whether it was a psychological effect or her knees' lack of agility, her body swayed, and she stumbled into Shen Huating's embrace, nearly landing on his lap. Shen Huating had instinctively reached out to steady her, but he had not anticipated that she would fall after just one step. Despite her bravado about taking responsibility, Manu stood at the doorway, holding a basin, frozen in astonishment. Chapter 21. Choosing a wife? Lin Shu felt as if she were frozen in place, wishing she could instantly vanish into a hole. She glanced at her arm instinctively wrapped around Shen Huating's neck and hesitated. If she let go, she would surely lose her balance and fall clumsily. In that fleeting moment, she chose to remain motionless. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the equally stiff figure of Manua. It was eerily quiet. Lin Shu could sense her face heating up without even needing to touch it. Shen Huating remained still, leaving her perplexed and unsure of her next move. She recalled the maid named Qi and Appo's, and wondered if he thought she was trying to seduce him and whether he might punish her for it. Suddenly feeling restless, Lin Shu couldn't help but steal glances at Shen Huating's expression, recalling how seriously he had applied medicine to her earlier, igniting a daring notion within her. Could it be that he felt somewhat differently towards her? After all, he hadn't callously abandoned her on Hongya Mountain. He had even ensured her legs were saved. Lin Shu was aware that such thoughts were perilous, tinged with a naive sense of calculation. He was a person of profound insight, and she feared that her chaotic musings were laid bare before him. Shen Huating regarded her with an intriguing gaze, observing the subtle shifts in her expression. To him, her thoughts were as transparent as glass. The other women who had previously flattered him with their charms were merely after wealth and power, while this girl seemed to be motivated by a desire to save her family. Shen Huating felt a sudden curiosity about the lengths she would go to for their salvation. Is the third young lady still here? He pondered, feeling the tension in Lin Shu's body as her hair brushed against his face. Lin Shu felt utterly rigid. She glanced at Manua, and despite her racing heart, mustered the courage to gently wrap her arm around Shen Huating's neck. Her eyes sparkled with a misty glimmer as she lowered her lashes and said, "I want to leave." Then she added, "I want to bathe." Shen Huating raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward Manua, instructing her to summon Jin Yang to prepare hot water for the bathing chamber. Manua snapped back to attention, nodding in astonishment before hastily exiting. What does the young lady mean by that? Manuel mused, concerned. Lin Shu bit her lip, clad only in a thin white garment, her dark hair cascading softly over her shoulders. He lifted her effortlessly, carrying her steadily to the bathing chamber, each step deliberate and assured. Lin Shu lowered her head, nearly burying herself against his chest, inhaling the faint scent of evening primrose from his attire, feeling her face grow warm once more. Jin Yang and Manuel stood outside the bathing chamber, while Yunhu led several young eunuchs carrying hot water inside, heating the room with multiple basins of silver charcoal. Shen Huating set her upon a long bench, and Lin Shu immediately withdrew her arms, nervously clutching her sleeves and averting her gaze. Manuel caught Lin Shu's eye and, sensing her distress, leaned in to whisper, "Master, please allow me to assist." Shen Huating produced a porcelain vial and placed it atop Lin Shu and Amp Oppo's head, causing her to freeze, too afraid to move. "Pour this medicine into the bathing tub and let your young lady soak for a while. It has the effect of dispelling bruises," he instructed before stepping outside. Manuel bowed to send him off and trembled as she carefully removed the vial from Lin Shu's head. Once she heard Shen Huating's footsteps fade, Lin Shu lifted her gaze to Manuel, releasing a long breath as she pressed her hand against a racing heart. "Manuel, please shut the door tightly," she whispered. Manuel closed the door and returned, also exhaling a sigh of relief, her heart racing just as fast as Lin Shu's, feeling dazed. She was not oblivious and understood Lin Shu's intentions. Kneeling beside her, she took Lin Shu's hand, her eyes filled with sympathy. "Young lady, why do you put yourself through such distress? If the madam and the old lady find out, they would be even more heartbroken than I am." Lin Shu pinched Manuel's plump cheek and replied, "I am not distressed. As long as it is my own decision, I have no regrets." Manuel stared at Lin Shu in astonishment. She had never seen her like this before, as if transformed into a beautiful chrysalis, captivating and impossible to look away from. Madame Lin had two young eunuchs forcefully kneeling in the snow, her face pale and hair disheveled, yet she struggled to maintain her composure. Wing Fu, glancing at the few jade pearls he had confiscated, sneered, "What audacity! Every needle and thread in the needlework bureau belongs to the emperor. You, a mere servant who has just arrived at the Internal Affairs Bureau, dare to hide and steal from the needlework bureau? Search her again. Let us see what else she has stolen. Stop! How dare you be so oppressive?" Madame Lin retorted indignantly, her gaze sharp enough to momentarily startle the two young eunuchs. She directed her gaze toward Wang Fu and added, "Do you see clearly? Is there a single pearl in the needlework bureau that matches this one? Do you know its origins? This pearl, in color, size, and quality, is not the same. This is a tribute presented to the emperor in the first year of the Yinshi era from the Southern Kingdom. The emperor rewarded my Lin family with 20 of these. This belongs to the Lin family, not something I stole from the needlework bureau." Wang Fu, taken aback by her seemingly weak demeanor, momentarily forgot her noble background. Though she was gentle and kind, she had once been the mistress of the Lin family, and now her sharp gaze revealed a hint of fierceness. Her words were neither humble nor arrogant, catching Wang Fu off guard and leaving him feeling uneasy and embarrassed. "What a clever, duplicitous tongue you have. Come, someone gag her," Wang Fu commanded, his frustration boiling over as he directed the young eunuchs to slap Madame Lin. He shifted his gaze, attempting to find a flaw in her words, and suddenly smirked. "Where did the Lin family's belongings come from? Your entire family has been confiscated. All assets are forfeited to the emperor. How dare you bring anything out of the estate? That, too, is a crime, having been struck twice." Madame Lin stumbled and fell to the ground, but slowly propped herself up, covering her bleeding mouth. Ever since she learned that her daughter Lin Shu had entered the imperial garden, she had been eager to gather news about her. Recently, she had heard some unsettling rumors, and in her desperation, she thought to use the jade pearls to bribe a palace maid. Having never done such a thing, she acted impulsively, unaware that Wang Fu had secretly been watching her every move and had caught her red-handed. Madame Lin, who harbored no ill intentions, did not foresee that Wang Fu would seize upon her misstep so quickly. She went pale, unable to speak. The jade pearls had been given to her by her daughter, and she could not reveal that. Wang Fu, sensing he had the upper hand, mocked her further. So, you have nothing to say now? I will confiscate this pearl and submit it for safekeeping. Let me advise you, madam, to serve the emperor well and give up any thoughts of returning to your former status. Once you enter the Internal Affairs Bureau, you must adhere to its rules. Seeing Madame Lin speechless, Wang Fu felt a sense of satisfaction and, recalling Lin Shu, sneered again, Madame Lin, you seem so dignified. Yet your daughter Lin Shu is rumored throughout the city to have entangled herself with a grand tutor for self-preservation. Madame Lin's complexion drained of color as she raised her bright eyes, exclaiming, Wan Wan is my daughter. She is not what you think. My daughter is doing this for her family. Her heart ached for her precious Wan Wan. How could she not understand her own flesh and blood? She had never imagined that her daughter would possess such courage, realizing instead that it was her own inadequacy as a mother that left her unable to protect her child. Those rumors, how could Shu'er endure it? As these thoughts crossed her mind, tears streamed down her face. Wang Fu felt utterly relieved, contemplating the several precious jade pearls from the southern tribute nestled in his pocket, satisfied and content as he departed with a few young eunuchs. Lady Lin sat down in the snow, rubbing her aching heart. Wan Wan, my dear Wan Wan, you must not come a harm. A compassionate young maid from the Needlework Bureau approached, helping her to her feet and brushing off the snow from her garments. Madam, please do not be disheartened. It will be best to rise quickly. If the matron sees you like this, you will be punished. Lady Lin composed herself, considering her daughter's well-being. She could not afford to worry her further. She picked up a handful of snow to soothe her slightly swollen lip and thanked the young maid. Suddenly, she noticed a figure standing before her. Initially, she thought it was Wang Fu returning, both startled as they looked up to see someone else. Madam, use this. Yin Hu offered her a clean handkerchief. Lady Lin glanced at it, bent to accept it, and lowered her gaze. Thank you. Your daughter Lin Shu is safe. Do not worry, madam. Yin Hu did not elaborate further, offering a slight bow before departing. Lady Lin lifted her head, gripping the handkerchief tightly. 2 days later, Lin Shu and Appo's knees had considerably reduced in swelling. She was unaware of the miraculous ointment Shen Huating had applied. She could discern no particular scent. Man Yu held a bronze mirror, while Lin Shu sat on the bed, hugging her legs, asking Man Yu to hold the mirror close to her forehead. She gently prodded the small, swollen bump with her delicate finger, which had flattened significantly, leaving only a mild ache. Lost in thought, Lin Shu recalled the dream where she knelt on steps thickly covered in snow. Aside from the severe frostbite, her injuries were not grave. Yet, the boy in her dream knelt on steps devoid of snow, his suffering perhaps far greater than her own. She scrutinized Shen Huating and Appo's forehead, noting the smooth skin, unmarred by scars. Jin Yang had said if she wished to stay, she must be diligent. Man Yu tucked the mirror into Lin Shu's hand, observing her improved complexion. I shall assist in the kitchen. You must not leave the bed. Mississippi Lin Shu smiled wryly, responding, Man Yu, have you forgotten? Like you, I am but a servant, not a lady. Just because he has not mistreated us does not mean we can act as if we are still masters. But miss your legs. My legs are fine. I can stand steadily now. I cannot remain in bed indefinitely. Go about your duties. I shall take a slow walk. Though worried, Man Yu eventually nodded. As Lin Shu watched her leave, a chill of ice and snow slipped through the slightly ajar door, quickly whisked away by Man Yu. She donned her clothing, carefully maneuvering down from the bed, attempting to walk. Initially relying on Man Yu for support, she soon found herself able to stand independently. Albeit her knees remained somewhat stiff, causing mild discomfort if she moved too quickly. Having spent several days in bed, she felt a profound unease. After all, her current identity was no longer that of a young lady of the Lin family. Considering how Shen Huating had aided her father and brother, she recognized it was time to repay her debt. Even though he had spoken those words, she understood that without his intervention, neither her father nor brother would have survived to reach Hainan. Steadying herself against the wall, she exited the servants' quarters, entering the Haijai building, and ascended the stairs slowly until she reached the second floor. As dusk fell, the kitchen was filled with warmth, while the building grew increasingly quiet. Lin Shu entered the study, finding neither Shen Huating nor Yan present. Just as she hesitated to turn back, a gust of cold evening wind swept through the half-open window, rustling several sheets of drawing paper on the long desk, causing them to flutter to the ground. She approached cautiously, bending down to pick them up one by one. Lin Shu was taken aback. Each sheet depicted beautiful young women, varying from delicate beauties to voluptuous figures, all striking in their unique allure. Yet there was an unsettling uniformity. After examining them closely twice, she discerned the peculiarity. Each woman had been rendered with heavy makeup, seemingly in an effort to please the beholder. Her gaze fell upon the signatures on each piece, noting that the birth dates of these young ladies were inscribed. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. This was a selection of brides? No, perhaps a selection of wives. As Shen Huating entered, he found Lin Shu leaning against the desk, her long dark hair cascading down, intently studying the images presented to him. Had it not been for his curiosity about which of the virtuous officials had compromised their integrity, he would never have laid eyes upon these drawings. This building may be sparsely populated, but it is not without rules, he remarked as he stepped closer. Startled, Lin Shu turned around, her heart racing. She maintained a calm facade, returning the drawings to the desk and attempting to bow, only to awkwardly straighten halfway. I have seen the Grand Tutor. Yun, who accepted the cotton cloak Shen Huating had removed and hung it on a rack, glancing over without approaching. Shen Huating approached the desk, noticing the disarray of drawings behind Lin Shu. Are they pleasing to the eye? Lin Shu replied sincerely, they're all beautiful. Raising her head, her bright, soft eyes gazed at him as she gently inquired, is there one among them that the Grand Tutor favors? His towering figure leaned down, pulling out the drawings from behind her. With a cold, piercing gaze, he scrutinized each one, his expression sharp and disdainful. He crumpled them one by one and carelessly tossed them into the wastebasket beneath the desk. They wish to ingratiate themselves with me, yet they remain oblivious to my true preferences. These paintings are utterly mundane. I doubt any of those depicted could rival even a fraction of their artistic representation. Do they truly believe my standards are so low? The last 4 words were practically bitten out between clenched teeth. Lin Shu stood in shock. It turned out he had not truly looked at them. While she conceded that the artwork was indeed lacking, it was excessive to claim the subjects were unattractive. Many she recognized were daughters of high-ranking officials, all possessing exceptional beauty. He could not possibly be unaware of their worth. Confusion began to swirl in her mind. Was it possible he did not favor women? Something seemed amiss. Chapter 22. Toil and merit. Shen Huating circled around the desk and returned to his position. Noticing Lin Shu lost in her chaotic thoughts, he casually remarked, little girl, there is no need for such concern. This official has no fondness for men. Little girl? He was merely 6 years her senior. Lin Shu stared at Shen Huating in astonishment. Her cheeks flushed momentarily, and she refrained from pondering further in his presence. However, curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, does the Grand Tutor not wish to start family? Her inquiry was genuine. Historically, few men remained unmarried at the age of 20, and at 22, he held a high position of power, yet he was still without a wife or concubine. Her father rarely brought home complaints about court matters, yet on several occasions, he could not help but express disdain about certain officials attempting to curry favor with the Grand Tutor through his daughter, remarking that it was rather unbecoming. He would exclaim in frustration that he would never offer his daughter, Wanan, to please such a treacherous minister. What a dream that would be! Yet now, she was willingly approaching this very minister. In truth, the criticism from outsiders labeling her as unfilial was not entirely unfounded. She had indeed defied her father's wishes. But she no longer cared. Having endured the tragedies of her previous life, she recognized that the true villains were the Yang family, whether she descended into hell or not. If there was even a slight possibility, she wanted to eliminate the Yang family, a blight that had entrenched itself in the capital for decades, corrupting the roots of society. Lin Shu had never anticipated that she would harbor such thoughts, and she was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, she clenched her fists, as if silently vowing. Shen Huating glanced into Lin Shu's eyes and perceived the hatred simmering beneath the surface. That flicker of animosity resembled a spark, quietly igniting within her. No matter how perceptive he was, There were times he could not fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of this young girl from the Lin family. This official has no such intentions. Do you think this position was easily attained? He raised his hand across the desk, pressing his fingertip gently against her brow. Is it really that simple? Lin Shu snapped back to reality, instinctively bringing her fingers together to cover her brow, where a lingering chill from his fingertip remained. What sort of person does the Grand Tutor prefer? Perhaps a maid could find someone to your liking? She ventured, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. You have labored diligently for the court. Your position is now secure. Do you not feel the absence of a confidant? Lin Shu's father was a third-rank official, and her grandfather had once been the prime minister. Coming from such a prestigious family, she had encountered many young ladies of various ranks in the capital. Whether they were plump or slender, she had met them all. Shen Huating observed her clumsy attempts at flattery and her underlying motives, choosing not to expose her. Although her comment about his diligent service nearly provoked a smirk, this girl was subtly mocking him. Who have you heard say that I have worked diligently? Lin Shu, of course, did not reveal the source of her information. As she gazed into his eyes, she thought, isn't it true? Shen Huating scoffed, put away your flattery. My marriage is not something you need to concern yourself with. Lin Shu obediently lowered her hands, raising them instead to cover her brow more earnestly. She added, the maid obeys the Grand Tutor's wishes. Yin Hu, bowing slightly, covered her mouth with her sleeve, showing utmost respect. He had served the Grand Tutor for several years, and Lin Shu was the only one bold enough to act so audaciously in his presence. As Shen Huating prepared to attend to official matters, Lin Shu recalled her purpose for visiting. She lowered her head, her hands gently clasped, and said, I have come to express my gratitude for the arrangements made for my father and brother. Regardless of what the Grand Tutor says, my only request is for their safety. She lifted her gaze and continued, I can divulge the secrets concerning the Right Chancellor's residence that I previously mentioned to you, as well as the whereabouts of a girl named Man. In truth, Lin Shu felt somewhat perplexed. That day in the interrogation room, before she lost consciousness, she had noticed his strong reaction when she mentioned that name. Yet, in the days that followed, he had not brought it up again, nor seemed to care much about the secrets of the Right Chancellor's residence. Thus, Lin Shu felt a sense of unease, unsure of his true intentions, and even contemplated using herself as a bargaining chip. The study fell into a profound silence. After Shen Huating interrupted her, he declared, I do not wish to hear this. What do you not wish to hear? The secrets of the Right Chancellor and his son, or the whereabouts of Miss Man? Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. In truth, she too hesitated, for the girl named Man was already deceased, and like her previous life, had met an untimely end. She knew that Shen Huating had been discreetly searching for Man. If it were not of utmost importance to him, he would not have done so. However, was it truly acceptable to hear of the tragic demise of someone so significant whom he had searched for over the years? Yet, it must be faced eventually, mustn't it? Shen Huating stood before the sandalwood desk, picked up a goat hair brush from the jade pen holder, and handed it to the dazed Lin Shu, casually gesturing toward the vacant space beside the desk. His tone and demeanor remained unchanged as he instructed, write down everything you know regarding the Right Chancellor and Oppo's as residence. I will have someone deliver it to Feng In for verification. Once confirmed, I will consider whether this information is worthwhile. Lin Shu remained frozen, unable to grasp the brush in time as it fell onto her head, jolting her back to reality. Lin Shu? This was the first time Shen Huating had called her by her full name, his voice unusually cold. Lin Shu and Oppo's. S. heart skipped a beat in alarm. Suddenly, she felt a wave of anxiety, her palms and soles growing cold as she sensed a hint of danger in his tone. With a steely resolve, she reached out to accept the goat hair brush, refraining from mentioning the girl named Man again, nor did she ponder why he seemed uninterested in knowing. Clutching the brush tightly, she felt a stiffness in her knees from standing for so long. She leaned against the heavy desk, taking careful steps to the edge. Her delicate fingers rested on the dark desk, contrasting sharply with her pale complexion, still bearing traces of the frostbite from her kneeling on Hongya Mountain. Shen Huating frowned, and Yin Hu, ever observant, swiftly brought a chair for Lin Shu, gently placing it behind her. Seeing Shen Huating open official documents while selecting a larger goat hair brush without further regard for her, Lin Shu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She settled softly into the chair, only to realize that the side of the desk was solid, leaving no room for her legs. She had no choice but to lean forward, stretching her hand to grasp some paper on the desk, her little finger extending to press down on a sheet. Inching it back toward her. Once it was in front of her, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just as Lin Shu was about to dip the brush to write, she realized it was dry and had not yet touched the ink. She glanced at the inkstone before Shen Huating, hesitating. Shen Huating was fond of tranquility, and her subtle movements did not escape his notice, causing his brow to furrow. Yin Hu, understanding the situation, fetched another inkstone from the bookshelf and placed it before Lin Shu, resolving her dilemma. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Finally, she ground some ink, dipped the brush, and began to write quietly, her thoughts drifting back to painful memories. As she wrote, a wave of sorrow enveloped her heart, drawing her back into her previous life. Having recently recovered from an illness, she involuntarily coughed lightly. Noticing Shen Huating's brow furrow again, Yin Hu stepped out to summon a young eunuch, requesting 2 additional braziers for warmth in the study. 15 minutes later, Shen Huating set down the documents, glanced at Yin Hu, and then turned his attention to Lin Shu. He rose, lifted a gauzy lamp, and approached her. Seeing her intently inscribing the final few words, he gently blew on the paper, setting the brush down on the inkstone. The pristine white rice paper revealed the still wet characters. It is often said that seeing a person and oppos, writing is akin to meeting the person themselves. As Shen Huating perused Lin Shu and Oppo's file, he was pleasantly surprised to discover her proficiency in the Wei tablet style of calligraphy. Intrigued, he yearned to witness her handwriting firsthand. The paper bore her elegant strokes, each character crafted with grace and poise, the beginnings and endings of each stroke a delightful sight to behold. Lin Shu's resolute spirit was evident in every line of her writing. Who imparted the art of calligraphy to you? Chapter 23. The Empress Dowager Lin Shu was startled to find Shen Huating standing right before her. She raised her head, the soft light from the gauzy lantern casting a gentle glow in her eyes, and her dark lashes fluttered briefly before she lowered her gaze. Grandfather. After a moment of silence, Shen Huating scoffed, Your grandfather? It is Lin Xuanli, the esteemed Lin Taigong. Lin Shu nodded, her slender neck, graceful and delicate, bowing in reverence. Her grandfather was renowned for his calligraphy and artistry. In her childhood, it was he who had cradled her on his knee, teaching the maidservants the art of writing. With her head bowed, she failed to notice the faint chill of amusement in Shen Huating and Oppo's eyes. Lord Lin Xuanli had once served as the chief minister of the Daon dynasty, dedicating himself tirelessly to the realm. So your grandfather, while at home, had the leisure to personally instruct his descendants in the art of writing? Truly, he is deserving of the accolades bestowed upon him by both court and commoners alike. It was then that Lin Shu discerned the cold undertone in Shen Huating and Oppo's words, causing her heart to tighten with anxiety. She mused to herself, he must harbor a disdain for the Qinglu faction, for many officials from that group had criticized him, even publicly denouncing him. The Lin family was at the forefront of the Qinglu. It was likely he did not genuinely praise her grandfather. This realization settled uncomfortably in her mind. She held out the parchment, raising her eyes to inquire, The matters I am aware of have all been recorded. Would the Grand Tutor like to review them? Shen Huating placed the lantern on the table and perused the document. Lin Shu clenched her fists, her heart racing as she scrutinized his expression. After finishing, he folded the paper several times, and under the soft glow of the lantern, his demeanor appeared markedly indifferent. Looking down at her, he stated, Of the 2 matters, one is no longer confidential to me, while the other 2 are indeed surprising. You may return to your chamber, third young lady. He turned back to his desk. Lin Shu was apprehensive that he might question her regarding the origin of these confidential reports. She could not conjure a plausible excuse. Noticing he had no further inquiries, she let out a small sigh of relief. She parted her lips to speak, hesitated, and ultimately suppressed her urgency to ask him for permission to visit her grandmother. Instead, she quietly took her leave, rising slowly and retreating gracefully. Shen Huating watched Lin Shu's retreating figure with a growing chill in his gaze. He picked up his brush and inscribed 3 characters, Lin Shuanli. The strokes were fierce, pressing through the paper. After a brief glance, he slowly drew a line through the name. Setting down the brush, he opened a drawer, revealing the preserved yangmei he had purchased from a fruit shop on the streets of the capital. He took the pouch and moved to the window, pushing it open. The cold wind tousled his dark hair and chilled his eyes. This dynasty had endured for 2 centuries. Tracing the Yang family lineage back, their ancestors had played a pivotal role in its foundation and held the status of imperial uncle. The family in Oppos, as fortunes had fluctuated, yet by the time of Yang Yuqing, they had established deep roots in the capital. The Yang family even constructed a residence rivaling the Eastern Palace in the most prosperous part of the city, the right prime minister's residence. Yang Yuqing was not an easy adversary. His ascent to this position under the old man and amp, Oppos, as watchful, I had required immense effort and cunning. The intelligence Lin Shu provided was far from ordinary. It included secrets about the Yang family that had taken the Jinui 2 years to uncover. It was unlikely that her father and brothers had discovered this information themselves. If the Lin family truly had, they would not have concealed it until the Lin family's downfall. In recent days, he had dispatched someone to investigate her background, yet nothing substantial had surfaced. This was perplexing. It seemed as though Lin Shu was shrouded in an unsolved mystery, piquing Shen Huating's curiosity about what that mystery might be. He opened the pouch, placing a preserved fruit in his mouth, the sweet and sour flavor blossoming, causing his brow to furrow. Did he relish this delicacy? A young eunuch approached from the 2nd floor, whispering news into his ear. After listening, Shen Huating waved him away and approached respectfully, delivering the message. Grand Tutor, the Empress Dowager wishes to see you. The Empress Dowager reclined in a warm chamber, one hand resting on her forehead, the other gently massaging her chest. A maidservant approached to offer her a shoulder rub, but the Empress Dowager waved her off. Had the message reached Haizhai Tower already? This was the 3rd inquiry the Empress Dowager had made within a quarter of an hour. Go outside and check if the Grand Tutor has arrived. When he arrives, admit him immediately. The response to the Empress Dowager had already been dispatched. A small eunuch entered, bowing respectfully to report. The Empress Dowager had no choice but to wait patiently. Inside and outside the chamber, neither maidservants nor eunuchs dared to make a sound. The Empress Dowager had not partaken of her evening meal. Why? Naturally, it was due to the incident in the morning court session. The right prime minister, aged and unwell, had not attended court daily. Today, he had claimed to be unwell, prompting the emperor to summon the imperial physician to the court, even offering him a chair, which caused a stir among the court officials. The Empress Dowager, listening from behind the curtain, had turned pale with anger. Shen Huating had not attended court today, so he was undoubtedly aware of the developments and anticipated the Empress Dowager's summons. The distance from Haizhai Tower to the Empress Dowager's residence in Xinqi Palace was not far, all within the Western Palace grounds. Yet Shen Huating took his time along the way. His current position was a result of their alliance. As long as the Zhao royal family remained intact, his and the Empress Dowager and Oppos, as partnership would stand firm, bound by their shared promises. Lin Shu had not seen Shen Huating for several days, nor had he returned to Haizhai Tower. Her injuries had nearly healed, yet her thoughts increasingly dwelled on the safety of her family. Her father and brothers were en route to exile in Hainan, and she had reassured her mother, so for the moment she felt at ease. But what of her grandmother? Where is she sheltering with the young ones? And her elder sister-in-law? How is she faring? As for Yen'er, she was merely 11, and even if she had entered the teaching quarters, she would not yet be receiving guests. Yet in her previous life, Yang Song had threatened her with her sister, forcing Yen'er to meet clients. This time, the situation had shifted, and Yang Song and Oppos' actions towards her and her family had become unpredictable, leaving Lin Shu with a growing sense of unease. Don and Oppos, tea wash any more. Let me take care of the rest. Manuel observed the bustling kitchen, snatched the half-washed radish from Lin Shu's hands, and placed it into her basin, as these were fresh ingredients to be delivered to the noble ladies of the palace before noon. Aside from Jin Yang, who was brought in by the grand tutor from outside the palace, Lin Shu and Manuel, though residing in Haizhai Tower, remained under the supervision of Granny Qin from a kitchen. During the day, when the kitchen was busy, someone would call for them. Each winter, the noble ladies of the palace had a penchant for hot pot, resulting in a substantial delivery of fresh radishes each day. Washing radishes was a laborious task, especially in the cold winter weather, and no one wished to take on such a chore, leading to the assignment of the two new arrivals, Manuel and her master, Lin Shu. Just as Lin Shu intended to reassure Manuel that it was of no consequence, she recalled that now that she had entered the internal affairs court, she must adapt to the drudgery of palace life. Suddenly, a sharp voice called her name, and upon looking up, she saw a young eunuch from the ceremonial office. "Master Wei requests your presence at the ceremonial office. Come quickly," the young eunuch urged. Lin Shu and Appo's heart tightened slightly. What could Master Wei want to discuss? Chapter 24. Into the pot, under the anxious gaze of her family, Lin Shu followed Xiao Detzi to the imperial ritual office. Standing before Lord Wei, she raised her hands high. An elderly matron approached with a measuring stick, meticulously taking Lin Shu's measurements from head to toe. She examined Lin Shu's 10 fingers, her flowing hair, and even her earlobes. All was compliant and clean. The matron simply uttered those few words and stepped aside with a bow. Lin Shu stood in a daze. Lord Wei, perched in a high-backed chair with a teacup in hand, spoke slowly, with the winter festival approaching. It is a significant occasion within the palace. The Imperial Ritual Office oversees court ceremonies and the rituals of the noble women. Each year, the court bestows ceremonial garments upon noble women of the 4th rank and above, as a demonstration of imperial grace. This year's ceremonial attire has already been prepared, and we must select a suitable model. Your physique is just right. It shall be you. Follow the matron. Lin Shu understood that the garments granted by the emperor varied each year, though their styles were largely similar, adorned only with auspicious patterns symbolizing the current year. These garments were to be worn by noble women during several important court ceremonies throughout the year, especially during the year-end events. With memories from her past life weighing heavily on her, Lin Shu felt a mix of trepidation. In her previous life, every summons from Lord Wei had brought misfortune. Hearing his words now left her bewildered. Such an opportunity would have never come her way before. Countless inner palace maids and concubines yearned to seize this chance, to experience the splendor of ceremonial garments and crowns. Those with exceptional qualities might even be recommended and presented before the emperor, gaining a chance to rise in status. For this opportunity, they would go to great lengths to curry favor with the eunuchs. Moreover, the task of garment making fell to the needlework bureau, and the matron who took her measurements was likely one of their own. Perhaps she could use this chance to see her mother. Lin Shu and Appo's heart was filled with uncertainty, unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse. As winter set in, various offices and bureaus became exceedingly busy, with maids and servants bustling about. The matron led Lin Shu into the needlework bureau, bringing her to a spacious courtyard. Lin Shu scanned the surroundings, but did not catch a glimpse of her mother. "Do not look around," the matron said, halting her steps and casting a stern glance back at Lin Shu. Lin Shu complied. The matron continued to lead her deeper into the bureau, where maids dressed in uniform respectfully made way. It was clear that this matron held a significant position here. Once they passed, the maids lifted their heads, gazing at Lin Shu's retreating figure, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and admiration. After a moment of silence, whispers filled the air. "She is truly beautiful." Various murmurs reached Lin Shu and Appo's ears, speculating from which department or bureau this matron had been chosen. Many exchanged glances, most shaking their heads in disbelief. "Does she not resemble someone?" One maid pondered, recalling a recent incident regarding a Lady Lin, who had been implicated in a scandal involving a 3rd-rank official. That lady's features bear a striking resemblance to hers. "Ah, so it is she," another remarked, her tone dripping with envy. "The 3rd Miss Lin, Lin Shu. I heard she has entangled herself with a grand tutor. No wonder she has been granted such fortune. Otherwise, how could a newcomer like her be so favored?" The beauty of her face had indeed brought her advantages, despite the Lin family's decline. She had leveraged her looks to secure a powerful connection. Some maids lowered their voices, discussing how the Grand Tutor, known for his indifference to women, had suddenly taken notice of her. Is this rumor true? They wondered. Surely, she possesses some skill. Those noble ladies, thought to be pure and innocent, seemed to have far more cunning than we imagined, murmured those who had been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of Shen Huating. One small maid peered curiously but remained silent, avoiding the gossip. The Lady Lin is quite kind, she thought. She often speaks of her youngest daughter. Realizing the beauty who had just passed was indeed Lady Lin and Amp, Oppo's daughter, she felt a rush of admiration. She is truly stunning. Suddenly remembering something, the small maid dashed back to the courtyard, searching frantically, but found no one. She pushed the door open, only to find the room empty. Where is Lady Lin? She wondered. Lin Shu absorbed all the whispers around her as she followed the matron closely. Here we are, the matron said, glancing back at Lin Shu, who appeared unfazed. The matron seemed taken aback by Lin Shu's calm demeanor. A flicker of complexity and hesitation crossed her usually stoic expression. Yet she led Lin Shu into a grand three-sectioned warm pavilion. Upon entering, Lin Shu was greeted by the sight of countless red-lacquered wooden racks towering 2 to 3 persons high, each adorned with an array of colorful fabrics: gauze, brocade, cotton, linen, and silk. The variety was astounding, the patterns exquisite, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Even Lin Shu felt as though she had stepped into a realm of resplendent beauty. In the first section, beyond the heavy double doors, she entered the second, where similar racks displayed an assortment of ready-made garments, predominantly court attire. Countless jewels shimmered under the dimly lit beams, enhancing their allure. As they ventured deeper into the pavilion, the ceiling lowered slightly, yet remained higher than typical structures. Several rooms lay ahead, one of which was sealed, with tall glass lamps standing in each corner. Sheer drapes cascaded from the beams, and a full-length copper mirror stood in the center, complemented by dark green window panels and deep red decor, creating an ethereal ambience. The matron clapped her hands thrice. A group of women in their 30s filed in, each carrying a luxurious ceremonial garment. The last two held crowns in their hands. Lin Shu and Oppo's gaze fell upon the final woman, her eyes widening in recognition. Mother? Lady Lin, equally startled, lifted her head. In just a few days. Her mother seemed to have lost considerable weight. Lin Shu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Had her mother grown stronger than in her previous life? As Lin Shu tried on 3 different ceremonial outfits, her mother came forth to smooth her long hair, styling it into an elegant updo and adorning her with a crown and intricate hairpins. The sound of jingling jewelry resonated as Lin Shu and her mother shared a tearful glance. Lady Lin finished dressing her daughter and gazed at her with a bittersweet expression. Both mother and daughter felt a strange sense of dislocation. This moment should have been one of a noble matron adorning her daughter in splendid garments, preparing her for marriage. Yet suddenly, the matron turned and bowed towards the veil. Young Master Yang, please choose which outfit you prefer. Chapter 25. Bullying. Upon hearing that title, Lin Shu felt the warmth drain from her body in an instant, a chilling sensation swiftly creeping up her slender spine, rendering her face pale as a ghost. She could hardly believe it. Yang Song was here, in the inner court, within the confines of the needlework bureau. Stiffly, she turned around, trembling uncontrollably. The thought of moments ago, when she had been clad in only a thin inner garment to try on ceremonial attire, with Yang Song lurking behind the dimly lit veil, observing her every move with an expression akin to that of a predator, filled her with revulsion that churned in her stomach. Any attire would suffice. It would be better not to wear anything at all. Yang Song parted the veil and stepped forth, his stature imposing, adorned in robes and jade ornaments. A high crown perched upon his head. His chiseled features were accentuated by narrow, slanted eyes that often narrowed when he scrutinized others. Greetings, young master. The matron immediately led the maids in a bow, her face a mask of frost. It was not that she lacked compassion. Rather, within this inner court, one could hardly survive without a heart of stone. Years ago, This young Master Yang had brazenly exploited his family's high status to act with impunity in the inner court, disregarding the established protocols. This was not the first time Yang Song had engaged in such behavior. In recent years, however, due to the Grand Tutor and Appo's management of the imperial household, young Master Yang had noticeably restrained his visits, preferring to wreak havoc in the capital instead. The matron could only sigh, lamenting that being targeted by someone like Yang Song was merely a matter of unfortunate fate. Young Master Yang, I implore you to exercise restraint. This is the imperial household. A step forward brings you into the royal palace. Without a summons, you ought not to be here. Lin Shu and Appo's mother suppressed her fear, positioning herself protectively in front of her daughter, gazing intently at Yang Song with a stern demeanor. Lin Shu stared blankly at her mother, warmth flooding her heart. She recalled the day she confided her dream to her mother, who had silently replied, "Wan, I failed to protect you in your dream. I should not have. I do not approve of you seeking refuge with someone like the Grand Tutor. Such a path is no different from walking on the edge of a blade. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. However, if it is, as you dreamt, that the Yang family commits atrocities worse than beasts, I cannot allow you to fall into their clutches. I would rather you tread a perilous path. Perhaps, just perhaps, there might be hope." Lin and Appo's mother understood that trying to intimidate Yang Song was futile. She might not even be able to protect her daughter. Yet she was a mother. Regardless of her capabilities, she had to stand up to let her daughter know she was not alone. She pulled Lin Shu back, but Yang Song regarded her with disdain, seeing her merely as a weak woman to be trifled with. Yang Song approached the mother and daughter. The servant beside him, hands on hips, shouted indignantly, "Pa, you, woman, think yourself a lady of status. What do you think you're doing here with our young master? Listen well, our young master has recently been promoted to a vice minister, and in a few years, he will inherit the position of a lord. In the future, you shall address him as young lord." Lin Shu was taken aback, her head snapping up in disbelief. A vice minister? Yang Song had ascended to such a rank without taking the imperial examinations. It was utterly absurd, no matter how powerful Yang Yuqing was. He was too cunning to act so brazenly. Even if he wished for his son to enter the bureaucracy, such a leap to the third rank was unprecedented. The Yang family was at the forefront of the court, alongside the Grand Tutor, in a delicate balance with the reformist faction. It was implausible for the Lin family to fall so swiftly, allowing the Yang family to dominate. What was happening? Lin Shu and Appo's heart raced at the thought of Yang Song wielding power. How terrifying it could be. The servant continued to berate her mother. The young lord has come to the imperial household to select a few servants to take back. Why would he need the emperor and Appo's summons? After scolding her, he turned to the outside, shouting, "Someone, take this insolent maid who dares to disrespect the young lord and give her 10 slaps." Wang Fu had already led several young eunuchs, waiting outside the 2 rooms. Upon hearing the commotion, he rushed in, ready to drag Lin and Appo's mother away. Pointing at her, he scornfully exclaimed, "You again, daring to be disrespectful to the young lord? It seems you are weary of living. The last slap you received was not enough, was it?" The matron and the maids stood frozen, paralyzed with fear. "You may strike or insult me, young master, but please spare my Wan. Lin's mother was equally stunned, watching as the young eunuchs seized her, preparing to drag her out. Lin Shu's face turned ashen. "Stop!" She found her voice trembling violently. She lifted her gaze to Yang Song, who regarded her with a mischievous glint, striving to maintain her composure. The residence was not yet a lawless domain, and though the young master had been newly appointed vice minister, his reckless behavior in the inner court could not escape the ears of the ministers and the emperor, which would undoubtedly reflect poorly on his father. Yang Song looked at her in surprise. "I did not expect that after all this time. You have developed a backbone?" With a sinister smile, he narrowed his eyes. "I, Yang Song, will unleash my whims wherever I please. Do not think that the imperial household is beyond my reach. If I desire entry into the emperor's harem, I have my means." He lifted a ruler, tilting Lin Shu's chin upward, his gaze sweeping over her figure. Clad in ceremonial attire of peony pink and deep blue, her sleeves cascaded elegantly. At 16, her hair was styled into a woman and Appo's bun, adorned with golden flowers and pearl tassels, exuding an ethereal beauty. The moment he laid eyes on her, Yang Song felt an urge to possess her. Yet the Lin family, ungrateful for his intentions to marry her and bestow her with a name, had scorned him. However, the more elusive the prey, the more enticing it became. Yang Song reveled in the thrill of the chase. Lin Shu lowered her eyelashes, suppressing her inner turmoil, and softened her voice. If young master truly desires to make my mother and me your servants, it would indeed be our honor. However, I am currently serving the Grand Tutor at Haijai Tower. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to consult Lord Feng first, to avoid any discord between the residents and the Grand Tutor due to me. Yang Song and Amp, Oppos, S eyes darkened, his expression venomous as he coldly replied, "Do not forget that your family is still in the capital, seeking a protector." Lin Shu, I wonder how long you can maintain this defiance. Visions of the torment she had endured at Yang Song and Oppos, S hands in her past life flooded Lin Shu and Oppos, S mind, with her nails digging into her palms. An unexpected surge of courage emerged. She narrowed her gaze, pushing aside the ruler and stepping closer to him, rising on her toes to whisper, "Song Yu, Xie Yulong, Wang Xiuqing. You must be familiar with these names, young master." She raised her delicate hand to lightly touch his chest, locking eyes with him. "Young lord?" Yang Song and Oppos, S face instantly darkened, his eyes wide with astonishment as he grasped her small face, bending down to menace her. "What did you say?" Just then, Shen Huating strode in, his long legs carrying him forward. A flurry of heads bowed in haste outside the warm pavilion. He lifted his gaze, his cold eyes narrowing. For a fleeting moment, Shen Huating felt an overwhelming urge to sever Yang Song and Oppos' hand. Chapter 26. Sacrifice. Shen Huating and Oppos' gaze fell upon Lin Shu and Oppos' sorrowful countenance. Yet her eyes brimmed with disdainful hatred. Her slender back remained resolutely straight, and a hint of cold amusement lingered at the corners of her mouth. He pondered what she had conveyed to Yang Song that had incited such fury within him. Upon noticing Shen Huating, Yang Song swiftly concealed his ire, gradually relaxing his grip without releasing her. What brings the Grand Tutor here at such an opportune moment? Shouldn't such words be spoken by me? Shen Huating raised his gaze towards Yang Song, offering a light smile. Yang Song, chin held high, directed his attention to Lin Shu, stating that he had just assumed his official duties and was at the Ministry of Internal Affairs to select a few suitable servants. Official? Shen Huating raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting to Lin Shu and Oppos' face. "I have heard that young Master Yang has recently attained a position. Congratulations are in order." He approached leisurely, grasping Lin Shu by the nape of her neck, effortlessly lifting her as if she were a mere chick, reclaiming her from Yang Song and Oppos' grasp. Lin Shu trembled as if rescued. Shen Huating, maintaining an air of ease, addressed Yang Song. "Why must Deputy Minister Yang personally visit the Ministry of Internal Affairs? If you wish to select servants, you need only inform the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. I can have them identify suitable candidates and present them to you at the residence." Yang Song paused, clenching his fist behind his back, as if a coveted prey had been snatched away, his anger intensifying. Why should the Grand Tutor concern himself with such trivial matters? He replied, his tone growing increasingly sullen. Shen Huating and Oppos' gaze swept over the heavy phoenix crown adorning Lin Shu and Oppos' head, which he discarded with a flick of his wrist. Suddenly mocking, "What kind of taste is this for a woman? This hairstyle does not suit your age. Remove it." Understanding the implied meaning, Yang Song and Oppos' expression darkened ominously. Lin Shu appeared dazed, yet Yunhu swiftly gestured for the maid at the door to enter and remove the cumbersome hairpins from Lin Shu's head, leaving only half of her hair in a bun, allowing her long, glossy locks to cascade down her shoulders, enhancing her beauty. Shen Huating found her significantly more pleasing to the eye and slowly lifted his head to gaze at Yang Song, smiling lightly. In the residence, no matter how trivial, a missing servant is still a sign of negligence on the ministry's part. His cold eyes fell upon Lin Shu once more, his voice dropping to a somber tone, tinged with casual gloom. "However, The one I have here I was just about to take to Haizhai Tower, and it seems I shall not part with her. Lin Shu was taken aback, her face fluctuating between shades of red and white. Noticing Yang Song's dark and ominous expression, she intentionally bowed slightly towards Shen Huating, saying, I'm deeply grateful for the Grand Tutor's favor. To be fortunate enough to serve the Grand Tutor is a blessing I could not have wished for. Yang Song, accustomed to flattery in the capital, had never faced competition for anyone. Yet, this individual was both envied and feared by him. 7 or 8 years prior, Shen Huating had been an obscure figure, yet his father had praised him while disparaging Yang Song. The resentment stemmed from Shen Huating's adeptness. Yang Song had attempted to ruin him multiple times, but had never succeeded. In just a few short years, Yang Song now had to think thrice before attempting anything against Shen Huating. Yang Song dismissed the likes of Shen Huating lightly, but he was indeed different. Now, Shen Huating dared to compete with him for Lin Shu? A sacrifice? We shall see, he thought as he strode forward, intending to leave. However, Shen Huating interjected. Deputy Minister Yang has entered the court, while I have achieved the rank of a first-grade official, surpassing you by 2 ranks. Have you forgotten to pay your respects to me? Yang Song's countenance darkened completely, revealing his displeasure. He did not bow to Shen Huating and turned to leave with his servant. Shen Huating had not anticipated that Yang Song would truly bow. He scoffed at the notion of needing such a scoundrel-esque respect. Yang Song likely did not realize that without Shen Huating's support, he would not have attained his 3rd-grade official status. His father, Yang Yuqing, did not desire his son to enter the political arena too early. Yang Yuqing was a cunning and meticulous individual, fully aware of his son's shortcomings. Otherwise, with the power of the Yang family, Yang Song would have already secured a position in the court due to his age. Yang Song was likely oblivious to the fact that his inability to rise was entirely due to his father's obstruction. Shen Huating had no doubt that Yang Song could stir chaos in the capital single-handedly. And at that point, would Yang Yuqing still be able to restrain his son? To undermine the Yang family, he must first appease Yang Song, allowing this scoundrel to enjoy a little more leisure. That arm of his would serve as a temporary residence on Yang Song's body. As soon as Yang Song departed, Lin Shu, having endured a tumultuous ordeal, felt the weight of her suppressed fear surface. Her legs weakened, and she nearly faltered. Shen Huating steadied her, coldly remarking, just a moment ago, you seemed unafraid of the powerful and indifferent to death. How is it that you now tremble? Lin Shu widened her eyes, responding, did I? In truth, she had already broken into a thin sheen of sweat on her back. You have certainly mastered the art of pretense, Shen Huating thought as he observed her acting imperiously. He glanced at Lin Shu's hand gripping his arm, but did not shake her off. Instead, he taunted, why, just moments ago, were you unafraid of Yang Song's wrath? Indeed, Yang Song was like a rabid dog. Thus, he would never easily let her go. She could not escape his toxic grip, just as she had in her previous life. What kind of sycophant does a Grand Tutor favor? No, a little dog, perhaps? Lin Shu finally understood. One must choose where to exert their pride and against whom. Shen Huating surveyed her feigned grievance, noting her reddened eyes, and his expression darkened. Bring water, he commanded coldly. Clear water. Yin Hu beckoned to a young eunuch outside, who soon returned with a basin of clear water. Yin Hu received it and presented it to Shen Huating. Shen Huating took out a handkerchief, dipped it in the basin, and proceeded to wipe Lin Shu's chin and face with a rough, almost brutal motion. Her delicate skin quickly flushed crimson. The icy water chilled her to the bone, causing her to gasp for breath. I could do it myself, she protested, feeling repulsed by Yang Song's touch, and buried her face in the basin, hiding her tears within the frigid water. Shen Huating frowned and lifted her up, drying her face with the handkerchief, glancing into her eyes. Do you despise Yang Song? Yes, she affirmed. Yang Song's actions are treacherous and despicable. Once he sets his sights on your family, he will not relent easily. Your father should have been more vigilant. Shen Huating's tone was cold, fully aware of the difficulties posed by such petty individuals, yet he held no desire to engage with them. This is a chronic flaw of your father and Amp oppose. The Lin family suffers this calamity, partly due to their own actions. Lin Shu felt a pang of discomfort at his words, but lacked the strength to argue. Just then, Lady Lin hurried in, casting a worried glance at her daughter. She straightened her attire and knelt, solemnly saying, "The Lin family has wronged the Grand Tutor in the past. I apologize on behalf of my family. I do not dare to ask the Grand Tutor to cast aside past grievances, but I implore you to show mercy." She glanced at her daughter. Wanwan is a kind-hearted child. Allowing her to serve you as a maid would be a blessing, as long as it spares her from falling into Yang Song's hands. I would be eternally grateful. With that, she knelt deeply. Lin Shu noticed her mother's swollen lip, and her eyes brimmed with tears once more. As she took a step forward, Shen Huating signaled to Yun Hu, who assisted Lady Lin to her feet. "Please rise," Shen Huating said. Lin Shu bent down, patting her mother and Appo's knee skirt, gazing at the swelling on her mother and Appo's lip, and choked out, "Does it hurt, mother?" Madame Lin expressed her gratitude to Yun Hu, noticing her precious daughter with red-rimmed eyes, overwhelmed with sorrow. She shook her head gently and said, "This Lord Yun Hu timely intervened, and I only received a couple of slaps. It is nothing serious. I'm not in pain." Had her mother endured similar hardships before? Lin Shu recalled the words spoken by Wang Fu moments ago. Entering such a place, enduring some punishment was. Madame Lin covered her mouth with a coarse handkerchief, realizing her words were inappropriate, and refrained from continuing. She turned her gaze back to Shen Huating, observing his indifferent demeanor, which filled her with trepidation. The common woman had misspoken and hoped the Grand Tutor would not take offense. Shen Huating glanced at her, questioning whether Madame Lin truly felt at ease allowing her daughter to remain in his presence. Madame Lin paused, contemplated, and candidly replied, "I do not feel at ease." Which mother in the world could trust her daughter to someone whose background is not well known? With a heavy sigh, she continued, "Yet, what Yang Song did to Wanwan today is something I, as a mother, cannot tolerate. That man is despicable and insidious, utterly unforgivable. However, from what I have observed today, it seems the Grand Tutor harbors a trace of compassion for Wanwan." Lin Shu was taken aback by her mother's candidness. A wave of indescribable warmth surged within her, mingled with an undeniable sorrow. Compassion? She covertly glanced at Shen Huating, momentarily lost in thought. Is it truly so? Chapter 27. Atonement. Regrettably, the expression on Shen Huating and Appo's face was so indifferent that it was impossible to discern any emotion. He merely let out a faint, almost imperceptible laugh and asked, "Does Madame Lin not find this remark both abrupt and absurd?" Without engaging further with Madame Lin, he strode outside, returning to the warm pavilion. He retrieved the roster of the needlework bureau and remarked, as he flipped through it. Lin Shu pondered quietly. Had he just denied it or not? As Shen Huating perused the roster, his gaze fell upon an elderly matron who was leading a group of servants and eunuchs, all kneeling on the ground. "Are you the most senior overseer in the needlework bureau?" Upon hearing his inquiry, the matron responded, reporting to the Grand Tutor, "Indeed I am. The atmosphere in the inner court has decayed under the influence of servile sycophants like you. Go to the Palace Justice Department and receive your punishment." Shen Huating closed the roster and handed it to Yun Hu. The matron remained frozen, bowing deeply. This servant accepts her guilt. Lin Shu glanced at the matron and approached to offer her assistance. The matron did not dare to rise, but merely half lifted her body. "Was it you who deliberately summoned my mother?" The matron looked at Lin Shu, momentarily taken aback. "Do you wish for my mother to assist me?" Lin Shu did not wait for a response. She had already guessed it. Straightening up, she raised her eyes to Shen Huating, hesitated briefly, and bowed. "Might I implore the Grand Tutor for leniency?" The Grand Tutor spoke, given a matron in Appo's age, if she were to go to the Palace Justice Department, she would certainly not return alive. This crime is not worthy of death. Madame Lin hesitated, while several servants prostrated themselves, pleading for the Grand Tutor's mercy. "Take her away. The punishment shall be increased." Shen Huating and Appo's words drained Lin Shu and Appo's face of color, leaving her wide-eyed and somewhat dazed. The matron bowed deeply to Lin Shu, then straightened. Placing her hands atop her head, her gaze steady as she sighed. "This servant has lived to this age, having committed many wrongs in the inner court. Occasional acts of mercy cannot absolve this burden of sin. I am grateful for your forgiveness and kindness, young lady. I shall go to the Palace Justice Department to face my punishment and end my transgressions. Lin Shu trembled, suddenly at a loss for words. She regarded the matron's resolute expression and bowed gently. Take care, matron. A faint smile slowly graced the matron's lips. How many years had it been? Since her youth. She had been confined within the inner court, spending her life here. She was indeed a person who should have perished long ago, yet unexpectedly, before her demise. She could still receive a thread of kindness to alleviate her guilt. May your compassion be rewarded in the future, the matron bowed again. She slowly rose, adjusted her clothing, and departed the needlework bureau with 2 eunuchs. Wang Fu had long been rendered pale with fear. At this moment, he realized the imminent danger he faced. In a panic, he struck himself fiercely across the face, alternating blows. This servant deserves to die. This servant deserves to die. Shen Huating moved. What is it that you deserve to die for? Wang Fu, upon seeing the corner of his clothing, looked up in confusion. This servant. Shen Huating gazed down at him from a height. Since you are aware of your guilt, why not go and accept your fate? Wang Fu was rendered speechless. No. He let out a cry, bowing his head fervently. This servant knows his crime. Please, Grand Tutor, spare my life. Shen Huating leaned down, scrutinizing him, lightly brushing a thread from his sleeve. Your adoptive father, Wei Jing, has served several emperors. Within this Ministry of Internal Affairs, his seniority surpasses mine. It is no issue for him to adopt several sons, yet he took in such a foolish one as you. He straightened up. Wang Fu, terrified, crawled and cried out, while Yin Huandamp, Oppo's expression darkened, raising a hand to signal for Wang Fu and Damp, Oppo's mouth to be silenced and for him to be dragged away. Woo. Shen Huating turned his attention to several young eunuchs from the ceremonial office and instructed them, tell Lord Wei that the Needlework Bureau is in need of a new overseer. And henceforth, Madame Lin shall take over. The young eunuchs bowed repeatedly, terrified, and hurriedly exited. Lin Shu was somewhat bewildered. In this life, Wang Fu had not yet exerted his power over her before he was gone. Overseer. She exchanged glances with her mother, both equally astonished by this sudden turn of events. Lord Wei trembled, the hot teacup shattering on the ground. His white eyebrows twitched violently as he braced himself against the armrest, pointing at the young eunuch on the floor. What did you just say? Reporting to you, Lord. The Grand Tutor has sentenced Lord Wang Fu, who has been taken to the Palace Justice Department for execution. Lord Wei was taken aback. He inquired further about today's events in the Needlework Bureau. Wiping his brow with a handkerchief, he slowly retreated to his seat. The Grand Tutor is indeed protective of this Lin Shu. However, Wang Fu had brought this upon himself, foolishly boasting before Yang Song. He sought to repay Yang Song and Oppo's favor under the guise of a borrowed excuse, ensuring no one could point out his wrongdoing. Wang Fu, that fool. He likely thought to climb atop Yang Song's influence, only to meet his demise, which is for the best. I have no shortage of adopted sons. Yet, the situation was now complicated. Lord Wei pondered, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He scoffed sarcastically. How could we not have been considered worthy? After all, I have served several emperors in the past. This adopted son of mine was taken away without even a word of notice. Do they hold us in such low regard? After venting, Lord Wei felt slightly more at ease, yet a glance at the shattered teacup sent a jolt of regret through him. Alas, a fine teacup. Several young eunuchs exchanged glances and hurriedly knelt, offering to massage his shoulders and legs, clamoring, Please, Lord, do not be angry. With Wang Fu gone, you can treat us as your sons, and we will honor you in due time. Lord Wei spat disdainfully, rubbing his heart in frustration. What I need these scoundrels for? This is nothing but a farce. If each one follows Wang Fu's foolishness, I fear my days are numbered. Yet, he felt comforted. Having served at the royal court for a lifetime, he did not wish for a desolate twilight. He needed to keep an eye on both the Grand Tutor and Yang. Assistant Yang, stay vigilant for any news and report promptly. Lord Wei closed his eyes. Madame Lin has become the overseer. You all chip in a gift to offer our apologies to the Grand Tutor. Rest assured, Lord, we will manage. Lin Shu emerged, having changed into a new dress. She caught sight of Shen Huating standing before a row of red-lacquered clothing racks. The racks stood a yard high, divided into two tiers, requiring a young eunuch to climb a ladder to retrieve items from the top. The warm pavilion was dry and cozy, illuminated by lamps covered in glass shades. The ceiling hung with luminous pearls, casting flickering shadows. He was dressed in a simple yet elegant ensemble of black and white, exuding a cold, noble aura that starkly contrasted with the vibrant and colorful decor of the warm pavilion, reminiscent of snow-capped mountains, radiating an air of unapproachable elegance that captivated the heart. Lin Shu was entranced. Shen Huating selected 2 ash-pink hair ribbons, crafted from fragrant silk and embroidered with delicate, entwined apricot blossoms. Upon noticing her presence, he scrutinized the garments she had chosen, a pale pink jacket paired with a moon-white skirt, revealing a pair of exquisitely embroidered pearl-tipped shoes beneath. She appeared like a delicate magnolia bud, radiant and tender. "Come here." Lin Shu suppressed her racing heart and approached him. He glanced down at her, turning her shoulder. The warm pavilion of the needlework bureau was lined with bronze mirrors. Lin Shu surreptitiously gazed into the mirror ahead, observing as his long, elegant fingers deftly wove through her hair, gently tying the ribbon. His hands rested on her shoulders as he slightly leaned closer, his gaze meeting hers in the mirror. "This fits perfectly," he remarked. Lin Shu and Damp. Oppose. As heart raced, she quickly averted her gaze, lowering her dark eyelashes, which quivered gently. Exiting the needlework bureau, she took small steps behind him. "Will the Grand Tutor be staying at the Sea Pavilion tonight?" Lin Shu felt a sense of bewilderment. She blinked her eyes, which seemed to be glistening and moist, as if they had been immersed in water. Why did her question feel somewhat out of place? Lin Shu and Oppose, as ears began to warm. Shen Huating continued to stride forward, leaving the palace to attend a banquet. Attend a banquet? Would he take her along? Chapter 28. Hanging, Shen Huating paused his leisurely pace, turned around to gaze at her, and then lifted his eyes to the distant direction of the Haijai building. He followed with his previous statement. "What? Have you missed me so much in my brief absence?" Lin Shu stared at him, contemplating the question seriously. Yet, she attributed her longing to her desperate desire for his promise of protection for her family. However, the inquiry seemed to stem from something deeper. What could it be? Seeking something from him, even if just for show, should not lead one to believe in genuine affection. Lin Shu froze. Genuine affection? He leaned down, extending his cold fingers to cradle her delicate face. The soft texture beneath his touch was quite to his liking. This pose, inspired by that scoundrel Yang song, was executed with far more gentility towards a beauty than he had displayed. Her small face, enchanting as a painting, with delicate brows and lashes, felt like holding a tiny kitten. Was this the sensation of possessing a plaything? No wonder Yang Song was captivated. Even he found himself somewhat enchanted. Lin Shu was compelled to tilt her head back, observing Shen Huating and Oppose, as apparent delight and seriousness in the act. She remained stiff, not daring to move. Not far behind, Yun Hu led 2 young eunuchs, who promptly lowered their heads in respect. Lin Shu gazed intently and caught a glimpse of her petite reflection in Shen Huating's eyes. Alongside the unfathomable darkness that seemed to harbor an eerie forest, both captivating and chilling. Under the green-tiled palace roof, the white snow lay spread out, with a few bare apricot trees standing against the gentle wind that scattered fine snowflakes upon their shoulders. Several servants clad in coarse cloth stood frozen, holding wooden buckets. The Grand Preceptor? One of them held a woman. The scene was undeniably beautiful, reminiscent of a flower-like figure from a painting. Startled by the sight of the servants, Lin Shu hurriedly pulled away from Shen Huating's grasp, her ears flushed as she took a step back. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, fixating on the young maids. Their faces oddly familiar. Raising her eyes further, she noticed a sign reading Weaving and Dyeing Bureau not far away. With her mind preoccupied, she hadn't realized she was walking along the path adjacent to the bureau. Lin Shu stood in a daze, recalling the memories of her past life within those walls. A time when she faced an uncertain future, living in constant anxiety and oppression, and found it unbearable to look back. The bureau housed several elderly figures, even more formidable than the matron at the needlework bureau. For newcomers like her, life was hardly easy, and she had fared the worst. Lin Shu knew that the heavier the workload in such places, the darker the atmosphere. Shen Huating cast a puzzled glance her way, as if he sensed something terrifying about the weaving and dyeing bureau, causing her complexion to pale and her eyes to glisten with mist. The maids pay their respects to the grand preceptor. The servants, upon seeing Shen Huating approach, hurriedly stepped aside against the wall, bowing their heads in fear. Lin Shu kept her head down, trailing behind Shen Huating. As they passed the bureau, one of the maids accidentally dropped her wooden bucket, which rolled towards Lin Shu's feet, catching her off guard and nearly causing her to trip. Shen Huating stepped on the rolling bucket, halting its movement, and extended his arm to steady her, preventing her fall. Lin Shu pressed her hand against her chest, glancing at him, and quickly withdrew her hand. Before she could speak, a dainty maid rushed forward in a fluster. "Ah!" The maid frantically scrambled to pick up the bucket, stealing a quick glance at Shen Huating and Appo's captivating visage before hastily lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. The maid remained on her knees in the snow, reluctant to rise. "Ma, maid!" The soft voice seemed to tug at the heartstrings. Yin Hu cast a glance from a distance, his brow furrowing. Among the servants, this particular maid wore delicate green earrings, adorned with a pearl flower, and her attire had clearly been altered to fit her figure. Her posture was artfully suggestive, with Shen Huating and Appo's elevated position. A mere tilt of his head would reveal the young woman's alluring curves. Since the grand preceptor moved into the Haijai building, the palace maids had kept their distance. But those from the 4 divisions and 6 bureaus were eager to orchestrate encounters with him. This young maid must have memorized his route, waiting for this moment. Was there any wrongdoing? Not particularly. In such a place, some would willingly seek their paths, while others would resist. It was merely human nature to strive for a way out. Yet, alas, this maid was evidently far from capturing the grand preceptor and Appo's attention, her efforts ultimately in vain. Moreover, her tactics were far too crude, and she had nearly harmed Lin Shu. Yun Hu cast a sympathetic glance. Shen Huating bent down, lifting her chin, revealing the expected affectation and coyness. "What is this?" This maid is clearly overwhelmed with excitement, yet she lowers her head in shyness to respond. And Appo's, Shangjing, and Appo's, she trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with tears, pleading for the grand preceptor and Appo's forgiveness for her inadvertent disturbance. "Shangjing? A lovely name," Shen Huating remarked with a subtle smile. Lin Shu paused for a moment. "Shangjing?" A memory surfaced. She recalled hearing whispers among the maids when she first entered the weaving and dyeing bureau. Tales of a maid who attempted to seduce the grand preceptor, only to be dismissed and subsequently taken away at night, never to be heard from again. Rumored to have been executed by the grand preceptor, her lifeless form hanging from a white silk. Lin Shu remembered the name distinctly. It was indeed pleasing and memorable. No wonder she did not recognize this face. How could there still be a maid named Shangjing in this world? As she reflected on this, Lin Shu scrutinized the maid's earlier actions, perceiving a certain deliberation in them. If she were no different from this maid, both approaching with ulterior motives, Lin Shu felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Thinking of Shangjing and Appo's fate, Lin Shu gazed at Shen Huating and Appo's retreating figure, feeling a sense of bewilderment. At the moment he had lifted Shangjing's face, she had almost believed he had taken an interest in her. Throughout, he had shown no signs of anger or displeasure towards the maid. Looking back at Shangjing's expression, the girl's eyes glimmered with hope and joy. Yet, she was destined to be hanged. Could it be true? Though Lin Shu had only heard rumors, she knew they were likely grounded in reality. Secrets were scarce within the inner court. As she lowered her gaze back to Shangjing, a chilling sensation enveloped her. The cold fingers of fate tapped upon her forehead, and instinctively, Lin Shu cradled her head. She glanced up to find Shen Huating casting a brief look at her before stepping over the prostrate Shangjing, continuing his stride forward. Lin Shu dared not hesitate, quickening her pace to follow. Chapter 29. What is she? Shangjing, are you all right? Fortunately, the wooden tub did not strike the grand tutor. How could you be so careless? A few young maids, upon seeing Shen Huating walk away, clutched their chests and exhaled in relief. Two innocent ones rushed to help Qingqing, only to find her lost in thought, gazing intently down the corridor, her cheeks flushed. Just moments ago, she had been so close to him. She could almost discern a faint fragrance emanating from the Grand Tutor. What could it be? His gaze upon her seemed laden with unspoken affection, tender and profound. She had collided with him, yet he bore no anger. He was the Grand Tutor, a high-ranking minister of the Dayong dynasty, who was not aware of how unattainable he was. If only she could become his woman, his wife. She would no longer have to endure the torments of this wretched place. It was a veritable hell, a place that devoured the spirit. With her beauty, how could she remain obscured in such a manner? Finally, her efforts had yielded a result. Who knew how long she had awaited this day? She had often heard tales of the Grand Tutor and Oppos, as youth and handsomeness, and today she had finally laid eyes upon him. My heavens! She had never encountered a man so strikingly handsome. One young maid, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "The Grand Tutor is indeed handsome. But he also has a rather fearsome aura, does he not? He is not cold and unapproachable, yet I cannot shake the chill he brings." Another maid glanced at Lin Shu, adding, "But she is so beautiful." Standing beside the Grand Tutor, they appear as if destined for one another. Who is she, anyway? What's her name? I think she is merely average, Qingqing replied, lifting the wooden tub and speaking with an air of indifference. She is not as stunning as you claim. Qingqing, could it be that you did not see clearly? I assure you, I did see clearly. A hint of displeasure flickered across Qingqing's features. You have yet to comprehend the truth. Just now, she continued, blushing once more, the Grand Tutor touched my face, and he looked at me closely, remarking that my name is lovely. What did this signify? It indicated that the Grand Tutor favored someone like her. Indeed, someone like her. The other maid mused, that woman is beautiful, yes. But does she possess the alluring figure and melodious tone that you have? Men, after all, are drawn to captivating women. This was knowledge imparted to her by the matron, whose wisdom was undeniable. Lin Shu was unaware of the judgments cast upon her by the girl named Qingqing, yet in truth, beneath the layers of her elaborate attire, Lin Shu appeared delicate, her waist slender, her skin fair and smooth, her bosom soft and rounded. She was indeed a natural beauty. Qingqing, surely you did not act with intention? One maid inquired, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Qingqing. You're being rather. I think you should abandon this dream. Qingqing and Oppos' expression turned cold. What do you know? The Grand Tutor remember my name. The maid shook her head. You did not observe how the Grand Tutor looked at that girl, nor how he regarded you. The difference is stark. Even, Qingqing, please do not take my word amiss. I perceive a certain darkness in the Grand Tutor's gaze when he looks at you. I worry for you. What do you mean? Qingqing scoffed. You merely cannot stand to see me thrive. The maid shook her head once more. As a sister, I can only express my concerns. The Grand Tutor has overseen the internal affairs court for a long time. Have you seen any maidservant favored by him? Several have mysteriously vanished. Qingqing, you. She sighed, forget it. If you do not wish to hear me, I shall say no more. Qingqing gripped the handle of the wooden tub tightly, stamping her foot in frustration before turning back towards the dyeing workshop. Just wait, the Grand Tutor would soon realize he needed me. Days later, upon encountering Anan again, Lin Shu noted that his gaze had turned ominous, colder than before, as if he were poised to draw a dagger against her throat. Had she wronged him in any way? Lin Shu pondered. He was a captain of the Jinyui and Shen Huating's personal guard, someone Shen Huating trusted immensely. Perhaps, in his eyes, she was but a woman with ulterior motives, a figure wrapped in suspicion. Anan leaned against the carriage, waiting for Shen Huating to exit the internal affairs court, only to unexpectedly find Lin Shu instead. He glanced at her, then lowered his arms, tightening his grip. The night watch of Haijai Tower had always been entrusted to his men. On the day Lin Shu uttered the name Man in the Jinyui and Oppos' interrogation chamber, Anan had spent several days personally stationed atop Haijai Tower. Several times he had yearned to inquire, yet he had restrained himself. That night, he had overheard the Grand Tutor conversing with Lin Shu. After she had exited the study, he entered and asked the Grand Tutor why he had not sought an answer from her. The Grand Tutor, placing the snacks back into the drawer, replied without lifting his gaze, "I have my own plans. You return to your Jingyue." Anan did not dare to disobey, for in this world, he listened only to one person, he trusted only one person, and he submitted only to Shen Huating. His life was a gift from Man, as well as from the Grand Tutor. Yet, Man had been gone for so long, seemingly vanished from this world. Where could she be? Was she alive or dead? Anan was desperate to find her. Surely, Man must still be alive. She was too good to have perished. Without her, they were but a group of orphans, vulnerable to the whims of others, destined to perish in the winter of the first year of Yongshou. That scoundrel Liu Pingzhao had lost such a wonderful sister. He was truly deserving of scorn. Yet, until Man was found, he could not die, for this final blow must be dealt by her own hand. Why, oh why? Did the Grand Tutor not inquire? He had been searching all along. They had leads. Yet, if Lin Shu knew the whereabouts of Man, it would be utterly suspicious. If anything were to befall Man, if it were connected to Lin Shu, was that why the Grand Tutor hesitated to demand an answer? How infuriating! If it truly related to Lin Shu, he would not show her mercy. Lin Shu remained oblivious to the tumultuous and perilous thoughts swirling within Anan's heart as he gazed at her. Were she to grasp the truth, she would feel utterly wronged. In contrast, Fenglin's gaze toward her grew increasingly warm. He assisted her into the carriage and even provided her with a hand warmer, leaving Lin Shu both surprised and flattered. She served Shen Huating, yet his people now served her. Was she thus a maid of Shen Huating? A lover? A concubine? An external partner? Lin Shu found herself in a state of confusion. Seated in the carriage, Shen Huating held a pristine handkerchief, diligently wiping his immaculate fingers. Lin Shu could not fathom what he was cleaning, for in the days she had known him, she had never observed such a fastidiousness. Chapter 30. Delicate and tender Lin Shu pondered upon the maid named Shangjing. Was she overthinking? It appeared that he was not particularly fond of those who sought to curry favor with him or offered their affections so readily. The atmosphere within the Haijai building was devoid of extravagance. Yet in Lin Shu's mind, those of his stature, powerful and treacherous officials, were invariably enthralled by the vanity that accompanied power. Fame and wealth seemed to hold little significance for him. If he neither cherished these nor enjoyed solitude, why then did he labor so diligently to attain his position? Initially, Lin Shu approached him with the preconceived notions that power and allure were the keys to his favor. However, it was only at this moment that she realized these attributes seemed inconsequential to him, perhaps even repugnant. If that were the case, her fate would likely mirror that of the maid Shangjing. She raised her gaze to Shen Huating, her bright eyes wide open, and queried, "If it were not for the maid's appearance catching the Grand Tutor's eye, would he consider taking my life?" Shen Huating tossed aside the handkerchief he had just used, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he replied, "Do you not feel embarrassed to utter such words? Are you, third miss, merely extolling your own virtues or testing something?" Lin Shu and oppose. As heart tightened, yet she steeled herself to meet his scrutinizing gaze. His eyes narrowed. "What? Do you think I wish to kill someone? Or do you hope I would?" He leaned closer, lifting her chin. "Shangjing, if you dislike her, I could easily dispose of her." Lin Shu's heart raced, and she hastily waved her hands. No. That is not the case. How is this different from her previous life? That maid was indeed charming and possessed a beauty that could be utilized. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. What? No longer appealing? She noticed Shen Huating and Appo's gaze turning icy, the smile fading into a chilling disdain. Let her flaunt her meager talents before me. It is truly distasteful. His fingers, still resting on her chin, elevated slightly, causing Lin Shu to shudder involuntarily. Unlike the third miss, who possesses a fair complexion and delicate figure, which indeed pleases me and makes it hard to part with. Moreover, you are the Lin family. He leisurely returned to his seat, leaning against the dark carriage wall, his gaze deepening into inscrutable depths. Lin Shu was momentarily stunned. The Lin family? Was it because they were the epitome of integrity? No, if that were the case, he should not assist her. Lin Shu could not decipher which of his words were sincere and which were false. Observing his expression closely, She found his visage remained devoid of emotion in the dim light. Lowering her eyelashes, she drew the warm kettle closer to her chest, attempting to suppress the chill in her limbs, her voice heavy with melancholy. Without the Grand Tutor's intervention, I would not be seated here in safety. Yun, who was in charge of the carriage, and she heard the wheels creak as they began to move steadily, gliding along the broad streets of the capital. Taking a breath of the cool air, she lifted the carriage's curtain, directing her gaze outside, and continued, "Perhaps I would end up like that maid Shangjing, unfortunate enough to be sent to a dyeing workshop. I have heard that within, maids like us are only assigned the most laborious tasks. We would wash, pound, and grind cloth all day long, even in the bitter cold of winter, enduring frostbite from the icy water. The fabric for the nobles' garments must be meticulously refined. To achieve a smooth surface, one must use the heavy grinding stone, standing barefoot atop it, hands gripping the lever as the stone sways beneath. Even in winter, one must go barefoot. By day's end, our feet would be cracked and frozen. In such a place, hunger, cold, and sleeplessness are the norm. It may be even worse. Aside from the brutally hard labor, one would also suffer the bullying from the matrons and eunuchs. Such a life is unbearably harsh, devoid of hope. To describe it as purgatory would not be an exaggeration. Lin Shu withdrew her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows downward. In such dire circumstances, perhaps the maid would fare worse than she. Lin Shu was not speaking on behalf of the maid Shangjing. She had merely experienced such tribulations and understood that it was a place that consumed souls and stripped individuals of their humanity. Some managed to retain their dignity, while others did not. As long as one harbored no malicious intent and had not committed any wrongs, is it truly unforgivable to seek a means of survival, even if the methods employed are despicable? Shen Huating remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the crimson hue blooming at the corners of her eyes, which had surfaced as she recounted her tale. Without genuine experience, could one truly articulate such detailed and resonant feelings, especially someone of her noble upbringing? Yet her past was as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, unsullied from within. This girl truly was an enigma. Suddenly, Lin Shu rose from her seat and knelt within the carriage, her layers of skirts and cloak cascading around her, making her appear diminutive, like a blooming begonia. Yun, who skillfully guided the carriage smoothly, constructed robustly, without so much as a jolt. She gently raised her hands, aligning them with her brows, and spoke earnestly. "Today, the Grand Tutor appointed my mother to a position of authority. Though it may seem like a mere statement, it is, in truth, a gesture of favor. If Lin Shu were unaware of this, she would be devoid of sense. I understand that what little I possess would hardly entice the Grand Tutor." She gradually lowered her hands, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes clear and sincere. Within her words lay a glimmer of compassion from the Grand Tutor, but beyond that, her gratitude was profound. Shen Huating surveyed her from his elevated position, observing her respectful gesture, which conveyed an oath of utmost seriousness. He leaned closer, his ribbons cascading from his shoulders in her line of sight, his long fingers caressing the side of her neck. "Third Miss undervalues herself," he remarked. "Do you know what it is that I find appealing about you?" Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Shen Huating smiled gently at her. There was nothing wrong with cunning and strategy. The fault lay with those who were hypocritical. The third Miss, however, spoke truthfully and was consistent in her demeanor. What she might not realize was how much of her spoken words she would remember. Shen Huating's gaze roamed over her, gradually descending, his eyes darkening. In her past life, Lin Shu had not allowed Yang Song to succeed ultimately, yet she had suffered considerable physical indignities. Memories of those unwanted physical encounters were devoid of any beauty, even eliciting revulsion. She understood the implication behind his shadowed gaze and comprehended the underlying meaning of his words. He awaited her response. Compassion? Perhaps there was a trace of it. Shen Huating mused internally. It was merely a remnant of the gratitude owed to the Lin family matriarch for a past kindness. This matter might not even be remembered by the elder herself. Otherwise, the fate of the Lin family, young and old alike, would have been far worse, given that the initial decree had condemned them all to exile. Once, he had harbored goodwill, but later deemed such sentiments unnecessary. He had repaid the Lin matriarch's modest kindness. Yet how could he atone for the injustices inflicted upon the Lin family and those of their ilk? Should he not repay them? His path had been smooth thus far, until Lin Shu appeared. Perhaps she could make this affair more intriguing. Nothing more. The notions of pity and compassion were merely fleeting thoughts. This girl was as innocent as her mother. He wished to see if she truly felt as moved as she claimed, even if it required her to do so. Lin Shu, her cool hands trembling, touched the palm that still rested against her neck. His hand was as dry as ever, yet comforting to the touch. She grasped his hand and slowly slipped it beneath her clothing. Is this how a maid serves? Does the Grand Tutor approve? Her eyes, misty yet as clear as snow, sparkled with a smile. Your hand is cold. Let it not be so anymore. Chapter 31. The banquet. Shen Huating lowered his gaze, observing her smiling eyes. He anticipated the corners of her eyes to redden, yet after a prolonged wait, no glistening tears emerged as expected. Through her thin, snow-colored inner garment, his palm perfectly enveloped a round warmth. This girl, truly surprising. Yet, her demeanor was devoid of any pretentiousness, as if she genuinely regarded her body as his hand warmer. He smiled faintly, choosing not to withdraw his hand, instead savoring the delicate warmth radiating from the young girl. She was warmly clad, her body radiating heat, and beneath the soft satin, her skin reacted to the chill of his palm, forming tiny goosebumps that soon faded away. Such exquisite softness was indeed irresistible. Miss San, you possess a certain substance, he remarked lightly, his tone casual. A richer texture would be even better. Lin Shu felt a sudden warmth flush her neck and timidly replied, I will strive to gain a bit more weight. There's no need to gain weight. It is not favorable for me to indulge. A more delicate appearance is not unwelcome, Shen Huating said, leisurely withdrawing his hand while adjusting her disheveled collar, pressing it down gently, and inhaling the faint scent of her feminine fragrance. Lin Shu's face burned with embarrassment, her entire being subtly tense. Raising her eyes, she asked, Does the Grand Tutor not require warmth for his other hand? Shen Huating observed her wide, glistening eyes, feigning concern as he chuckled softly. Miss Sin is quite bold. Bold? How could I not be? Lin Shu's face was nearly crimson, accentuating her dark, lustrous brows. She spoke in a hushed tone, afraid of being overheard by the outside world, while worrying that someone might glimpse their intimate exchange. Her heart raced, and her mind felt blank. Most importantly, her legs had grown numb from squatting, causing her discomfort. Suddenly, something fell atop her head. Lin Shu glanced upward, bewildered as to what Shen Huating had placed on her head. Take it down and taste it, he instructed. Puzzled, Lin Shu responded with an "oh," reaching up to feel what she had received. She retrieved a familiar pouch inscribed with the words Feng Yuan Fruit Shop. Before even opening it, the enticing aroma wafted to her nostrils, causing her eyes to widen. Ah, is this the preserved sour plums from Yuyao? Lin Shu had thought she would never again savor such a luxurious sweet and sour treat in her lifetime. Overcome with surprise, she eagerly plucked one to taste. Her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, cheeks puffed, nearly moved to tears by the exquisite flavor. Is it truly so delicious? Shen Huating's gaze flickered with a hint of resistance. Freshness is the true delicacy of the world. With the preserved plum in her mouth, Lin Shu hummed softly, lamenting that Yuyao was far from the capital, making transportation inconvenient. The fresh ones were already less than superb. However, transformed into this candied treat, it possessed a unique flavor that still satisfied her cravings. Do you enjoy preserved plums? Shen Huating inquired softly. Lin Shu, having already devoured two, eagerly asked, May I keep the entire pouch? If you like them, then keep them, Shen Huating replied generously, showing no sign of reluctance. Just as Lin Shu was about to tighten the pouch, an idea struck her. She shyly took out another plum and, holding it out, offered, Grand Tutor, would you like one? Offering a flower to present to the Buddha. How courteous! Shen Huating scoffed lightly, but still opened his mouth to accept the plum, his fingertips brushing against hers, his gaze deepening. Upon tasting the plum, his brows gradually furrowed. Too sweet and sour. Thank you for the gift, Grand Tutor, Lin Shu said, noticing he no longer seemed inclined to warm his other hand, as if he had forgotten their earlier exchange. She quickly tucked the pouch away, rising swiftly and smoothly returning to her seat. However, as she stood, her legs felt numb, causing her to sway slightly as she reached down to gently massage them. After a moment, she straightened her posture. Shen Huating did not glance at her again. Lin Shu lifted the curtain higher, allowing the cold wind to sweep in, dissipating the warmth that enveloped her neck. Finally, her heartbeat began to steady. Ah, it's snowing again? Her gaze fell upon the street, where pedestrians hurried by, and carriages flowed, snowflakes swirling in the air. Lin Shu paused, surprised. It had only been clear for a few days. The snow on the rooftops had yet to melt, and now another winter snowfall had arrived. No wonder her feet had grown increasingly cold on her way out of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. She and T felt it while in the carriage. Reflecting on her memories, it seemed this winter was unusually harsh, with countless snowfalls throughout the lengthy season. Each night had been exceptionally difficult to endure, and many had perished from the cold in the capital. Shen Huating gazed at the swirling snowflakes, his eyes dimming with contemplation. As if lost in thought, Lin Shu was uncertain of her destination or whose banquet she was attending. The carriage halted on a bustling street, and as she peered outside, she was taken aback. Before her stood a grand and opulent restaurant, adorned with vibrant flowers and bustling with life. The crowds entering and exiting were elegantly dressed, including those in official attire. This was no ordinary establishment. It was a restaurant built during the reign of the late Emperor of Daong, known as 16 Lu due to its 16 structures. The Daong dynasty had a comprehensive system of official courtesans, leading to extravagant customs and a rampant culture of courtesans serving drinks. These establishments were under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rites, serving as venues for musical performances and theatrical plays by the imperial courtesans. In simpler terms, this was merely a more sophisticated brothel. It was common for court officials to socialize here, and the culture of Daong was relatively open. Even noble women were known to frequent such places to enjoy performances and partake in festivities. Although Lin Shu had traversed numerous places, she had never entered such an establishment. Once, her elder brother had intended to take her there, but her eldest brother forbade it and had taken her back. Thinking of her sister potentially performing and entertaining within such walls in the future, Lin Shu's youthful curiosity had vanished. Yin Hu opened the carriage door, and Lin Shu did not presume herself to be a lady of high status. She rose first, respectfully lifting the curtain before gracefully squatting down, announcing, "I shall assist the Grand Tutor in disembarking." Who is this maidservant, dressed in such a manner? Lin Shu stood dumbfounded. If not a maidservant, then what was she? Chapter 32. The beloved concubine in the capital. Cloaked in a flurry of snow, the intricately adorned buildings were already aglow with festive lights even before dusk. Lin Shu suddenly pondered the essence of such prosperity. How much of it was genuine? She followed Shen Huating into the establishment. He wore a white deep robe trimmed with crimson and a black cloak, cinched at the waist with a white jade buckle, his hair band as white as snow. As he walked through this vibrant scene, unhurried and out of sync with the surrounding revelers, he drew countless gazes, especially with Lin Shu at his side. Ah, the Grand Preceptor. Some officials murmured upon his entrance, recognition dawning on their faces, their expressions a mix of astonishment and fluster as they hastily saluted him. Shen Huating maintained an indifferent demeanor. Among them, one official and Appo's gaze inadvertently flickered toward Lin Shu, filled with curiosity. Shen Huating gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist and simply stated, "Beloved concubine." In that moment, Lin Shu understood her role for the evening. Beloved concubine? Is she not the daughter of Lin Chuhong? The rumors from that day turned out to be true. How must Lord Lin feel about his daughter so swiftly aligning herself with Shen Huating? These officials were evidently not of the virtuous faction. Their familiarity suggested they were regular patrons of the 16th floor. Their gazes toward Lin Shu were laden with unspoken complexities. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts in Shen Huating and Appo's presence. More officials, having heard the commotion, approached them. Lin Shu recognized a few faces from the palace banquet and greeted them with a poised smile. Shen Huating, however, remained aloof. casting a brief glance her way before retracting his arm from her waist. The officials busied themselves sharing their culinary and recreational experiences at the 16th floor, which made Lin Shu frown with displeasure. Seizing a moment of solitude, Lin Shu discreetly stepped back to a less crowded area near a staircase, exhaling deeply. She looked down at her layered garments, quickly suppressing the surge of bitterness within her. Raising her gaze to survey the establishment, she recalled her elder brother's covert visits here. Unperturbed by the conventions of their circle, often indulging in activities that were not deemed disgraceful to their family's name. Her brother had informed her that the establishment boasted 5 floors, with patrons required to select their seating according to their rank. Only officials of the 4th rank and above, along with their families, were permitted to occupy the private rooms on the 4th floor, while the 5th floor was supposedly reserved for the emperor, an area even princes might not access. Wealthy merchants, regardless of their riches, were capped at the 3rd floor. The notion of such hierarchical divisions in a place meant for enjoyment struck her as tedious. Her brother remarked that such exclusivity paled in comparison to the lively atmosphere of the more common establishments. Reflecting on her brother's words made her pout slightly. She had yet to experience such places herself. "Where hasn't my brother been? Youth without romance is a waste," he would jest, pinching her ear and playfully tugging at her cheeks, his tone always gentle. Only through experience can one discern what they truly desire. Embrace the simplicity of life, nurturing children and imparting knowledge. What joy is there in the murky waters of bureaucracy? Let our elder brother and father navigate that realm. At the time, she hardly grasped his wisdom, but she knew if their father learned of her brother's escapades, he would be in for trouble. "You know, I won tell. So how could he get into trouble?" she would retort. "If I spill, then she is no longer my sister." "Oh, just talk," he would laugh, striding away with an air of bravado. As Lin Shu observed the elegantly dressed nobles, both men and women engaged in lively conversation, she was taken aback by how little they resembled the brothel stereotypes often depicted in stories. At first glance, one could easily mistake the scene for a royal garden party, though it was evidently a venue for indulgence and frivolity, where all were putting on airs of decorum. The absurdity of it all made her chuckle. They were clearly there for revelry, yet attempted to maintain a facade of propriety. Suddenly, a drunken man stumbled into her, causing her to recoil. Perhaps the court should bestow a plaque of virtue upon such individuals, for it would only enhance their appearance. With both dignity and substance compromised, they still sought to maintain appearances, a truly ridiculous endeavor. Lin Shu furrowed her brow, alarmed by the man's audacity. Attempting to evade him, she found herself cornered as his unsteady form bore down on her. She raised her hands to push him away, only to find herself straining against him. Looking up, she noticed he appeared to be a young 5th-rank official, his features handsome yet marred by intoxication, his eyes bloodshot and voice booming with misguided sorrow. "Which family do you belong to, my lady? Were you punished and sent here, or sold into this life due to poverty? Or perhaps you are a descendant of the tribes that surrendered to Daong?" His words were laced with an unusual sense of pity, as if he were more distressed than she. Before she could respond, Shen Huating and Appos' cold reprimand cut through the air. What scoundrel dares to approach her? The man's grip on her shoulders slackened, and he fell to the ground with a thud, kicked down by Shen Huating. "Young master," a servant, hastily descending from the upper levels, gasped in alarm. "Are you all right, young master?" Upon noticing Shen Huating, the servant fell to his knees, trembling. "Grand Preceptor, please. Temper your wrath." The sudden turn of events startled the officials, who nearly dropped to their knees in fear. Anan, leading the imperial guards outside, entered at the sound, frowning as he raised his hand, the guards swiftly drawing their swords at the young official. "Hold!" 2 officials in crimson robes descended the stairs, likely searching for the drunken youth. Upon witnessing the scene, they cried out in alarm. "Grand Preceptor, this young man, Fong Hung, is simply unaware of his actions. He has had a bit too much to drink and meant no offense. We beseech you to show mercy." "Indeed, Grand Preceptor, he is a promising young talent, and this is truly an unfortunate incident. Fong Hung does not usually behave this way." The 2 officials took turns pleading, bowing deeply before Shen Huating. Lin Shu recognized one of them as Lord Su, a friend of her father and aunt, Oppos, who had not been present during the previous incident. Fong Hung. She glanced down at the young man who had nearly lost his life, unaware of the trouble he had caused. Her brother had mentioned this name a few times, noting him as the youngest Jinshi of Daong, likely serving in office for a couple of years. The two officials, quick to read the room, did not wait for Shen Huating to respond. They hurriedly lifted the oblivious Fong Hung from the ground just as the guards' swords hovered ominously. Young Master Fong. Young Master Fong? One of them slapped his face, trying to rouse him from his stupor. How could you drink so much? Yes, yes, the other echoed, attempting to hoist him away. Did I grant permission for him to leave? Shen Huating's icy gaze fell upon Fong Hung, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Take him outside and let him sober up. The two officials exchanged apprehensive glances. It was snowing outside, and they feared that even a brief exposure could lead to dire consequences for the young man. Well, it's fortunate he hasn't lost his life. We witnessed Shen Huating's ruthlessness firsthand, and the Imperial Guards are not to be trifled with. If we hesitate, this young man may truly find himself in grave peril. Yes, they replied hastily, dragging Fong Hung out. Lord Su, noticing Lin Shu for the first time, paused momentarily, but said nothing as he continued to escort the drunken youth away. Fong Hung, they murmured, let us just leave him outside to sober up. When he regains consciousness, he'll understand the gravity of his actions. A little hardship may do him good. Lin Shu frowned slightly, casting one last look at Fong Hung. The echoes of his earlier words resonated within her mind. The women in the music bureau were either descendants of various foreign clans who had surrendered to the Yong, or the wives and daughters sold into servitude. Only a few belonged to the families of convicted criminals. Shen Huating stood still, his gaze upon Lin Shu growing subtly colder. When Lin Shu raised her head, all she could perceive was the boundless tenderness in his eyes, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Was she beginning to feel sympathy for him? It took her a moment to comprehend his meaning. He leaned down and pinched her cheek, questioning whether the third miss had a taste for such sour and pedantic company. After saying this, he straightened and ascended the stairs. Fong and turned to relay instructions, advising the two gentlemen outside that Lord Fong had a low tolerance for alcohol and should be made to kneel until midnight to sober up. Lin Shu felt a shiver run down her spine. A chill enveloped her as she hesitated to wander aimlessly, fearing she might inadvertently collide with some ill-fated soul within the building. She had already sustained an injury to her shoulder, which still throbbed faintly. The slender figure of Fong Hung belied the strength he possessed when intoxicated, capable of easily overpowering her. Upon reaching the third and fourth floors, Lin Shu discovered that today was a banquet hosted by Uncle Gu. Colleagues had gathered to congratulate him on his promotion to a position previously held by her father. It was no wonder that the 16th floor was bustling with officials in their attire, likely too preoccupied with their duties to change before making an appearance to express their respects, deliver gifts, and share a drink. Fong Hung was merely a 6th grade official, and it was only through Uncle Gu's favor that he had been invited. It was rather absurd that he had not only accepted the invitation, but had also begun to speak inappropriately after just a couple of cups of wine. Fortunately, he was confined to the 3rd floor and not allowed to ascend to the 4th, sparing Uncle Gu any embarrassment. Nowadays, the youth truly lacked discernment. Earlier, a young master from the Lin family had praised him, but it seemed that such lack of tact would mark the end of his career. Lin Shu found herself at a loss for words. She recalled that after the Lin family had been implicated, Uncle Gu had not taken her father's position. As for what had transpired with the Gu family thereafter, she was largely uninformed, only aware that the chaos in the capital had ensued following the Lin family and Oppos' downfall, taking down many righteous individuals along with it. Moreover, the Gu family was also considered a bastion of integrity. Even with a promotion, it was unlikely that Uncle Gu would host a banquet in such a setting. Before her, Gu Wantong had not only hosted a banquet, but had done so with great fanfare. In the largest warm chamber on the 4th floor, several tables were set up, with the principal seat left vacant and the surrounding places also unoccupied. When the lower officials paid their respects to the Grand Tutor, half of those present rose to bow, while the other half remained standing, scanning the room filled with members of the righteous faction. It was only when Gu Wantong led the greeting that they reluctantly clasped their hands in acknowledgement, evidently as taken aback as the rest. Shen Huating appeared indifferent, extending a hand to Lin Shu with unhurried grace. Confused by his gesture, Lin Shu glanced around at everyone before timidly placing her hand in his. He guided her to the principal's seat, where she took her place beside him on his right. "This is my beloved concubine. I trust that Lord Gu and young Master Gu will not mind," Shen Huating remarked, directing a cool, faint smile at Gu Qingrang, who sat in the lower left seat. Upon seeing Lin Shu, Gu Qingrang's expression turned complex. He disapproved of his father's ostentatious banquet, especially with the inclusion of Shen Huating, a notorious scoundrel. It was bewildering that Shen Huating had brought Lin Shu along. He found himself at a loss as to whether the awkwardness lay with the Gu family or with Lin Shu herself. The term beloved concubine struck Gu Qingrang, causing his handsome face to pale, and he raised his wine cup slowly, drinking deeply. Beneath the table, his hand clenched into a tight fist. Gu Wantong glanced at Lin Shu and remarked, "Shu'er has grown under my watch. With her parents absent, it brings me comfort to have the Grand Tutor's favor." Shen Huating found this laughable. He had merely leveraged some of the Gu family's vulnerabilities to prompt Gu Wantong's hasty visit. One of the conditions for elevating Gu Wantong's position was this very banquet to entertain colleagues. Lin Shu did not need to inquire. She could surmise some underlying tension between Uncle Gu and Shen Huating, though she was unclear about the specifics. However, she knew that Uncle Gu despised men like Shen Huating far more than her father did, often expressing his disdain. Yet today, they found themselves sharing the same table, leaving Lin Shu with an indescribable feeling. She stole a glance at Shen Huating from the corner of her eye. He wore a serene smile, delicately savoring his wine, seemingly unfazed by the discomfort of the righteous officials around them, which only seemed to enhance his enjoyment. Lin Shu kept her gaze lowered, remaining silent and avoiding any eye contact with Gu Qingrang. There was no need for mutual embarrassment. She took a few sips of her drink to mask her slightly pallid complexion. Gu Wantong exchanged pleasantries, and soon, maidens began to enter, bringing exquisite wines and delicacies. The tables were laden, and Gu Wantong rose with a cup in hand, cheerfully proclaiming, "I have heard that the Music Bureau has recently welcomed a new group of musicians, some with commendable skills. Today, I have invited them to entertain the Grand Tutor. It is truly my honor." Several righteous officials at the table frowned deeply. They were on the verge of demanding to know if Gu Wantong had been coerced by the Jinyui, were it not for the shared camaraderie among colleagues. Some might have already chosen to leave. They felt that dining with a scoundrel like Shen Huating was nothing short of an affront. Before long, the matron of the establishment led a procession of young women into the room. Behind a delicate gauze screen, Lin Shu furrowed her brow, raising her eyes to catch a glimpse, only to widen them in shock. Chapter 33. A display of talent. Behind the screen stood 5 or 6 women. The one on the far right merely a young girl, clutching a zither in her arms, her head bowed in silence. In her memory, her sister had never been brought to entertain guests on the 16th floor at such an early hour. Lin Shu felt an unsettling grip in her chest. Before the gathered ministers, she suppressed the urge to rise halfway, settling back in her seat. What a coincidence! Her sister happened to appear at today's banquet. She instinctively glanced at Shen Huating and Appo's expression, but quickly averted her gaze. Shen Huating paused with the wine cup in his hand, setting it down before slowly pouring himself a drink. His face bore little expression, only a cool demeanor. Gu Wantong, that fool, truly had a knack for self-assertion. Were all those present pure and upright, except for him, a notorious villain? She found herself instinctively attributing this inappropriate situation to his machinations. He may have orchestrated this performance, but he had not summoned a mere child. How underestimated he was of the virtuous crowd. Shen Huating lightly grasped the wine cup, leaning back against his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Wantong, and spoke. "With so many ministers present, Gu Darren has only inquired about my preferences?" Gu Wantong replied with a smile. "The undersigned are merely basking in the glory of the Grand Tutor." The expressions of the assembled ministers darkened, yet they could only endure in silence. Shen Huating held an almost imperceptible cold smile, responding, Gu Darren has gone to great lengths. Indeed, it aligns well with my tastes. His peripheral vision caught Lin Shu's pale countenance, her face as white as paper, accentuating her dark brows and eyes. This was not. Someone had recognized Lin Yin, revealing expressions of astonishment, yet their words faltered. Gu Wantong scrutinized Shen Huating's demeanor. Throughout, Shen Huating had held the wine cup, sipping it lightly, his expression indifferent and eyes perpetually cool, betraying no discernible sentiment. Lin Yin had been deliberately summoned by him. Gu Wantong mused that Shen Huating's interest in Lin Shu stemmed not only from her beauty, but also from her being Lin Xiaohong's daughter. If he were to also summon Lin Yin, both daughters of the Lin family would serve by his side, perhaps fulfilling the desires of this villain. Dear brother, do not blame him. This is a matter of necessity. If Lin Yin caught Shen Huating's eye, would that not be preferable to her being debased in the brothel? He thought he was doing a kindness. The eyes of several virtuous ministers were already filled with disdain for the extravagance and debauchery within this establishment. If they too were to become enamored with such indulgences, would they not be akin to Shen Huating's ilk? Gu Wantong's behavior was indeed unbecoming. Having just risen to prominence, he seemed to have abandoned all propriety, dragging their virtuous selves into disrepute and inviting derision from outsiders. As a few musicians began playing, the courtesans sang a vibrant scene, their enchanting voices weaving through the air, occasionally casting out their richly embroidered garments or tossing aside their silk fans, gracefully twirling about, causing a shower of begonia petals to rain down, infused with a tantalizing fragrance, accompanied by the melodious voices that rendered the very bones of the listeners weak. The ministers, who had initially donned disdainful expressions, gradually found themselves captivated, their ears turning red. Eventually, they could not refrain from casting sidelong glances, their previous contempt quietly overshadowed by astonishment. Spring Yang, standing beside, remarked with a cheerful demeanor, Xiang's voice is not only melodious, she also has a keen grasp of the end oppos, witticism and oppos, within the script. Xiang, crouching slightly, stole a glance at Shen Huating, her voice melodious. Xiang has presented herself poorly. After a moment of silence, when Shen Huating did not raise his eyes to acknowledge her, she felt momentarily stunned. She was not only blessed with a lovely voice, but was also notably beautiful, though perhaps not as enchanting as the woman beside him. Yet, she possessed a charm that would draw any man's attention. However, the Grand Tutor, this man at the head of the table, had not so much as cast a glance in her direction. Xiang, unable to maintain her crouched position any longer, rose. Her complexion troubled as she exchanged a few soft words with the ministers. The virtuous ministers, feeling a flush of embarrassment, unanimously deemed this display as the sort favored by treacherous men, a blatant affront to decorum. Yet, they could hardly remain seated. Certain images, once conjured in the mind, were inescapable. Spring Yang found it amusing that these self-proclaimed virtuous officials, who looked down upon women like her, were not genuinely pure. They merely clung to their pride, unwilling to lose face. Having never witnessed the true depths of such performances, they remained oblivious to their nuances. In truth, those who maintained their composure were rare. There existed another type, like the Grand Tutor. Spring Yang observed Shen Huating. Though he rarely attended, he had done so before. Like the other guests, he would watch the performances of musicians and courtesans, yet he always appeared indifferent, never taking a woman to his quarters after the feast. Spring Yang, watching intently, felt her cheeks flush. At her age, she was still susceptible to the allure of handsome men, especially as she had never before encountered a face more captivating than the Grand Tutoress. Yet, she only dared to fantasize in her heart. He was not someone she could approach. Little did Spring Yang expect that the Grand Tutor would bring a beautiful companion today. She caught a glimpse of Lin Shu, a radiant figure in the crowd, impossible to ignore. In the brothel, she would surely be the prized courtesan. Noticing Shen Huating's disinterest in Xiang, Spring Yang signaled for the next performer. After a long pause, silence ensued. Lin Yin, holding her zither, stood up and murmured, reporting to the matron, I have injured my hand and cannot perform. Spring Yang approached, lifting Lin Yin's hand to inspect it, noticing the entirety of her fingernail had been torn off, blood oozing profusely. Her expression darkened immediately, recognizing the implications and casting a cold glare at Lin Yin. Turning to Shen Huating, she curtsied, her smile unwavering, and said, "Grand Tutor, esteemed ministers, this little girl has injured her fingernail. Truly, she is quite the naive one. I shall have her taken away for a proper reprimand. How dare she play tricks before me? I, Spring Yang, have been in this establishment for over a decade. What manner of antics have I not seen? This young girl, still innocent, possesses a measure of courage. Yet if she were to ruin my affairs, she would find me not so easily trifled with. Regardless of her background, she cannot escape a well-deserved lesson. Otherwise, all the girls in this establishment would follow suit, and how then could I maintain order? Wait." Lin Shu could no longer remain seated. "Yin Yin?" she called softly. Rising from her seat, she hurriedly approached. Chapter 34. Humiliation. Lin Yin had been gazing downcast, her expression one of confusion. Just as she was about to be taken away, a familiar voice reached her ears, prompting her to lift her head and behold her sister. Tears immediately cascaded down her cheeks. "Third sister, let me see your hand," Lin Shu urged. Upon inspection, Lin Shu recognized the fresh wound as a result of Lin Yan's earlier defiance. Lin Yin furrowed her brow, appearing diminutive yet imbued with a stubborn resolve, murmuring, "Sister, I do not wish to perform for these people." When her family was besieged, Lin Yin, a mere child, had been terrified to her core. Subsequently, she was cast into the Bureau of Music, where she spent countless days in a state of trepidation. Lin Yin cried incessantly, but the matron would chastise her, and eventually, she ceased her weeping. The elder sisters in the bureau informed her that today she was to visit a place of entertainment for guests. She was not meant to be here. After all, she was only 11 years old. Fear gripped her heart, yet upon arriving, she felt an overwhelming anger. Since childhood, adults had praised her exceptional talent, claiming her musical skills were remarkable, yet she merely enjoyed playing the piano. She did not want her melodies to resonate in such a place. Thus, she bore the pain and forced her nails to break. It hurt so much, truly, it was unbearable. The atmosphere at the banquet shifted. Gu Wantong had not anticipated that this little girl from the Lin family would dare to defy him in such a manner. However, he did not reveal his surprise. An official, having endured a moment of embarrassment, glanced at the composed Shen Huating, who was leisurely sipping his wine, and coldly remarked, "Summon the Lin family's young lady. Is this not the Grand Tutor's intent? How splendid! The Lin family has fallen, and their children now serve as slaves and concubines. What a disgrace this is! It is merely an attempt to humiliate us, the honorable officials." The official slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation. "Gu Wantong, when did you begin to curry favor with such people? I take my leave." Before Gu Wantong could adopt a stern expression, the white jade wine cup in Shen Huating's grasp shattered beneath the official's foot, plunging the entire warm chamber into silence. "What? You wish to depart while I am still seated at this table?" He leaned back in his chair, raising his gaze to Lin Shu, his lips curling into a low, cold laugh. Lin Shu gazed at him in silence, her eyes reddening. "Shen Huating, what do you intend to do?" The official appeared taken aback, his complexion paling as he trembled in anger. Gu Wantong felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, sensing the gravity of the situation. He hastily rose, cupping his hands in apology. "It was my arrangement that was lacking." Lin Shu lifted her astonished gaze. She could no longer discern whether her sister and Appo's, as presence here was a result of Shen Huating and Appo's, as design, or Gu Wantong and Appo's, as arrangement. Yet, she recognized that this banquet, designed to humiliate the honorable officials, must surely be the handiwork of Shen Huating. What could he possibly be scheming? Why had Uncle Gu changed so drastically? Enough. Gu Qingyang had no interest in the music and dance. His focus remained solely on Lin Shu and Shen Huating seated together. Observing his father, Gu Wantong, bowing and scraping before them, he felt his dignity crumbling before Lin Shu. Unable to endure further, he rose in fury, casting a cold glance at Shen Huating before declaring, "Father, I shall take my leave. Stop right there. Gu Wantong's voice rang out, a command aimed at his departing son. Shen Huating shot him a chilling glance and slowly spoke. Gentlemen, have you not yet dined sufficiently? He was both the one preventing their departure and the one ushering them away. The officials present wore expressions of deep discomfort. Having reached this juncture in the feast, none possessed an appetite. One by one, they stood to take their leave. Ah, does Lord Gu not wish to see his guests off? Gu Wantong recognized the dismissal in those words. His expression stiffened momentarily before he exited. You stay right there. As Gu Wantong stepped out of the warm chamber, the forced smile on his face gradually faded, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. He looked up to find Gu Qingyang standing there, casting him several cold glances before turning away. Anger surged within him. What business did a father have with his son? Did he expect his son to continue flattering that treacherous Shen Huating? A harsh slap struck Gu Qingyang's face. Gu Wantong gritted his teeth, lowering his voice in a strained whisper. I do all of this for our family. Do you not understand? The son truly did not comprehend. You. Gu Qingyang turned his face away, pondering whether Shen Huating had coerced his father or if he had commanded the imperial guard to act against him. Yet, his father had received a promotion. The son truly did not understand. His father's gaze at that treacherous official, claiming Lin Shu as his own. What did it mean? Did he now wish to claim Lin Shu's sister as well? Gu Qingyang gritted his teeth, despicable. Gu Wantong's fists tightened once more. You return at once. Lin Shu and her sister ascended to the 5th floor, the emperor's warm chamber. She had not anticipated that Shen Huating possessed such influence. The matron, known as Chen Yang, had just mentioned that aside from the emperor, only the current chancellor and the grand tutor had visited this place. Regardless of whether the emperor or nobles came or when they arrived, the chamber was always kept clean, with tea and warmth prepared at all times. Chen Yang added, however, this new emperor is quite young. He has yet to visit. Indeed, the current sovereign was merely 14 years old, 2 years younger than Lin Shu. Thus, the chancellor was able to manipulate matters with ease. Chen Yang adjusted her hair and scrutinized the two sisters. I truly did not expect you to be siblings. She paused, casting a cold glance at Lin Yan. I have managed this establishment for a lifetime. Not a single girl who has erred has escaped my reprimand. Today, you are fortunate. This reprimand shall suffice. Chen Yang's smile appeared warm, yet she possessed a ruthless nature. Without such ruthlessness, she could not manage this place. Lin Shu worried that once Chen Yang departed, she might impose punishment on her sister to assert her authority. Chen Yang seemed to perceive Lin Shu's concerns and slowly smiled. Fear not, the grand tutor must maintain his dignity. Today, she nearly caused a significant blunder. Thus, a severe punishment is warranted. Though a small penalty shall be merely for show, a kneeling for 1 hour at most. Lin Shu recognized the coldness behind her smile. Chen Yang was not overly lenient. This was already a concession. She chose not to speak further. The medicine was brought forth. You may attend to it yourselves. Chen Yang led the attendants away. Lin Yin remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together. After Chen Yang left, she finally raised her tear-filled eyes. Third sister, I want to go home. Lin Shu gazed at her sister with concern. She set aside her instrument, guiding Lin Yin to sit upon a couch. Opening the medicine box, she delicately trimmed the toenails with tweezers and scissors, then applied medicinal powder and wrapped her fingers in gauze. The sisters exchanged astonished glances. Sister seems to have changed. Yin seems to have changed too, they voiced in unison. Did Yin wish to inquire why her sister performed such tasks with such skill and ease? Lin Yin nodded in bewilderment. Lin Shu gently patted her sister's head, saying, Because I must protect you, dear sister. You need to grow stronger. Seeing you hurt pains me. She could not disclose the extent of her own suffering, how she had endured countless brutal beatings and punishments. Those wounds could only be healed by her own efforts. Yet, with each injury, the pain remained, overwhelming to the point of tears. This was not something that could change overnight. Lin Yin, having held back her tears for so long, finally let them fall. Yin has grown up today. Lin Shu softly wiped her sister and damp Oppo's tears. Our little imp, so brave. If father and mother knew, they would be delighted. Her sister was unlike her delicate and gentle demeanor. She too was a spoiled child but had always been rather mischievous, yet timid. Whenever trouble arose, she would seek out her older siblings for assistance. When Lin Shu was at a loss, she would take this little imp to their elder brothers, coaxing them for help. Lin Yan slipped her arms beneath Lin Shu's and embraced her tightly. "Third sister, I am scared." Lin Shu suppressed the bitterness in her heart and gently reassured her sister. "I understand, dear." Yet, she currently finds herself unable to extricate all her family members from this dire predicament. Patience is required, as is the need to await a more favorable moment. "Endure, Yin Yin, just a little longer." Shen Huating stood at the doorway, gazing upward for a while before lowering his head to fiddle with the jade ring on his thumb. Once, he too had a gentle and compassionate elder sister. From downstairs came the cold reprimand of Gu Qingrang. "Step aside. Let me go up. Young Master Gu, the upper floor is not a place for you to ascend. Your commotion here is in vain." If that is the case, then why is Shen Huating allowed to go up? Gu Qingrang retorted coldly. The guard chuckled, replying, "If you were of the same status as the Grand Tutor or the Right Minister, we certainly would not hinder you." "You." Gu Qingrang, seeing Lin Shu ascend to the warm pavilion on the 5th floor, merely wished to find her and have a word. He desired to hear her say that it was Shen Huating, this treacherous minister, who was coercing the sisters. What did Shen Huating intend? To bring them both to the 5th floor was akin to treating them worse than beasts. Even if he did nothing, how would the sisters manage if word got out? Shen Huating, release them. Gu Qingrang and Appo's voice trembled with cold fury. His incessant shouting led Nan to throw him out to vent his frustrations. If he were to be allowed entry again today, it would be a matter solely between them. Shen Huating's brows furrowed in irritation. What sort of sons had these nobles raised? Yun Hu hastily bowed and turned to relay the message. Shen Huating strolled in at a leisurely pace, approaching the table laden with exquisite wines and delicacies. He picked up a pair of silver chopsticks, delicately lifting a piece of bamboo shoot and slowly bringing it to his lips. If you're hungry, eat something. If you end up being punished to kneel and lose your strength, don't expect anyone to bring you medicine. Lin Shu paused for a moment. Earlier at the banquet, she had consumed nothing. It seemed that Shen Huating was merely sipping wine. At this instant, she indeed felt a pang of hunger. He was right. Both she and her sister needed to fill their stomachs. She patted her sister's back, noticing that her sister had gathered herself and nodded at her, beckoning her to sit beside her. Lin Yan's nails dug into her palm, making it difficult for her to use chopsticks. Lin Shu wished to feed her, but Lin Yan shook her head, saying, "Sister, I can use a spoon." A pang of concern tugged at Lin Shu's heart. Yet she felt a sense of relief at her sister's determination, acquiescing to her choice. Shen Huating casually sampled some food. He did not appear to be a man of particular culinary desires and was not picky about what he ate. After setting down his silver chopsticks, he leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table while raising his gaze to observe the two sisters as they dined. Lin Yan, under his scrutiny, shrank back, leaning closer to Lin Shu, finding it difficult to swallow the porridge. Shen Huating frowned, rising and stepping away to lean against the window of the pavilion, pushing open a window pane. "Sister, is he a bad person?" Lin Yan's soft voice reached his ears. Chapter 35. The Lin sisters. Lin Shu added several more bites of food to her sister Lin Yan's bowl, filling it to the brim. She paused for a moment, glancing up at Shen Huating's silhouette, while her sister turned her head slightly to sneak a look, and they both returned their gazes. "He treats you very well," Lin Shu remarked. Lin Yan, innocent and naive, simply nodded. "Eat slowly," Lin Shu gently urged her. Lin Yan nodded, seemingly reassured, and began to eat the vegetables from her bowl, savoring each mouthful. After finishing, she requested another bowl of pumpkin sweet soup. Noticing her sister had grown quite thin, Lin Shu realized that Lin Yan had likely not been eating or sleeping well lately. Lin Yan set down her spoon, pursed her lips, and gazed at the unfinished, delicate pastries on the table. After a moment's thought, she whispered, "Third sister, it seems such a waste to leave these uneaten. May I take some with me?" Lin Shu also set down her silver chopsticks, worrying that her sister might feel uncomfortable eating alone and having been hungry all day herself. She decided to have another bowl of rice. A knot formed in her heart as she asked, "Is there nothing to eat at the Jiaofeng Sea?" She was curious about what her sister was having there. Lin Yin shook her head and then nodded, saying, "There is food, but the matron says we must maintain our figures, so we only get 2 meals a day, just a little bit. I'm not full." Lin Yin, often teased by her second brother for being like a little monkey, had a surprisingly large appetite, especially now that she was in a growth spurt. Also, Lin Yin hesitated. "There's a little black cat in the back courtyard of the Jiaofeng Sea. It's very well behaved. The storeroom in the back is dark and cold, and when I can't sleep at night, it keeps me company. I hold it in my arms to keep warm, but it is also starving and pitifully thin." Lin Shu's face paled at this revelation, her heart aching for her sister. She could somewhat understand the circumstances Lin Yin was facing at the Jiaofeng Sea. Shen Huating, holding a small cup of silver needle tea from Yun Hu, sipped leisurely while lowering his gaze, reflecting on Lin Shu and Appo's early response. Outside the window, pure white snowflakes danced through the air, illuminating the capital city with countless lights. Lin Shu glanced at his back, pondering whether he would truly be so stingy as to deny her a handkerchief. "May I borrow a handkerchief, Your Excellency?" Yun Hu paused, turning to look at Lin Yin, who gazed back with wide eyes. Yun Hu smiled and pulled out several clean handkerchiefs from his pocket, stacking them neatly. Lin Shu observed that these were for Shen Huating's use. Yun Hu handed them to Lin Shu, asking, "Will these be sufficient?" "Yes, they will do," Lin Shu replied, taking the handkerchiefs and packing all the pastries into Lin Yin and Appo's sleeves. Lin Yin squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Yun Hu stood respectfully nearby, glancing between Lin Shu and Lin Yin, noting the resemblance in their expressions and gestures. However, although the fourth daughter of the Lin family was indeed pretty and could be considered beautiful in the capital once she grew up, she still paled in comparison to her elder sister. As Lin Shu contemplated that her sister would face punishment upon returning, she requested Yun Hu's assistance in procuring some needles, fabric scraps, and cotton to sew knee pads for Lin Yin. This was a technique she had learned from her time at the Weaving and Dyeing Bureau. During her time confined at the Jiaofeng Sea, Lin Yin had lived in constant trepidation. Now that she was full, she felt a slight relaxation and, as a child, couldn't help but curiously survey the warm chamber. After a brief exploration, she was drawn to the large bed draped with red gauze and adorned with blue curtains. Unable to resist, she approached and lifted the bed curtains, revealing what seemed like a little paradise. Lin Yin blinked in wonder. She noticed many brightly colored embroidered paintings hanging at the foot of the bed. There was a beautifully crafted wooden framework above, intricately carved with tiny figures. On the crimson mattress lay a box filled with peculiar objects. She wanted to move closer to examine them, but Shen Huating's figure suddenly blocked her path. Startled, Lin Yin tensed up. Aye, I'm just looking. Be obedient. This place is not suitable for children to play," Shen Huating replied, his voice cool and calm. Lin Yin shivered at his gaze, staring blankly at him. Shen Huating furrowed his brow and took a couple of steps towards her, prompting Lin Yin to retreat clumsily from the gauzy enclosure. Frightened, she turned and bumped into Yun Hu's embrace, exclaiming, "Third sister, fourth miss, this is not a place for idle curiosity," Yun Hu admonished, having not anticipated that Lin Yin would intrude out of curiosity. Catching sight of Shen Huating and Appo's frosty glare, Yun Hu hurriedly stepped forward, positioning Lin Yin in front of him without applying too much force for fear of startling the child. Lin Shu appeared equally bewildered. She cast a glance at the bed curtains, unable to comprehend what lay within. Wasn't it Appo's? Merely a bed? Suddenly, she recalled the arrangement of Yang Song's secret chamber and understood the implications, her heart pounding with alarm. Lin Yin was only 11. If she were to see such things, it would be disastrous. Who knew how frightened she would be? Shen Huating handed the chain to Yun Hu and glanced back at Lin Yin, instructing, "Take her away and hand her over to Chunyang. Ensure no one sees her." Lin Yin, feeling anxious, looked at Lin Shu, fearing she had done something wrong. Lin Shu approached, offering her a comforting embrace, soothing her with gentle pats on the head before sending her off with Yun Hu. She had to endure, yet her mind raced with the meaning of ensure no one sees. Undressing, The warm chamber on the 5th floor was left with only Lin Shu and Shen Huating. Shock coursed through her as her heart raced fiercely. Here? Tonight? This place was far too intimate. If she were to spend the night here with him, one could only imagine the rumors that would circulate in the capital the next day. Would the Lin family's daughters be deemed fallen, disrespectful, compromising themselves to a treacherous minister? Would the Lin family and Appo's reputation be tarnished? And what of him? A treacherous minister in a warm chamber that only the emperor was permitted to enter for indulgence in wine, music, and pleasure? What would the righteous officials think? What would the other ministers say? No, there was more. Lin Shu had overlooked something. There was also her sister. When she and her sister ascended to the 5th floor of the emperor's warm chamber, many eyes were watching. Regardless of whether her sister truly spent the night here, another person would inevitably be drawn into the scandalous whispers. The Lin sisters, both serving the treacherous minister Shen Huating, one young and one older, behaving like beasts. Lin Shu stared blankly at Shen Huating's back. Why? Did he truly harbor such disdain for the righteous? Did he despise them to the extent that he cared not for his own reputation? Was his kindness towards her merely a means to exact revenge on the righteous? Lin Shu pondered deeply. At this point, she felt utterly lost. Was she truly the disgrace of the Lin family? No. It was the Lin family members who perished unjustly due to such a court that did not deserve their fate. What did it matter how the world viewed her? She knew what she was doing. She did not want her family to die in vain, nor did she wish for true villains to roam free. But Lin Shu had not anticipated her sister would become entangled in this. Would she regret this later? Shen Huating removed his outer robe and draped it over a hanger, slowly unfastening his garments as he approached the couch. Lin Shu's face flushed hotly. She suppressed her anxiety and began to untie the sash at her waist, her elaborate garments cascading softly onto the plush carpet, forming a delicate circle. Chapter 36. The filthy Lin Shu cast a glance and noticed that Shen Huating had not stepped into the bed curtains. She gently treaded on the soft carpet and took a seat before the couch, lowering her head slightly. Shen Huating gazed down at her. Although she maintained an upright posture, her delicate head was slightly bowed, intentionally allowing her raven-black hair to fall forward, concealing her face. The flickering candlelight danced around her, creating an enchanting aura that was indescribably beautiful. Are we staying here tonight? Lin Shu suppressed her slight embarrassment, striving to keep her voice steady. Her cheeks gradually flushed like fire, and her slender fingers intertwined nervously, not daring to meet Shen Huating's gaze. From her perspective, she could see his overly pale bare feet, with long, slender toes, each sinew distinctly visible. Each step he took upon the rose-colored carpet was captivating. To not spend the night here would indeed betray the opinions of the ministers and the citizens of the capital regarding me. Immoral and debauched, base and filthy, worse than pigs and dogs. He raised his hand and pinched her cheek, leaning in closely, fixating on her eyes. Your childhood friend, Gu Qingrang, has been vocally critical of me, accusing me of being despicable, and I certainly must demonstrate otherwise. Lin Shu had heard the words spoken by Gu Qingrang downstairs. Although the Lin and Gu families were longtime acquaintances, she had not interacted much with Gu Qingrang throughout her life. Occasionally, when the topic of marriage arose, her father seemed inclined to forge a familial bond with Uncle Gu, but her elder brother would deftly steer the conversation away. As for Lin Shu, she would often express her disinterest in marrying young, appearing shy in the eyes of the elders, yet in hindsight, she realized she was resistant to the idea. A sudden chill enveloped her shoulder, and the scent of medicinal ointment wafted into her nostrils, momentarily bewildering her. As Shen Huating pressed his fingers onto her shoulder, she gasped in surprise. Instinctively, she clutched at his pale silk garment, tightening her grip. Now you feel pain. When Feng Heng grasped you, you didn't think to evade? Shen Huating applied the medicine, his palm gently kneading the area for a while. Lin Shu's shoulders shrank further, her small face contorting in agony. She had tried to evade, but it was futile. Shen Huating pulled her back, beginning to tend to the other side, but she shifted away again. In truth, this injury would heal on its own in a few days. If left undisturbed, it would not be painful. Shen Huating let out a cold scoff. I do not wish to have marks on my beloved's body left by other men. Lin Shu stared at him in astonishment. Her face instantly flushed. She suddenly recalled that in the presence of officials, he had referred to her not as concubine or lowly maid, but as beloved. Isn't it better to return to the Hai Zhai building? If I do not return for the full moon, she will worry about me. Lin Shu tugged at his white silk garment, summoning the courage to meet his gaze. Shen Huating's expression remained indifferent, prompting her to bite her lip. Here, perhaps others have slept. It feels soiled. Noticing her desperate excuse, the corners of Shen Huating's mouth curled into a deeper smirk. What place this is? Though, what is a brothel? Few patrons come here. Moreover, all bedding is changed daily, and the furnishings are continually updated to keep the noble guests feeling fresh. What is there to feel unclean about? Is it the maid you worry for, or your sister's reputation that you fear will be tarnished? After tending to her shoulder, Shen Huating casually wiped his hands with a handkerchief, his smile tinged with cold amusement. Do you believe you can protect her for long? What do you mean? Lin Shu looked at him in confusion. Shen Huating chuckled softly. My reputation is indeed tarnished. However, if one has been with a favored musician in the emperor's warm chamber, even a matron at the Ministry of Rites must tread carefully. There is no perfect solution. Do you wish to preserve your life or your reputation? You may choose for your sister as well. Lin Shu was taken aback, gradually comprehending his intent in sending Yun, who to quietly escort Yenner downstairs. He did not wish to harm Yenner. Rather, he aimed to protect her under the guise of favoring the Lin sisters, thus elevating Yenner's status in the Ministry of Rites. Was today's banquet not splendid? Lin Shu bit her lip, casting her gaze downward. The power within the 6 ministries still lay largely in the hands of the reformists. Now, with the Lin family facing downfall and the Gu family defecting, both families had encountered misfortune, likely inciting discord among the reformists. Were it not for Lin Shu's memories from a past life, she might have doubted the true mastermind behind the Lin family's downfall, him. In her previous life, while confined within the Prime Minister's residence, she had overheard the Right Chancellor admit to orchestrating the Lin family's demise. Lin Shu lowered her head, lost in thought. Despite the warmth of the entire building, a gust of cold wind seeped through the half-open window, causing her to hug herself for warmth. Must I carry you inside? A cool, delicate voice broke through the silence. Lin Shu instinctively waved her hands. No, it's not necessary. Her face flushed crimson as she slowly rose, her hands folded in front of her, retreating in small steps until she reached the bed curtains. Imagining herself turning away from him, exposing her pale form, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to step back. Upon reaching the curtains, she paused briefly before swiftly pulling them aside, enveloping herself within and quickly darting inside. Once inside, Lin Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite her prior exposure, she was still taken aback. She raised her gaze, observing the embroidered paintings at the foot of the bed, each depicting scenes of lovers entwined and vividly passionate encounters. The carved figures on the wooden beams exhibited a myriad of postures. Her heart raced violently, and hazy, indecent memories surged forth, yet she rapidly suppressed them. Seated at the edge of the bed, she stared blankly, refraining from looking at those images. Shen Huating entered, holding a bright lamp that illuminated the space. Noticing Lin Shu with her head lowered and completely still, he remarked slowly, "What a rare sight. Even the homes of those reformist ministers conceal quite a bit. To outsiders, they appear lofty, but in private, their actions are anything but virtuous. Your Uncle Gu is such a man." Recalling Gu Wantong from earlier that day, Lin Shu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Shen Huating placed the lamp on the bedside, pulled back a quilt, and lay down beneath it. After extinguishing the light, he remarked, "I have no interest in the clumsy arts. You should study these paintings carefully over the next couple of days." Lin Shu felt her face flush deeply. Caught off guard, she had no idea how to learn such things, and what did he mean by saying she would stay here for 2 more nights? Her mind felt vacant, and her heart was in turmoil. It was rather cold to sit. Quietly, she climbed onto the bed, pulled back another quilt, and lay down. Covering herself, a faint fragrance wafted through the smoke of the lamp. Gradually, Lin Shu's eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Shen Huating, unable to sleep beside her, listened intently to Lin Shu's breathing as it transitioned from tension to relaxation and eventually slumber. He lifted the quilt and rose, reigniting the lamp, his gaze lingering on Lin Shu's face for a moment. His fingers instinctively traced her fair cheek. She deemed this place filthy. Indeed, it was filthy, along with this decaying building. Feng returned to the 16th floor in the dead of night. He cast a glance toward the bed curtains before averting his gaze, respectfully bowing to Shen Huating, who stood by the window. I have brought a team from the office to apprehend the individuals involved, allowing for an expedited examination, he reported unhurriedly. He glanced back at Shen Huating before continuing. With the Lin family's collapse, many reformists have found themselves in disarray. This chaos has provided an opportunity for some to discreetly transfer assets. Currently, we hold ample leverage against 3 families. The confiscation of their assets poses no issue. Within 2 days, it shall be accomplished. Shen Huating, holding a white jade wine flask, poured himself a drink and turned to gaze at Feng In as he approached with an air of cold detachment. Is 3 families truly sufficient? The Qinglu responsible for the calamity of the Yongshou first year encompasses far more than these mere few. Feng In replied, Indeed. You may retire for now. Shen Huating bypassed Feng In and returned to the table, pouring himself several more cups of wine before softly remarking, After these 2 busy days, I shall have Lu Fengyang find someone to substitute for Bu Shi. Feng In raised his eyes. Does the Grand Tutor wish for Bu Shi to be reassigned? Let him go to the teaching bureau. After a moment of contemplation, Feng In began to grasp the implications. Chapter 37. So frightened? Yin, who rested on a couch outside, cautious not to fall into a deep slumber after leaving the inner court. He was always alert, rising whenever Shen Huating stirred. Upon hearing that Shen Huating intended to send his brother, Bu Shi, to the Academy of Courtesans, Yin, who momentarily lost his focus, his hands stuffed in his sleeves. Bu Shi was his younger brother, originally named Chen Hu, while his brother was Chen Shi. Years ago, their heartless uncle sold them into the inner court, where they were castrated. His brother nearly perished, saved only by the intervention of the Grand Tutor, Lord Lu, who preserved his life. This was roughly 7 or 8 years ago, at a time when the Grand Tutor was still an unknown figure in the capital, yet possessed extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, Yun, who devoted himself wholly to serving Shen Huating, while his brother was secretly nurtured, ultimately becoming an undercover agent for the Jinyue. His brother exhibited remarkable talent and made swift progress in his training, which filled Yun with pride. This was excellent. Both he and his brother could repay their benefactor well. The Grand Tutor's intention in sending Bu Shi to the Academy of Courtesans was evident. Once again, Yun, who cast a bewildered glance at the bed curtains, where the noble person within would likely become his master in due time. During the latter part of the night, heavy snow blanketed the capital, draping it in a pristine white garment. Feng Hung awoke just before dawn, shivering from the cold. He lowered his head and stared blankly at the bedding covering him. The 2 officials accompanying him were hardly better off, unable to shake their concern that Feng Hung might freeze to death. They had requested 3 additional blankets from the building to endure the night alongside him. Fortunately, the building had an overhanging eave to shield them from the elements, and they huddled together like quails, with Feng Hung nestled in the middle. If word of this spread, it would certainly become a source of amusement. The 2 officials jolted awake when their heads collided. What did the young official do last night? Feng Hing gazed at them, his expression a mix of confusion and discomfort, gingerly rubbing his aching head. Vague images and fragments of memory flitted through his mind, including a vision of a woman more beautiful than a celestial being, leaving him uncertain whether it was a dream or reality. Such thoughts should not cross a gentleman's mind. Feng Hung shook his head. It must have been the effects of a strong liquor. Lord Su huffed impatiently. What did you do? If it weren't for us, your life would have ended last night on the 16th floor. A sense of foreboding washed over Feng Hung. What exactly did I do? The 2 officials exchanged glances, and after a resigned sigh, Lord Su, tightly wrapping himself in the blankets, exhaled a frosty breath and recounted Feng Heng's actions from the previous night. What can I say to you? You prattle on about righteousness and morality, yet after a few drinks, you make a fool of yourself. It would have been one thing to speak indiscreetly, But you had to go and cause a scene in front of Shen Huating? Who is he? He is not someone we can afford to provoke. And to top it off, you dare to tug at one of his concubines in public. What disgraceful behavior. You are no different from those officials who indulge in wine and women. Lord Su's frustration boiled over as he scolded Fang Heng. Even without Lord Su's rebuke, Fang Heng felt a wave of shame wash over him. His face turned as pale as a dying man, sitting in the snow while wrapped in blankets. He clasped his hands and addressed Lord Su with respect. You are right, esteemed teacher. I cannot undo my regret. And it was my own folly that led to such disgraceful conduct. Did I truly do all that? A sliver of disbelief lingered within him. He had always been intolerant of alcohol, prone to madness when drunk. Yet, yesterday he had been overwhelmed with pent-up frustration due to the persecution of the Lin family, leaving him unable to eat or sleep peacefully. Yet, who would have thought that Gu Wantong would suddenly rise to prominence, flaunting his newly acquired position with a grand banquet on the 16th floor? The 16th floor, the place where his sister had once been sold into such a life. Fang Heng's heart ached with anger and despair, and in a moment of weakness, he had consumed a couple of cups of wine. This was unacceptable. He felt profound shame for having offended a woman, regardless of her identity. Such conduct was indeed disgraceful. Another official shook his head in dismay, glancing at the dim morning light. The Grand Tutor spent the night on the 16th floor and has yet to emerge. If he chooses to take your life, he could do so without a second thought. After a moment, he placed a reassuring hand on Fang Heng's shoulder. My dear Fang, refrain from alcohol in the future. Fang Heng, feeling despondent, rose, causing the blankets to slip from his shoulders. Large flakes of snow fell upon him. He lifted his gaze towards the 16th floor, his expression gradually clearing as clarity returned to his features. Standing tall, he bowed deeply to the two officials and declared, I, Fang Heng, shall heed your counsel and abstain from alcohol for the remainder of my life. Yet, I must acknowledge my wrongdoing. One cannot simply dismiss a transgression as if it never occurred. Having offended, I must personally apologize to that young lady. With determination, he stepped towards the building, kneeling at the entrance. Since she had yet to leave, she would surely emerge eventually. The two officials exchanged astonished glances. Lord Su anxiously exclaimed, This young man has become obstinate again. When Lin Shu awoke early, she found herself alone in bed. Noticing her garments draped at the foot of the bed, she hurriedly dressed. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a box filled with various trinkets, seemingly left behind by him on the bedside table. The previous evening's conversation about learning to paint suddenly flooded back to her. She touched her flushed cheeks, recalling how she had fallen asleep without realizing it while beside such a treacherous man. Grand Tutor had instructed her to remain in the loft and to communicate her desires freely. If she found it tedious, she could simply admire yesterday's paintings. A young eunuch under Yin whose command had been tasked with attending to her. As she listened, her heart raced, and she maintained an impassive facade, fearing the young eunuch might detect her embarrassment. Upon returning, her cheeks flushed crimson. Despite her resolve, she could not escape a lingering sense of humiliation, her complexion paling slightly. That day, Lin Shu found herself enjoying an unusual tranquility in the warm chamber. Meals were delivered regularly, but she lacked an appetite. Given the freezing weather outside, she refrained from troubling the young eunuch further, opting to recline on the couch. As for the bed curtains, she hesitated several times, yet ultimately clung to a hint of hope that Shen Huating's words were mere bluster. In the meantime, she inquired about her sister's well-being and learned that her sister had returned to the Academy of Courtesans. The young eunuch informed her the fourth miss did not suffer greatly. Lord Yin provided her with 2 knee pads. After receiving her punishment, she was sent back to the academy. Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude towards Yin Hu. However, as evening fell, Shen Huating still had not returned. She opened the window only to discover the capital blanketed in white. Her gaze fell upon a prominent estate in the southeastern corner of the city, characterized by its high walls and dark tiles, making it particularly striking. At each corner of the eaves stood a mythical creature with its head raised, lending the estate an air of foreboding. Countless guards wielding long spears stood at the entrance, and rows of red lanterns hung from the eaves. From a distance, It resembled a beast with its maw wide open, ready to devour. Lin Shu recognized it as the residence of the Right Chancellor. In that moment, the father and son from the Yang family resided within those walls, causing a sudden shiver to run through her. With a resounding thud, she hurriedly closed the window. Leaning against it, she trembled uncontrollably, her legs giving way as she sank onto the carpet. She lost track of time while curled up, feeling the night deepen around her. The hues in the warm chamber were already dark, adorned with decadent deep reds and complemented by chilling dark blues, evoking an enchanting atmosphere. Even during the day, too soft, gauzy lamps were necessary to illuminate the space. Now, as darkness enveloped the room, only those two lamps flickered dimly, though not entirely shrouded in black. The semi-darkness blurred the outlines, heightening her anxiety. To avoid awkwardness during the day, Lin Shu had instructed the young eunuch not to enter without her summons. As she glanced around the room, she swiftly averted her gaze. The shadowy ambience sent chills down her spine, and a familiar sense of helplessness and despair surged within her like wild vines. When she attempted to speak, only a hissing sound escaped her throat, likely due to prolonged tension. Alarmed and startled, her legs felt even weaker. Suddenly, Lin Shu felt a cold breeze sweep through, brushing against her. Yet, all the windows were firmly shut. The two lamps swayed precariously, and with a whoosh, it was as if an invisible mouth extinguished their light. She was plunged into complete darkness. Her body stiffened as fear crawled up her spine. Panic gripped her, yet she felt as if something held her in place, rendering her immobile. Lin Shu. A voice called out, echoing her name. Lin Shu. A faint sigh of a woman reverberated in the dimly lit room. Lin Shu. The name echoed, growing more numerous and sorrowful, each utterance stretching longer, drifting in from all directions, tables, chairs, and corners. The faint sighs seemed to whisper right beside her. Lin Shu clutched herself tighter, curling into a smaller ball, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her throat. She pressed her hands against her ears. Suddenly, the dim room began to brighten gradually. Shen Huating stood there in mild astonishment, gazing at the huddled figure in the corner. When Lin Shu lifted her head, her face was streaked with tears, her hair disheveled, and her clothing wrinkled and even torn in places. Her delicate face was pale, weak, and devoid of strength, her eyes still glimmering with lingering fear and panic. She appeared profoundly pitiable and tragic. Shen Huating and Appo's eyes reflected a chilling coldness and somberness. He had just returned from the capital after handling some affairs, intending to return to his office to deal with certain matters, eager to personally interrogate a few officials. Remembering Lin Shu's fear of the dark, he had considered the countless lamps in the warm chamber unnecessary, yet he still returned. Lin Shu stared blankly at the returning Shen Huating as the candlelight illuminated the expansive room, his figure growing increasingly distinct in the haze. Tears streamed down her face, and she rushed into his arms, clinging tightly to him. Shen Huating, she cried out, her voice trembling with fear and urgency, startling both Yunhu and the young eunuch outside. Given Shen Huating's esteemed position, few dared to address him so directly. Shen Huating lowered his gaze to the girl in his embrace. The flickering candles cast a warm glow, revealing the room's intended splendor. Yet the person in his arms resembled a frightened deer, trembling uncontrollably in her pale attire, her delicate form quivering violently. He gently lifted his hand, resting it on her fragile back, soothingly stroking her. What has frightened you so? Lin Shu raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes wide with fear, her voice quivering. Please, don't leave me alone in a place like this. Will you? Shen Huating gazed deeply into her eyes, his brow furrowing with concern. A cold silence enveloped him, and he bent down, lifting her into his arms and moving toward the bed. Bring more lamps, as many as possible, he commanded in a low voice. Let those imbeciles outside kneel in punishment. The young eunuch outside, frightened, fell to his knees, trembling as he pleaded, Please spare me, tutor, have mercy. Even if she instructed you not to disturb her at night, you should remain vigilant and attentive to any disturbances. Did you think you could hide your negligence from me? The eunuch's heart raced. Indeed, They had dozed off, failing to notice any sounds. They had assumed Lin Shu was of lesser status, thus not taking her seriously. At that moment, Lin Shu was entirely dazed, clutching Shen Huating's clothing without letting go. Noticing her pale complexion, he could feel her dampness through her garments. He sat down, cradling her in his lap, continuing to soothe her trembling back. Yun Hu hurriedly summoned others. Footsteps echoed on the stairs as servants brought numerous lamps and candle holders, illuminating the warm chamber with a blinding brilliance. Chapter 38. Adoration. Shangjing has now become the star performer of the brothel, often entertaining guests on the 16th floor. Her lodging is in the esteemed upper quarters of the 4th floor. Countless ministers from the court seek amusement in her presence, including the Right Chancellor who visited just last month and summoned her to sing. Shangjing feels a sense of pride and satisfaction, relishing the sight of these noblemen from the capital reduced to a state of degradation before her. It is this spectacle that soothes her desolate heart. Once, she too was the daughter of a respectable family, believing she had what a man of virtue. Little did she know, her husband bore a hidden illness and succumbed mere months after their marriage. Her in-laws, cold-hearted and cruel, sold her as a concubine to a wealthy gentleman in the capital. The gentleman's legitimate wife, a woman of cruel kindness, secretly sold her to the brothel, remarking, "Since you revel in serving men, let us send you to a place where you can do so well. Should you achieve fame, you shall owe me your gratitude. Take her away. I cannot bear to witness her frivolity." Filled with hatred for the capital, the affluent, and this merciless world, her spirit, however, was ensnared by Shen Huating. Shangjing lifted a wine jug, taking a hearty swig, then another, laughing foolishly as tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. She mused, "Surely the lady must be laughing now. The lady has triumphed. It is not only the noblemen of the capital who have fallen, but she herself as well." Drunk and sprawled on the couch, she suddenly noticed a group of servants entering, taking away the candlesticks and lamps from her room, plunging it into darkness. Stunned, she gathered her scattered garments and stepped outside, leaning against the railing to gaze upwards. Above, on the 5th floor Emperor's Pavilion, she envied the young lady of the Lin family. With a fading smile, she leaned against the railing, drinking while observing the commotion below. People in the building leaned over the railing, curiously glancing up. Shangjing heard someone counting absently, 27, 28, 44, 45. Others emerged from their rooms, exclaiming, "Where are they taking all the lamps?" Laughter erupted from the 5th floor, where someone jested, "Even if the Grand Tutor wishes to wax poetic with the young lady, there is no need for so many lamps." Shangjing chuckled, yet her heart felt a pang. Someone questioned a servant carrying lamps, who replied, "I cannot enter. I can only pass things from outside. What happens within is beyond our sight." The servant then nonchalantly added, "It seems the Grand Tutor was in a fury." Several palace eunuchs knelt at the door, pleading for mercy. It appears the master inside is afraid of the dark and required all these lamps to illuminate the night. Is that so? Everyone exchanged glances. Shangjing stared blankly at the Emperor's Pavilion. Yes, it was indeed for that reason. A young lady's fear of darkness necessitated the lamps be brought from the 1st floor to light her night. Shangjing, lost in thought, tilted the wine jug in her hand, spilling it across the floor. Perhaps this is what one calls adoration? Tears flowed as she smiled, wandering through the corridor. Such affection is something she shall never receive in this lifetime. How many women in the capital can truly claim it? Lin Shu, upon realizing she could no longer hear the eerie sighs, slowly gathered her senses. Yet she still appeared somewhat disoriented. She cast a glance around the pavilion, astonished at the sight of numerous candlesticks and lamps illuminating every nook and cranny. In some places, there was hardly a spot to rest one's feet. The beams of light stretched in her unfocused gaze, creating a mesmerizing scene akin to a world ablaze with radiance. Lin Shu was rendered speechless for a moment. She loosened her grip around Shen Huating's neck, her eyes reddening as she sniffed. "I thought the Grand Tutor would not return tonight. Earlier, he had shouted his title with great indignation, but now he seemed to remember his status." Shen Huating took a cup of water from Yun Hu and offered it to her, saying, "If I do not return, Would you not feel more at ease? Lin Shu's face flushed slightly in embarrassment. When she was terrified moments ago, she had indeed found it somewhat vexing that he brought her to this pavilion. Yet, her mind had only been preoccupied with the thought of his imminent arrival. Such sentiments, of course, she cannot voice. I can only stay on the 5th floor alone. It feels rather stifling. If the Grand Tutor were here, he could keep me company. Lin Shu spoke her half-hearted words with a composed demeanor. Shen Huating, seeing her weakened state after the fright, held the water cup for her until she finished it. Must we stay here tonight? She asked, raising her gaze. Her lips were devoid of color, presenting a pitiful sight. Shen Huating's eyes darkened. Can we not leave this place tomorrow? She softly pressed her lips together. Taking a step back, Shen Huating's expression stiffened as he handed the water cup back to Yan Hu. Tonight, I shall stay here with you. Tomorrow, I will take you somewhere special. You may wash up in the adjoining room and clean yourself. Lin Shu was taken aback, realizing she had been perched on his lap for quite some time, her cheeks flushing with an imperceptible hue of red. The bathing room was prepared with warm water, ready for Miss Lin to cleanse herself. Yan Hu stood attentively beside her, noticing Lin Shu drenched in cold sweat, her hair clinging to her. He understood that she needed a bath to avoid falling ill, and had already instructed accordingly. Go inform Chun Yang to send 2 clean maids to assist with the washing. Shen Huating commanded. Yes. Yan Hu hurriedly exited to relay the message, his steps light and swift. He returned shortly. Lin Shu intended to decline, feeling she was not so delicate as to require assistance, having managed on her own even before her month of confinement. However, the thought of being alone in the adjacent washing room made her uneasy, so she held her tongue. Please spare the 2 little eunuchs outside, Grand Tutor. I have already warned them twice not to disturb us. This fault lies partly with the maidservants. Lin Shu recalled the little eunuchs outside and bit her lip, pleading for leniency. Shen Huating lifted his gaze to Yan Hu, his voice cold as ice. If such servants appear before me again, you shall bear half the consequences. Yan Hu was taken aback, but remained composed, bowing. It was my oversight. I shall have them punished. Previously, Yan Hu had served Shen Huating closely, and the underlings were of little consequence. However, the situation had changed. Lin Shu refrained from further comment. The maidservants. Lin Shu wanted to express that she had recovered considerably and could be set down. The washing room was merely a few steps away. Yet Shen Huating still directly lifted her, carrying her inside. Lin Shu buried her head, feeling embarrassed at her fearfulness being on display. But was her earlier fright merely a figment of her imagination? The warm mist filled the washing room. Lin Shu leaned against the tub, allowing herself to soak for a while as the hot water gradually eased her tension. Her mind began to settle. 2 maidservants stood behind screen, waiting for her commands without daring to enter. After finishing her bath, Lin Shu stepped out of the tub, dried herself, and prepared to dress. On the stool lay a set of fresh, clean sleeping garments, neatly folded. As Lin Shu reached out, something slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground with a faint clatter. She bent down to retrieve it, discovering it to be a copper puzzle ring. The leaf-shaped rings clinked as she moved it in her hand. This was not a trivial item. It was significantly larger than her palm. It was strange that it had gone unnoticed when they were brought in. Is this yours? She inquired as she emerged. The 2 maidservants exchanged glances and shook their heads. If it does not belong to either of you, why was it placed with the clothing? The maidservants immediately knelt, one explaining, it truly does not belong to us. I checked it carefully when I set it down. Lin Shu had not discovered anything unusual, and she urged the others to rise, saying, It's nothing, I was merely inquiring. As she lowered her gaze to the puzzle in her hands, an inexplicable chill coursed through her. The appearance of this object was rather peculiar. She instinctively reached to cast it aside, but hesitated and withdrew her hand. What significance did this puzzle hold? Since acquiring memories of her past life, Lin Shu sensed strange changes within herself. A couple of days prior, at the Haijai building, she had awakened to find her hands dusted with a fine white powder, emitting a faint, indistinct scent. Unable to comprehend it herself, she chose not to disclose it to Manu. She recalled that day when Jin Yang mentioned an intruder who had stealthily entered the kitchen at night, kneading dough while the servants on night watch were lulled into slumber by the biting cold. Could that intruder have been her? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Two maids had dried her hair and arranged it neatly before stepping aside. Lin Shu ambled back to the warm chamber, where a delicately crafted bronze pot with two handles sat on the table, steam rising in billows from its contents. Surrounding it were several plates of fresh ingredients and a flask of imperial wine. On this snowy night, gathering around a pot of hot food and wine indeed suited the bureaucratic atmosphere. Listening to the bubbling of the pot, illuminated by flickering candlelight, the aroma of the broth wafted through the air, dispelling the chamber's earlier gloom. As Lin Shu cautiously navigated around the candle holders, she approached him at his beckoning and took a seat. A glance at the bubbling pot revealed slices of meat, causing her stomach to rumble audibly. Perhaps the earlier shock and her leisurely bath had drained her energy. Shen Huating placed the cooked meat slices into her empty bowl, casting only a fleeting glance at the puzzle she held. Such objects were not uncommon in this abode. "Do you fancy this?" he inquired. Lin Shu lowered her gaze, her expression shifting as she responded. "In the past, my second brother would often engage me in this game, testing who could solve it faster. And who triumphed?" A slow smile graced Lin Shu's lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "My second brother is quite clever, yet he cannot outmatch me in every endeavor. This puzzle, he often loses to me. Has the Grand Tutor ever solved it?" she curiously asked. Shen Huating unhurriedly took the puzzle from her hands, the copper pieces clattering softly in his grasp. Lin Shu picked up her silver chopsticks and began to eat. After just a few mouthfuls of meat, some dumplings, and 2 cups of warm wine, Shen Huating presented her with the solved puzzle. Lin Shu gazed at him in astonishment. "I would require at least half an hour to solve it. If my second brother were no, he would never dare to challenge you on this." Turning to face her, he lifted his gaze. Lin Shu looked at him in confusion, setting down her wine cup and chopsticks, hastily popping a piece of lamb into her mouth. The heat caused her to swallow awkwardly as she shifted in her seat. Shen Huating reached over, deftly tying a slender red cord around her neck. His movements were deliberate and gentle as he pulled her damp hair aside. Lin Shu, momentarily taken aback, turned back to him. With his pale, cool fingers, he wrapped the cord around her neck and gently laid his palm against her collarbone. A chill brushed against her skin. Lin Shu glanced down to see a vibrant green bead dangling from the red cord, the size of a pigeon's egg, shimmering with a faint halo. Clad in a white nightgown, the bead accentuated her delicate collarbone, rendering her skin as smooth as jade. Shen Huating spoke leisurely. "This is a minuet pearl, commonly known as a night-bright pearl, stored in the imperial treasury. Its size is perfect. Anything larger will be cumbersome to carry." Lin Shu was momentarily stunned, astonished that he had dispatched someone to the imperial treasury within half an hour of her bathing. Though the palace wasn't too far, she wondered if it was appropriate at this hour. Shen Huating did not divulge that he had personally retrieved the pearl from the treasury, threading it onto the red cord. Lin Shu had encountered night-bright pearls before. They were rare treasures, not easily acquired. Such a pearl from the imperial treasury would surely be immensely valuable. Yet, her astonishment stemmed not from its worth, but rather from the significance of the pearl itself. She gazed at Shen Huating, whose features betrayed no discernible emotion, yet his deep, cold eyes, in the warm glow of the room, seemed less frigid. The treasures in the imperial treasury often gathered dust. It was a pity to let them languish. Better to adorn a beauty with such pearls. Lin Shu gently clasped the bead, as if holding her own heart, bowing her head in quiet contemplation. Shen Huating added a few more dumplings to her bowl, noticing her fondness for the vinegar-laden dipping sauce, and replaced it with a new bowl generously filled with vinegar. "Eat some more," he urged, playfully pinching her cheek. "You've lost weight since our last meeting. I do not indulge in the mistreatment of my servants, especially not my beloved concubine," he added. Lin Shu stared at him, a soft smile gracing her lips, while her eyes glistened with unshed tears. A bittersweet sensation flooded her heart. Obediently, she ate a little more, feeling her stomach satisfyingly full and warm, dispelling the earlier fright. She had a good tolerance for alcohol, and after sipping 2 more cups of imperial wine, she reached for more, only for Shen Huating to move the jade flask aside, reminding her that too much wine late at night could be detrimental to her health. Complying, Lin Shu set down her cup. Suddenly, Fingen entered. His presence bearing the chill of the snowstorm outside, his expression hurried. He first glanced at Lin Shu before leaning in to whisper. The esteemed guest from Xinqi Palace has arrived. Lin Shu, close enough to overhear, was taken aback. The Xinqi Palace? Wasn't that where the Grand Empress Dowager resided? Lin Shu was astonished. The Grand Empress Dowager, here at this hour? She recalled past whispers about the Grand Empress Dowager, who, though in her 40s, was still youthful and renowned for her beauty in her youth. The rumors suggested a close and somewhat ambiguous relationship between Shen Huating and the Grand Empress Dowager, but they were not widely discussed. Lin Shu's mind whirled with thoughts. Could the rumors of his disinterest in women be due to the Grand Empress Dowager? Was her presence on the 16th floor tonight intended for her? Was the Grand Empress Dowager feeling jealous? Shen Huating lowered his gaze, inquiring, "Where is she?" The noble guest had already arrived. Lin Shu felt momentarily dazed, glancing down at her attire. Only a nightgown, and felt extremely out of place. In her panic, she disregarded everything and hastened to hide behind the bed curtains. Chapter 39. The imperial tutor, the Empress Dowager, entered, enveloped in a heavy, thick cloak that shrouded her from head to toe. She had stealthily made her way here, avoiding prying eyes. Those who might have caught a glimpse would merely assume she was one of the courtesans from the Ministry of Rites, never suspecting her true identity as the current Empress Dowager. Upon entering, she halted, confronted by the unavoidable candle stands and lanterns scattered on the ground. Reluctantly, she removed her cloak and handed it to a eunuch who had accompanied her from the palace. The eunuch promptly offered her a warm fur muff, which she accepted. At 47, the Empress Dowager was no longer young, and the biting winds and snow of the late night were particularly harsh. Yet, her inner turmoil made it all the more difficult for her to find rest. Shen Huating did not rise, casting a glance toward the bed curtains. He poured a cup of wine for the Empress Dowager, who had braved the snow to seek him on the 16th floor. Should the officials in the building witness this, it would tarnish his reputation further. The Empress Dowager's stature was far from trivial. He slowly extended the cup towards her and then raised his gaze to the snow-dusted figure before him. Upon closer inspection, the lines of worry etched on her face were evident, yet one could still discern the beauty she possessed in her youth. The guards, too, were culpable for allowing the Empress Dowager to venture out of the palace so recklessly. It was her command. They had no choice but to comply. With a sigh, the Empress Dowager surveyed the loft, her gaze lingering on the bed curtains before returning. She set down the muff and accepted the wine cup, drinking slowly. Feng En respectfully spread a clean cloth on a round stool, saying, "Your Majesty, please take a seat." The Empress Dowager sat down slowly. The brightness of the lanterns outside illuminated the room, casting a clear light through the azure drapes, allowing Lin Shu to discern the Empress Dowager's features distinctly. Her brows were naturally thick and elegant, her eyes strikingly bright, and her deep rose lips sculpted a visage of feminine gravitas. The Empress Dowager's brow furrowed slightly as she cast a questioning glance at Lin Shu. Shen Huating spoke in a cool tone, "Your Majesty need not worry. It is only I here." Lin Shu's heart skipped a beat at the unexpected remark, gazing at Shen Huating in astonishment. The Empress Dowager withdrew her gaze, reflecting on the recent appointments made by the Grand Tutor, who had elevated Yang Gao, the son of the Right Chancellor, to the position of Deputy Minister, while also granting an additional title to Gu Wantong, the Grand Inspector. The Empress Dowager fixed her eyes on Shen Huating, striving to soften her tone. What is the Grand Tutor's intention? Lin Shu was taken aback, her astonishment directed at Shen Huating. He raised his eyes slowly to meet the Empress Dowager's gaze and replied, "Naturally, it is to ensure your Majesty's safe continuation of the regency, guiding the Emperor to maturity and preserving the stability of the realm." The Empress Dowager's expression softened, and she glanced at Lin Shu once more before hesitatingly saying, "This regency of mine bears no difference for vacuity. I'm not adept in governance, and fear I may endanger the state. You are the Emperor's tutor. He is still young and requires your guidance." Shen Huating filled the Empress Dowager's cup again. The Emperor, too, was no longer a child, nearing 15 years of age. The Empress Dowager's countenance darkened, The emperor was increasingly unrefined, submissive even before the right chancellor. I am concerned. Did the Empress Dowager believe that her tutor was negligent in his duties? That he had led the emperor astray? A hint of embarrassment crept onto her visage as she scrutinized his expression. The Empress Dowager's worries were unfounded. He had no interest in that position, nor in becoming a regent. The Empress Dowager's expression tightened, her brows knitting together in concern. The right chancellor's ambitions are ever present. I fear that the authority vested in the imperial edicts may fall into his hands. You have permitted his son to hold such a significant position in the court. Are you not inadvertently bolstering the right chancellor's power? Moreover, the faction of the Clear Stream remained formidable. The majority of military power in the capital still resting in the right chancellor's grasp. The Empress Dowager had once suspected him of orchestrating the Lin family affair. Yet, she turned her discerning gaze back to Shen Huating. The Gu family's defection would inevitably lead to infighting within the Clear Stream. She had heard that recently. The Jinyui had apprehended 3 families from the Clear Stream. The Grand Tutor must be aware that a single misstep could lead to total ruin. The Empress Dowager spoke each word with deliberation. Shen Huating's fingers rhythmically tapped against the jade wine pot, revealing his impatience before he ceased. The Empress Dowager straightened herself, her demeanor resolute. You once mentioned 10 years. When the emperor turns 16, it shall be the most propitious time. Suddenly, Shen Huating rose, causing the Empress Dowager's complexion to pale. He approached her, placing his hands on her shoulders, exerting a gentle grip. The Empress Dowager stiffened as he stood behind her, a low chuckle escaping his lips. I find it too slow. I do not wish to wait another 2 years. The Empress Dowager's expression dimmed. Why did she lack faith in him? He would remove the Yang family, this towering threat in the capital, and eradicate the decayed remnants of the Clear Stream, securing a stable realm for their young emperor. He withdrew his hands and returned his seat. Shouldn't the Empress Dowager be pleased? The Empress Dowager steadied her breath, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Suddenly, she called out. Shen Huating's eyes darkened, filled with an unfathomable chill. The Empress Dowager's heart sank. For more than a decade, she had awaited this day. How could she allow her efforts to go to waste? He gestured toward a candlestick on the table, his palm enveloping the flame. It was the Empress Dowager who acted recklessly tonight. Perhaps she remained unaware that the building was rife with the right chancellor's spies. The old man would relish any opportunity to undermine her. Seeing him grasp the flame without a hint of pain, his lips curving into a chilling smile, the Empress Dowager widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Shen Huating admired the flickering flame, slowly extinguishing it within his grasp. The Empress Dowager stood frozen for a moment, her complexion paling, a hint of despondency creeping into her gaze, her once imposing shoulders subtly sagging. She murmured, I. Closing her eyes, her voice heavy, she confessed, "I am ill, an incurable ailment. The physician has said my time is short. I have become unmoored." She raised her cup once more, drinking slowly. The warm wine was bitter on her tongue. "Xing, could you protect the emperor for me? If I were to pass, he would be left utterly alone." Lin Shu, concealed behind the bed curtains, listened intently to their conversation, gradually straightening her spine. Xing, was that a childhood name? She gazed at Shen Huating in a daze. Chapter 40. She fell heartbroken. Shen Huating grasped the wine pot, allowing the liquid to flow slowly over his burned palm, as if merely cleansing a soiled hand, entirely oblivious to the pain. Was it painful? Little Six had perished in the flames. Those he had endeavored to protect had all met their demise, leaving only Anan, who had now acquired the ability to fend for herself. He had not progressed to this point solely to safeguard the Zhao family. Had it not been for the Emperor Jing's senility and lack of insight, matters would not have reached this extent. Had the Empress Dowager perhaps forgotten that the relationship between her and him was merely one of mutual benefit? Shen Huating's expression was inscrutable, his voice flat as he cast a sidelong glance at the woman opposite him. The Empress Dowager stood frozen for a moment, her countenance betraying her concern and disappointment. She picked up her fox fur gloves once more, tucking her hands inside, feeling an unrelenting chill envelop her. Indeed, Emperor Jing had passed away at the age of 72. He was the third emperor of the Daon dynasty. Ascending to the throne in his youth, he had shown great vigor, embarking on campaigns to consolidate the empire and oppose as territories, leaving a remarkable legacy in history. To secure his reign, he had conferred titles and lands to his sons, gradually sidelining the once prominent military generals in favor of civil officials, leading to the rise of the pure stream faction during Lin Shu's grandfather's era, which held considerable sway in both court and society. As Emperor Jing aged, witnessing a time of peace, he gradually relinquished his involvement in governance, embracing the pursuit of Zen and Tao. He entrusted more power to the officials of the pure stream faction. However, some among them harbored lofty ambitions, leading to a growing rift within the court. Yang Yuqing skillfully garnered support, and the power of the right prime minister grew day by day. Upon Emperor Jing's death, the crown prince ascended the throne. Yet he too succumbed to illness after 2 years, leaving no heirs, with both of his sons having died young. In the shadows, Yang Yuqing seized control of the military forces in the capital, and within a few years, he had installed for ineffectual emperors among the numerous princes, some ruling for as little as 3 months, all eventually meeting their demise at the hands of the right prime minister. At that time, she was still the Liao princess. Aware of the right prime minister's intentions to eradicate all Zhao princes, ultimately aiming for the throne himself, the Liao royal house occupied a crucial stronghold in the north. And as a descendant of the Haru tribe, it was one of Yang Yuqing's primary targets for elimination. Yet, in this covert struggle, her husband and son faced untimely misfortunes. It was then that Shen Huating approached her, assuring her he could protect the last bloodline of the Liao royal family, seeking only its influence in return. Within 5 years, he had elevated Zhen to the throne, while she became the Empress Dowager. In another 3 years, he attained the feared title of Grand Tutor. As the Empress Dowager reflected on these memories, fatigue gradually crept into her expression. Recently, her health had been poor, and she had been experiencing persistent bleeding. Earlier that morning, she had summoned the imperial physician for a diagnosis. Upon seeing their hesitance and ashen faces, she had pressed them until they revealed the truth. Once more, she gazed at Shen Huating's indifferent visage, sighing inwardly. Slowly, she rose from her seat. Am I to return to the palace? I humbly escort the Empress Dowager. Shen Huating replied without standing, raising his head to instruct Feng in a soft tone to summon additional imperial guards to escort the Empress Dowager back to the palace. All guards stationed at the Shinchi Hall were to face severe punishment, and they need not remain there from the following day onward. The Grand Tutor's orders are understood. Feng nodded, bowing slightly before turning to leave. The Empress Dowager and Appo's expression stiffened, yet she refrained from voicing any objections. She turned to glance once more in the direction of the bed curtains, hesitating momentarily before speaking. I have heard about your involvement with the Lin sisters. I know you're not that reckless man. Shen Huating smiled faintly. Then who am I? You. The Empress Dowager sighed. You have remained solitary all these years. If you truly had someone special by your side, I would genuinely be happy for you. Thereafter, the Empress Dowager said nothing further, donning her cloak and departing the loft. After she had walked away for a while, Lin Shu emerged from behind the bed curtains. Approaching Shen Huating, she extended her hand, taking his palm and examining it in silence for a moment. Gently, she held onto a portion of his fingers with both of her small hands, carefully cradling them, her thumb lightly brushing over the alarming burn. Is your treatment of yourself a reflection of having lost someone who would care for you? She asked softly. Shen Huating gazed at her, his eyes deep and contemplative. Where was the Grand Tutor's home over a decade ago? Lin Shu inquired, scrutinizing his expression with unwavering clarity. Shangjing, he replied, his lips curling slightly. So, he was from Shangjing. Yet, few knew of his background and past. Lin Shu chose not to further inquire about his family, surmising that he concealed his origins out of a desire for privacy. Is Xing your childhood name? She asked. His expression momentarily flickered as he gently cupped her chin, replying in a subdued tone, You may consider it so. Lin Shu fell silent for a moment. Yin Hu, could you please fetch the medicine box for me? She directed, casting a smile at Yin Hu. Yun, who understood, and retrieved the earlier medicine box, placing it on the table where Lin Shu had cleared space. "You may call me Yun Hu, and allow me to assist," he offered. Lin Shu smiled at him. "I will handle it." Yun Hu glanced at her before stepping aside. Shen Huating did not withdraw his hand, allowing Lin Shu to hold on to it as he lowered his gaze toward her. Her expression was serious, her movements gentle. After applying the medicine twice, she blew softly on it, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, one strand slipping forward to frame her face. A subtle coolness escaped her tender lips, akin to a gentle breeze that swept into a hidden corner of his heart. She lifted her head, cutting a piece of gauze and carefully wrapping it around his palm. "The wound is red, swollen, and festering. Remember to keep it dry until it scabs over," Lin Shu instructed, snipping the end of the string before meeting his gaze. "All done." Yun, who discreetly averted his eyes, quickly redirecting his focus and exiting the room. Shen Huating playfully squeezed her cheek, gazing at her with a languid expression. Why does my beloved consort possess such knowledge of burns? Hearing this endearment made Lin Shu's cheeks flush. "When I was little, I feared the cold and dozed by the brazier. A cat startled me, causing me to accidentally tip over the brazier, resulting in a burn that left a scar. It was quite a calamity." She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a small arm with a curled-up portion to show him. "I was only 7 then, and the pain kept me awake for several nights, with my parents and grandmother trying every trick to soothe me. Eventually, it left a scar, and my elder brother brought me a remedy to diminish it, yet it only faded a little. If you look closely, you can still see it." Shen Huating lowered his gaze, observing her in silence. Lin Shu placed her sleeve back down, stealing a glance at him before finally stating, "I now believe that the rumors outside are nothing but nonsense and fabrications." He was uncertain to which rumor she referred, yet noting her natural transition in address. He chuckled softly. "I have no Oedipal complex," he retorted, giving her a sidelong glance. Lin Shu and Amp, Oppo's, eyes curved with a smile, sparkling brightly. "Perhaps there are numerous unfounded rumors." Shen Huating rose from his seat, and she followed suit, her gaze trailing after him as she lifted her small face. He gently brushed his fingers against her flushed cheeks. "Warmed by the wine. How fares your painting?" Lin Shu was taken aback that he remembered and would bring it up at this moment. Instantly, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her small earlobes glowing with a radiant hue. She mumbled an excuse, "It's dark inside." Shen Huating raised an eyebrow. "In the future, learning is certainly not out of the question. This official is not so impatient." He stepped inside, and Lin Shu hurriedly followed, eagerly kneeling as she climbed onto the grand bed, pulling aside the 2 layers of brocade blankets and carefully laying them out. She obediently stood by the bedside, exuding an air of submission and grace, having prepared the bedding. With a satisfied hum, Shen Huating tossed aside the neatly arranged brocade coverlet and reclined comfortably. Lin Shu, as usual, crawled lightly to his side and lay down, closing her eyes. If it weren't for the faint scent of night-blooming jasmine emanating from him, she would have doubted the presence of anyone beside her. Lin Shu's mind began to wander, filled with myriad thoughts spurred by the Empress Dowager's words, leaving her with many unanswered questions. Why did Shen Huating assist Yang Song in entering the court? What grievances exist between him and the Qinglu? What transpired over a decade ago? Was their relationship with the Empress Dowager merely one of collaboration? How could the Empress Dowager possibly know his childhood nickname? However, amidst the sea of uncertainties, one thing was for certain. He intended to bring down the right Prime Minister's residence. Chapter 41. Match for my family's Wan as dawn broke. Shen Huating idly fiddled with the intricate puzzle in his hands, dressed in his night clothes and barefoot, lost in thought by the window. His gaze drifted toward the imposing residence of a Yang family. The lights of countless households had gradually extinguished, leaving only the red lanterns of the Yang mansion still aglow. The Empress Dowager had been safely escorted to the palace. Captain Liu personally attended to her diagnosis. Feng was expected to return around the 5th watch. He had been bustling about for the past 2 nights, catching only fleeting moments of rest in his carriage. The captain had announced that the Empress Dowager was afflicted with an incurable illness. This malady, often seen among women of the populace, could claim a life within 3 months if improperly treated. The captain further noted that the Empress Dowager's exhaustion had accumulated over time, and with the prescription he provided, she might endure for no more than 5 months. In the last 2 months, she would be bedridden. Shen Huating cast a sidelong glance at Feng Yin, wondering if he had administered the Zhixiangdan. The captain anticipated the Grand Tutor's inquiry and informed him that the Zhixiangdan was only effective for the living. The Empress Dowager's condition was beyond salvation, a malady that no remedy could alleviate in the present day. Upon hearing this, Shen Huating's demeanor remained calm, betraying little emotion. Feng Yin's gaze fell upon the puzzle in Shen Huating's hands, which had taken the shape of a flower basket under his manipulation. "Prepare the carriage," he said. "I must see someone." Lin Shu, unaware, had quickly succumbed to slumber the previous night. Upon awakening, she found Shen Huating absent from her side. The 2 maidservants had assisted her with her attire and grooming. Lin Shu noticed that 2 new young eunuchs were stationed outside her door, bowing respectfully to greet her. The 1st and 15th? Lin Shu quickly memorized their names. They guided her downstairs, informing her that a carriage awaited her outside. Inquiring if they were returning to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, she was met with a shake of the head. The Grand Tutor had instructed them to take her to Chunhua Alley. Chunhua Alley? Lin Shu recalled that Shen Huating had mentioned taking her somewhere. Regardless of the destination, she was eager to leave the 16th floor, uncertain of how matters pertaining to her had transpired in the capital over the past 2 days. As she descended the staircase, she consciously quickened her pace, relieved that the building remained quiet at this hour. "Madam, please wait." Just as Lin Shu was about to step through the door, a voice called out from behind her, tinged with hesitation. Turning in confusion, she glanced around, finding no other women present besides herself. The address of Madam seemed directed at her. Feng Hung halted 3 steps away, first bowing respectfully before raising himself to stand tall before Lin Shu. After a careful inspection, he confirmed her identity and quickly averted his gaze. He possessed a remarkable memory, clear even inebriated, and remembered Lin Shu distinctly from their fleeting encounter. "Madam, do you recall me?" "I am called." "You are Feng Hung," Lin Shu interjected, unable to forget him, as he had left a profound impression. Moreover, Feng Hung appeared haggard, with stubble adorning his chin, deep-set eyes, pale lips, and disheveled hair, a clear indication of several sleepless nights. She worried he might collapse at any moment. However, her concern was unwarranted. Feng Hung was not a foolish man. Though he had awaited her, he had not deprived himself of sustenance. As a court official, he had ample provisions within the building. He had merely chosen to remain downstairs, vigilantly anticipating Lin Shu's descent. "Does the madam remember me?" Feng Hung asked, taken aback as he raised his eyes. "I heard it from Lord Su," Lin Shu replied, observing that despite his disheveled appearance, he bore a demeanor markedly different from that night of drunkenness, exuding a refined grace that hinted at his exceptional character. Feng Hung soon comprehended and was momentarily taken aback. The first light of dawn poured in through the doorway, and Lin Shu, standing with her back to the entrance, seemed enveloped in a halo of pure light. Today, she wore a tea-colored garment, eschewing the ostentatious palace attire. The maidservants skillfully fashioned her hair into a flowing floral bun, securing it with a tea-hued ribbon and adorning it with 2 delicate snow-white hairpins. However, Lin Shu's naturally striking features and flawless complexion rendered her simplicity exquisite, resembling a freshly plucked camellia, graceful and delicate. A gentle breeze stirred her attire and hair ribbon, resembling layers of blooming tea flowers, drifting toward Feng Hung. He was momentarily entranced. Yet, with a swift motion, he lowered his gaze, suppressing the fleeting glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Feng Hung bowed deeply, acknowledging his past indiscretion while intoxicated, and expressed his sincere apologies for any offense caused to the madam. Lin Shu was taken aback. Could he have spent the last 2 days waiting downstairs? His appearance suggested as much. She was astonished he recognized her at a glance. Offering a gentle smile, she reassured him, "There is no need for concern, Lord Feng. It was a minor incident, easily overlooked. Such lapses in behavior are human. You need not dwell on it." Before she could finish, Feng Hung interrupted, "No." Lin Shu was momentarily stunned. Fang Hung maintained his bowing posture, hands extended, his gaze flickering with a distinct brightness. How could one excuse such behavior as typical for men merely because they acted foolishly while intoxicated? He was acutely aware of his poor tolerance for alcohol and recognized that he should not have indulged while away from home. Having lost control and offended the madam was entirely his fault. His voice, though clear, was measured and composed. Lin Shu sighed. My elder brother has spoken of you. He is a proud man. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not forge close ties with just anyone. Yet, he has praised you highly. Lord Fang, indeed. Fang Heng's expression faltered as he straightened up slowly. Is your elder brother named Lin Qian? Yes, Lin Shu replied, surprised. Had Lord Fang not heard the rumors? In truth, Fang Hung had not. The people in the building had avoided him, and he was not one to eavesdrop on idle chatter. His mind was preoccupied with other matters. Fearing the others in the building might awaken, Lin Shu urged Fang Hung, You should return home quickly. My affairs are settled. As she turned to leave, she paused to add, I appreciated your words after your inebriation that day. Fang Hung gazed thoughtfully at Lin Shu's retreating figure, surprised that she was indeed Lin Qian's sister. The words of Lin Qian echoed in his mind. Fang Hung is well suited for my family S11. Chapter 42. Has he met you? Lin Shu settled into an inconspicuous carriage, while Chu Yi and Shi Wu were at the reins. Chu Yi was more reserved, whereas Shi Wu was more vivacious. With a flick of his whip, Shi Wu cheerfully remarked, Miss, please hold on tight. We are heading to Chunhua Alley. The road there is quite uneven, and with the thick snow, the carriage will jolt considerably. Wrapped in a thick cloak with a hand warmer hidden in her sleeve, which Chu Yi had given her, Lin Shu couldn't help but smile at Shi Wu and Appo's as charming tone. The carriage halted at the end of Chunhua Alley. Miss, we have arrived. It had been over 10 days since the Lin family was raided. The matriarch of the Lin family had been unable to eat or sleep well, and if it weren't for her concern for the entire family, she feared she would not have endured. When the Lin family was first confiscated, she, an old woman, found herself with 2 young children and only 2 family maids of similar age to herself, who were also included in the pardon. When they were expelled from their residence, they could only carry 2 simple bundles. Fortunately, the Genie Wei did not forcibly search their bodies, allowing them to maintain a modicum of dignity. The matriarch managed to gather whatever valuables she could find from herself, her grandson, and her great-grandson to exchange for a little silver. They sought shelter in a small inn. Otherwise, they would have had nowhere to stay in the heavy snow. However, that very night, the 3-year-old Lin Chongfeng fell gravely ill, and half the money was spent on doctors and medicine. The matriarch then sought information about their various properties, but none were spared. With the little money left, she had to devise a long-term plan, resolutely deciding to return to Jiangling, a place she hadn't visited in decades, taking the 2 little ones with her. Unexpectedly, a group of thieves targeted them, breaking in and stealing the remaining silver. Just when things couldn't get worse, the matriarch found herself in tears, holding her 2 grandchildren. In this dire moment, Uncle Da appeared, bringing the elderly and young to stay in Chunhua Alley, and the next day, he even fetched the eldest daughter-in-law. Uncle Da claimed this was due to Lin Shu's arrangements. However, in recent days, rumors had spread throughout the capital, reaching every corner. The matriarch was not deaf to them and could guess the situation. When Lin Shu was born, her mother had to care for 2 elder brothers, and with her father preoccupied with court affairs, the matriarch, still vigorous at the time, along with her husband who had retired, willingly took on the task. As younger siblings were born, the elder brothers had grown sufficiently, allowing their mother to take a break while the matriarch aged. Thus, Lin Shu spent much of her childhood in the care of her grandmother, who cherished her dearly. Now, they had to rely on their precious granddaughter to navigate the whims of a treacherous minister for survival. With a sigh, the matriarch lamented, "Furongentid," carrying a bowl of freshly steamed pumpkin porridge. Dressed simply, with only a wooden hairpin adorning her head and a coarse apron tied around her waist, she suggested, "Old ancestor, perhaps you should retire to the inner room? It is much warmer there. Shall I assist you inside?" The matriarch refused, stating that the inner room felt stuffy, and insisted Uncle to finish his breakfast before venturing out to inquire about the mother and daughters, especially Lin Shu. "Even if you worry, you must take care of yourself. I will look after Changfeng and Huayer while you go out with Uncle Da. That won't do. The matriarch quickly grasped Fu Rong's hand. With such a beautiful daughter-in-law, it would be unwise to venture out carelessly. What if nefarious individuals took notice? I worry for my Yuan Yao, just as you do. Fu Rong wanted to assure her that she would dress appropriately, but feeling the matriarch and aunt Appo's anxious grip warmed her heart. Very well, I shall remain with you. In truth, she too could not shake off her worry for a 3-year-old son, Lin Changfeng. The two elderly women busied themselves, one in the kitchen assisting Fu Rong with breakfast, while the other helped dress the 2 children in the room. The cold weather and Changfeng and aunt Appo's recent illness allowed Fu Rong to let the child sleep a little longer. Lin Huai led the 3-year-old Changfeng outside, and Changfeng ran eagerly to his grandmother for some affection. Having just recovered from illness, the little one was particularly clingy and obedient. The old woman hurried out, placing an old hat on Changfeng's head. The matriarch embraced him lovingly, gently stroking his forehead with concern. Did you see the doctor yesterday? The child is still young. We mustn't be careless. We can endure hardships ourselves, but we cannot neglect the little ones. Do not worry, old ancestor. Changfeng is recovering well. The doctor said a few more doses of medicine, and he'll be fine. Fu Rong knelt down, adjusting her son's clothing and tightening his hat with Lin Huai and Appo's help. Sister-in-law, I and Appo's am all better, Lin Huai exclaimed, eager to run outside. I want to see if 3rd sister, 4th sister, and mother have returned. Fu Rong anxiously attempted to pull him back. Let him go, the matriarch sighed. Such significant changes at home cannot be too confining for him. Though he is a child, he too has his worries. Fu Rong nodded, urging the old woman to follow. Lin Huai craned his neck to peek down the alley, where only a few children were playing. Usually, he would have dashed over to join them, but instead, he sat on the doorstep, resting his chin in his hands, looking glum. The old woman fretted, Huayer, you mustn't sit on the ground. You could catch a chill. Oh, I'll just sit for a moment, Lin Huai mumbled. Lin Shu disembarked from the carriage and spotted her younger brother at the end of the alley. Surprised, she finally understood why Shen Huating had sent Shu, Yi, and Shi Wu to bring her to Chunhua Alley. Observing Lin Huai's dejected demeanor, with sadness etched across his face, she realized just how troubled he had been. Huayer. The snowlight illuminated Lin Shu's bright eyes. A radiant smile graced her face as she lifted her skirts and dashed toward Lin Huai. Lin Huai rubbed his eyes, hardly daring to believe it, and turned to run back into the courtyard, calling out, Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, come quickly. Is 3rd sister really back? Fu Rong, holding Changfeng, felt uneasy and stepped outside, only to see Lin Huai stumble into the snow. Are you all right? Lin Shu, having naturally outrun him, quickly caught up, pulling him up and brushing the snow off his knees. She pinched his cheek gently. Of course, I am real. How could there be a fake? Lin Huai blinked, pinching her cheek in turn, his round eyes wide as he turned to Fu Rong. Sister-in-law, it's true. Tears filled his eyes as he clung to Lin Shu and Appo's neck, exclaiming, 3rd sister, I missed you. Lin Shu crouched down, embracing her brother while looking up at Fu Rong, whose expression mirrored her surprise. Shu and Appo's, or is it really you? Fu Rong smiled tenderly, her eyes shimmering with joyful tears. Lin Shu then caught sight of the matriarch hurrying out from the main room, her heart suddenly aching, and tears welled up. Old ancestor. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the matriarch clutched her chest, exclaiming, Is it Yuan Yao returned? The elderly woman could hardly believe her eyes. Disregarding the thick snow, she hurried towards Lin Shu. Uncle Da appeared just in time to steady the matriarch. Lin Shu stood there, momentarily dazed, as if lost in the moment. Quickly, let us go inside to talk, Fu Rong urged. Lin Shu rose, taking Lin Huai and aunt Appo's hand, hastening to the matriarch, without waiting for them to approach, reached out her hands, tears of recognition in her eyes, gently touching Lin Shu's face. Such a soft, beautiful girl. Could this be my little Yuan Yao? She then pulled Lin Shu into a tight embrace, weeping tears of joy, concerned about her elder's exposure to the cold. Lin Shu leaned against her for a moment, saying, Old ancestor, it's chilly outside. Shall we go inside to talk? Of course, let us go, the matriarch replied, taking Lin Shu's hand with one and reaching for Lin Huai's with the other. She glanced at Fu Rong and the children, saying, "Come, everyone, let us go inside. Don't catch a chill." Once inside, Lin Shu noticed breakfast laid out on the table. Pumpkin soup, steamed buns, and pickles. The meal was indeed light, yet not too frugal. She noticed Uncle Da was also present, likely aware of the circumstances. She nibbled on a few snacks. "Miss Anne, you arrived so early. Have you had breakfast?" "I haven't eaten yet," she replied, just in time to join the matriarch. She looked up at Uncle Da, questioning if it was sufficient. The elderly lady, holding Lin Shu's hand, smiled and said, "There's plenty to eat. We few won't finish it all. Rest assured, the meals we have daily cannot compare to those in the manor, but they are still quite adequate. There and amp, oppos. That's more in the kitchen. I will fetch it." Uncle Da went to the kitchen to ask the old cook for more bowls and chopsticks. Upon seeing the ample breakfast, Lin Shu, wishing to ease the elderly lady's worries, consumed an extra 2 buns. Fu Rong entrusted the now satiated Chong Feng to her mother and asked Uncle Da to take Lin Huai along. She called Lin Shu into the inner room, assisting the elderly lady as they entered together, allowing the 3 generations to converse freely. The elderly lady pulled Lin Shu into her embrace, gazing at her with a tender, aged gaze, and said with a twinge of sorrow, "Tell your grandmother. What exactly is going on? There are all sorts of rumors outside. Wan, has that Shen Huating bullied you? Did he force you?" The elderly lady and amp, Oppo's, expression grew stern. "If he truly forced you or mistreated you, we would rather eat chaff and live on the streets than accept anything from him. Grandmother cannot bear to see you suffer such humiliation or endure this torment." Fu Rong remained silent, draping a blanket over the elderly lady's lap. Lin Shu felt warmth in her heart. Leaning softly against the elderly lady, she said, Wan knows grandmother trusts me and will not believe the nonsensical gossip. He did not force me. I was the one who sought him out first. Truly." The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback. "That is the same thing. You foolish child. Enduring hardship for our sake, associating yourself with such a person. Your father and elder brother may not understand you. They might even be angry with you." Lin Shu held the elderly lady in damp, Oppo's, hand against her cheek, saying, "I do not care. I only wish to save you." The elderly lady and amp, Oppo's, expression was tinged with sadness. "You're a kind-hearted child, but being involved with someone like Shen Huating, how will the world perceive you? They do not understand my Wan. They will only hurl harsh words at you." Lin Shu smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "He is actually very good to me. Some matters are not, as the rumors suggest. Do not worry, grandmother. Look, am I lacking in any way?" She stood up and twirled before the elderly lady, then returned to her embrace. Both the elderly lady and Fu Rong were momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress their laughter at her antics. "Indeed, you do not appear to be lacking anything." The elderly lady, observing that Lin Shu had merely lost a bit of weight but was otherwise in good spirits, felt slightly reassured. "Is what you say truly so?" The elderly lady remained anxious, finding it hard to believe. She feared her dear Wan had sacrificed something to secure their current peace. In this world, a woman and Oppo's worth often lies in her body, especially for someone as beautiful as Wan. The thought of her granddaughter, blessed with exquisite beauty, having to barter her purity for the safety of her family, made her heart ache anew. What if that Shen Huating were to harm her, or be rough with her? Having lived a full life, the elderly lady had seen much. She was aware of the darkness that often lurked beneath the surface of apparent prosperity. After all, why would that treacherous man treat her granddaughter well? Yet, recalling her encounter with Shen Huating, she was surprised to find him so young and handsome, resembling a figure from a painting. At least ensuring that Wan was not faced with a middle-aged man with a protruding belly, which would have felt more repugnant. Lost in her thoughts, the elderly lady finally sighed deeply. She gazed affectionately at Lin Shu, gently stroking her granddaughter's head. Hesitating for a moment, seeing only the 3 of them in the room, she asked, "Tell your grandmother honestly, has he touched you?" Lin Shu was taken aback, her cheeks flushing instantly, her ears turning red. Fu Rong scrutinized her closely. As a woman with experience, though still young, she could discern that Lin Shu was genuinely shy, with little sense of grievance or embarrassment. Does that mean? Lin Shu was uncertain how to respond to the elderly lady. Though Shen Huating had not physically violated her, he had seen her entirely. Is he gentle with Wan? The elderly lady and Appo's gaze was earnest, causing Fu Rong to blush slightly as well. Lin Shu stared at her grandmother in astonishment. ISN and Appo's this question a bit too explicit? Seeing Shu and Appo's are in this state, it seems Shen Huating has not done anything inappropriate to her, Fu Rong thought, noting Lin Shu and Appo's flushed face and considering how the young girl was modest and bashful. She quickly interjected, "Grandmother, let an Appo's think positively. After all, this is Shu and Appo's choice, and what is done is done. If Shu and Appo's can win the favor of the grand tutor, at least it spares her from worse outcomes." Indeed, Lin Shu continued Fu Rong's thought. Yang Song came to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to cause trouble for my mother and me. Wan was nearly bullied by him. It was the grand tutor who saved us. The elderly lady and Appo's face paled at once, her brows furrowing. Yang Song is still bothering you? He is an exceedingly despicable man. Lin Shu wished to express that there was more to it, but held her tongue, not wanting to unnecessarily burden the elderly lady and her sister-in-law with worry. Fu Rong asked with concern, "How is your mother?" The elderly lady cast a worried glance at Lin Shu, who reassured her that her mother and sister were currently safe, prompting the elderly lady to feel somewhat relieved. Noticing that the elderly lady seemed hesitant to speak further, Fu Rong, with a slight smile, stood up. "Grandmother and Shu and Appo's should talk. I will check on Changfeng." The elderly lady nodded. Once the room was left with just the two of them, the elderly lady took Lin Shu and Appo's hand again, her affectionate gaze filled with fondness and compassion, though her expression grew serious. "My dear, there is something I must tell my little Wan. This concludes the combined chapter, allowing the reader to indulge in one continuous flow. Chapter 43. The old affairs of the Lin family. Lin Shu gazed in a daze at the elderly matriarch, perplexed by the notion that there existed matters too delicate to discuss, even in the presence of her sister-in-law. What could grandmother possibly wish to convey? As Lin Shu conversed with her, her voice instinctively softened, adopting a more delicate tone. However, the matriarch hesitated, her gaze lingering on Lin Shu, causing the smile that adorned Lin Shu's features to gradually fade, replaced by confusion as she furrowed her brow. "Grandmother?" The elderly lady seemed reluctant to speak. Her expression momentarily clouded before she tightened her grip on Lin Shu's hand and said, "This is something your grandmother has never revealed to anyone. It pertains to the year of Emperor Jing's passing." Emperor Jing's demise? That was 17 years ago. Lin Shu found herself momentarily lost in thought, a hint of bewilderment clouding her mind. She quickly focused her attention back on her grandmother as she continued. "Yes, that year, Emperor Jing passed away, and shortly thereafter, the new emperor adopted the era named Yongshou." The matriarch reminisced, recalling that half a year had elapsed since the emperor's death. "One day, while in your grandfather's study, I stumbled upon several archived portraits from the Jinyui embroidered uniform guard. The individuals depicted appeared to be from the Jinyui's pacification division. During that period, your grandfather was often away from home. His temperament turned taciturn. I attributed it to the turmoil following the emperor and Appo's passing and thought little of it. Yet those portraits seemed to hold significant implications. He insisted that I speak of it to no one, that I must keep it buried within my heart, lest the Lin family face utter calamity." Lin Shu and Appo's expression shifted to one of alarm. Utter calamity? At that time, she was but a mere embryo in her mother and Appo's womb, and it was not until the following year, the second year of Yongshou, that she was born. The matriarch continued softly, "Your grandfather never uttered such words lightly, and I was equally startled. Strangely, those portraits have since lingered in my mind, and I can still recall some of the faces depicted. With her advanced age." The matriarch paused momentarily before continuing. "Not long after, I went to offer alms." At this point, a smile involuntarily graced her face as she recounted. "Your mother had just conceived you, and the monk at the temple predicted you would be a girl. Both your mother and I were overjoyed, and I resolved to accumulate blessings for you before my little Wanwan's arrival. The matriarch gently patted Lin Shu's hand, and as Lin Shu listened in confusion, a warmth spread through her heart, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Leaning closer to the matriarch, she felt a surge of affection. The matriarch tenderly stroked her head, her gaze growing increasingly benevolent as she resumed her narrative. On my way back, I encountered child being driven away by officers. The child appeared pitiable, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, and remained silent, head bowed. I interceded with the officers, persuading them to release the boy. A flicker of complexity crossed the matriarch's face. I sensed that the child might be unwell. When I inquired about his home, he remained silent. I instructed Uncle Da to purchase a bag of buns from a nearby shop and offered them to him. Only then did the child lift his gaze to meet mine. The matriarch grasped Lin Shu's hand with intensity. In my lifetime, I have never seen such an expression in a child's eyes. Yet that child's face took me by surprise. Lin Shu straightened, realizing the striking resemblance. The child bore an uncanny likeness to one of the figures in the portraits, a visage etched in her mind, unmistakable. The matriarch paused, recalling the young girl, seemingly related to him, had come to take him away and expressed her gratitude. Caught off guard by the surprise, she could not recollect the girl's features. It was only when Uncle Da called her back to reality that she snapped out of her reverie. The matriarch raised her gaze toward Lin Shu, her eyes conveying an unfathomable complexity. Wanwan, what I wish to convey to you is... Lin Shu looked intently at her grandmother. That child is none other than the treacherous traitor who plundered our family, Shen Huating. The matriarch and amp, Appo's certainty was unmistakable. Despite her advanced age, her vision remained sharp. Although the boy had changed somewhat over the years, she recognized him during the day of the family's misfortune. The matriarch hesitated, wanted to add that he resembled the figure in the portrait even more as an adult. Yet she remembered those distinctive brows and eyes that had remained unchanged. Lin Shu and amp, Appo's countenance reflected profound astonishment. The first year of Yongshou, the death of Emperor Jing. By age, Shen Huating would indeed have been just shy of 6 years old at that time. 17 years ago. Could this be the several years ago he referred to? The matriarch shook her head once more. His resemblance to the figure in the portrait is too striking. There is a strong likelihood of a connection. Your grandfather burned the portraits and forbade me from speaking of it. This matter has been buried within my heart for over a decade. Why did grandfather possess those portraits? Why did he utter the words, "The Lin family faces utter calamity"? What significant events were intertwined with the figures in those portraits? Lin Shu questioned incredulously. Grandmother, did you say grandfather burned the portraits? Indeed, the matriarch affirmed. Later, the capital enjoyed peace, and the Lin family remained untroubled. Your grandfather passed away years later. Gradually, I pushed this matter to the back of my mind. Now, I bring it forth to share with you. The matriarch's gaze softened with affection as she held Lin Shu's hand tightly against her heart. Though she herself could not ascertain whether this revelation would be a blessing or a curse for Wanwan, a sense of unease lingered within her heart. How fortuitous it was that the child from that year has now intertwined with my Wanwan. The matriarch sighed deeply, realizing that this matter had inevitably circled back to the Lin family. Lin Shu, still in a daze, sought clarity. Grandmother, did you mention those were portraits archived by the Jinhui? This implies they contained detailed information? Yes. The matriarch seemed to recall this detail, adding, they bore the official seal of the Jinhui. They included their names, ages, identities, and addresses. Lin Shu, growing impatient, interjected, Grandmother, do you remember the name of the person depicted in the portrait? The matriarch replied slowly, naturally. They appeared to be individuals from the Jinhui and Appo's pacification division. I did not have time to scrutinize their specific titles or residences. However, I distinctly remember the name of the person who bore a resemblance to Shen Huating. His name was Jian. The matriarch pondered for a moment, noting that these two characters were rather uncommon. She took Lin Shu's delicate hand and slowly inscribed the characters in her palm. This surname is indeed rare. Upon finishing, the matriarch remarked, how strange. If they were of the same lineage or kin, they should share the same surname. Yeah. Lin Shu murmured the name. Shen Huating's origins were already shrouded in mystery. Perhaps he was not originally surnamed Shen? Chapter 44. Tenderness. Lin Shu recalled certain details. On that day, when she mentioned her grandfather in front of Shen Huating, his gaze abruptly darkened and turned cold. His words seemed to carry a stinging edge regarding her grandfather. Initially, she thought it was merely due to her grandfather's status as a purist, but upon reflection, there seemed to be an almost imperceptible hint of hatred within that chill. If Shen Huating truly had a connection to the figures depicted in those paintings, then perhaps her grandfather was also implicated in events from years past. The fact that her grandfather uttered such words indicated that the matter was anything but trivial. In the first year of Yongshou, Emperor Jing passed away. Was it truly during such a time? A shiver ran down Lin Shu's spine, and an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped her. It felt as though further contemplation could unravel a secret capable of stirring the capital and shaking the entire Daong dynasty. The old lady began to feel a pang in her heart. My Wanwan should be carefree, seeking a good husband and living a prosperous life in the capital. The old lady was indignant. If her grandmother were to learn that one day her Wanwan would be reduced to serving as a concubine to a treacherous minister, she would have insisted on taking the family far away from the capital, to a place where the emperor and his rebellious ministers could not reach. Yet, it was too late for such thoughts. The old lady sighed deeply, left with a heart full of bitterness. Lin Shu collected her thoughts, gazing at the old lady's hair, which had turned significantly gray, and felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. A gentle smile graced her features as she softly said, I know that our ancestor cares for me, but our Lin family has lived in the capital for generations. It is not something we can simply abandon. The emperor would not allow it. Ah, how could the old lady not understand? For officials of several generations, leaving the capital was no simple task. What was the point of discussing this now? The Lin family had already been subjected to such misfortune. The old lady suddenly felt melancholic. With the family scattered far and wide, their future uncertain. Her grandmother worried about Lin Shu enduring hardship beside that treacherous minister, losing sleep at night. Wanwan, how can my heart be at ease? The old lady's eyes grew red. Lin Shu's eyes also glistened with tears. She knelt beside the old lady, extending her hand onto the blanket to grasp the old lady's hand. Grandmother, she gently looked at her. Do you remember the day I had a terrible nightmare? The old lady paused, finding it rather strange. How could a dream feel so real? Lin Shu recounted the details of her dream, causing the old lady's face to turn pale and her body to tremble. If this were true, what a dire situation it would be. Thus, Wanwan was not just acting for her family, but also for herself. I do not wish for Yangsong to succeed, nor do I want to meet a tragic end or see my family perish unjustly. Grandmother, everything I do is of my own volition. Upon hearing this, the old lady felt somewhat reassured. Yet, she sensed something was amiss. Perhaps it was merely a dream, so why would Lin Shu take it so seriously? The elderly woman could not reconcile her thoughts, her heart filled with dread, trembling at the thought of Yang Song's wickedness. He deserved retribution, to be tortured 1,000 times. Moreover, Lin Shu observed the old lady's expression and felt a slight relief. She smiled gently, a glimmer in her eyes. The treacherous minister that everyone spoke of might not be as despicable as they claimed. The old lady scrutinized Lin Shu's face, pondering. To think that child from back then was rather pitiable, not so bad after all. Lin Shu responded, Grandmother, consider this. If he merely saw me as a plaything, even if he showered me with affection, he would not have gone through the trouble of finding a residence for you here and bringing my sister-in-law to ease my heart. He must have thought that Uncle Do was following my lead. But do you believe that, Grandmother? I had no such capability before. Indeed, the old lady was not easily deceived. Regardless of his motives, as long as everyone remained safe and sound, that was the greatest comfort to her. Lin Shu rested her face on the old lady's lap as in her childhood, saying, We are living well now. Isn't that enough? Good, good. The old lady's voice choked as she reached out to stroke her granddaughter's hair. Wanwan, I'm not so old-fashioned. You sacrifice yourself for us to survive. How could I ever let you down? I must live well, to see my little Wanwan surrounded by children and grandchildren. Lin Shu pouted. I don't want to be a grandmother yet. I'm still young. I just want to be a good granddaughter under the knee of my ancestor." The old lady chuckled at her antics, playfully poking her little nose. Such a spoiled child. As the two shared this tender moment, time slipped away. Lin Shu was uncertain how much longer she could stay. Though reluctant to leave the old lady, she had much to say to her sister-in-law and Uncle Da. The next opportunity to visit was uncertain. And then there was her younger brother, little Changfeng. Lin Huai must be anxiously waiting outside. He would want to spend more time with her. The old lady understood this as well, so she refrained from holding her back any longer. "Go outside and speak with your brother and sister-in-law. Grandmother will not join you." Lin Shu nuzzled against the old lady's lap one last time, reluctantly nodding as she stepped out of the inner room. First, she embraced Changfeng, soothing him. With nothing else to offer, she gave him the remaining bag of preserved plums from Yuyao and asked the old woman to take it into the room. Lin Shu looked up to see Lin Huai facing the wall, silently picking at it with his fingers. In just 10 days, her brother had become much quieter. He used to be mischievous alongside Yin and Amp. Amp, Oppos, and Lin Shu felt a pang in her heart. Why and Amp, Oppos, come here. This growth was not necessarily a bad thing. Yet who wished for their family to mature through such harsh trials? At this tender age, if he were like Changfeng and too young to remember, it would be fine. But he was now old enough to recall events, yet still too young to comprehend them. He was at a stage of innocence and playfulness, unaware of the harsh realities of life. It was worrisome that such a significant upheaval had cast a shadow over his young heart, leaving him unsure of how to cope with the confusion within. Lin Shu sighed softly and approached Lin Huai, taking his hand to wipe it with her sleeve. Then she gently patted his head. "Why and Amp? Oppos, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Huai shook his head gloomily. "Did you hear something bad from outside, sister? Are you angry because of it?" Lin Huai raised his head and nodded earnestly. "I cannot protect third sister, nor can I protect mother or our family." Lin Shu and Amp, Oppos' heart tightened painfully. She squatted down, holding her brother and Amp, Oppos' small frame. "It is not your fault. I am his sister. You're only 8 years old. It is my duty to protect you." She gazed into his eyes. "Huaier, remember this. What others say does not matter." Lin Huai's eyes glistened with tears. "Sister." Lin Shu smiled tenderly at him. "But when you grow up, it will be your turn to protect me, to protect Changfeng, to protect mother, to protect our family." "How tall will I be then?" Lin Huai asked, gazing into Lin Shu and Oppos' eyes. Lin Shu thought for a moment, raising her hand above his head, standing up slowly to mark a height on the wall with her fingernail. "About this tall when you grow up." She squatted back down. "If you wish to grow that tall, you must continue to do your homework, eat well, and sleep well. I promise you, I will come to see you again soon. Our family will be together." Lin Huai and Amp, Oppos' eyes sparkled. "Really?" "Yes, truly." Lin Huai looked at the line she drew, eager to grow tall quickly. Chapter 45. Temptation. Fu Rong stood at the doorway, waiting for the siblings to finish their conversation before beckoning Lin Shu over. She was tall and slender, her figure exuding an elegant grace even in winter attire. Lin Shu gazed at Fu Rong, reflecting on how her elder brother had been captivated by his wife's tender and enchanting demeanor. In this household, the elderly remained old, and the young remained young. Henceforth, these days would be arduous for her sister-in-law. With gentle hands, Fu Rong brushed off the wrinkles from Lin Shu and Oppos' clothes. Her eyes filled with affection as she scrutinized Lin Shu in the light of the doorway. Her features, inherently serene, appeared even more tranquil against the backlight. "We are family. What is there to speak of hardship?" She mused. "As the eldest sister-in-law, I should bear more responsibilities, yet here I am, allowing you, my younger sister-in-law, to step up for the family." Fu Rong and Oppos' gaze expressed gratitude as she took Lin Shu and Oppos' hand, giving it a tender pat before slowly speaking. "Had it not been for the note you sent me, reminding me of the impending troubles, I would have suffered immensely during those days at the princess's residence. Your words truly fill me with dread." Lin Shu felt a pang of sorrow at the memory of her past life, never anticipating that Shen Huating would return her elder sister-in-law. She constantly worried about her own inability to protect her family. The sight of her elder sister-in-law, standing here, unscathed, brought her a sense of relief. Lin Shu's gaze briefly shifted to Fu Rong's abdomen before returning, a smile gracing her lips. The baby within. Fu Rong's eyes softened, radiating maternal warmth as she lowered her gaze to gently caress her belly. Had you not reminded me, I might not have realized my condition. Fu Rong guided Lin Shu and Appo's hand to her abdomen, which still appeared flat. Yet, Lin Shu sensed the miraculous presence of new life developing within. In her previous life, her elder sister-in-law had suffered a miscarriage after enduring disgrace, only then realizing she was with child. With a gentle smile, Fu Rong observed Lin Shu and asked, "How did you know about my pregnancy? Did you dream of it?" Lin Shu understood her sister-in-law was astute and unlikely to accept such a whimsical explanation. Noticing Lin Shu's hesitant gaze, Fu Rong merely smiled and said, "You can tell me whenever you wish." Lin Shu exhaled softly, wrapping her arms around Fu Rong's, careful not to lean too heavily, swaying gently. "Truly, nothing escapes your notice. Dear sister-in-law." Fu Rong chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she playfully tapped Lin Shu's forehead. "How old are you to still be acting coy before me?" Lin Shu placed her hand on Fu Rong's belly again, speaking to the unborn child. "You are blessed with a mother who is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Be obedient and do not tire her." Fu Rong could not help but smile, but her expression soon turned serious as she caressed her belly with a hint of worry. "I wonder if this child will be born safely and if he will meet his father." "Do not worry, dear sister-in-law. Father, elder brother, and second brother will all return safely." Lin Shu reassured her with a gentle smile. "This child arrives during the most challenging of times. Thus his future blessings shall be the greatest." Fu Rong gazed at Lin Shu, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Sister-in-law, you do not know what I have endured, but I can see you have grown resilient and strong. I am happy for you, yet my heart aches for you." Lin Shu felt a warmth spread through her at Fu Rong and Appo's words. Fu Rong glanced at Uncle De, who had been waiting patiently, and said, "You must have something to discuss with Uncle De." She then turned to care for the elderly and took the old matriarch with her. Uncle De approached Lin Shu with a respectful demeanor. "Do not worry, Third Mississippi. The Grand Tutor has left us a modest inheritance. We will manage our basic needs, and I will take good care of the old lady and the young master." Lin Shu felt a slight relief. All arrangements were understood without the need for explanation or inquiry. She walked to the eaves and surveyed the snow-blanketed courtyard, asking, "Is this residence our property?" Uncle Do walked over slowly. Despite his age, his voice remained clear and his eyes bright. "It is not our property, but I have learned that this courtyard belongs to an old residence of a provincial official in the capital. Though it appears somewhat aged, it is situated in a secluded area with convenient access." Lin Shu grasped the situation. This was Shen Huating's private arrangement. She reached out to touch the weathered black lacquered doorpost, gathering her thoughts before speaking softly. "Uncle De, you have spent your entire life with the Lin family." Uncle De responded earnestly, "I was born and raised in the Lin family. To serve the old master and the Lord is a privilege. The family has treated me well. What merit do I possess?" Lin Shu and Appo's gaze fell upon Uncle De and Appo's face. In truth, no one knew her grandfather better than him. Uncle De and Appo's expression shifted slightly. Lin Shu slowly asked, "Do you remember the events of the year of Yang Gao, when Emperor Jing passed away?" She watched Uncle De's reaction closely. His expression grew serious. Lin Shu suspected that if her grandfather had concealed something from the family, he would not have been able to keep it from everyone. There must have been someone handling affairs, and if it were not her father or elder brother, it could only be Uncle De. Uncle De quickly regained his composure, responding calmly, "Of course I remember. That year, during the heavy snow in the first month, Emperor Jing passed away at the Chong Temple. Families were still celebrating the new year when suddenly we had to observe a national mourning. The crown prince ascended the throne after the Lantern Festival, adopting the era name Yang Gao. Emperor Jing ruled for decades, and his passing led to turmoil in the court and unrest throughout the nation for half a year." He sighed, recalling the many events that transpired during that tumultuous period. The old master remained in good health, yet it was during that time he fell ill. "Why do you suddenly inquire about that year, Third Miss?" Uncle Da looked back at Lin Shu with a kind smile, adding, I remember that was when the lady was pregnant with you. Lin Shu remained silent for a moment. Uncle Da had watched her grow, and she regarded him as family, so she could discern the evasiveness in his words. Did her grandfather truly have something he could not reveal to the family? Tentatively, Lin Shu asked, Do you know someone named Xian? Uncle Da furrowed his brow, pondering before replying, Xian? I have not heard of him. Lin Shu's eyes brightened as she pressed on. Grandmother mentioned that on her way to offer food to the monks that year, she encountered a young boy whom she helped, and she sent you to buy a bag of buns. Do you recall this incident? Uncle Da thought for a moment. Yes, I remember such an event, but I cannot recall the child's appearance. Lin Shu pursed her lips. Grandmother said she remembered well. The child she met that year was none other than the grand tutor, Shen Huating. Uncle Da's expression shifted, revealing his surprise. Just then, Chuyi, standing at the door, bowed and said, Miss, it is getting late. Lin Shu was taken aback by the quick passage of time, feeling compelled to end the conversation. With a glance at the inner room, she hesitated before turning back to follow Chuyi to the carriage. Uncle Da escorted Lin Shu to the end of the alley, standing at the entrance as he watched Chuyi and Shawushi drive the carriage away. His expression turned grave, as if covered by a layer of frost. He had been the steward of the Lin family for many years, closely serving the old master. There were things unsaid, yet he could surmise much. Uncle Da sighed deeply. The year of Yongshou, when Emperor Jing passed away, had been filled with occurrences that could shake the foundations of the entire De Yong dynasty. It was not that he chose to remain silent. Rather, he was too fearful to speak. Chapter 46. Little Ring Lin Shu sat in the carriage, listening to the driver call out as the horses began to trot slowly, the sound of the wheels echoing softly in her ears. She pondered how long it would be until she could visit them again, her brows tinged with a hint of melancholy. Internally, she harbored a sense of unease. Uncle Des seemed to be concealing something from her, which only hinted at deeper secrets within the Lin family, secrets likely intertwined with Shen Huating. Thus, Lin Shu spent the journey contemplating what events transpired between Shen Huating and his family in the year of Yongshou. Lost in thought, she was stirred by the raucous sounds of the marketplace outside. The vicinity of Chunhua Alley was filled with old streets, narrow and crowded with vendors. And after a heavy snowfall, the passage for carriages was particularly sluggish, often coming to a halt amid the congestion. Lin Shu lifted the curtain to glance out. Two officials, dressed in the attire of constables, were loitering outside a small shop, brazenly taking wine from a vendor's slender bamboo tube, drinking heartily from the jar. The vendor, visibly distressed yet wearing a forced smile, seemed accustomed to this treatment. Gentlemen, this is a small business. The officials ignored his pleas, and the vendor begrudgingly filled their wine skins, bowing and wishing them well. The officials tossed a few copper coins in his direction, and the vendor accepted them with a resigned demeanor. As they guzzled the wine in the street, their complaints emerged. This cursed weather. How are we supposed to find anyone in this mess? That person has been missing for months. Who knows if they are dead or alive? The missing individual was the daughter of Lord Wang, Xiaoqing. Since her disappearance, he had been in perpetual distress, neglecting his duties and ordering a city-wide search for her. When the matter reached the Dali Temple, they too had found no trace. Fine, let us just brush this aside. Lin Shu lowered the curtain, her thoughts returning. Wang Xiaoqing. She recalled her name from the 10th beauty lantern. She had seen her once or twice, and while Lin Shu remembered the names of those beauties, she was unaware of when they had met their demise. Reflecting on Lord Wang's anguish over his lost daughter, who had already perished at the hands of Yang Song, a pang of sympathy stirred within her. Suddenly, she recalled that the 11th beauty lantern had only appeared after she was imprisoned by Yang Song. By the timeline, that was at least 4 months ago. Ah, that lady was named Little Ring? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. She swiftly retrieved the intricate lock from her voluminous sleeve, the copper pieces clinking together as she examined it in astonishment. The connection between the lock and Little Ring was undeniable. Meanwhile, Shen Huating emerged from the prison, bloodied and weary, his cold gaze resembling a still, icy pool. The cacophony outside reached his ears, interspersed with shouts of derision aimed at him. He glanced over with an impassive expression, inquiring, "What is happening?" A few of the Jinui, startled, reported, "Your Excellency, a group of officials has come to demand the release of a prisoner. We shall drive them away at once." Shen Huating regarded them with a disinterested glance. "Since they have the audacity to come here, I shall not deny them my presence." As he stepped past them, the Jinui fell silent. Shen Huating strolled leisurely towards the entrance, with Feng on at his side, arranging for a chair. The officials, upon seeing him, assumed they had successfully intimidated the guards. One scoffed, "So you were inside all along. You Jinui do not distinguish friend from foe, arresting officials at will. It is utterly outrageous. You apprehend loyal ministers while leaving the treacherous unscathed. Is there no law left in this realm?" Another official chimed in. "Do not think that just because you, Shen Huating, have risen to power, you can act with impunity in the capital." Seated comfortably, Shen Huating leaned back, his demeanor relaxed as he surveyed them with an air of authority. The imposing Jinui headquarters loomed behind him, accentuating his composed countenance. He leaned slightly forward, legs apart, and addressed them leisurely. "The Jinui serves as the emperor's eyes and ears. I oversee the prison and must hold accountable those who engage in corruption. Do you gentlemen find fault in my actions?" One official, unable to contain his composure, retorted, "We are all officials of the court, not mere ants beneath your feet. If you wish to arrest us, you must present evidence. Otherwise, we shall appeal to the Ministry of Justice, the Imperial Censorate, and the Dali Temple for redress." Shen Huating raised his thin eyelids, casting a cold glance at them. "Perhaps you have forgotten. The prison operates under the Emperor's decree and has the authority to interrogate directly. I am merely executing my duties. The three judicial departments have no right to interfere." He reclined in his chair, a faint smile gracing his lips. "In short, if I wished to act freely, I certainly could." The officials' faces flushed with indignation as they pointed at him, shouting accusations of treachery. Unfazed, Shen Huating remained expressionless, stating, as a first-rank official, "How should these gentlemen be punished for insulting their superior? If you're so sympathetic to those detained, perhaps you should join them for a few days. What do you say?" "What? Rest assured, gentlemen, insulting a superior carries a lighter sentence. I merely invite you to visit the prison as guests. When the sun rises, cotton garments and shoes will be provided, and should you wish to attend to any official matters while incarcerated, that is certainly permissible." Of course, Shen Huating did not finish his thought. Once inside the prison, one would be held for a few days, treated well, but the experience would instill lasting fear. He wondered whether they would retain their righteous fervor upon their release. Returning to his office, Shen Huating noted the bandages on Lin Shu's hands, stained from the prison. After a moment's contemplation, he removed them, washed his hands, and dried them with a cloth. Turning to his desk, the coldness he had exuded at the entrance had dissipated, replaced by an emotionless demeanor. "Do you have the list of the 10 women Yang Gao harmed, whose skins he used for lanterns?" he asked quietly. Feng In paused briefly before producing a secret tube from his robes, reverently handing over a scroll. "I've kept it on my person, unseen by anyone." Shen Huating nodded, taking the list. He scanned the first name quickly, then glanced through the subsequent 9, ultimately returning the list to Feng In. "Inquire about the other 9. See if any were known by the name Little Ring." Feng In accepted the list, puzzled. Each woman on this list was thoroughly investigated by Lu Fengyan. None were found to have the nickname Little Ring, though it is possible they had other names. "I will ensure further inquiries are made as you instructed, Your Excellency." "What is it?" Fengyan n'inquiète, noticing Shen Huating's troublée d'expression. Shen Huating stood at the desk, shadows veiling his eyes, and spoke softly. "Last night at the 16th floor, around midnight, Lin Shu wandered about, speaking to herself while holding a string of locks, repeatedly uttering a single phrase. He looked up at Feng In, an intricate expression in his gaze. Can you guess what she said? Shen Huating picked up a pen and began to write. After laying down the pen, he handed the paper to Feng In for review. Feng In glanced at it, taken aback. With a look of apprehension, he raised his eyes to Shen Huating and hesitantly remarked, "It seems that Lin Shu truly knows about Yang Song's secret. But this matter has been shrouded in secrecy by the Yang family. It took Lu Fengyang's spies 2 years to discover the means to access that hidden chamber. How could Lin Shu possibly be aware of it? This is indeed rather peculiar." Shen Huating glanced at his palm, momentarily lost in thought, and then commanded, "Let this matter remain concealed from Anan. Do not let him find out." Chapter 47. The lanterns on the first floor as night descended. The Haijai building was illuminated, casting aside its usual somberness for a radiant glow that beckoned the attention of those nearby at the Si Yuan Bureau. Curiosity piqued. They craned their necks to gaze at the unexpected brightness. Why this sudden brilliance in the Haijai? Wasn't it said that the Grand Tutor preferred dim, tranquil surroundings? Typically, only a few candles flickered within, and the onlookers dared not light more. Earlier in the day, Eunuch Yun, who had led a group to carry numerous standing lamps and dozens of luminous pearls into the building. I happened upon this scene, where it was claimed the treasures had been sourced from the emperor's treasury. Whispers of the pearls circulated. Such rare gems were said to grace only the noble ladies of the inner palace. The Shinchi Hall of the Empress Dowager, they said, displayed several of these wonders. When they illuminated the night, they shone brighter than the moon. Is that truly so? One asked, while another chuckled. No matter how precious, is still merely a pearl. It may glow, but how can it rival the radiance of the moon? I have seen one before myself. Yet, dozens of them glowing together must indeed be a beautiful sight. Suddenly, a young eunuch's laughter broke through from outside. "Oh, are the sisters not tired yet?" One girl's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Little one, you should have called us to help during the day. Do you know what this is all for?" The young eunuch, with a mischievous grin, replied, "It's no secret. I've gone to great lengths to find out." He stepped closer to their window, setting down a bucket he was carrying. Immediately, several girls knelt on their beds, stretching their heads out the window, eager for the scoop. "Have you not heard about this?" The young eunuch teased. "Stop with the suspense. Just tell us. If Aunt Sheen comes, we'll have to hush." The eunuch continued. The other day, the Grand Tutor took Miss Lin to the 16th floor, spending the night in the Emperor's warm chamber on the 5th floor. It's been all the talk since. Is that true? Is there any doubt? The eunuch clicked his tongue in disbelief. The Grand Tutor ordered Eunuch Yun who to summon us to carry out many lamps and candles from the Emperor's treasury. And those pearls, each the size of a palm, there were dozens. What could it be for, if not for the Grand Tutor's affection for the lady, to see her smile? The girls gazed at the Haijai building, some with longing expressions. Could it be that the Grand Tutor, too, could show such tenderness toward the woman? Envy stirred in others' hearts. The young eunuch chuckled, advising, "Though the Lin family has fallen from grace, they hail from a prestigious lineage. The old adage that a fallen phoenix is better than a chicken is mere folly. A wild chicken from the hen house should not aspire to compare with a phoenix. What you know and what they know are worlds apart." His words seemed deliberately aimed at someone within. Overhearing, felt her cheeks flush as she knelt on the bed, tossing aside the bedding with a blank expression. "Aren't you going to sleep? Shall I inform Aunt Sheen?" A yawn escaped one girl. Let us sleep. Before long, the lamps were extinguished, and whispers filled the air as muffled laughter reached Chi's ears. She clutched the bedding tightly, eyes closed, her mind wandering to the vibrant lights of the Haijai building. She found it hard to believe. Despite her efforts, the Grand Tutor remained indifferent to her, yet he turned and lavished such affection upon another woman. Surely, it must be that this woman possessed greater allure. But such affection, she mused, was fleeting. Lin Shu was ushered out of the kitchen by Jin Yang. Ever since her return to the inner court, Jin Yang had worn a perpetual smile when looking at her. "You need not concern yourself with such menial tasks anymore. Go upstairs. You will serve closely by the Grand Tutor's side from now on," Jin Yang urged. "Silly child, your current status may not be dignified. Put in the effort, and if you can win the Grand Tutor's heart, you shall become the lady of the Grand Tutor's residence." Lady? Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. She had never entertained such thoughts. The idea of marrying Shen Huating seemed beyond the realm of possibility. Seeing her bewilderment, Jin Yang pinched Lin Shu's arm with a knowing smile. "Silly child, once you've crossed that threshold, bearing a child, you can shed this slave status." Lin Shu stared at Jin Yang, her cheeks burning. "I assent that a bit too." Hasty? Lin Shu had never harbored such grand ambitions, and Jin Yang's brazen suggestion left her flabbergasted. "But the Grand Tutor hasn't even touched me," she whispered, blushing. "What? Jin Yang's voice rose in surprise before she quickly hushed it, eyeing Lin Shu with suspicion. You spent the night on the 16th floor. How could the Grand Tutor not have touched you? Lin Shu found herself at a loss for words. Jin Yang seemed to recall something, a frown crossing her face as she murmured, some obstacles are perhaps not so easily overcome. Jin Yang, what did you just say? Do you know why the Grand Tutor never allows anyone to serve him while bathing? Jin Yang suddenly asked, and why he never loosens his garments for sleep. Lin Shu was taken aback as Jin Yang grasped her hand, adopting a serious tone. You are a good child. You will understand in time. I may have been a bit hasty. Hurry now, he needs someone by his side. As Lin Shu turned, a maid named Manu entered, carrying a freshly washed basin of vegetables. Miss, where are you going? She immediately set the basin down and wiped her hands, eager to follow Lin Shu. Lin Shu began, but Jin Yang swiftly pulled Manu over, taking the basin from her hands. Do not worry, your lady won't go astray. I'll send her upstairs. You can help me chop vegetables. But enough with the buts. You two are simply foolish children. Every time Lin Shu left, something seemed to happen, and Manu could not bear the thought of leaving her side. This time, she wished to remain close to Lin Shu at all times. As Lin Shu returned to the Haizhai building, she inquired of the doorman, has the Grand Tutor returned? The doorman bowed, not yet, Mississippi. Please wait inside. It's cold outside. Lin Shu ambled through the brightly lit Haizhai building. It was not only adorned with more lamps, but there were also flowers and greenery in every corner, breathing life into the once dreary space, dispelling the oppressive gloom. The luminous pearls, much larger than the one at her neck, adorned the roof like starlight reflecting in her eyes. She instinctively reached to grasp the small pearl through her clothing. The luminous pearl, the moon pearl. In her previous life, as she sank into the depths of despair, Lin Shu had yearned countless times to escape the darkness. Suddenly feeling overwhelmed, she slowly crouched down, sliding onto the soft mat on the stairs, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her head within. Shen Huating ascended the stairs with measured steps, pausing as he furrowed his brow. Why do you enjoy sitting on the stairs so much? Lin Shu lifted her head from her knees, her dark lashes glistening with tears. She gazed at him, then suddenly rose, slipping her arms around him. Chapter 48. Affection. Shen Huating and Appo's body stiffened imperceptibly. Her hands encircled his waist, pressing against his back through the thick winter garments. He suppressed the urge to remove her hands, allowing her to embrace him as she buried her face in his clothing, emitting muffled whimpers akin to a kitten's. What was the matter? His palm glided through her silky hair, resting on the nape of her neck. Lin Shu gradually lifted her head, even while standing on a higher step. She was still slightly shorter than him, requiring her to tilt her gaze upwards to meet his. The flickering candlelight and the glimmer of pearls transformed into delicate shadows that cascaded into her moist eyes, so tender that one would wish to scoop a handful of that warmth. Why was she still crying? She gazed at him with an unusual boldness, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. Lin Shu felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, yet warmth flowed through her limbs. She wished to cry, and tears fell uncontrollably. Jin Yang had said she was in need of someone by her side. Her voice trembled slightly, so am I. Shen Huating lowered his gaze to her eyes. Her delicate hands remained on his back, feeling only the soft fabric of his winter attire sliding beneath her fingertips. Her brow was furrowed, and her voice was gentle. I have seen grandmother. She appears somewhat unwell, but her health is still decent. Huai'er has suffered a blow. He hasn't been himself, but he seemed a little happier upon my visit. Sister-in-law and Changfeng are both well, and, well, there's also the baby in her womb. On my way back, I thought if sister-in-law and brother do not mind, perhaps this child should be named Lin Ping'an. May they live peacefully and smoothly all their lives. Chunhua Alley is in a prime location. Although it is quiet nearby, I noticed a couple of decent medical establishments. Life here is relatively affordable. As she spoke, a wave of emotion surged within her. You have sent uncle to back as well. With grandmother and sister-in-law having someone by their side, I feel less anxious. Shen Huating gazed deeply into her eyes. His hand moved from the nape of her neck down to her slender waist, gently drawing her closer. The burned hand brushed against her tear-streaked cheek. She remained unaware. A person like him should have perished in the calamity of the first year of Yang Gao. During those years of hiding in the capital, he held only one thought in his heart. He wished to overturn the clear waters of the capital like a capsized boat, to restore the dignity of the GF family and the families who perished tragically that day. Otherwise, how could he face those children? He dare not have family. Those who drew near him met with misfortune. Had it not been for his stubbornness in going, perhaps Xiaoqi and the others would still be alive. In need of someone by his side? What he lacked was far more than just one person. Man had died, a tragic death at the Yang family. He had long known, yet dared not tell Anan, fearing she might act recklessly. If that were to happen, only he would remain of the 8 children from that year. He observed Lin Shu and Appo's earnest attempts to save her family, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his past self. Shen Huating lowered his head, his gaze tracing the contours of Lin Shu and Appo's brow and eyes. Lin Shu looked into his eyes, seeing her own reflection enlarging within them, catching a fleeting glimpse of a barely perceptible affection. Though faint and ephemeral, she saw it clearly. Did he perhaps harbor some feelings for her? She tilted her face upwards, closed her eyes, and pressed against him, her soft lips barely brushing the corner of his mouth, sending a quiver through her. Chapter 49. Missing You. Shen Huating returned from outside, still carrying the chill of winter snow. Lin Shu gently touched him, the fleeting coldness jolting her mind awake. The interior of Haijai building was eerily silent. Lin Shu could hear her own erratic heartbeat. Flushed with embarrassment, she found herself inexplicably drawn to press her lips, which she had intended to withdraw, softly against the corner of his mouth, a tender brush. Only when her cheeks burned and her head buzzed did she awkwardly lower her raised heels. He lowered his gaze to her raven lashes, watching her as she lightly fanned her flushed cheeks and averted her eyes, her hand gradually falling. She was still dressed in a tea-colored gown, a soft, luminous aura enveloping her, delicate and inviting. Shen Huating curled his fingers around the green ribbon in her hair, noting her emotions had settled, leaving only the lingering warmth on her face. In the stillness, he spoke. Having seen your family, why do you still weep? Lin Shu's heart raced, avoiding his gaze, allowing the warmth to gradually dissipate. She gently shook her head and truthfully replied, I was happy. I simply missed you. Shen Huating and Appo's eyes deepened. He glanced at her small hands that had just embraced him, now awkwardly resting at her side, lightly clutching her dress. He took her hand and led her slowly to the study upstairs. Lin Shu felt her initial agitation fading, her mind racing with thoughts. He had not shunned her earlier, nor was he angry afterwards. Did this not suggest that her feelings were not misplaced? Though he had never explicitly promised, he had consistently alleviated her worries. Could it be that she held some significance in his heart? Upon reaching the study, Lin Shu caught sight of his bandaged hand, the dressing now removed, revealing a wound that appeared worse for having been exposed to water. She furrowed her brow. Why did you remove the bandage? It was dirty in the prison. Shen Huating replied succinctly. Noticing Lin Shu and Appo's prolonged silence, he exchanged a glance with Yin Hu, who promptly fetched the medicine box. Lin Shu carefully redressed his wound, admonishing him gently, please avoid water until it heals, all right? Shen Huating was momentarily taken aback. He had been observing her earnestness as she tended to his injury. In a sudden flash, he recalled the years spent hiding in the capital, when Sister Aman would gently coax him. Ah Xing, please do not go out quietly again. Shen Huating pulled Lin Shu onto his lap, using his uninjured hand to casually rest on her waist. Such concern for this official. I shall surely remember your words. Lin Shu, unsure of how much sincerity lay in his words, blushed and glanced at Yin Hu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Grind the ink, he commanded, seeing the inkstone within reach. Lin Shu obediently picked it up. Shen Huating returned to Haijai building, needing to address a multitude of tedious matters from the Internal Affairs Office, including important memorials from the Empress Dowager. He casually picked up one to read, prompting Lin Shu to ask, will it be difficult for the Grand Tutor to bring my sister-in-law out? She pondered the implications, considering the connection to the princess and Appo's residence and whether it might pose a problem for him. Shen Huating replied coolly, if the female relatives of a criminal are with child, their crimes may be pardoned. Your sister-in-law is fortunate, as she happens to be pregnant. This official acts according to the law. What is inappropriate about that? Moreover, the prince is lustful. I have merely sent him a better option. What is there to complicate? Lin Shu was taken aback. Send someone? Who? To the dying bureau. Ching. Shen Huating answered. Lin Shu stared at him in astonishment. Shen Huating raised an eyebrow at her. What, do you seem displeased? This official has spared her life at your request. Lin Shu was momentarily speechless. Shen Huating continued. Since she wishes to escape the hardships of the Internal Affairs Office to seek a better life, I have sent her to the prince's side. Whether she can earn a fortune depends on her own abilities. Lin Shu contemplated quietly, realizing he had indeed been displeased with Ching and Appo's actions. Though the outcome was somewhat unexpected, it could be deemed a reprieve from death. Lin Shu said nothing further as Shen Huating handed her a fine brush, stating, my hand aches. Your writing is commendable. You shall review the documents for me. Me? Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. I read, you write, he instructed. After a brief pause, Lin Shu pursed her lips. Initially hesitant, she gradually became more focused, shifting slightly on his lap to find a more comfortable position. After completing a small pile of documents, Lin Shu found herself lost in thought as she read through them. The more she wrote, the more astonished she became. His actions and thoughts were not at all the unscrupulous tyranny and corrupt self-interest that outsiders might assume. Rather, they could be deemed and Appo's, wise and Appo's. Most of the reviews bore the emperor and Appo's name. She turned to look at him, still holding the brush, her bright eyes sparkling with realization. It seemed they had all misconstrued the Grand Tutor. He was indeed wise. Comparable to Emperor Jing. Shen Huating chuckled softly. Have I disappointed my beloved? I shall behave more recklessly in the future. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, the Grand Tutor already bears enough infamy. Do not tarnish your reputation further. If I do not invite some scorn, how will those pure-hearted officials in the capital showcase their integrity? He scoffed lightly. Lin Shu and Appo's expression shifted slightly. She picked up the brush and wrote the character for on a clean sheet of paper. Have you heard of this surname, Grand Tutor? She scrutinized his gaze, recalling how her grandmother had mentioned recognizing him. Shen Huating glanced at her, leaning closer to her ear with a smirk that sent a chill down her spine. This was the first character I learned in my youth. Lin Shu was stunned. You truly bear the surname? Shen Huating and Appo's expression darkened, a smile creeping to his lips. It seems the matriarch of the Lin family still remembers me. This girl is becoming bolder. Since she wishes to investigate my past, I might as well grant her the opportunity. He took the brush from her hand, setting it aside, and gently urged her to rise, offering her his seat. You have half a month to manage the daily affairs of the Internal Affairs Office. If you handle it well, I shall reward you. He stood up and walked around the desk, adding, you may touch everything in the study except for the middle drawer. The rest is at your disposal. Lin Shu was taken aback. Shen Huating seemed to recollect something, pausing in his stride to hand a jade token to Yunhu. With this token, you may move freely within the Internal Affairs Office. Henceforth, let Shuyi accompany you on the 15th of each month. Yunhu immediately accepted the jade token with both hands, presenting it to Lin Shu before turning to follow Shen Huating out. Lin Shu gazed at the towering stack of documents, then at the jade token, pondering for a moment. What did this mean? After some contemplation, Lin Shu realized that with this token, she could traverse the Internal Affairs Office without hindrance. Did this imply she might access the Wenyuan Pavilion? Chapter 50. The Fuchin Courtyard, Department of Court Musicians. Lin Yan, cradling her guqin, stood beside the old woman, her complexion pale. The old woman sternly admonished a group of young girls before her, who placed a dead mouse in Lin Yan and Appo's bedding. Speak up now, or face the consequences. If I find out who did it, you shall not escape a good beating. The girls exchanged glances, none willing to confess. Since no one dares to admit it, do not blame me for being ruthless. Everyone shall be punished together. Bring me my whip. Each of you will receive 20 lashes to see if you remember your lessons better through pain or through indulgence. Please, Granny. The girls knelt down. but ultimately could not evade the punishment. The tightly coiled rattan thrashed against their thighs, inflicting excruciating pain. Even before reaching 20 strikes, tears streamed down their faces. Soon, envious glances were cast towards Lin Yan. What right did she have to privilege simply for visiting the 16th floor? They all knew that only the most favored among them would reside in the Fuchin courtyard, a place reserved for the top courtesans of the Department of Court Musicians. Each granted a private, elegant chamber. A girl who moved into the Fuchin courtyard saw her worth soar. She might not even need to visit the 16th floor, as guests would have to present formal invitations to meet her. The older girls claimed that Lin Yan had caught the eye of a powerful benefactor, and it would not be long before she graced the Fuchin courtyard. Why her? In the Department of Court Musicians, they all shared the same fate. Why was she so fortunate? Thus, they ostracized her, chastised her, and intimidated her, believing that only through such measures could they secure a fair chance in this competition. As night deepened, Lin Yan gazed at her water-soaked bedding, unable to find sleep. She raised her head to survey the other girls in the communal sleeping area. Though no words were exchanged, each bore a hint of derision at the corners of their lips. Lin Yan waited for the lights to be extinguished, clutching her damp bedding, and quietly slipped out of the communal space back to the storage room. Suppressing her humiliation and unease, she spread her bedding over a pile of hay and curled up inside. Yet, sleep eluded her. The dampness chilled her, making her shudder. She poked her head out, peering through the tattered window at the tranquil night sky, discreetly wiping away her tears. Do not cry, Lin Yan admonished herself, determined not to become someone who only weeps. Suddenly, a shadow darted in, burrowing into her bedding. Lin Yan joyfully embraced the creature, sitting up and gently stroking the kitten's fur. Little Black, I did nothing wrong. It was they who erred. The kitten seemed to sense her distress, softly purring and nuzzling against her. Lin Yan had several pieces of pastries left from her earlier indulgence, which she had saved and hidden in a small earthen jar beneath the hay. She retrieved one, broke it apart, and crumbled it into her palm. The kitten mewed a few times before licking it clean, eliciting giggles from Lin Yan as the gentle tickling sensation made her laugh. Holding Little Black close, she nestled under the covers, her fingers tenderly brushing its fur. I do not wish to reside in the Fuchin courtyard, nor do I want to ascend to the 16th floor. I do not aspire to be a top courtesan or a celebrated beauty. She glanced down at the satisfied creature in her arms, her eyelids drooping with fatigue. I only wish to return home, to be with my family. With her head bowed, lips pressed together, she held a sword in her arms, one leg bent against the wall, listening to the soft murmurs of the other girls in the storage room. Lost in thought, Little Black, I'm most terrified of mice. If you hear them scurrying at night, please help me. The young girl stifled a yawn, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into a restless sleep. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of her lips. As silence enveloped the room, he picked up 2 pieces of dry grass from the corner, deftly weaving them together with meticulous care. Morning arrived, and Lin Yan awoke with a yawn, puzzled to find her bedding dry. On the floor lay a grasshopper. In matters of state, present your grievances. In their absence, withdraw. The soft sunlight illuminated the pristine white snow outside the grand hall, dazzlingly bright. Officials clad in azure and crimson robes gradually exited the court. Yang Song, flanked by officials who had once served his father, basked in their adulation. The young vice minister bore a striking resemblance to his father, his future seemingly limitless. Indeed, Vice Minister Yang has only just entered the court and already proposed beneficial reforms for Daeon. We must extend our congratulations to him, remarked one official. Nearby, a faction of dissenters cast cold glances their way, scoffing with disdain before sweeping away in a huff. Yang Song caught sight of them, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Upon exiting the court, his attendants awaited him. Where is he? Yang Song inquired, his eyes narrowing ominously. A young servant cautiously approached, whispering the news. Yang Song and Appo's expression soured, his gaze hardening. Incompetent fools. You had one task, to teach the Lin family a lesson, and you lost them? Do you think they can simply fly out of the capital? The servant bowed in fear, stammering, I believe someone is protecting the Lin family and has taken them away. Yang Song furrowed his brow, glancing back at the grand hall, his eyes narrowing further. Could it be him? Inside the hall, Shen Huating mused to himself, finding today South Morning Court particularly riveting. Yang Song did not disappoint. Having just entered the government, he was already growing brazen. Behind the curtain, the Empress Dowager trembled as she rose, exchanging glances with Yang Song. She hesitated, words unspoken, before turning away. Yang Song and Appo's reckless behavior left her powerless to intervene. Did he not care? Your Majesty, she called softly. The youthful emperor turned to Shen Huating, bowing respectfully. Teacher, I find myself perplexed by certain texts. Might you spare some time today to assist me? Chapter 51. A grand deceit. Shen Huating slowly approached the dragon throne and spoke softly. Your Majesty, if you seek counsel, I shall comply. He stood before Emperor Zhao Zhan, towering over him. Zhao Zhan instinctively took a step back, glancing nervously at the eunuchs flanking him before returning his gaze, revealing a hint of unease. Shen Huating inquired, "Where does your Majesty wish to learn?" Zhao Zhan turned to the Empress Dowager, then back to Shen Huating, clearing his throat as he humbly replied, "The Shinchi Hall of the Empress Dowager. Does that seem appropriate to the Grand Tutor?" Shen Huating nodded. "I shall obey." The Empress Dowager regarded Shen Huating, her gaze shifting back to Zhao Zhan, her expression complex. With the assistance of maidens, she stepped over the threshold, followed closely by Zhao Zhan and Shen Huating. A stifling heat enveloped the Shinchi Hall. Shen Huating furrowed his brow, momentarily halting his steps. Sensing this, Zhao Zhan explained, "Grand Tutor, my grandmother has been particularly sensitive to the cold lately, hence the numerous braziers of silver charcoal within the hall. If it displeases you, I shall have them removed." Shen Huating glanced sidelong at Zhao Zhan, contemplating the implications of the emperor's willingness to sacrifice filial piety for righteousness. Should this information circulate, the court would surely criticize him for poor guidance, labeling him a treacherous minister. Zhao Zhan, flustered, lowered his head, his hands anxiously clutching his dragon robe, stammering, I understand my error." Shen Huating placed a hand on Zhao Zhan and Appo's lower back, urging him to lift his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your Majesty is a sovereign. There is no need for apologies to a mere subject." Zhao Zhan straightened his back, affirming, I understand." The Empress Dowager turned to observe them, her expression inscrutably complex, a chill settling in her heart. In her youth as the Princess of Liao, she bore two exceptional sons. Zhao Zhan was the child of her eldest. Though quiet in his youth, he was not the subservient figure he now portrayed. She understood that Zhao Zhan had navigated a perilous path since childhood, both in Liao and the capital, never enjoying a moment of peace. Becoming emperor was likely not his desire. Yet her grandson, Qi and Appo's child, should not have been reduced to this. At times, the Empress Dowager suspected the boy was merely playing a role, but he played it so convincingly that she could no longer distinguish truth from facade. How could a cowardly ruler ever be a good emperor? She, a descendant of the Herit tribe from Liao, recalled the humiliation her people endured at the hands of the Tatars decades ago. It was Emperor Jing who aided them, leading to the Herit's allegiance to the Yang dynasty, vowing loyalty to the Zhao clan. That year, it was Emperor Jing's son, the Liao prince, who commanded the troops to drive away the Tatars. She could not forget his gallant figure on horseback, striking down foes. Later, when Emperor Jing arranged a marriage, she, as the granddaughter of the Herit king and a renowned beauty, joyfully wed the Liao prince, the man of her dreams. She had many siblings, including a half-sister, also a beauty, who later married a man from the Yang court, a man who risked his life for Emperor Jing yet had to live in obscurity. The Empress Dowager sighed deeply at the weight of her memories, wishing fervently that the Yang dynasty would not falter under Zhao Zhan's reign. Shen Huating stood by the table, idly admiring a pot of white camellias. The camellias bloomed splendidly, having been moved from the flower bed of the Haizhai building. Zhao Zhan periodically posed questions he found perplexing in his studies, to which Shen Huating replied unhurriedly. During this time, the Imperial Medical Bureau visited the Shinchi Hall to conduct a customary pulse diagnosis of the Empress Dowager. Is it true that your majesty has been visiting Elder Yin frequently of late? Shen Huating suddenly inquired. Zhao Zhan and Appo's demeanor shifted, revealing a trace of discomfort as he replied. Yes, I have heard that the elder and Appo's health is failing, and considering his past as the chief minister during Emperor Jing and Appo's reign, I felt compelled to visit him several times. Shen Huating observed the camellia he had plucked, a cool detachment evident in his expression. Elder Yin was indeed a right-hand man to Emperor Jing, yet he is now of advanced age and has long since withdrawn from court matters, rarely receiving visitors in his secluded abode. It is fortunate for your majesty to receive his guidance. Zhao Zhan could not help but scrutinize Shen Huating and Appo's expression, aware that Shen Huating was the grand tutor and his nominal mentor. His frequent consultations with Elder Yin filled Zhao Zhan with apprehension that Shen Huating would harbor resentment. However, Zhao Zhan detected no trace of displeasure on Shen Huating's countenance. Let this be the conclusion of today's discourse. The Emperor and Appo's eagerness to learn is indeed a blessing for the people of Daong. Zhao Zhan was uncertain how much of Shen Huating and Appo's words were genuine. He promptly rose, declaring, I shall respectfully escort the grand tutor. Shen Huating held the camellia to his nose, savoring its subtle, sweet fragrance, his lips curling into a gentle smile. Zhao Zhan paused momentarily. The Empress Dowager wished to invite Shen Huating to dine, but he declined, taking his leave from the Xinqi Hall. Upon stepping out, he caught a glimpse of a figure retreating into the shadows of the corner, his smile swiftly turning icy. Who dares to claim the young emperor is weak and inept? Zhao Zhan's performance had deceived even his own grandmother. This young emperor was far from ordinary. He simply trusted no one, even including his young grand tutor, who had ulterior motives and had conspired with the Empress Dowager to elevate him to the throne. The subtle schemes Zhao Zhan orchestrated had led to misunderstandings among the virtuous ministers. Did Shen Huating care? He did not. Yet, Zhao Zhan remained young, foolishly placing faith in the one person he should have distrusted the most, Elder Yin. It was he who had coined the term virtuous stream. What Shen Huating truly aimed to do was to shake the very foundations of this individual and Appo's influence in the court, among the populace, and throughout the realm. He intended to expose the virtuous stream as nothing more than a fade for corruption and greed, with even the right chancellor merely a pawn in this person's game. Shen Huating found himself curious. What expressions would people wear on the day this grand deception was unveiled? He turned back to glance at the Xinqi Hall. Elder Yin and Appo's eyes and ears were everywhere, unbeknownst to the young emperor. Every action of his was being recorded. Perhaps the young emperor still believed he was surrounded by loyalists. Indeed, who among the Daong dynasty would doubt the name of Elder Yin? Shen Huating recalled Lin Shu, realizing she had overlooked one crucial detail. When he had arranged transportation for her family, it was done under the auspices of Elder Yin. Otherwise, given her family's disdain for him, they would never have willingly accepted his arrangements. One day, when the truth is revealed, what expressions would the Lin family wear? As Shen Huating walked slowly through the snow beneath the crimson walls of the inner palace, his expression grew increasingly grim, yet a smile lingered, creeping into his eyes. He leisurely twirled the camellia between his fingers, inhaling its delicate sweetness, reminiscent of the fragrance of Lin Shu's hair. He couldn't and Appo's help but wonder if this girl would uncover some clues. To be continued. Chapter 52. A display of authority. Lin Shu held the jade token that Shen Huating had bestowed upon her. Yet she refrained from hastily proceeding to Wenyuan Pavilion the following day. Shen Huating had entrusted her with the management of the internal affairs of the palace, and it was inconceivable for her to wield the token while acting contrary to his intentions. Although Lin Shu harbored reservations about the ease with which he had delegated such a significant responsibility to her, she had no choice but to muster her courage and comply. She had inquired with the aides, Chuyi and Shuishi, who informed her that matters requiring Shen Huating's approval would be annotated by him, the Grand Controller of Internal Affairs, on the official documents. Other matters would be delegated to Feng In, the supervisor of the internal affairs, and further distributed down the hierarchy. The jade token in her possession bore the seal of the supervisor of internal affairs. At dawn, Lin Shu, accompanied by Chuyi and Shiwushi arrive at the Office of Ceremonial Affairs, and, taking advantage of the jade token, she assertively brought along Manue. Manue feared that if Lin Shu were to leave, she might not return until the night was far spent. Thus she closely trailed Lin Shu, not daring to depart even a step. Within the Office of Ceremonial Affairs, the chief eunuch Wei held the jade token, examining it from every angle. Convinced of its authenticity, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize Lin Shu, his expression a perplexing amalgamation of confusion, astonishment, embarrassment, and displeasure. The authority of this esteemed office had been usurped by a mere young girl, one who had recently been assigned to the Internal Affairs Bureau as a servant. Clearly, this was a deliberate affront orchestrated by the Grand Tutor. The chief eunuch's face flushed with indignation, his meticulously groomed brows twitching with agitation. He motioned for the young eunuch beside him to return the jade token to Lin Shu. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, "Miss Lin, you possess considerable talent. In such a short span of time, it seems we must bow our heads to you and heed your commands." Lin Shu, seated gracefully upon a chair, smiled and replied, "Your Excellency Wei, you flatter me. Although the Grand Tutor has instructed me to manage the internal affairs for a time, I am merely acting in a temporary capacity and wielding a token that holds little power. You, as the chief eunuch of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs, are a venerable figure of the court, and I shall always seek your counsel in all matters." Her words, imbued with humility and courtesy, served to temper the smoldering ire within Wei. "Oh, do not be so modest," he retorted, his tone softening. "You wield the authority of the supervisor of internal affairs, while I am merely the chief eunuch. It seems I am at a disadvantage." With a hint of a smile, Lin Shu continued, "I can only brandish this jade token to assert some semblance of authority, but the respect you command within the Internal Affairs Bureau is unparalleled. I have come to the Office of Ceremonial Affairs early today to pay my respects to you, and I hope you will bear with me in this endeavor." Wei and Oppo's demeanor shifted slightly as he found her words somewhat soothing. He observed her youthful composure and noted that she approached her responsibilities with a calm demeanor. Despite her proclamations of authority, there was no trace of arrogance in her demeanor. "Very well," Wei conceded, placing his teacup down forcefully, squinting at Lin Shu with a sideways glance. "On your first day in office, it would be remiss of me not to show you the proper respect. Since it is the Grand Tutor's wish, I shall comply. What would you like to discuss today?" Lin Shu regarded him for a moment before averting her gaze. Wei could not be classified as a benevolent figure, nor was he overtly malicious. He was simply a man concerned with his reputation and material gain. "I would appreciate it if you could have the junior eunuchs relay a message to summon the key personnel from the 12 monasteries for departments and 8 bureaus to this location. I have but a few matters to discuss," she stated. Wei's brows furrowed in surprise at her request. However, having already spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, he ordered his subordinates to carry out her instructions. Lin Shu then rose and bowed respectfully to Wei before exiting his office, where she awaited at the entrance of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. Shiwushi procured a chair for her, while Chuyi presented a warming stove adorned with delicate pink and gold motifs. Lin Shu paused momentarily, taken aback by the familiar style of service, reminiscent of Shen Huating. She felt a tinge of embarrassment, but said nothing, adjusting her cloak and settling comfortably in her chair. Manue, observing the influx of eunuchs into the Office of Ceremonial Affairs, felt uneasy as they cast curious glances in her direction. However, upon noticing Lin Shu's composed demeanor, her discomfort lessened. After approximately half an hour, the summoned individuals began to arrive at the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. Clearly, the key figures from the 12 monasteries for departments and 8 bureaus were unaware that Lin Shu had summoned them. Upon realization, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Lin Shu spotted her mother, Madame Lin, accompanied by 2 young seamstresses from the Needlework Bureau. Madame Lin appeared equally surprised, and Lin Shu offered a slight nod of acknowledgement to her mother. Chuyi stepped forward and announced, "The Grand Tutor has appointed Miss Lin to handle the internal affairs for the time being. She has summoned everyone here to convey some important messages." Lin Shu did not rush to speak. Seated comfortably with her warming stove in hand, she awaited the murmurs to subside, allowing for silence to envelop the room. Once all eyes were fixed upon her, she gradually rose from her chair. Meanwhile, Shen Huating emerged from Xinqi Hall, spurred by a sudden whim to visit the Office of Ceremonial Affairs. As expected, he found Lin Shu had arrived early on her first day. Standing at the entrance, he cast a casual glance inside, still clutching a blossoming camellia in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 53. The Art of Balance. Lin Shu held a hand warmer in her grasp, her demeanor appearing calm. Yet a subtle tension lingered beneath the surface. She endeavored to maintain an air of tranquility as she surveyed the scene, then instructed the steward to count the attendees. The representatives from the 12 supervisory departments, the 4 courts, and the 8 bureaus were to be present. Ideally, at least one representative from each department would heed the summons from the Board of Rights. Indeed, the numbers were substantial. After completing the count, the steward reported, from the 12 supervisory departments, representatives from the Board of Rights, the Inner Court, and the Bureau of Goodness are absent. However, the 4 courts are fully represented. The 8 bureaus are missing representatives from the Laundry Bureau, the Dyeing Bureau, and the Garden Bureau, with a maid named Chier replacing the ailing Madame Qin. Lin Shu frowned slightly. Chier, the name stirred a memory. Was she not the adopted daughter of Madame Qin? The same Chier who had previously served Shen Huating at the Sea Pavilion? She instinctively scanned the crowd. A young maid hurriedly stepped forward, slowing her pace as she approached Lin Shu. She curtsied, identifying herself as Chier from the Garden Bureau, explaining that she came in place of her ailing adoptive mother, who was unable to withstand the cold wind. Upon raising her gaze, Chier's smile abruptly faltered as she met Lin Shu's eyes. Having rushed in at the last moment, she found herself amidst individuals of higher rank, and she dared not overstep her bounds. It was only upon being called by the steward that she seized the opportunity to step forward. Her adoptive mother was ill and bedridden. As her adoptive daughter, it was only fitting that she represent her at the Board of Rights. If she could make a notable impression before the esteemed officials, perhaps she might seize an opportunity for advancement. Yet, Chier was wholly unprepared to discover that it was Lin Shu who had summoned them. As her gaze shifted back to Lin Shu, and then to the moonlit figure beside her, a sense of dismay washed over her. The memory of the severe punishment she had endured lingered painfully. Upon returning to the Garden Bureau, she had remained bedridden, acutely aware of the ridicule directed at her from her peers. Despite their restraint due to her affiliation with Madame Qin, reveled in her misfortune. Confusion clouded her mind. If the Grand Tutor disdained her, why had he allowed her to serve him at the Sea Pavilion for 2 months? Despite his insistence that she maintain her distance, her adoptive mother's anger had led her to receive a few slaps in private. Yet, if she could become the Grand Tutor's favorite companion, surely her adoptive mother would rise alongside her. Why, then, had her adoptive mother fallen ill? Rumors swirled around the court, focusing on the third miss of the Lin family and the Grand Tutor. Chier came to a realization. The Grand Tutor had dismissed her to make way for Lin Shu. Her injuries had healed sooner than expected, and she was capable of rising from her bed, yet she chose to avoid contact with others. On one occasion, she ventured out and spotted Lin Shu, along with a moonlit figure, washing radishes in the courtyard. Lin Shu, clad in the attire of the Garden Bureau, wore her hair in a simple double bun. Her complexion was so fair that even the finest cosmetics could scarcely enhance her beauty. A deep envy and bitterness welled within Chier. Why did Lin Shu and her maid still bear smiles? Why was it that the daughter of a noble family, once accustomed to luxury, had fallen to the status of a servant, toiling at tasks once beneath her, yet displayed no signs of resentment? Qui und apos epondat. A lady of such esteemed heritage should not suffer such a fall from grace. Yet, it was precisely Lin Shu's serene smile and the supportive camaraderie with her maid that pierced Chiera's heart, rendering her own existence painfully insignificant. Overwhelmed, Chi and Apos fled to her chamber, burying herself beneath the covers, repeatedly questioning the fairness of fate. As she gazed at Lin Shu, her frozen expression began to thaw. Indeed, Lin Shu was merely more beautiful than she. There was nothing extraordinary about it. Chier sought solace in this thought. Lin Shu observed Chier, though lacking the graceful allure of her peers, possessed a quiet elegance, particularly accentuated by her autumnal eyes and delicate brows. I have summoned everyone for no particularly urgent matter. Since Madame Qin is unwell, you may return and convey my message, Lin Shu stated. Qi slowly straightened, her fingers entwined tightly before her. Her gaze briefly flickered towards the moonlit figure. Very well, Qi acquiesced, stepping aside. Lin Shu turned her attention back to the moonlit figure, noticing a contemplative expression on her face as she absent-mindedly touched her cheek. Concerned, Lin Shu furrowed her brow, suppressing her urge to speak further. She recalled that the representative from the Board of Rites had been Wang Fu, and surmised that a new representative had yet to be appointed. Consequently, she instructed the steward to omit the Board of Rites from the count. The remaining departments were known for their complexities. Lin Shu was not surprised, as it seemed that the eunuchs had grown impatient, uncertain of the identity of the young lady who had summoned them. "Who is this girl? We know nothing of her," grumbled one of the eunuchs, while another remarked, "Isn't that Lin Durin's third daughter, Lin Shu? She has garnered the Grand Tutor and Appo's favor and now seeks to assert her authority at the inner court. Quite a display indeed." Whispers of her lineage circulated among the crowd, drawing attention to Lady Lin, who had just been appointed as the head of the Needlework Bureau. Lady Lin hesitated, unsure of how to respond, but ultimately chose silence, as she herself was perplexed by the unfolding events. After allowing the murmurs to subside, Lin Shu presented a jade token for all to see, prompting immediate silence and astonishment among the attendees. With a composed demeanor, Lin Shu declared, "I may not possess the qualifications. Yet a command from the Grand Tutor is akin to a direct order from the highest authority. I am to oversee matters at the inner court for a time." She gracefully retook her seat, tucking the hand warmer against her chest, her hands neatly folded, exuding a dignified presence. The purpose of this gathering was twofold: to familiarize herself with those present and to distribute winter festival rewards. The previously disgruntled eunuchs and matrons suddenly fell silent. Caught off guard, Lin Shu, although inexperienced, understood that her lack of seniority would not afford her respect. Thus, she resolved to extend a gesture of goodwill. She calculated her offerings carefully: 10 taels of silver, 3 bolts of silk, a selection of grains, oils, and seasonings, along with a complete set of winter clothing and footwear. Though these gifts seemed considerable, they paled in comparison to the substantial rewards these individuals typically acquired. However, the distinction between rewards and personal gain was significant. As the attendees collected their gifts, Lin Shu added, "Please convey to those who were absent that their lack of attendance will be considered a forfeiture." She scrutinized their expressions before continuing in a steady tone. "With the winter festival approaching and the new year following closely, I understand the demands on your time. I shall not detain you further. Should any matters arise, I kindly ask for your cooperation and understanding." Lin Shu required neither their admiration nor their allegiance. She merely sought their compliance in carrying out her directives. Unbeknownst to her, this gathering had transformed into an opportunity for winter festival rewards, and the thought that those absent would miss out ignited a sense of satisfaction among those present. The absence of others would undoubtedly stir discontent among them. This was Lin Shu and Appo's subtle pressure. "Before the Grand Tutor, I hope Miss Lin can express our gratitude." Upon witnessing their relaxation, Lin Shu let out a slight sigh of relief. She secretly pondered, since Shen Huating bestowed this jade token upon her, it wouldn't be against decorum to allocate some rewards, would it? After all, it could also earn him a good reputation. As for Eunuch Wei, it was no longer feasible to refrain from taking anything. Did she truly say that? Eunuch Wei's hand trembled. Ever since Lin Shu arrived at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, his hand had nearly developed a tremor. He was reluctant to part with his exquisite tea bowl, so he held his breath, tremblingly placing the bowl back on the tea table. Then, he forcefully slapped the armrest and extended his hand, shaking it vigorously before Xiao Daji, shaking with such intensity, questioning whether the storeroom of the Ceremonial Supervisory Bureau should be managed in such a manner by her. Xiao Daji trembled. "Miss Lin," said. Eunuch Wei retracted his hand, rubbing his chest, pondering whether this burden would fall upon the Grand Tutor. Wasn't it ultimately his responsibility? Very well, very well. Oh, you Lin Shu. Eunuch Wei was fuming. Xiao Daji, noticing this, hurriedly grabbed a piece of his robe and fanned Eunuch Wei's head, causing his carefully groomed eyebrows to sway wildly. Eunuch Wei quickly raised his hand to cover his eyebrows, furious enough to kick out in frustration. You foolish creature. Xiao Daji sat down on the ground, bewildered. What had he done wrong? He observed how Wang Fu and others typically served Eunuch Wei in a similar manner. What do you understand? Eunuch Wei shouted in exasperation. These two tufts of eyebrows have even been praised by Emperor Jing for being a sign of good fortune. Oomph, oomph. Quickly bring me a comb and mirror. Eunuch Wei cried, rubbing his heart. He regarded Xiao Daji as somewhat honest and wished to cultivate him, yet he appeared rather dull-witted. Such trivial matters paled in comparison to the cleverness he once displayed in Emperor Jing's eyes. Alas! Eunuch Wei, infuriated, returned to his chair, taking a deep breath. Lin Shu observed as everyone dispersed to the storeroom of the Ceremonial Supervisory Bureau to collect their rewards, before approaching Lady Lin. Mother, have you been well lately? Lin Shu noted her mother dressed in the ceremonial attire of a matriarch, which accentuated her graceful figure, rendering her appearance even more youthful. I am well. Lady Lin replied with a faint smile, her expression tinged with a hint of confusion. Lin Shu linked her arm with her mother's, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she playfully asked, Was I imposing just now? Lady Lin shook her head helplessly, a worried expression crossing her face. How could the Grand Tutor allow you to take charge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs? This truly contravenes proper protocol. Lin Shu nodded lightly. Indeed, it is against decorum. Yet, there are far too many irregularities in the current Yong court. She continued, He wishes to test my character, to see if this daughter of the Lin family will easily lament, concede, plead for mercy, or readily give up when faced with adversity. Lin Shu gazed in her mother's eyes, offering a gentle smile. Do you think I would? Lady Lin paused, contemplating reaching out to touch her daughter, reflecting on how she seemed to have matured once more, when suddenly Shen Huating stepped into the Ceremonial Supervisory Bureau. Lin Shu felt a momentary startle upon seeing him at the doorway. Lady Lin inclined her head respectfully. Madam, no need for formalities. Lady Lin stared blankly at Shen Huating for a moment. Following proper etiquette, she retreated, leading her two young maidservants to the storeroom. Casting a worried glance back at Lin Shu, Madam's daughter is truly beautiful, one of the young maids remarked, lifting her head to glance back with a radiant smile in her eyes. Lady Lin smiled warmly. You are also lovely. In fact, you bear a resemblance to my daughter Wan Wan. The young maid could hardly believe it. She was at best not unattractive. Nonetheless, she felt elated, her eyes curving in delight. The other young maid hastily joined in, slightly dazed, clumsily stating, Xiao Huan, it seems Madam speaks the truth. I just noticed Madam's daughter, and you indeed share some resemblance. Lin Shu maintained her posture, casting a discreet glance at the entrance of the Ceremonial Supervisory Bureau, wondering when he had arrived. Shen Huating smiled. Third miss, you wield both kindness and authority with no hint of remorse. Lin Shu observed him holding a freshly blooming camellia flower. In the next moment, the flower was pinned delicately to her hair. He inquired, Is the Ministry of Internal Affairs entertaining? Chapter 54. As he returned beside her, the full moon shone brightly, while on the 1st and 15th days of the month, Lin Shu kept her head bowed demurely. Man Yu discreetly lifted her gaze, slightly dazed as she observed the camellia adorning Lin Shu's hair. Instinctively, Lin Shu reached up to touch the flower, gazing into his eyes, her lashes fluttering. Did the Grand Tutor come to witness my embarrassment? Does he find it amusing? The smile on Shen Huating's lips deepened, as he realized this girl had the audacity to challenge him with her words, laced with a hint of provocation. She chuckled, declaring herself to be the Grand Tutor's person. How could she bring shame to him? Suddenly, Shen Huating felt an irresistible urge to give her a playful smack. Leaning closer, he whispered, Wash up and await me in my quarters tonight. Lin Shu's face flushed, but she remained composed, having dared to ruffle the tiger's whiskers. She was prepared for the consequences of awakening its wrath. He straightened up, turning to lead Yun Hu and two eunuchs outside the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. As Lin Shu watched his retreating figure, the cold wind billowed around his crimson cloak, his hairpiece swaying gently. Holding the camellia in her hand, she pondered, what manner of man is he? Lowering her gaze to the flower, she finally caught a whiff of its rich fragrance. The camellia, a quintessential southern bloom, was notoriously difficult to nurture in the north. To flourish so splendidly in winter, the caretaker must have devoted great care. Most camellias lack scent, yet this variety must be a fragrant tea flower, delicately adorned with a hint of pink amidst its white petals. Indeed, quite precious. Turning to Man Yu, she inquired, in the days of my absence, did you encounter Chi'er at the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs? Man Yu's eyes flickered momentarily as she hesitantly replied, I saw her twice. Lin Shu scrutinized Man Yu, asking, did she bully you? Man Yu hesitated, wanting to deny it, but Lin Shu's gentle gaze prompted her to confess. I must have overlooked your well-being. I never considered how you fared alone. Warmth enveloped Man Yu's heart, and she felt a swell of emotion as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was my fault for trusting too readily. She struck me a few times, perhaps out of jealousy, seeing the Grand Tutor favoring you while she was cast out from the Haijai building. Lin Shu recognized that Man Yu was not foolish, merely a bit naive. It was unexpected that Chi'er would unleash her resentment upon Man Yu, likely resenting her as well. Why did I not notice anything amiss upon my return? Lin Shu asked. Man Yu stammered. I feared you would worry, so I used ice to reduce the swelling and applied some powder to conceal it. Honestly, it wasn't tea that painful. It has already healed. Lin Shu observed her face, indeed seeing that it was well. She pinched Man Yu's round cheeks, saying, just this once. Man Yu was taken aback, but soon understood Lin Shu's implication. A warmth blossoming within her, her eyes brightening with joy. The young lady was defending her. In an instant, all of Man Yu's grievances dissipated, and she happily followed Lin Shu back to the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. Chi'er watched Shen Huating depart, and Lin Shu walk away before stepping out from her hiding place. The image of Shen Huating's figure lingered in her mind. She had never encountered a man as handsome as the Grand Tutor, noble, aloof, and commanding, wielding life and death power in the capital at such a young age. From the first moment she laid eyes on him, she was utterly captivated. While at the Haijai building, she could only gaze at him from afar. She had never witnessed such a look in his eyes directed at her, one that made her heart race. Yet that gaze was not for her. He even adorned Lin Shu with flowers, camellias from the garden of the Haijai building. Such blooms were unique to the inner court, with only the Empress Dowager's Xinchi Hall possessing a few pots. That night, after dinner, Lin Shu obediently cleaned herself up, donning a nightgown and wrapping herself in a cloak as she descended the luminescent staircase to Shen Huating's quarters. Jin Yang had informed her that he would not be dining at the Haijai building today and would likely return later. Entering his chamber for the first time, a space usually reserved for Yun Hu and Jin Yang, Lin Shu surveyed the simple decor. A sturdy Wang Wali-wood bed adorned with sheer blue curtains and crimson tassels stood prominently. Several palace lanterns illuminated the room with a hazy glow, casting a soft light that filled the space. On the dark-hued table, tea table, windowsill, and antiquities shelf, a couple of fresh and beautiful camellias added a touch of delicate charm to the room. As Lin Shu stepped onto the plush carpet and approached the table, inhaling the floral scent, she realized they were the same variety. Furrowing her brows, she gently touched one of the camellias. So, he has a fondness for the fragrant tea flowers of the South. Noticing a collection of books on the shelf from various eras and disciplines, she perceived the owner's wide-ranging interests. These were likely his bedtime reads. Selecting a volume on the history of nations, she gradually shed her earlier unease. When Shen Huating entered, he found Lin Shu seated beneath the lamp, her head slightly bowed as she perused the book in her hands. Her dark hair, half-tied, cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore only her white nightgown, the cloak pooling on the carpet, enveloping her petite form. Lin Shu flipped through several pages, her finger lightly tracing the text. Completely absorbed, Shen Huating stood at the doorway, watching her for a while before stepping inside. Hearing his footsteps, Lin Shu looked up, her heart leaping slightly. She set the book down on the table, rose from the round stool, and slipped off her cloak, which fell to the ground. Fingering her nightgown, she raised her eyes with a soft smile. I have been waiting for you to return, Grand Tutor. He had already discarded his outer robe. Clad in two loose-fitting aquamarine garments, the ties loosely fastened, carrying with him a chill of the deepening night. Lin Shu approached him naturally, taking his hand and placing it inside her garment. Your hands are cold. Shall I warm them for you? Shen Huating looked at her, contemplating how this girl truly had no reservations. Chapter 55. Knock on his heart. Shen Huating did not retract his hand, leisurely savoring the warmth of his palm. He lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Lin Shu for a prolonged moment, as if time had come to a standstill amidst the fragrant ambience of camellias enveloping them. Perhaps due to the use of his left hand, which felt somewhat numb, he eventually withdrew it, making his way to the table to pick up the book on the history of various nations, glancing at it briefly. Do you enjoy reading it? He inquired as he turned around. The side of Lin Shu that he had touched still carried a hint of coolness, while her petite face burned with warmth. She exhaled softly, curling her hand to gently press against her skin. Approaching him, she shook her head, stating, "This book is filled with obscure ancient characters, far too solemn. It pales in comparison to works like Legends of the Kingdom and Chronicles of the Nations, which are far more intriguing." Shen Huating raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her honesty. Indeed, those histories, embellished with flourishes, were much easier to digest. I concur with the Grand Tutor's assessment, Lin Shu replied, lifting her gaze. But does that mean that every event and figure recorded in even the most serious of histories is true? She continued, history is often penned by the victors, yet only those who have lived through the events truly grasp the underlying truths. Shen Huating gazed deeply into her eyes as she elaborated. Take Emperor Jing, who established the prosperous Jingping era. He ruled for decades, commanding the realm throughout his life. In his youth, he waged wars to secure the borders of the Daong dynasty and maintained amicable relations with foreign envoys. Domestically, he soothed the populace, dredged canals, reformed taxes, and instituted a clear stream of governance, ensuring peace and prosperity across the land. My grandfather once remarked that he was born and raised in an era of tranquility, all thanks to Emperor Jing. Lin Shu paused, her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, in the past, I would have shared the same sentiment. Emperor Jing is a timeless sovereign, his achievements resonating through the ages. His life, as chronicled in history, is surely worthy of admiration by future generations. She picked up the tome on the history of nations, her delicate fingers caressing its substantial cover, and continued, however, ever since the Lin family faced persecution, I have pondered, during the later years of Emperor Jing and Appo's reign, he became engrossed in Zen meditation, allowing power to slip into the hands of the cabinet ministers. For a young lady from a well-to-do family like mine, oblivious to the changing tides of the world, how could one explain the emergence of figures like the Yang family, who began to act with impunity in the capital, the clear stream? She raised her eyes to Shen Huating and the clean stream that the Grand Tutor despises. Did these individuals genuinely safeguard the era of peace and prosperity under Emperor Jing? What if among them there existed more than one Gu Wantong, a cultured rogue? Has that purported clean stream already begun to corrode the very foundation of this dynasty? If the clean stream truly represented purity, how could it lead to the rise of traitors and usurpers, inciting chaos? How did the Lin family fall victim to such machinations? How did the Daong court descend into such disarray? In Lin Shu and Appo's eyes, a brilliance akin to snow illuminated her thoughts. Was there not a connection between the negligence and gullibility of Emperor Jing in his later years and these events? Would these truths be fairly recorded in the annals of history? She spoke with measured breath, articulating her reflections on the year Emperor Jing passed away during the Yongshou era. After his death, who would narrate the experiences of the eyewitnesses, the events of the past, the latter, the clean stream, or the likes of the right minister? She was uncertain why such thoughts had surged forth, perhaps a result of her reverie while perusing the history. Having lived through two upheavals, Lin Shu's perspective had undergone significant changes. She seemed to have gained clarity on matters previously obscured, illuminating the grime hidden beneath the capital's splendor. Perhaps there was an element of testing as well. She earnestly scrutinized Shen Huating's expression, infused with a hint of speculation. He regarded her with inscrutable, frosty eyes, slightly narrowing them. The room was brightly lit, warm, and inviting, yet he seemed enveloped in an aura of darkness. He gazed at her for an extended moment, his fingers gently tracing the porcelain of her delicate neck. Lin Xuanli has indeed raised a remarkable granddaughter. Shen Huating suppressed the emotions stirring within his chest, maintaining his usual demeanor. When did he begin to form an opinion of this girl? Perhaps it was during her bowing on Red Leaf Mountain. Yet at this moment, she truly astonished him. What does the Grand Tutor hope the historical records will reflect about him? As he stepped toward the bed, Lin Shu turned away, her eyelashes fluttering gently. The Grand Tutor's origins must remain a mystery, she mused. Not so, he stated. Lin Shu paused, contemplating the implications of his words. Shen Huating reached up to draw the green curtains, settling at the head of the bed, patting the space beside him. Obediently, Lin Shu approached and sat beside him, noticing a small porcelain vial in his hand. Lift your feet, he instructed. Complying, she raised her feet onto the bed, wrapping her arms around her knees. Gazing at him with a hint of confusion, Shen Huating rolled up the hem of her pants, revealing her fair calves and knees. He examined them briefly before applying the ointment from the vial to her skin. This remedy is remarkably effective for scarring. It would be a pity for such fair legs to bear blemishes. In truth, the scar was merely faint and not severe, yet Lin Shu was taken aback. Effective for scarring? She dipped her finger into the ointment and brought it to her nose, inhaling its refreshing scent. He frowned, taking a handkerchief to wipe her fingertip clean. That will suffice. Once he finished, Lin Shu gazed at the small vial and softly asked, "May I keep this as a gift from the Grand Tutor?" Shen Huating glanced at her and handed the vial over. "Very well. Apply it 3 or 4 times, and it should fade significantly." Clutching the tiny vial, she looked at the bandage wrapped around his palm. Shen Huating stood and walked to the basin to wash his hands. Lin Shu gently lowered her pant legs, her gaze landing on a large black mask resting on his bedside. Kneeling, she crawled over, intrigued, and lifted it to examine, noting its eerie and dignified presence. Unlike any mask she had encountered before, as Shen Huating returned, he found Lin Shu holding the mask aloft, attempting to cover her face with it. The mask was oversized for her features, and upon removing it, she frowned, questioning when the Grand Tutor would require such a disguise. He silently regarded the mask before donning it himself, looking down at her from a lofty position. His face, already lacking emotion, now exuded an even colder aura, his eyes masked by a depth of emotion that seemed impenetrable. He lifted a hand to gently pinch her chin, tilting her face upward. Those who wear this mask are indeed not meant to be seen. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Let us pause for a moment. What exquisite treasures you all are. Chapter 56. The mask, what does he mean by that? Lin Shu was perplexed. Shen Huating removed the mask and casually placed it atop Lin Shu's head. He offered no explanation and seemed indifferent to whether she understood. Lin Shu touched her head, removed the mask, and gazed at it in a daze for a while. Shen Huating walked over to the bookshelf, retrieved several art albums, and tossed them to her. Lin Shu set the mask aside, picked up one of the albums, opened it briefly, and her eyes widened. With a loud clap, she immediately closed it, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. This must be a forbidden book. Shen Huating lounged with one hand behind his head, casually lying on his side, holding another volume without raising his gaze. Do you think there is a shortage of sordid tales within the palace? The eunuchs of the Ministry of Internal Affairs each possess several volumes. They find great amusement in them at night. What a corrupt influence. Lin Shu ground her teeth. Fine. She pouted and reopened the album, squinting her eyes to blur her vision, pretending she could not see clearly. Yet, the images were insufferably vivid, and after a few glances, her face flushed crimson. She glanced at the ancient-looking cover of the book in his hand and blinked, diverting her gaze to ask, "What is the Grand Tutor reading?" Shen Huating raised an eyelid. The Chronicles of Emperor Jing. Lin Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that a joke? The emperor has only been deceased for a few years. What publisher would dare print such a book? They must desire death. Shen Huating smiled lightly. You cannot finish it. You are not permitted to sleep. Lin Shu obediently resumed her examination of the art album. She occasionally squinted her left eye, then her right, becoming restless as she sat, ultimately opting to lie down, facing away from Shen Huating, her fingers nervously flipping through the pages with delicate speed. When she reached the last volume, she accidentally turned it upside down. After an indeterminate amount of time, her chin, propped on her hands, began to slide down as her eyelids grew heavy, and she let out a soft yawn. When Shen Huating looked at her again, he found her asleep, resting on the album. He set down his book, frowning slightly. He had yet to extinguish the fragrant incense. Lin Shu had not anticipated that she would feel so at ease beside Shen Huating, sleeping without a care for her appearance. He lifted her gently, placing her on a pillow, and pulled the silk quilt over her. Lin Shu rolled over, her arms reaching around his waist, murmuring, Yin Yin is not afraid. Shen Huating's body tensed imperceptibly. His fingers idly traced her soft neck for a moment before he gently disengaged her embrace. Covering her properly with the quilt, he donned the mask once more and approached the copper mirror, gazing at his reflection. Had the calamity of the first year of Yongshou not occurred, he would have worn this mask for a lifetime, a price paid for the loyalty of generations of the GF family to Emperor Jing. Manuel felt a twinge of worry for Lin Shu, who sat wrapped in her clothing at the staircase of the Haijai building. As the night deepened and Lin Shu had yet to descend, Yun Hu urged her to return to her room. The young lady won and oppos. TB coming out tonight. You should return. Manuel frowned, casting a glance upstairs, and reluctantly made her way back to her room. Just as she was about to open the door, a hand suddenly pressed against it, startling her. She turned, ready to scream, but the words caught in her throat. Anan, reeking of alcohol, stumbled toward her. Under the dim light of the snow, Manuel recognized his face, mere inches from hers. In that moment, her heart raced. However, Anan leaned heavily against the door, and their combined weight forced it open with a creak, causing him to topple awkwardly to the ground. Man, sister. Manuel turned to look at the fallen Anan, frozen for a moment. How'd you end up here? She shared a room with Lin Shu, and now it seemed she was alone. Manuel felt bewildered as she recalled the night of the raid, though he had struck her with a whip. He had later offered her his bed and covered her with a blanket. Perhaps he was not so bad after all. She reached to help Anan, but he suddenly grasped her wrist, his eyes glazed with drunkenness, a wild look sending a chill down her spine. Where is Sister Man? Sister Man? Manuel stared, her wrist pained from his grip. Anan relaxed his hold, collapsing onto the floor. Manuel's wrist bore the mark of his grasp. Anan had been watching Lin Shu's room for quite some time. Tonight, he had taken a jar of wine from the kitchen of Haijai building. Typically, he abstained from alcohol to avoid mishaps, but he had indulged several times recently, and tonight he drank excessively. Manuel plopped down on the floor, realizing she needed to find Chu, Yi, and Sherwu. Suddenly, she heard him plead, Don't go, please. Don't marry him. Manuel lowered her gaze, lost in thought. How could such a cold-hearted person? Lin Yin nestled in a pile of dry grass, cradling a small black cat in her arms, fingers fiddling with two woven grasshoppers. Whose could they be? These were the small grasshoppers Lin Yin had received repeatedly. She noticed that the hay in the storeroom had increased, and even the broken windows had been covered with new paper. Meow, the small black cat, nuzzled her cheek, seeking warmth and comfort, finding a cozy position to fall asleep. Lin Yin, too, began to doze off. That night, she experienced a peculiar dream where she bled profusely, as if she might drain entirely. The next day, Lin Yin awoke late, staring in shock at a stain of red on the hay, her face filled with fear. There was blood. The hurried sound of footsteps approached the storeroom, and soon a servant burst in, scanning the room and glaring at Lin Yin. Miss Yin, don't think that after a trip to the 16th floor and catching the noblesse, you can come back to the teaching court and slack off. The servant huffed. What time is it? And you still lie here? Lin Yin stammered, I think I'm dying. The servant frowned, hands tucked into her coat. What nonsense is this? Don't think of excuses to be lazy. As the servant reached to pull aside Lin Yin's blanket, Lin Yin, unsure of her condition, instinctively clutched the cover tightly in embarrassment, fearing exposure. The servant, irritated, was about to call over two nearby maids when suddenly, all three collapsed to the ground. Lin Yin stared in astonishment at the figure silhouetted against the light, a tall, slender young man holding a sword. He swiftly tossed out the servant and the maids. When he returned, he held a cloak. Kneeling beside her, he lowered the sword and draped the cloak over Lin Yin. "It's your time," he stated. Lin Yin looked closely at the face of the young man. A lean visage, thin lips, and upward-turned eyes, his voice soft and slightly hoarse. This brother was quite handsome. Lin Yin slowly came to understand what he meant. Was this the time she had been waiting for as a girl? How frightening it was that it could cause so much blood. "The washroom is empty. I'll guard it for you." He picked up the sword from the ground, stood, and turned away. Lin Yin shyly rose, wrapping the cloak tightly around herself, and hurried to the washroom to clean up while no one was watching. Before stepping inside, she turned back, blinking and asking, "What is your name?" After a moment of silence, he replied, "Bushi." "Bui." Lin Yin was taken aback. "Then what is your surname?" He paused again. "Chun." Lin Yin murmured, "Chun? Bushi?" He made no correction. Let us say, this chapter is a grand collection of couples. Chapter 57. The beloved concubine. When Lin Shu awoke in the morning, Shen Huating had already departed for the morning court. Chu Yi and Chu Er, accompanied by several young eunuchs, gradually brought in a vanity table for women and a brand new wardrobe. The wardrobe was stocked with dresses for various occasions, even including undergarments and menstrual bands. Lin Shu gazed at the neatly arranged wooden boxes on the vanity, each containing hundreds of unique pieces of jewelry, momentarily lost in thought. Moreover, in the bathing chamber above, a brand new set of women and Oppos' grooming tools had also been added. The implication was unmistakable. She was to move into his bedroom, officially becoming his beloved concubine. Even the way Chu Yi and Chu Er addressed her had changed, madam. The Grand Tutor had instructed that the young lady of the full moon continue to attend to the madam and Oppos' daily needs. Chu Yi added that the young lady had only returned to her room late last night. "I have already sent someone to summon her." Lin Shu and Oppos' expression dimmed for a moment, but she nodded, accepting Shen Huating and Oppos' arrangements. What she yearned for was the reunion and gathering of family. Yet there remained a long journey ahead to achieve that. When the young lady of the full moon arrived, Lin Shu looked at her in surprise, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. "Did you not sleep at all last night?" The young lady hesitated to speak, feeling embarrassed, and eventually admitted that she had inexplicably assisted Anan to her bed, allowing him to sleep there for the night while she rested at the foot of the bed, caring for him throughout the night. It was simply because she had noticed that he seemed to have a high fever. After a moment of hesitation, she recounted the events of the previous night to Lin Shu. Lin Shu scrutinized the young lady. "Is he feeling any better?" The young lady's cheeks flushed slightly under Lin Shu's gaze as she stammered, "His fever has subsided. When I left, he was still asleep." Lin Shu nodded. Given that he had fallen ill, it would not be wise to send him back to the Jinyui in the depths of winter. "You should summon Chu Yi and Chu Er. They will need to call someone to look after him. If he is still unwell later, inform Chu Yi so that he may summon a doctor or a physician to examine him." The young lady nodded, seemingly relieved, as she released her clenched hands, covering her chest and exhaling. "I've been worried about this all morning. Worried that you dare to keep him in your room," Lin Shu teased, poking the young lady's forehead playfully. The young lady hesitated. "I just find him rather pitiable." "Pitiable?" Lin Shu cast a sidelong glance at her, struggling to recall Anan's appearance. She found it difficult to comprehend. Lin Shu quickly washed up and had a light breakfast before summoning Chu Yi and Chu Er. "Where are the account books for the 12 supervisory offices for departments and 8 bureaus stored?" Chu Yi replied, "In the Sea Jian." Lin Shu nodded and inquired, "May I access them?" "As the madam holds the imperial edict, you certainly may." Lin Shu then instructed, "Chu Er, please go to the Sea Jian. Bring several attendants with you. Retrieve the account books for the past decade." That night, while reviewing documents in the study for Shen Huating, she had discovered discrepancies in some of the figures presented by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It seemed Shen Huating was aware of this as well. Yet he had focused most of his energy on external petitions, often neglecting the documents submitted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Chu Er paused the past decade. Lin Shu regarded him. Is that not permissible? Chu Er quickly clarified, it is not that. In Napos, just that the account books for 10 years would comprise no fewer than several hundred volumes. Does the madam truly wish for that many? Lin Shu smiled gently, indeed. I do. I will attend to it right away. Chu Er did not voice any further objections, bowing before swiftly departing. Lin Shu turned her gaze to Chu Yi. Continuing her instructions, Chu Yi, go to the needlework bureau and summon my mother. Chu Yi did not respond, but accepted the order. Turning leisurely to head to the needlework bureau, Lin Shu let out a slight sigh of relief. Manu, please go to the kitchen and request 2 plates of pastries from Jin Yang. Just say I wish to have them. Lin Shu winked at Manu, smiling softly. Manu, momentarily taken aback, soon brightened, exclaiming, I understand. Madam. She abruptly ceased speaking, her face alight with joy. I will go at once. Lin Shu nodded, feeling no rush, thinking to check on that esteemed gentleman as well. Manu exited with decorum, and Lin Shu, hearing her footsteps on the stairs, couldn't help but smile. She made her way to the study in the Haijai building. The affairs of the Ministry of Internal Affairs still awaited her attention, and while she awaited the arrival of the account books, she resolved to complete her review of these matters first. Before long, Jin Yang personally delivered the pastries. If you require anything further, do not hesitate to speak, Jin Yang said, her face radiant with joy. Knowing that Lin Shu had moved into Shen Huating and Amp Appo's chamber brought her immense happiness. Approximately half an hour later, Chu Yi escorted Lin Shu and Amp Appo's mother to the Haijai building. Lin Shu summoned her mother not only out of personal desire to see her, but also to inquire about a pressing matter. I will be on a brief business trip and will pause updates for the next 2 days. A small update will follow shortly. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 58. The Sin Lady Lin walked with a certain urgency, and Chu Yi surmised that she was eager to see her daughter, thus quickening her own pace. Upon arriving at the entrance of Haijai Tower, Lady Lin paused momentarily, lifting her gaze to take in the sight before ascending the steps behind Chu Yi and entering the building. Chu Yi led her upstairs, where Lady Lin soon beheld Lin Shu, her countenance lighting up with a tender smile upon seeing her daughter. However, she stifled her eager emotions, maintaining decorum in front of Chu Yi. Lin Shu turned to Chu Yi, smiling gently, and said, I wish to speak with my mother. Please guard the door and send everyone else away. Chu Yi, with utmost respect, excused herself, understanding the request. Lady Lin furrowed her brow, surprised by Chu Yi's demeanor towards Lin Shu. It was then that Lin Shu reassured her mother, do not worry, it is just the 3 of us here, including Manua. A sigh of relief escaped Lady Lin as she finally allowed her affection to surface, stepping back slightly to gaze lovingly at her daughter. Let me see my dear Wanshan, she said. Lin Shu felt a pang in her heart, sniffing softly, I miss you, mother. Lady Lin felt a twinge of sorrow. In the past, Lin Shu often nestled in her grandmother's embrace, and Lady Lin would tease her for being so childlike despite her age. This time, however, she refrained from scolding her daughter and instead opened her arms, saying gently, come to your mother, let her hold her Wanshan. Lin Shu surrendered herself to her mother's embrace, and they comforted each other in their shared warmth. Manua, watching from the side, felt her eyes grow misty, overwhelmed with emotion, yet comforted by the scene. Lin Shu motioned for her mother to sit down, and Manua stepped forward to present a hand warmer, poured her a cup of warm kumquat tea, and even added a soft cushion to Lady Lin's seat. Enough of the fuss, Lady Lin said, taking Manua's hand and scrutinizing her. Let me see you too. Manua, with red-rimmed eyes, knelt beside Lady Lin and leaned against her lap, stammering, Madam to Manua. Lady Lin was akin to a mother. Seeing her brought her immense comfort. Lady Lin stroked her head, saying, good child, with you by Wanshan's side, I feel reassured. Manua promptly wiped her tears, joyfully rising to step aside. Lin Shu urged her to sit again, and with a nod, Manua happily complied. The 3 of them shared warm kumquat tea and light refreshments. It has been so long since I savored this tea, Lady Lin mused, a sweetness enveloping her heart. Lin Shu gently squeezed her mother's hand, saying, "If you feel unwell, please remember to send someone to inform me at Haijai Tower." Lady Lin patted her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. For your sake, I will take care of myself." As she sipped her warm tea, she sighed softly. "I wonder how your father, your elder brother, and your second brother are faring. In this bitter winter, do they have clothing to wear and enough food to eat?" "Do not fret, mother. When my brothers left the city, the Grand Tutor arranged for carriages outside. I saw from a distance that father and my elder and second brothers all boarded the carriages." Lady Lin was momentarily taken aback. The Grand Tutor? She pondered for a moment, thinking of her husband and elder son's temperament. How could they consent to ride in his arranged carriages? "Wanshan, are you certain?" "Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes." Lin Shu hesitated, her thoughts consumed by her brother's safety in their exile, wanting to avoid a fate similar to her past life. Lady Lin scrutinized her daughter. Surely, the family as old friends would not be willing to assist the Lin family at such a time. Moreover, it was perplexing that a treacherous minister like Shen Huating would do so much for them. Though Lady Lin concealed her inner worries, she inquired, "When your brothers were exiled, you fell ill upon returning to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Tell me, what exactly transpired? Did the Grand Tutor make you promise something before he manuenned oppose?" As heart sank as she turned her gaze to Lin Shu. Lin Shu lowered her eyelashes. This matter was unknown even to Manuel. She had no intention of revealing it, wishing to spare them further worry. Besides, the events of that night were of her own volition. Had it not been for the 500 steps, her resolve would not be as steadfast as it was today. Lin Shu shook her mother's hand playfully, her voice laced with affection. "Perhaps he has taken a liking to me, seeing how lovely I am," she reassured. "I am truly fine. You have seen that for yourself, mother." Lady Lin was at a loss for words, her heart heavy with the burden of knowing that only her daughter could save their family. Manuel hesitated to speak, not wanting to add to Lady Lin and Appo's distress. The appearance of the young lady upon her return had been utterly harrowing. Reluctant to press her daughter further during this rare reunion, Lady Lin sighed internally. "While the Grand Tutor has entrusted you with the affairs of the ministry, we cannot use that as a pretext for frequent private meetings. As long as we are in the ministry, we must tread carefully." Lin Shu nodded in agreement. "I understand, mother. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you today. Please follow me." She instructed Manuel to stay, and Manuel dutifully complied. Lin Shu led Lady Lin into Shen Huating's quarters. Lady Lin surveyed the room, noting the ample camellias and the clearly new vanity, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Lin Shu approached her with a mask in hand. "I remembered that when grandfather was still alive. I once saw a similar mask in his drawer, but I was too young then to recall the details." She looked up, asking, "Do you recognize it, mother?" The moment Lady Lin laid eyes on the mask, her expression shifted dramatically, astonishment washing over her. How did this mask come to be here? Lin Shu and Appo's brow furrowed. Had she not misremembered? It was only that morning that this memory resurfaced. But she had been so young back then. Lady Lin examined the mask closely, her expression growing complex. "Indeed, I saw a mask identical to this in your grandfather's room. The reason you found it was that I was holding you, and out of curiosity, you pulled open your grandfather's drawer." Lady Lin's complexion paled further. "Initially, I paid it no mind. You played with it, and your hands were covered in blood." Lin Shu froze. "Blood?" Lady Lin nodded gravely. "Yes, blood. The mask was smeared with it." As memories flooded back, Lady Lin felt a chill run down her spine. "When your grandfather discovered this, he was furious. I was terrified and hurriedly changed your clothes. Recalling only that he uttered something about this is our sin." Lady Lin raised her gaze, her face growing even paler. "Shortly thereafter, your grandfather passed away." Lin Shu's heart raced. No, Lady Lin gazed at the mask again, shaking her head. "It is not merely similar. It must be that very mask." Chapter 59. Are you afraid? Lin Shu gazed blankly at her mother. Madame Lin furrowed her brow and remarked, "I remember distinctly that the ties of this mask differ on either side. The left tie appears to have been severed and has been newly stitched with a wider and slightly discolored cord." Lin Shu examined it closely, and indeed, as her mother had said, the stitching at the junction revealed evidence of repair. In the past, it would have been easy to discern which cord was the new one and which was the old. However, After so many years, the fading colors rendered them indistinguishable. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Lin retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket. Approaching the shelf, she dipped it into the basin for a touch of water and handed it to Lin Shu, suggesting she try wiping it. Lin Shu assumed the rough texture was merely a result of time's passage, but to her astonishment, the handkerchief revealed a dark, muted crimson stain. Was it the scab of dry blood? Startled, Lin Shu's hand trembled, causing the mask to tumble onto the carpet as an unsettling feeling gripped her heart. After a brief moment to compose herself, she picked up the mask. It seemed she had neither misjudged nor misremembered. Madame Lin took back the blood-stained handkerchief, crumpling it into a tight ball in her hand and pacing back and forth for a moment. It appears this mask has long been concealed by your grandfather. During the recent raid on our household, the Jinui discovered it, and it eventually ended up in the hands of the Grand Tutor, which makes sense. Lin Shu shared the same suspicion. However, why the Grand Tutor specifically sought this mask? Madame Lin felt a wave of unease wash over her as she gazed at the mask, sensing an ominous portent. A pang of anxiety struck her heart, and she sat on a nearby stool, her hands clasped in her lap, gently closing her eyes. I often reflect on this matter and wonder, could your grandfather's death be connected to this mask? Lin Shu's heart skipped a beat at her mother's implication. Was it possible that her grandfather did not die of natural causes? Madame Lin gently shook her head. It is difficult to say. At that time, the physicians at the Imperial Medical Bureau declared your grandfather had passed due to illness. Lin Shu lowered her gaze to the mask, lost in thought. Her grandfather had died a few years after Emperor Jing's demise, while the Shen family had encountered misfortune around the first year of Yongshou. The timelines did not align. So whose blood was on the mask? Yet the mask was also related to the portrait her grandmother had mentioned, which was connected to Shen Huating. What was the truth of his origins? What events had transpired in the past? And why were they all intertwined with her grandfather? Lin Shu was filled with questions, her intuition suggesting that her grandfather Lin Xuanli and Appo's death was shrouded in mystery. After conversing with her mother, she inquired if her grandfather had ever mentioned the Jie family. Her mother shook her head, indicating she had not. Let the past remain in the past. Your grandfather has been gone for so many years. Madame Lin reassured her daughter, who understood the gravity of the situation. As evening approached, Lin Shu decided to change the topic and personally escorted her mother downstairs. Upon exiting the Haijai building, Madame Lin paused, glancing back at Lin Shu in the distance. The cold wind fluttered her skirts gently as she raised her hand, saying, "Go on in. Mother knows the way." Lin Shu and Manuel watched as Madame Lin walked away. Anan leaned against the wall, coldly observing the scene before the Haijai building, his face pale and haggard from a night of heavy drinking and fever. Lin Shu returned to her study and, noting the time, instructed Manuel to prepare some food in the kitchen to take to Anan's room, fearing he might already be awake. Manuel nodded and headed to the kitchen, carrying a bowl of hot porridge she had prepared herself. Upon opening the door to the room, she froze, finding the bed empty. Anan was nowhere to be seen. A flicker of worry crossed her mind. After all, he had not fully recovered yet. Just as Lin Shu entered the study, she was taken aback to find Anan standing by the coat rack, their eyes locking unexpectedly. She gasped, pressing her hand to her racing heart, and asked, "You're awake?" Manuel said your fever had just subsided. You should rest a bit longer. Why are you? Come with me. Anan commanded, his gaze fixed on Lin Shu. She met his icy stare, feeling a chill run down her spine, but, mustering her courage, she hesitantly asked, "Where to?" Anan's lips curled into a cold smirk. "To the Imperial prison." Lin Shu's eyes widened in surprise. The Imperial prison? Fear gripped her. She bit her lip, questioning how they would go. Would it be a bold exit or a furtive escape? Clearly, Anan had no intention of leading her out of the inner court openly. Instead, he had her don the attire of a young eunuch. He led her out through the west gate, where a tall steed awaited. Lin Shu struggled to mount, and Anan, seated on the horse, reluctantly helped her up. Just as she settled behind him, the black horse suddenly lunged forward, causing her to instinctively grasp Anan's side. He cast her a sidelong glance, but chose to endure it. Lin Shu smiled at him, murmuring her thanks. The imperial prison was a place for the emperor's most notorious prisoners, a sight that instilled dread in the hearts of officials. Lin Shu had previously felt the oppressive atmosphere in the Jinhui and Appo's interrogation chamber, but as Anan guided her into the imperial prison, she began to regret her decision. Yet, she could sense that Anan shared a unique bond with Shen Huating. They seemed to have known each other since childhood. Perhaps she could learn something about Shen Huating's past from Anan. Lin Shu gently clasped the bead nestled between her collarbones, hesitating for a moment before following Anan's lead. He seemed to be taking her through a secret passage. As they walked through the narrow, dimly lit corridor, Lin Shu's anxiety grew. Initially, the passage was quiet, with only their footsteps echoing. However, as they ventured deeper, chilling sounds began to penetrate the cold walls. Lin Shu nearly lost her footing, steadying herself against the wall while tugging at Anan's sleeve. "Who are we here to see?" she queried, baffled as to why they would visit the imperial prison. Anan, holding a candlestick, regarded her with a cold, unfeeling gaze, his eyes glinting ominously. "No, I brought you here to see a malevolent spirit." What? Lin Shu felt her legs weaken. Anan's lips curled into a chilling smile. A damned ghost. Chapter 60. Unmasking Lies. Lin Shu was acutely aware of Anan's hostility towards her. It was unlikely that he had brought her to such a place for any benevolent reason. At the very least, it was evident that he intended to frighten her. Despite his strikingly handsome yet cold visage, his thoughts seemed to be inscribed upon his face. Nevertheless, to dispel Anan's animosity and earn his trust, she had no choice but to follow him. "You're trying to scare me, aren't you?" Lin Shu thought, her heart racing with anxiety in the dim, confined space, causing cold sweat to trickle down her back. She clutched at Anan's clothing, refusing to let go, her innocent eyes brightly gazing up at him, inching closer to his side. "You wanted Appo's. Throw me down, right?" Anan and Appo's brow was tightly furrowed, his eyes shrouded in an inexplicable gloom. "You must be terrified," he mused, recognizing that no one, upon their first entry into the Jinyui's interrogation chamber, could possibly remain unafraid, especially not someone like Lin Shu who had been raised in luxury. Yet, observing her demeanor, Anan found himself unsure. She appeared timid and cautious, but there was an underlying resolve in her gaze. "After all, it is possible that I might become your sister-in-law someday?" Lin Shu trailed behind Anan, her small face contorted, muttering, "If you abandon me, your brother Huating will surely punish you." Anan's ears perked up, his expression turning as cold as ice. "What are you saying?" "I mean, Anan, no. Sir Baihu, please be careful as you walk." Lin Shu supported his elbow, lifting it slightly. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows upon the frigid walls. She smiled with her eyes, raising her gaze higher for a clearer view, hoping to see further. Anan's hand remained rigid, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Although Lin Shu words were playful, the pallor of her face betrayed her fear, her legs growing weaker with each step, as if she were treading on clouds. After walking a while longer, the haunting sounds that had echoed through the walls faded into an unsettling silence. Then, amidst the still air, the faint clinking of chains emerged. The clanking grew clearer, as if some unseen force was tugging at them. Suddenly, the candlestick wobbled, plunging Lin Shu into darkness, her breath catching in her throat. The faint glow returned, and she exhaled forcefully, steadying herself against the icy wall, her hands and feet numb. Anan opened a cell door, and, after a moment's hesitation, Lin Shu followed him inside. A foul stench assaulted her senses, prompting her to wrinkle her nose and cover her mouth with her sleeve. Anan lit 2 oil lamps mounted on the wall, the dim yellow light gradually illuminating the shadowy figure in the corner. Lin Shu and Appo's heart raced, nearly causing her to scream. She stared in horror at the grotesque figure before her, a man whose lower half was missing, reduced to a mere skeleton, with hollow eye sockets resembling dark, gaping voids, exuding an aura of death. In that instant, Lin Shu understood what Anan had referred to as a demon. "Who is he?" she stammered, her voice trembling. Lu Pingzhao slowly raised his disheveled head, his empty eye sockets fixated on Lin Shu weakly echoing her inquiry. "Who is he? Who is he? Who is he?" A chill ran down Lin Shu's spine, her limbs quaking as she retreated, colliding with Ainan's rigid form. She turned to see his icy gaze, sending a shiver through her heart. "His name is Lu Pingzhao," Ainan declared, driving her back into the corner of the cell, his hands slowly clenching into fists. His expression a terrifying blend of malice and resolve. What a wretched man, Lin Shu thought, her heels brushing against where Lu Pingzhao's leg had been severed, her face paling in horror. He had schemed to approach Sister Man, deceiving her into a fervent love that led to marriage, yet this scoundrel had failed to cherish her, ultimately causing her heartache and loss. Sister Man was the kindest woman in the world, and Lu Pingzhao had no right to deceive her, let alone destroy her. His current ghastly state was his just deserts. Ainan paused, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "Are you afraid? It was I who severed his leg, gouged out his eyes, and sliced off his ears. Oh, before I chopped off his leg, I smashed his toes one by one with a hammer. Yet, even that pain was insufficient." A frost settled over Ainan's gaze, his hatred spilling forth. "If it weren't for my youth, if I hadn't been merely 12 years old, I would never have allowed this scoundrel to marry Sister Man." He opened his hate-filled eyes, coldly fixing his gaze upon Lin Shu. "I searched for her for 8 long years. How did you come to know her whereabouts? What is your true purpose in approaching us?" Lin Shu and Appo's heart skipped a beat. Behind her, the chains rattled ominously as she turned to face the half-human, half-ghost Lu Pingzhao. His hands tugged at the iron chains, his voice a hollow echo. "Spare me. Spare me. Spare me. Amen. Amen. Save me. Please. No. It wasn't me." Lin Shu turned back, her lips pressed together. She raised her eyes to Ainan and said, "You called him a demon, but there are those far more detestable than he. I have encountered such a beast, one not deserving of the title human. Whether you believe me or not, I bear no malice." She smiled softly, tinged with the bitterness of a past life. "You brought me to this cell to inquire about Sister Man's fate, didn't you? Or perhaps you truly wished for me not to appear?" Ainan's gaze darkened as his fists clenched tightly. "Is it because of my presence that you have lost the last glimmer of hope in your heart?" Lin Shu and Appo's eyes shone with clarity, penetrating deep into Ainan and Appo's soul. Initially, she had not comprehended, but gradually she began to understand why Shen Huating had not pressed her for Sister Man's whereabouts. It was not that he did not wish to know. Rather, he had already known all along. He had refrained from asking her because of Ainan, did he not? She could not grasp the significance of the woman they had searched for over 8 years, but the way Ainan looked at her gradually revealed the truth. Shen Huating may not have been aware of everything from the start, but with her presence and his silence, how could Ainan remain oblivious? They both knew the truth yet refused to voice it. It seemed that Sister Man held great importance for them, akin to family. Perhaps Lin Shu contemplated Ainan's expression. Perhaps he still harbored some lingering feelings. Ainan stared at her coldly for a long moment. The silence in the cell was unnervingly profound. Lin Shu gazed tenderly at Ainan. "Without my appearance, perhaps Taifu could have continued to conceal Sister Man and Appo's fate from you. But if Sister Man were to die without value, would her soul find no peace?" As she spoke, she released a slow breath, gently raising her brows. "Ainan, you care for her, do you not?" Ainan and Appo's eyes glimmered with a cold, ruthless light, revealing a stubborn obsession yet tinged with astonishment. "Be silent." His voice was low, heavy with repressed anguish. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Lin Shu. She closed her eyes, her heart pounding fiercely. "Ainan," she called out, but only the echo returned from the depths of the cell. "Ainan, Ainan, 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 Ainan." Ainan leaned against the frigid wall, closing his eyes in the dark as tears streamed down his rugged, wild face. The echo intertwined with his youthful memories, a woman's sweet, gentle voice calling out to him. "Are you sleepy again, Ainan? Then let your sister carry you on her back." In a fit of rage, Ainan struck the wall. "Today, I shall offer an early chapter. Originally, I intended to express my heartfelt gratitude for your abundant love and support. However, I did not anticipate that this chapter would be so sharp. I was mistaken. Alas." Chapter 61. In distress today, Shen Huating was clad in a flowing white robe, enveloped in a crimson cotton cloak. A gentle breeze stirred the two ribbons in his hair, brushing past his tranquil and indifferent brow. He stood in the courtyard of the Lin residence, beneath a plum tree that towered slightly above him. As the winter snow melted away, the blossoms on the tree unfurled in splendid beauty, while two magpies frolicked on the branches, chattering animatedly. Feng approached briskly but halted a few paces away. He glanced up, and the magpies took flight, startled by the sound of his footsteps. The branches quivered, shedding a few plum petals, which accentuated the prevailing desolation of the Lin residence. Feng remained silent, waiting for a moment. Shen Huating caught a falling petal in his hand, its fragrance lingering on his fingertips. He turned his head to Feng and inquired, "Have you searched thoroughly?" Feng suppressed his usual warmth, his demeanor now grave and menacing. He nodded, replying, "In response to the Grand Tutor, the Jinyui have scoured the premises inside and out. Yet regrettably, we have found nothing." Shen Huating lowered his gaze, fiddling with the plum petal, his expression growing increasingly aloof. "Did Yin Lao's men come by?" Feng inclined his head. After the Lin residence was raided, Yin Lao's men have discreetly searched several times. However, they too found nothing. Shen Huating scoffed coldly. He raised his gaze to Feng, his icy eyes devoid of emotion, and spoke slowly. "Besides this Lin residence, where else could Lin Xuanli hide his belongings?" Feng bowed slightly. "I shall send more men to search. Have Lu Fengyang keep an eye on Yin Lao's men. If they gain the upper hand, I will hold him accountable." After Shen Huating concluded his remarks in a subdued tone, he stepped into the southern room, with Feng following closely behind. This quaint courtyard was the chamber where Lin Shu resided. The room still bore the disarray from the night of the raid. Shen Huating meandered through the space, leisurely observing every corner. It was evident that the young lady possessed exquisite taste. Even in disarray, one could discern that her former decor was both lavish and understated. Intricate yet simple, adorned with unique trinkets from far and wide, exuding warmth. It mirrored her essence, gentle and delicate, sweet yet unpretentious, far from the mundane drudgery typical of young ladies. This aspect of Lin Shu was particularly pleasing to Shen Huating. A soft breeze wafted in through the open window, accompanied by the delicate chime of wind bells, drawing Shen Huating's gaze. A row of copper bells, blessed by a temple, hung by the window, each identical in size. Beneath them was a silk wish note inscribed with tiny characters. Shen Huating raised his hand to grasp the fluttering wish note and scrutinized it earnestly. Upon reading the first line, his brow furrowed. It was in Lin Shu's handwriting. "My second brother has been sneaking off to indulge in wine and entertainment again without me. Yet expects me to keep a secret. I hope father finds out and give him a good thrashing. Amitba, is this a wish?" Shen Huating chuckled softly, though his brow knitted once more. "So, she enjoys visiting such establishments?" He continued reading, his frown deepening with each line, yet a subtle warmth began to tint his expression. He could vividly imagine Lin Shu as she penned these wishes, tilting her head, biting the pen, pouting, or even sulking over her desk. "Grandmother secretly ate 2 persimmons yesterday. The doctor warned that she shouldn't indulge in cold persimmons. What should I do? So, dear persimmons, be considerate and don't let grandmother harm her health. I hope grandmother recovers soon. Wan, Mrs. Grandfather. May everyone be well. The little yellow dog from the Wen family is lost. I hope it returns soon. It is obedient and well-behaved. Elder brother has struck it lucky, marrying a beautiful and virtuous sister-in-law. I adore her. May Yenner be safe. May Huaier be safe." Upon reaching the last note, Shen Huating paused, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as his expression soured inexplicably. Lin Shu had written, "May the court be free from treacherous ministers and rebels. May Duyong enjoy peace for another 100 years. 100 years? How absurd," he mused. This girl truly had the audacity to wish for such things. Shen Huating gently tugged at the wind chime, detaching it and tucking it into his sleeve. Finally, he picked up a book that Lin Shu had been reading before bed, a collection of folk tales titled Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. Does she enjoy such tales? Is she no longer afraid of ghosts? Shen Huating pondered. Although he himself did not believe in the existence of spirits, the mysteries surrounding this girl were indeed somewhat supernatural. He placed the book into his pocket. As Anan extinguished the lamp, Lin Shu found herself enveloped in darkness. She called out several times, but received no response from Anan. Frustrated, she cursed inwardly. "Damn Anan, you little rascal. Just wait until I become your sister-in-law. I shall ensure your brother gives you a proper thrashing. How could you abandon me like this, leaving me in darkness without even a single lamp?" Lin Shu trembled in the depths of the dark prison. Oh dear. Cursing serves no purpose. How terrifying. How dark. Suddenly, she heard the sound of rattling chains behind her, followed by Lu Pingzhao's faint voice calling her name. "Ah, Aman?" She shivered uncontrollably, slowly turning around, only to see a shadowy figure. Her breath caught. "Aman, is that you?" Lu Pingzhao, slightly agitated, strained against the chains. Aman, save me. Help me, Aman. You like me. You've always been obedient." As Lin Shu felt a surge of fear, anger welled within her. She retorted, "Your wife Aman is dead. She deserves far better than to be married to someone like you." "Dead? No, that can end Oppos, TB. Lin Shu stumbled back a few steps, turning to escape the dark cell. The passageway was pitch black, and she pressed on, her heartbeat quickening. In the darkness, she realized there was more than one passageway, swiftly losing her way. The darkness was omnipresent, as if countless ferocious beasts lurked, ready to pounce. Lin Shu was drenched in cold sweat, feeling something within her begin to fester, the memories of past life. If unleashed, she would be consumed by darkness completely. She fought to suppress it, thinking of her family, of the delightful things in the capital, each step taken in trepidation. The further she walked, the more despair enveloped her. She knew she was not escaping, but rather sinking deeper. The depths of the prison exuded a nauseating stench of decay, the air thick with the scent of blood. Lin Shu exhaled sharply, drawing deep breaths, yet the rancid odor penetrated her very being, contorting her delicate features. A chilling scream pierced through the thick walls, resonating clearly in Lin Shu's ears, as though it were right before her. She instinctively quickened her pace, her eyes brimming with tears of terror. In the darkness, she stumbled, her ankle twisting painfully. Struggling to rise, she leaned against the cold wall, but after just 2 steps, the pain forced her to collapse again. After several futile attempts, exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she slid down the wall to the ground. Wrapping the oversized attire of a young eunuch around her, she curled up tightly, clutching the luminous pearl. Her head bowed. With a choked sob, she cried, "Anan, you rascal, are you there? Please don't scare me. Can you take me out of here? Anan?" Lin Shu listened in despair as the echo faded into silence. She bit her lip, drawing her body in tighter, cautiously cradling the orb, holding it before her eyes, almost greedily embracing the solitary light amidst the darkness. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Memories surged wildly within her mind. Chapter 62. The wife after leaving the Lin residence. Shen Huating attended to several other matters. As evening approached, he needed to return to the Jinyui office. Along the way, he stopped by the Fengyuan fruit shop to purchase a bag of Yuyo's candy bayberries. Noticing that Lin Shu's pouch was missing, he surmised that it had likely been given to Lin Chongfeng as a treat during their visit to Chunhua Alley. Just as he was about to leave the shop, he inquired with the shopkeeper, "Is it possible to transport fresh Yuyo bayberries here?" The shopkeeper, unaware of Shen Huating's true identity, perceived his attire and demeanor as indicative of a high-ranking noble from the capital. With a smile, the shopkeeper curiously asked, "My lord, you have visited twice now. Does your wife have a fondness for bayberries?" Given Shen Huating's notable appearance, the shopkeeper found it hard to forget him. Shen Huating reflected on the mention of wife, casting a casual glance at the enthusiastic yet polite shopkeeper, and offered a faint nod in acknowledgement. The shopkeeper mused that it was rare for a man of such stature to personally procure treats for his beloved wife, leading him to believe that she must possess exceptional qualities. With a smile, the shopkeeper remarked, "Your affection for your wife is truly enviable, my lord. It seems you share a harmonious and loving relationship. To be candid, my wife and I have been married for over 20 years. While we may not always be deeply affectionate, We certainly know how to resolve our disagreements, and the key lies in a little coaxing. As the shopkeeper spoke fondly of his own wife, his face lit up with warmth. In the privacy of our home, one must do whatever it takes to make her happy, regardless of how outsiders perceive it. When a woman is pleased, she becomes a treasure to her husband. The intimacy between couples at night is unparalleled. There is no need to seek wildflowers outside. Yin Hu observed from outside, watching the carriage, while Feng stood at the shop's entrance, unable to suppress a chuckle at the shopkeeper's amusing nature. The shopkeeper continued, "My wife and I have 2 children now, and our bond remains sweet and tender. She too enjoys these bayberries." Shen Huating, typically reserved in social interactions, found himself captivated by the shopkeeper's amiable demeanor and listened intently. It seemed that the shopkeeper's wife must also be a delightful person. "Ah, my lord," the shopkeeper continued, "you inquired about fresh bayberries earlier. I couldn't help but ramble on. Please do not take offense." Shen Huating nodded in understanding. The shopkeeper added, "We specialize in candied fruits here. As for fresh ones, they are not currently available. You may not know, but fresh bayberries do not ripen until May." Shen Huating contemplated this. The shopkeeper further explained, "However, my wife had a craving for sour and sweet delicacies during her pregnancy, particularly bayberries. I have made inquiries with acquaintances who sell fresh fruit in the capital, and they visit Yuyo several times a year. They have ways to transport fresh bayberries, but the prices are steep, making them unaffordable for ordinary folks. They primarily cater to nobles. Yet, I still manage to procure some for my wife each year, as money is no object when it comes to her satisfaction." The shopkeeper offered, "If you wish, my lord, I can provide you with the address of a shop." Shen Huating regarded the shopkeeper with surprise. He nodded slightly and gestured for Feng to approach and take down the address the shopkeeper hastily wrote. Feng produced a gold ingot. "How many bags of Yuyo's candied bayberries are left?" "Store them well in the cold room for my lord to retrieve at his leisure." The shopkeeper gladly accepted the gold. Shen Huating exited Feng Yuan fruit shop and returned to the Jinhui office to attend to the remaining affairs of the day. However, upon entering the office, he found Chuyi waiting anxiously, rushing forward to kneel before him. Daifu, seeing Chuyi's panicked expression, Yin Hu understood that something had gone awry with Lin Shu and felt a moment of alarm. "What has happened?" he inquired. Chuyi recounted the events. Earlier in the day, he had sensed an unusual silence in the study and found it empty, along with Manuel and Jin Yang. He searched the Haijai building inside and out, but found no trace of Lin Shu, leading him to suspect something was amiss. 15 had gone to the Ministry of Rights, and upon returning with the account books, suggested that Chuyi head to the Ministry of Internal Affairs for further inquiries and come directly to the Jinhui. Chuyi complied, but upon arrival, he found neither Shen Huating nor Lord Luming, nor any sign of Anan. Shen Huating cast a cold glance at Chuyi, whose body trembled under the weight of his icy gaze, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Yun, who remained hunched, not daring to speak. Fin then, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Tai Fu, if someone sought to quietly remove a person from the Haijai building, it likely wouldn't be anyone else. Bring Anan to me," Shen Huating commanded in a frigid tone. Having spoken, he stepped into the Jinhui office, the heavy cloak trailing on the ground, stirring a chill in the air. Fengman instructed the others and hastily followed. He thought to himself, trouble was brewing. With a somber expression, Shen Huating retrieved a torch. He held it aloft as he entered the secret passage to the prison, with Feng trailing closely behind, also carrying a torch. Shen Huating lit the lamps on the left, while Feng illuminated those on the right, igniting the long-forgotten oil lamps one by one. The yellow flames flickered and danced along the dark and chilling passageway, casting an elongated shadow of Shen Huating and Appo's tall figure. He remained composed and unhurried, while Feng found himself struggling to keep pace. As the oil lamps along the passage were ignited, only the last section remained unlit, adjacent to the prison. There, a hidden door led to the prison itself. Shen Huating halted, passing the torch to Feng and stepping forward. In the dim light, he discerned a faint, ethereal glow, revealing a slender figure. Lin Shu, clad in a dull gray unique and Appo's garb, had lost her hat in her frantic state, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, fine, soft, and thick, a few strands brushing the ground. She resembled a lost kitten, huddled alone, clutching the faint light. Her lips moved silently, as if whispering to dispel her fear, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. Occasionally, she bowed her head to press against the glow of the night pearl, her posture exuding a heartbreaking sincerity. What was she praying for? To be rescued from this darkness? Was it her family, or... As light pierced through the shadows, Lin Shu raised her delicate face, and her gaze met Shen Huating, who appeared like a figure cloaked in frost. Chapter 63. Who is Man-Man? Lin Shu paused, murmuring softly, her gaze fixed on Shen Huating, who was drawing closer to her. With each step he took, the light behind him seemed to converge toward her. When Shen Huating finally came to a halt in front of her, her eyes lowered as he crouched down. Lin Shu stared at him, as if her throat had been obstructed, rendering her unable to utter a single word. After a prolonged silence, the flickering flames dimmed the luster of the night pearl in her grasp, and she released the jewel, extending her fingers to clutch his cloak, tightening her grip bit by bit, holding it within her palm. Shen Huating gazed at her, his eyes filled with concern as they shimmered with unshed tears, wide and innocent, as though he feared he might vanish at any moment. Was she afraid? Shen Huating's expression darkened. If she was indeed frightened, why had she accompanied that fellow Anan? If she were unwilling, Anan would not have been able to whisk her away from the Ministry of Internal Affairs so effortlessly. Observing her in the eunuch's attire, he deduced her predicament. He picked up the night pearl that had fallen onto Lin Shu's lap along with the red cord and carefully reattached it for her, tucking the delicate orb back into her garments. It seemed she had removed it, perhaps believing the cord was too short, cradling the jewel before her eyes. Lin Shu had been trapped in the secret passage for what felt like half a day. By now, darkness had surely enveloped the world outside. She had feared she would perish in this place. Upon hearing his words, a wave of grievance surged within her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Shen Huating cast her a sidelong glance and called out, "Feng In." Feng In promptly presented the cloak he had draped over his arm with utmost respect. Shen Huating accepted it and draped it over Lin Shu, fastening it slowly to allow her a moment to compose herself. As Lin Shu watched Shen Huating methodically assist her, her tears gradually ceased, and her trembling form began to relax. With her nose tinged with a faint ache, she murmured, "He is a relative of the Grand Tutor. That is why I came with him." Shen Huating frowned. It was not his intention to abandon her here. Rather, he was reeling from a blow. I told him that Man is Lin Shu clenched her fingers. Her pallor, reminiscent of the night she had lost her composure on the 16th floor, yet she was still far from the same state of disarray. Shen Huating regarded her in silence. Even in her fear, she was still cautious to protect that fellow Anan. He understood that the news of Man could not remain concealed for long, and Lin Shu's thoughts appeared to be sharper than he had anticipated. Suppressing his coldness, he altered his intended words. "I know this fellow well. Once he becomes obstinate, even I cannot deter him. If the news of Man's death is to be shared, it will eventually come to light." Lin Shu looked at him, realizing he was indeed aware. "Have you encountered Lu Pingzhao?" he inquired. Lin Shu, her eyes still glistening, nodded in affirmation. "Good," he replied, his expression cooling slightly. "He should be dead. Had it not been for the need to conceal the truth from Anan, I would have taken Lu Pingzhao's life long ago." A chill ran through Lin Shu's heart, and she was suddenly reminded of the dread and discomfort of being trapped in this ominous prison, causing her to shudder. She fervently wished to leave this place. Gripping Shen Huating's attire, a Chapter 64. Rebirth? Shen Huating reached out to grasp Lin Shu's left foot. This time, Lin Shu naturally lifted her foot and presented it before him, resting it on his leg. Shen Huating furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Shu stifled the pain as she raised her foot, her wrinkled little face reflecting a questioning gaze towards Shen Huating, her hands cradling a warm teacup. Upon noticing her expectant look, Shen Huating fell silent for a moment before continuing his actions, removing her shoe and sock. Lin Shu glanced down and saw that her entire ankle had become exaggeratedly red and swollen. She frowned, biting her lip in pain, enduring the gentle probing of his fingers. It was from stepping on a fallen hat and tripping that she had injured herself. Lin Shu recalled how the mishap had occurred, as if justifying herself, insisting that she was not so fragile. It was all the fault of that oversized eunuch hat, which had slipped off her head, causing her to stumble and fall hard. If only she had thought to carry a torch. Lin Shu reflected on her actions. Shen Huating shot her another bemused glance. He delicately pinched around her injury with his cool, slender fingers, assessing the severity of the damage. It was merely a sprain, nothing too concerning. However, she would be unable to walk for a few days. Man is my sworn sister, he remarked. Lin Shu paused, realizing he was responding to her earlier question. Is that all? Nothing more? Shen Huating continued in a nonchalant tone. Once my beloved concubine unravels the mystery of my origins, I shall reveal to you who she truly is. He then added, with curiosity, I wonder how you discovered these secrets about the Yang family. He fixed his gaze on Lin Shu's eyes. Another dream, perhaps? Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback, but not surprised by his response. After pondering for a moment, she pressed her lips together and said, yes and no. Shen Huating frowned, and Lin Shu met his gaze. What if I told you that not only are they dreams, but the events within them are things I have actually experienced? For instance, the raid on my home. Shen Huating's expression darkened, and he stared at Lin Shu in silence for a while. Yin Hu, who had been attentively listening to their conversation, suddenly found himself startled by Lin Shu's statement. However, his surprise was not new. After a moment of contemplation, he began to ponder the implications of her words. Had she truly experienced a rebirth? Shivers ran down Yin Hu's spine. Could it be true? Shen Huating observed Lin Shu for a long while before coldly chuckling. It seems I may need to prepare myself for even more outrageous claims from my beloved concubine. Lin Shu understood that he would not easily believe her. She chose not to elaborate further. Cradling the now lukewarm tea in her hands, she took a couple of slow sips, the fragrant sweetness enveloping her senses. She spoke gently, then, once I uncover the truth about the Grand Tutor and his past, I shall share more with you. A subtle smile graced her lips, suggesting a sense of exchange. Shen Huating glanced at her curved smile, but refrained from probing further. He harbored secrets of his own, and she likely had hers as well. If everything were to be revealed at once, it would lose its intrigue. Perhaps you should read fewer tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio, lest you become enraptured. His tone softened slightly, yet his demeanor remained cool and aloof. Lin Shu was taken aback. Did he truly know of her modest interests hidden within her boudoir? She furrowed her brow, realizing that the Jinui had indeed earned their fearsome reputation in Daong. They likely kept a meticulous watch over the movements of officials and their families. Shen Huating produced the familiar Strange Stories book and tossed it at her. He casually took the cup of tea she had nearly allowed to cool and handed it to Yin Hu. Yin Hu quickly replaced it with a fresh cup of steaming tea. Lin Shu picked up the book to examine it. Indeed, it was the very one she kept by her bedside. She had read it numerous times and still cherished it. The poignant love stories between humans and spirits were truly captivating. She held the book close to her heart. Suddenly, she looked up puzzled. How could the Grand Tutor possess this book? Was it taken during a raid? She wondered, but that seemed unlikely. Why would such a trivial book be carried along? Shen Huating spoke with a hint of indifference. I visited your Lin residence today. His gaze met Lin Shu and Apos, who was clearly taken aback. He placed the warm tea back into her hands and carelessly tossed aside the book, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I took the liberty of enjoying a thorough look around your boudoir. Lin Shu, holding the warm teacup, was caught off guard, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Surely, the Grand Tutor did not wander into her home out of mere leisure? Of course not, he replied. Lin Shu felt a wave of suspicion rise within her, but he seemed unwilling to divulge the truth, so she ceased her inquiries. Shen Huating contemplated revealing the bell he had concealed, mocking her Na'vi wish. It would be more sincere for her to inscribe both his name and that of the right minister together. Yet, glancing at Lin Shu's injured ankle and her lingering distress, he decided against it. He adjusted her trousers to cover her fair calves and instructed Yin Hu to fetch some ice. Yin Hu took a brief look at Lin Shu's foot, quickly understanding its purpose, and hurriedly exited. Before long, he returned with ice. Shen Huating wrapped the ice in a thick cloth and pressed it against Lin Shu's swollen ankle. A sharp chill surged through Lin Shu, causing her face to contort in pain as she murmured, "It hurts. If Ma and Man find out, they will worry about me." Feng In returned after a brief absence, glancing at Lin Shu, who appeared considerably better. "We could not locate Anan," he reported. Shen Huating's expression darkened slightly. Lin Shu reached out to tug at his sleeve, her voice tinged with concern. "He won't run into any trouble, will he? Continue the search," Shen Huating commanded coldly to Feng In. Feng In complied, and, seeing Yunhu present, confidently left the room. Shen Huating cast a glance at Lin Shu's hand gripping his sleeve and said in a low voice, "He is no longer the sleepy head resting on Man's back. No one can protect him forever. He must grow up eventually." Lin Shu raised her lashes, contemplating. She recalled the Red Leaf Mountain. They were not family, yet they depended on each other like kin. Were there perhaps other children like him? Chapter 65. The Doubts of the Memorials as Dusk Fell. The lights of the Haijai building flickered to life, while delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. During her recuperation, Lin Shu meticulously reviewed the hundreds of ledgers from a Ministry of Internal Affairs that had been relocated. A fresh stack of memorials lay on her desk. And seizing the opportunity, while Shen Huating was absent, she cast a glance at them. She had previously admired the wisdom reflected in some of his reviews. Yet now she found herself questioning her judgment. Among the memorials from the Yang family, particularly those submitted by the newly appointed official Yang Song, the content was replete with schemes that exploited the populace and drained the treasury. One item in particular made Lin Shu furrow her brow. Next year, when the emperor turned 15, it would be time for his coming-of-age ceremony, immediately followed by the selection of a consort. As the deputy minister of rites, Yang Song proposed, under the pretense of celebrating the new emperor's ascendance, to renovate numerous ceremonial halls throughout the realm. Among the extensive purchases he recommended were incense, timber, and precious jewels, with expenses surpassing a staggering 1 million taels. These ceremonial halls had been constructed during the late years of Emperor Jing's reign, when he fervently sought enlightenment. Lin Shu recalled her father mentioning that during his youth, a significant portion of the national treasury had been allocated to this endeavor, leading to a dire financial state. When funds ran low, the court had compelled officials to contribute, resulting in considerable sacrifices from the Lin family, which faced years of hardship thereafter. Eventually, the reformist faction, led by Elder Yin, petitioned Emperor Jing, compelling him to halt the construction and release tens of thousands of laborers. This achievement was credited to Elder Yin, who garnered immense gratitude from the court and the populace alike, save for the corrupt officials within the prime minister's circle. Now Yang Song, the son of the right prime minister, sought to resurrect these practices, exploiting the common people once more. In a memorial, Shen Huating had advised the emperor to approve the proposal. Lin Shu was at a loss for words upon reading it. The frequent changes in leadership within the Daon dynasty had allowed corrupt officials to thrive, leaving the treasury in a state of depletion. Should this trajectory continue, the empire would undoubtedly descend into despair. More alarmingly, it seemed that foreign powers might soon return to threaten their borders. What was his true intention? Lin Shu pondered, her confusion deepening and compelling her to uncover the mysteries of his origins. Perhaps only then could she find the answers that eluded her. Seated on the soft couch, cradling a warming pot in her arms, Lin Shu set aside the ledgers, rubbed her weary eyes, and felt a chill envelop her. She adjusted her cotton cloak and observed the servant, Chu Yi, instructing others to add coal to the study and amp. Oppo's fire. Has it started snowing? She inquired. With a smile, Chu Yi replied, a light snow has just begun to fall. It may continue throughout the night, and the temperature will drop further. Lin Shu nodded, her concern for Chu Yi evident as she asked, is your health still an issue, along with 15 and Oppo's? Let you keep watch tonight. You should rest early. It is cold today. Do not overextend yourself. On the day Shen Huating brought Lin Shu back to the Haijai building, both Chu Yi and 15 had faced punishment for their negligence. Chu Yi felt warmth in her heart and responded. Those few slaps felt more like playful taps. The master is considerate, and we have recovered well. Manyu's been taking care of us these nights, so I feel guilty. Besides, we have agreed to alternate nights for keeping watch. It is no trouble. Lin Shu noticed that Chu Yi moved with much more agility during the day, and her complexion had nearly returned to normal. Satisfied, Lin Shu nodded, reassured by this progress. It seemed that the punishment had not been overly harsh. Man Yu just finished cleaning the dinner dishes downstairs and now entered with warm tea. She set it down, rubbed her cold hands together, and murmured, "It's so cold outside and it's snowing again," just when we were starting to feel a bit comfortable. Man Yu approached, gently took the ledgers from Lin Shu's grasp, and guided her to sit at the table. She then wrung out a cloth to dry Lin Shu's hands, chiding her, "Miss, your foot is injured. You ought to rest properly, yet you persist in staying up late to examine these ledgers. It's time to take a break." Lin Shu rose, supporting herself on the table's edge. Testing her left foot, she looked down at her skirt, exclaiming, "My foot feels much better. You can see for yourselves." She released her grip on the table, and as Chu Yi moved to assist her, Lin Shu waved her hand, saying, "Let me walk a bit. I am fine." Jin Yang had been applying medicinal oil to Lin Shu's injury daily, and after several days, the wound had significantly healed. Lin Shu took a few careful steps, lifting her skirt slightly to reveal her feet, smiling at Man Yu. "Really, it's so much better. I can walk now. In a few days, I will be able to walk normally again." Man Yu was aware that Ainin had taken Lin Shu away and confined her in the imperial prison, which had cast a shadow over her spirits for days. Holding the wrung cloth, she stood there with misty eyes. Lin Shu, balancing on one foot, felt unsteady upon seeing Man Yu's melancholy expression, and she smiled, saying, "Man Yu, come help me." Just as Man Yu was about to step forward, her gaze shifted behind Lin Shu, and she quickly knelt in greeting, "Your Excellency." Unlike Lin Shu, Man Yu still harbored a sense of trepidation towards Shen Huating, always cautious in his presence. Lin Shu was taken aback, turning too swiftly and losing her balance, tumbling into Shen Huating and Appo's embrace. He promptly steadied her waist, and once she regained her footing, he smoothed the creases of her dress, admonishing gently, "Your foot is not yet fully healed. Why the haste? The swelling has subsided. If I walk a bit, I will recover more quickly," Lin Shu replied softly. "I sprained my ankle as a child," she added. Shen Huating pressed his lips together. With his support, Lin Shu moved slowly back to the table, pouring him a cup of warm tea as Chu Yi and Man Yu respectfully retreated to the doorway. Observing Shen Huating, Lin Shu noticed the delicate snowflakes adorning his figure and the chill that enveloped him, his demeanor appearing rather displeased. "Has Aina not been found?" she inquired, furrowing her brow. "I feel so disheartened. Upon logging in, I saw a 1-star review due to an update. It struck me hard. I felt a pang in my heart. The author is human too and can be hurt. Recently, I have been ill and even avoided looking at my phone. This is the first time I've been seriously unwell, suffering from fever and cough for a month. I've fallen ill again. Taking a break for 2 days was my fault, but surely the author deserves some time off too. Who knows? After work, I still spend several hours creating each day, pouring my heart into every word. You all must feel this effort. Yet honestly, this book is purely a labor of love. I cannot recoup the time and energy I've invested. However, I have received much unexpected affection, for which I am genuinely grateful. I know you are all wonderful. Dear ones, please refrain from pricking the authoress' heart. Instead, offer encouragement and support when you feel frustrated. You are all the best. Although updates may be slow, and there could be occasional delays, rest assured, I will not abandon this project. The quality may not be exceptional, but I will at least see it through to completion. Well, I'm off to take my medicine now. Today, I forced myself to write a chapter for you all. Please take care of yourselves, eat well, and ideally, avoid medication if possible. Chapter 66. Infamy for eternity. Shen Huating held the warm tea that Lin Shu had poured for him, taking a few sips while gently swirling the surface of the liquid. If you could inflict harm upon him, given Ainin and Appo's martial prowess. His tone remained characteristically indifferent. He had concealed himself well, making it challenging for the Jinyui to locate him. At the doorway stood Manuel, her head bowed, fingers entwined nervously. Lin Shu cast a glance at Manuel, and Shen Huating's gaze followed, momentarily furrowing his brow. Was there something between this plump maid and Ainin that he was unaware of? Lin Shu had not shared the events of that night with him, But Shen Huating was not particularly concerned. He set down his teacup, stretched one long leg aside, rested a hand on his knee, and looked at Lin Shu with a calm expression, saying, "Come into my embrace." Lin Shu gazed at his exquisitely formed hand, her heart fluttering, and her dark lashes trembled. A faint blush graced her cheeks as she cautiously shifted to settle onto Shen Huating's lap. Dressed in a delicate pink-hued jacket paired with a sky-blue pleated skirt and draped in a moon-white cotton cloak. The hem of her skirt and cloak cascaded onto his crimson cotton robe, her injured toes barely touching the ground. Lin Shu wrapped her arms around his neck, turning to face him and noticed he was still clad in his cloak. She blinked and inquired, "Where is Yunhu?" Shen Huating lifted a hand to support her waist. "He is downstairs. The Empress Dowager is unwell, and I must visit the Xinqi Hall shortly." Lin Shu paused, realizing he had duties to attend to that night. He had spent only 2 nights at the Haijai building recently, appearing to be preoccupied otherwise. Shen Huating smiled. "My beloved, are you reluctant to part with me? Do you find it difficult to sleep without my presence?" Lin Shu could hardly deny his assertion. Indeed, with him around, her fears diminished. She felt slightly embarrassed, her eyes fluttering with a hint of laughter. "I am merely concerned that the Grand Tutor may overexert himself." She raised her delicate hand, lightly brushing against his chest, her eyes shimmering with affection, embodying a graceful allure. Shen Huating couldn't help but think that this girl was becoming increasingly engrossed in her charade. How much of it was genuine sentiment, and how much was mere pretense? Did he find this displeasing? No, he found it rather intriguing. Yet, he wondered how long she could maintain this fade. Casting a glance at the mountains of ledger books piled before him, he raised an eyebrow. "Have you finished reviewing the accounts from the Ministry of Internal Affairs?" Lin Shu turned to look and then back. A few more volumes remain, but I should complete them tonight." Shen Huating's hand caressed her fair neck, its slenderness fitting perfectly within his grasp. A thought crossed his mind, and he indeed measured it with his hand. Astonishingly, he could encircle it entirely. What a petite creature she was. Lin Shu felt a flicker of surprise, an odd sensation that he might be capable of harming her, yet his gaze was undeniably gentle, as if she could drown in its warmth. "Ah," he chuckled, looking at her. "My beloved, your diligence truly impresses me." Lin Shu forced herself to ignore the sensation of his hand encircling her neck. With crescent-shaped eyes, she replied, "You underestimate me, Grand Tutor. I have always been diligent in my studies since childhood. Even my grandfather praised me. Among my siblings, aside from my elder brother, I am the most dedicated to my learning." The boldness of her self-praise had become quite shameless. Shen Huating's gaze lingered on her joyful expression. When Lin Shu smiled, her eyes sparkled like fragments of starlight, reflecting a hint of pride. Chu Yi and Manuel stood nearby, their eyes darting before quickly averting their gaze, heads bowed. Fortunately, it was him and not the 15th, for otherwise the latter would be scratching his head, unsure whether to remain or retreat. Chu Yi maintained a stoic demeanor, standing like a pillar, seeing what needed to be seen and hearing what needed to be unheard. Manuel, however, was different. She stole a glance, her face pale with astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin Shu wore a tender smile, her words daring enough to make Manuel blush. Shen Huating did not inquire about what Lin Shu had discerned from the ledgers. He was not a man prone to impatience. He gently placed her back on the chair, stood up, and brushed his hairband behind him as he walked to the desk, returning with several memorials in hand. "It's snowing heavily tonight. You should rest early. There's no need to wait for me." He paused before Lin Shu, placing a small pouch of snacks atop her head before continuing out of the study. Lin Shu reached up to touch her head, retrieving the pouch and staring blankly at it. Once again, sweet preserved plums from Yuyao. This was the 3rd time he had brought her these plums. "Grand Tutor," Lin Shu suddenly called softly after him. He turned back to face her. Lin Shu bit her lip, asking, "Is your approval sincere?" Her gaze fell upon the memorials in his hand, hesitating for a moment. The memorial from Yangsong contained disastrous ideas detrimental to the nation. Surely the Grand Tutor was aware of this. If he was aware, then what had his earlier approval signified? "I have always acted according to my own whims in reviewing memorials," he replied with a low chuckle, his cold gaze momentarily revealing unfathomable depths. My beloved, you are so concerned about the welfare of the people. Do the citizens of Daong remember your Lin family's goodness? Lin Shu pressed her lips together, her brow furrowed tightly. This Daong dynasty was not his domain. He was indifferent to its state of affairs. Shen Huating shot her a cold glance, remarking, "Countless loyal subjects have perished, yet the world seldom remembers their merits. I may commit wrongs, yet my name is emblazoned in the memories of all. Infamy for eternity, is that not preferable?" Shen Huating's expression darkened as he turned to leave. Yet at least he had once existed. Lin Shu stared blankly at his departing figure. That night, Lin Shu struggled with insomnia. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find repose. The lamp flickered in her bedroom as she picked up strange stories from a Chinese studio to read, flipping through a couple of pages but unable to focus. She could not believe that a person could simultaneously possess both wisdom and folly. Unless one was merely a fade, could a foolish person truly masquerade as wise? Outside, the snow fell silently, and Lin Shu hugged her quilt tightly. In the stillness of the room, a woman and Appo's soft, sorrowful sigh suddenly broke the silence. As night descended in the Jiao Fong Sea, Lin Yin stood hesitantly before the carriage. Clutching her guqin, dressed from head to toe in a striking ensemble, she wore a pale red feathered cloak that accentuated her delicate form. Snowflakes danced around, settling on her thick hood. She glanced around, her young eyes filled with anxiety. Taking a step back, she fearfully regarded the middle-aged man before her, her tightly pressed lips betraying a hint of defiance. I will not go." Wang Daqing let out a cold laugh, brushing the snow from his shoulders. His coarse voice booming, "Not going? That is not your choice. Hurry up and get in the carriage. If you dawdle, I will make you regret it." Lin Yin and Appo's face turned pale with fear, tears welling in her eyes. Pushed by the servant behind her, she bit her lip, reluctantly stepping onto the carriage. The wheels rolled forward, compressing the shallow layer of snow on the road. In the background, a dark figure stood still. The young man, holding a sword, looked up, revealing a beautiful yet somewhat delicate face amidst the swirling snow. Chapter 67. I am a eunuch. The carriage moved swiftly and steadily, but suddenly slowed down and came to an abrupt halt. Wang Daqing frowned, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. He could not afford to delay Yang Song any further. This gentleman was now a high-ranking official of the third grade in the court, and a mere word from him could lead to dire consequences for Wang Daqing. Initially, Qianpe hesitated about how to report to the Grand Tutor. Wang Daqing thought Qianpe overly cautious. Regardless of the Lin family's past nobility, their daughter now bore the status of a mere slave. Lin Yin had become an official courtesan of the Ministry of Rites, destined to entertain various guests. If not today with Yang Song, then tomorrow with another official. The Grand Tutor would not truly antagonize the officials of the capital over a mere girl like Lin Yin. Lin Yin caught a glimpse of Wang Daqing and Appo's disgruntled expression and quickly lowered her head, clutching her thick garments and stealthily shifting towards the corner. Wang Daqing, with a stern face, pulled the carriage door open slightly, angrily pounding his fist and exclaiming, "What the hell is going on?" The coachman stumbled as the door swung open, falling to the ground. Wang Daqing was taken aback, and his expression hardened as he pointed a sheathed sword at the man. Wang Daqing was stunned, but before he could comprehend the situation, the sword brushed lightly against his neck, causing him to collapse back into the carriage. A slender, handsome youth stood at the carriage door, extending the sword forward against the door and slowly pushing it open, gazing at the frightened girl cowering in the corner. "Get down," he commanded. After speaking, he turned and began to walk away. Lin Yin, regaining her senses, hurriedly stood up, panic-stricken as she stepped over Wang Daqing's body and climbed down from the high carriage edge. Her thick cloak snagged, leaving her hanging momentarily, and she called out urgently, "Brother, don't go." The youth paused his slow stride, turned back, and reached out an arm to gently lift the girl down to the ground. Lin Yin steadied herself and looked up at him, her eyes sparkling like dewdrops framed by her delicate features. "Are they dead?" she asked, her voice trembling with fear. "They are not dead," he replied, turning to walk away again. He held the sword and moved slowly, his slender frame appearing frail in the dim alley. Yet he had just knocked Wang Daqing unconscious with a single blow. Lin Yin blinked in surprise, quickly lifting her skirts to follow him. He did not indicate he would take her back to the Ministry of Rights or anywhere else. They walked slowly through the snowy streets, where pedestrians hurried home under their umbrellas. Like a stray kitten, Lin Yin trailed behind him, her small steps causing her to lift her skirts and run a few paces intermittently. In the bustling streets of the capital, the snowfall had significantly thinned the crowd, yet the vibrancy remained undiminished. She gazed blankly at the throngs of people, and beneath the dim lights of the night, he moved steadily, step by step, with utmost seriousness. Those who accidentally brushed against him looked up and quickly moved aside, perhaps intimidated by the sword he carried. Yet, inexplicably, Lin Yin felt no fear towards him, even from their first encounter. Lost in her thoughts, she accidentally bumped into a passerby carrying a burden. Apologizing, she hurriedly helped the vendor pick up the fallen items. When she lifted her head again, she could no longer see his figure ahead and panicked, running down the street while calling his name, Bushi, Burotur Buyi. Unsure of what to do, Lin Yin felt the cold snowflakes land on her face. After traversing 2 streets, her cheeks turned rosy from the chill. She reached an arched bridge and gazed at the dim lights along the creek, but could not find Bushi anywhere. Tears welled up in her eyes, falling like pearls. "Brother," she cried, crouching in the middle of the bridge, weeping softly as she hugged herself. Bushi had intended to hide, thinking she should know her way back to the Ministry of Rights. As for Wang Daqing, he would likely remain unconscious until dawn, and those matters could be addressed later. However, seeing Lin Yin calling his name and searching for him among the bustling crowd, Bushi stepped out from the shadows, passing by a small shop selling lantern cakes. He purchased one. "I bought you something to eat," he said, kneeling slightly. Lin Yin looked at the wrapped treat he offered, and upon hearing his voice from above, she stopped crying. His fingers were delicate and slender, invoking an inexplicable sense of tenderness. Lin Yin raised her head to gaze at Bushi's face. "Brother, please don't leave me." She clutched a corner of his garment, her crescent-shaped eyes glistening with tears. Bushi momentarily lost himself in thought. In his childhood, he too loved following his brother, tugging at his garment and saying, "Brother, I want candy." That year, after the death of their parents, a cruel uncle sold him and his brother into the inner court, where they were castrated. He barely survived, terrified of dying and holding tightly to his brother's hand. His brother fed him the only piece of candy they had, saying, "Little brother, eat the candy, and you won't be afraid anymore." He was only 9 then. It was the grand tutor who had given him a new lease on life. Later, his brother remained by the grand tutor's side while he trained under Lu Fengyang in the Genie way, becoming the grand tutor's secret guard. "Eat the cake," Bushi urged, bringing himself back to the moment. Lin Yin wiped her tears with the back of her hand, sniffling a few times before her eyes sparkled at the paper package. Bushi opened it, and, as she picked a piece, she licked her lips, about to eat it, but suddenly offered it to Bushi instead. "Brother, you eat first." Snowflakes settled on Bushi's eyelashes as Lin Yin blinked, admiring how long and thick they were. Bushi set down his sword at his feet and reached out for the treat, but Lin Yin shook her head. "Brother, open your mouth." Buyi hesitated, then opened his mouth to let Lin Yin feed him the lantern cake. He savored the sweet, soft taste melting on his tongue. Lin Yin also took a piece for herself, and the delightful flavor lifted her spirits, her eyes brightening like a crescent moon. "Gome, I'll take you back to the Ministry of Rights," Bushi said, picking up his sword. Lin Yin felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was not unexpected. She didn't know who he was, but she sensed he would protect her in secret. "Can I return a little later?" Lin Yin asked softly. Bushi looked down at her. "I'm hungry, and I haven't had a chance to stroll around." "Brother, can you take me to eat something delicious?" she implored. Bushi gazed at the little girl wrapped in her oversized red feather cloak, her tear-stained eyes appearing even more innocent. "Follow me," he instructed, taking a step forward but stopping again. Lin Yin nearly bumped into him, taking a step back and touching her nose. "What? Do you want to eat?" Buyi inweeded. With a beaming smile, Lin Yin looked at him expectantly. "I want to eat a lot, brother. Is that okay?" Buyi fed silent. How much could such a small girl possibly eat? By the time Lin Yin had dined at 3 eateries, Bushi remained quiet. When she reached the 4th, she declared she could eat no more and asked if the leftovers could be packed. Bushi, understanding her intention, nodded and had the attendant prepare a takeout. Feeling satisfied, Lin Yin even forgot her earlier fears. Standing before the shop, she gazed up at the swirling snowflakes, her small, rosy face breaking into a sweet smile. The snow is so beautiful. We follow it hergaze upjarts. The plump attendant inside the shop glanced at the door and froze momentarily. The contrasting figures of the tall Bushi and the petite Lin Yin, both slender and delicate, stood out in the snowy night. Standing in the warm glow, gazing at the falling snow of the capital, this scene radiates an indescribable harmony. The older brother truly dotes on his younger sister. The plump attendant chuckled. Wait a moment. As the attendant wiped the table, he discovered a package of lantern cakes and hurried out, smiling as he said, "Sir, you have left behind this delicacy." Without much enthusiasm, the guest accepted it, uttering a word of thanks. The attendant glanced at the sword in his hand and remarked, "Young master practices martial arts? Indeed, you are truly remarkable at such a young age. Your affection for your sister reveals what a fine young man you are. I wonder which fortunate girl will one day become your bride." The guest cast a sidelong glance at the attendant and replied, "I am a eunuch." Both the plump attendant and Lin Yin were taken aback. Chapter 68. The Great Purge of the Imperial Household on this frosty morning. The world outside was shrouded in a blanket of white. After Lin Shu finished her breakfast and sipped some warm kumquat tea, she set her cup aside. Nestled in her arms was the hand warmer handed to her by Manuel, as she gazed at the approaching Chuyi. Chuyi approached with a measured bow and reported, "Madam, this morning, representatives from the Bureau of Currency, the Bureau of Silversmithing, and the Imperial Wardrobe have arrived. They wish to pay their respects to you." Chuyi inquired, "Do you wish to meet them? Is it only them who have come?" Lin Shu displayed no surprise. She had anticipated visitors ever since she instructed Shi to retrieve the account books. "They have brought generous gifts," Chuyi continued. Lin Shu regarded her and replied with a hint of indifference. "What is your opinion on this matter?" Chuyi paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. "Upon learning that you have reviewed nearly a decade and Oppo's worth of account books, the officials from the imperial household could hardly contain themselves. Those with guilty consciences naturally wish to present you with gifts." Lin Shu appreciated Chuyi's astute and bold nature. At that moment, Shi strode in, bowed sharply, and reported, "Furthermore, representatives from the Bureau of Wine and Vinegar and the Imperial Horse Bureau have also arrived." Lin Shu traced her fingers along the intricate patterns on the warming stove before nodding. "Inform them that I am overseeing matters for the next few days and cannot accept their gifts. They should take their offerings back." "Understood," both replied in unison. Lin Shu raised her gaze to Chuyi and Shi, adding, "I have reviewed the account books from each bureau. While there are no significant issues, there is one matter of concern." She paused to choose her words carefully, then continued, "Upon examining the imperial household's accounts over the past decade, I find that the number of officials has surged to over 4,000, which is more than tenfold that of the busiest Ministry of Revenue during the reign of Emperor Jing. At that time, the number of officials in the imperial household never exceeded 3,000. In recent years, the state treasury has suffered persistent deficits, and with the young emperor's ascension, the royal consort has yet to be appointed, resulting in fewer noble families than before." Lin Shu halted, observing that both Chuyi and Shi were listening intently. She pressed on, asserting that there was no justification for the current number of officials exceeding that of the time of Emperor Jing by over 1,000. Chuyi and Shi and Oppo's expressions gradually shifted to astonishment, while Manuel, seated nearby, appeared utterly bewildered. Lin Shu elaborated, "The imperial household manages all royal affairs, from daily meals, ceremonies, and attire to construction, agriculture, livestock, and even security. Every detail of the lives of the emperor and nobility is overseen by the imperial household. Given the multitude of internal institutions, it is only natural that a large number of officials would be required. However, the court is intent on reducing expenses, and as a royal institution, the imperial household should take the lead in this regard. I have calculated that we could potentially reduce the staff by 1,500 individuals. Tell them that each bureau should draft a list of their personnel. If anyone wishes to volunteer to leave, they may submit their names. Those who are elderly, the only sons in their families, or have aging parents may be allowed to return home. For those on the list, the imperial household will provide some compensation. Lin Shu contemplated for a moment and added, "Moreover, inform them that I will review the lists. The deadline for submission is set for the winter solstice in 2 days to be delivered to the Haijai building." In her previous life, Lin Shu had served as a lowly worker within the imperial household and had come to understand the deep-seated issues plaguing it. Many elderly officials exploited their seniority to bring in relatives, positioning them in roles to collect idle salaries while secretly siphoning resources from a court. These individuals were often their relatives or friends. The number of such officials in the imperial household exceeded 1,000. Not only did they receive salaries for doing nothing, but they also used their positions to connect with external forces, amassing substantial wealth and advantages. Was this the sole issue within the imperial household? No. Lin Shu could only address one of the most pressing concerns. Given that the majority of officials were long-serving elders, she could not afford to offend them all at once. Thus, she sought a seemingly gentle approach to encourage them to voluntarily eliminate the excess personnel. She calculated that this could yield significant savings for the court, albeit not an exorbitant amount. "Do you understand my instructions?" Lin Shu inquired, looking at Chuyi and Shi. Though young, both had spent several years in the imperial household and were chosen personally by Yunhu, so they grasped her meaning immediately. However, they remained momentarily stunned. "Madam, your approach and reasoning are impeccable. However, Chuyi expressed concern that these actions might threaten the interests of many elderly officials within the imperial household, worried that they might not be amenable to such changes. "Every word you said, we shall remember," they affirmed. Lin Shu nodded, adding one final note. "Lastly, inform them that any delays in reporting will compel me and the Grand Tutor to personally pay a visit." Lin Shu was well aware of this fact. Her confidence stemmed from knowing she had a formidable ally. Since Shen Huating had entrusted her with authority, there was no prohibition against her utilizing his influence. Ultimately, this last statement was of utmost importance. "Very well," Lin Shu concluded, signaling for Chuyi and Shi to convey her message. Manuel, who had initially been filled with astonishment, gradually calmed as she began to comprehend the implications of Lin Shu's actions. The young lady was indeed exceedingly kind, yet Manuel felt a twinge of resentment in her heart. The court treated the Lin family so poorly, yet the third young lady still considered the court and Oppos as interests. Lin Shu smiled softly, her eyelids lowered as she nodded, saying, "Indeed, the court has wronged my family, but the true culprits harming the Lin family are the treacherous officials in the court. My grandfather once remarked that the Lin family is but a small household among countless others in the vast Yang dynasty. Given this opportunity, I must honor my grandfather's teachings and cannot selfishly focus on my own plight. Moreover, my intentions are not solely for the court's benefit, but for the welfare of countless families." Lin Shu lifted her gaze to Manuel. "Do you realize how much can be accomplished by saving this sum from the national treasury?" Manuel hesitated, shaking her head. "In truth, it may not amount to a significant sum. Every expenditure matters to the state. Each one is substantial. This particular amount is not considerable. What I truly desire is to eradicate those who live off the state without contributing to cleanse the imperial household of corrupt practices. This hidden wealth is what is truly vast. These elderly officials not only hoard wealth, but also wield intricate connections. Within the confines of a small bureau, they establish their own power, oppressing the weak. All of this must be purged. This is Lin Shu's ultimate objective. Having witnessed such corruption, she understood that until this festering issue was resolved, many women like herself would continue to suffer. In the ensuing 2 days, the various bureaus of the imperial household would likely be abuzz with activity. Before this, Lin Shu wished to visit the Wenyuan Pavilion. This was her second ambition to be realized. Chapter 69. The Mystery of Rebirth. As dawn broke, Manuel entered with hot water to rouse Lin Shu from her slumber. Upon entering, she was taken aback to find Lin Shu seated at her vanity, clad in a white nightgown, gently combing her hair. Manuel furrowed her brows in confusion. Lin Shu typically indulged in a bit of morning lethargy, always requiring Manuel's gentle coaxing to rise. What could have prompted the third young lady to awaken so early today and even style her hair herself? To make matters even more perplexing, Lin Shu had fashioned her hair into a drooping cloud bun, a style typically reserved for married women. Yet, throughout her life, Lin Shu had only ever opted for simple hairstyles. Hearing the sound of Manuel's footsteps, Lin Shu slowly turned from her round stool, her gaze lifting in the flickering candlelight, causing Manuel's heart to flutter. Holding a wooden comb, Lin Shu meticulously brushed her hair, cascading to one side, her eyes reflecting a hollow yet sorrowful expression as she murmured, "Mother, Ruohua met a tragic end. I have been married to my husband for less than half a month. Our joyful days have scarcely begun." With a clatter, the copper basin in Manuel's hands fell to the floor. SS Sangunyang, Chuyi and Shi, alerted by the commotion, hurried inside but hesitated to intrude, calling out from behind the screen, "Madam, what has happened?" Lin Shu extended her hand toward Manuel, tears streaming down her face. "Help us." Manuel was momentarily stunned. The sorrow in Lin Shu's eyes gradually dissipated as she gazed at Manuel, who was visibly shaken, and then lowered her eyes to the wooden comb in her grasp. Questioning softly, Manuel's complexion paled, her expression complex. The young lady just, Chuyi and Shi, sensing something amiss, stepped forward despite the impropriety. Upon entering, they exchanged startled glances. Lin Shu, still in a daze, turned to the copper mirror reflecting her image. Her hair was styled in a drooping cloud bun, adorned with a jade hairpin, her lips painted in vivid rouge, and her eyebrows delicately drawn like willow leaves. Not again. Lin Shu's expression hardened. From the unraveling of the intertwined threads, to the late-night kneading of dough, to the inexplicable fall of the jade ornament and the recent. Those faint sounds of weeping and sighing in the dead of night. Lin Shu transitioned from sheer panic to a gradual state of bewilderment. Contemplating silently for a moment, she lifted her gaze to Chuyi and Shi, inquiring, "In recent times, have you noticed me rising in the middle of the night and engaging in any peculiar behaviors?" Chuyi and Shi's eyes met Lin Shu's. Manuel furrowed her brows, filled with confusion and lingering trepidation. "Do not hesitate. Speak freely," Lin Shu urged, fixating on their exchanged glances. Chuyi, with utmost respect, replied, "To be honest, madam, there have indeed been several instances. Just the other night, you stood by the window, singing a piece of opera." Lin Shu was taken aback. Opera? She had heard of it, but she could never sing. She nodded, bowing slightly. "The Grand Tutor was present that night as well. He instructed us to keep it from you, fearing it might frighten you." Lin Shu fell into silence. So, Shen Huating had known all along. Hence, he had Chuyi and Shi take turns keeping watch, preventing the servants from ascending the stairs. She recalled the earlier moment when she vaguely heard herself uttering something to Manuel. Ruohua, Chao Ruohua, yet another name linked to the human skin lantern. And then there were Song Yu, Xie Yulong, Wang Xiuqing, and Xiao Huan, all victims associated with the lantern. Lin Shu pressed her hand against her racing heart. She mused that these occurrences could not be mere coincidences. Why would the victims from the lantern frequently manifest in her life? Of the 11 women, save for Xiao Huan, they had all met with tragic fates. What could she possibly do to assist them? With the capital so vast, where could she possibly find this woman named Xiao Huan? Gazing into the copper mirror, Lin Shu felt a nagging suspicion that her rebirth might not be coincidental at all. Manuel carefully restyled Lin Shu's hair and makeup. Lin Shu refrained from elaborating too much. This was a matter she could not yet disclose to Manuel. Not for any other reason, but she did not wish to frighten her. It was merely somnambulism, not a grave affliction. Lin Shu knew her reassurances would do little to ease Manuel's worries. Yet, revealing the truth would only heighten her fears. Seeing Lin Shu's expression return to normal, Manuel hesitated, her lips parting as if to speak, but she remained silent. Having accompanied the third young lady since childhood, Manuel, though often deemed slow-witted by others, understood Lin Shu and Appo's as sentiments all too well. Manuel and Appo's as heart felt a twinge of melancholy. The Grand Tutor had instructed that, with Madame's foot injury recently healed, should there be any need to visit the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the servants should carry her. Chuyi and Shi attentively waited outside. Lin Shu had informed them the previous day that she wished to visit Wenyuan Pavilion today. She did not decline, settling into a sedan chair stationed outside Haijai building. The chair was borne by a group of young eunuchs, the sound of their footsteps crunching on the snow resonating as they moved. Chuyi, Shi, and Manuel followed closely behind. Lin Shu held a warming stove in her hands. Upon arriving at Wenyuan Pavilion, the guards were momentarily taken aback, mistaking her for an official or a eunuch from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Lin Shu, carrying the jade token of the governor, entered the royal library of the Great Yong dynasty. Initially, Wenyuan Pavilion served solely as a library. Yet during the reign of Emperor Jing, it had also served as a significant venue for cabinet discussions. Upon entering, Lin Shu surveyed her surroundings, surprised to find the pavilion unexpectedly desolate. A glance revealed only a few young eunuchs responsible for cleaning and overseeing the premises. Despite the harsh winter chill, with officials eager to return home after court, she remembered that during her grandfather's and father's times, regardless of the season, they would always come to Wenyuan Pavilion to study diligently after court sessions. This indicated a growing lethargy among the current court officials. Lin Shu shook her head. Chapter 70. Old Friends in the Wenyuan Pavilion. The steward, Master Gao, was sulking in solitude when he heard a young eunuch announce the arrival of the commander. In a flurry, he rushed out, initially believing the visitor to be Feng Yin, only to be surprised upon encountering Lin Shu. With narrowed eyes, Master Gao scrutinized Lin Shu before inquiring, "Might you be Lin Shu, the daughter of Lord Lin Shuhong?" "Indeed, I am my father's daughter," Lin Shu replied warmly, her demeanor gentle as she greeted him, "Grandfather Gao." Master Gao was momentarily taken aback. In her childhood, he had shared a bond with Lin Shu's grandfather, Lin Xuanli. He had visited the Lin residence several times, even cradling the infant Lin Shu in his arms and gifting her a pair of small gold lockets. Years later, when Lin Shu was around 7 or 8, she accompanied her father to the palace, where he introduced her to Master Gao at the Wenyuan Pavilion. That memory remained etched in Lin Shu's mind as the sole encounter, and it was the last time Master Gao had seen her. In his recollections, Lin Shu was still a delicate, porcelain-skinned child, but now she had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Though Lin Shu bore a striking resemblance to her father, Master Gao recognized her instantly. With soft eyes, Lin Shu remarked, "Grandfather Gao, your friendship with my grandfather was profound, and my father and elder brother have often spoken of you. They said you have dedicated your life to the Wenyuan Pavilion, diligently overseeing it without a single misstep." Master Gao's expression turned wistful. After Lin Shu's grandfather passed away, he mourned for some time and lost the desire to visit the Lin estate. Her father and brother had mentioned that on scorching summer days, he would send them a platter of refreshing, chilled fruits, and during the frigid winters, he would brew a pot of hot tea. It was through his attentive care that her father and brother could study diligently at the Wenyuan Pavilion without suffering from the extremes of weather. Master Gao had managed the Wenyuan Pavilion for a lifetime. In the days when Emperor Jing reigned, the pavilion was bustling with activity, with ministers coming and going daily. Unlike the current desolation, those who could still frequent the Wenyuan Pavilion were certainly not of ordinary status, and the men of the Lin family were exemplary models of hard work and scholarship. Recently, Master Gao's elderly mother had passed away, prompting him to return to his hometown. Upon learning of the Lin family's misfortunes, he hurried back to the capital, cutting his mourning period short. Once he returned, he sought information about the whereabouts of the Lin women, yet he could not uncover any details regarding the matriarch's fate. It was only in the past few days that he had learned about Lin Shu and Shen Huating's situation. Though he longed to visit Lin Shu and the Lin matriarch, he found it difficult to leave the Wenyuan Pavilion. In her previous life, during her exile to the Internal Affairs Office, the only person who had shown concern for her and her mother was this old friend of her grandfather. If not for Master Gao and Appos as assistants, her mother would not have received a dignified burial after her death. Yet, due to his help, he incurred the wrath of Yang Song, who had his servants beat Master Gao, and his advanced age prevented him from recovering. Though Master Gao was unaware of these events, Lin Shu felt an undeniable warmth in her heart as she looked at him. She glanced at the full moon, which was holding a small jar of wine, and offered it to Master Gao. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is a gift from Jin Yang," Lin Shu explained. She said, "And Oppos, the winter nights are long. Take this jar of wine to warm yourself. My father mentioned that you have a good tolerance for alcohol, yet you never indulge excessively, always pouring just 3 cups. This is my way of expressing gratitude on behalf of my father and grandfather for your past kindness." Managing the 1 yuan pavilion was a tedious and intricate task, and Master Gao had no other hobbies. He enjoyed a few sips when he had the chance. Lin Shu's grandfather also appreciated wine, and the two often shared a plate of peanuts while conversing under the pavilion's eaves. As Master Gao reminisced about his past with his old friend, tears moistened his garments, and he chuckled through his tears, saying, "Your grandfather once gifted me a jar of fine wine, just before he passed away. I've kept it untouched until now." "Good, good," he said, wiping his tears. He accepted the wine jar with trembling hands, cradling it carefully against his chest. Lin Shu felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. Her grandfather had countless acquaintances in the court, yet perhaps this was the only one with whom he had shared a genuine bond. The eunuch who guarded the 1 yuan pavilion. "Grandfather Gao, please take care of your health. You have reached the age of retirement, yet you still remain here tirelessly through the seasons. Surely, you have sacrificed much for the 1 yuan pavilion." Lin Shu raised her gaze, surveying the pavilion. "Recently, the Grand Tutor entrusted me with the affairs of the Internal Affairs Office, and I thought to come and visit you." She took a few steps back and turned to Master Gao, her eyes sparkling with joy as she asked, "Could he take me to see the 1 yuan pavilion once more?" In her youth, it had been Master Gao who led her through the halls of the pavilion. She had been curious, taking in the vast collection of books, with her most vivid memory being the Emperor's bedchamber on the 3rd floor, designated for the Emperor's reading. She recalled sitting there, prompting Master Gao to hurriedly lift her down, worried for her safety. With her head tilted back, the little flower ornament on her hair swayed as she asked innocently, "Grandfather Gao, there are so many books here. May I come often?" Master Gao laughed, taking her small hand in his. "That won't do. It is only because Grandfather Gao opened the back door that I could show you around. This is a place for the Emperor and his ministers." She pouted, clearly displeased. "Oh." Master Gao reminisced fondly about that time, a gentle smile appearing on his gaunt face. "Very well," he chuckled. "Let me put the wine away." He carefully turned to stow the wine jar. The 1 yuan pavilion had 3 stories. And understanding Master Gao's advanced age, Lin Shu walked slowly, personally assisting him up the stairs. Master Gao paused on the steps, patting his legs. "I'm getting old. I can't manage the 2nd and 3rd floors anymore." Lin Shu helped him sit down, her expression warm and gentle. "I see you are in good health, Grandfather Gao. You will surely live many more years. Once you retire, you can leave the palace and enjoy a peaceful life." He waved his hand with a smile. "As a eunuch, I have no children or family. My elderly mother has passed away. Even if I were to return home, I would be all alone. It would be better to stay here until my days are done." Lin Shu understood this was the sentiment of all eunuchs, having been castrated. They were reluctant to face the disdainful gazes of their fellow townsfolk in old age. Even someone like Master Gao, who held a respectable position and had amassed wealth, preferred a secluded residence. Though Lin Shu had invited Master Gao to accompany her, in truth, she wished to keep him company. Her father often spoke of her grandfather's friendship with Master Gao, and coupled with her memories from a previous life, Lin Shu gazed at him and seemed to see her grandfather. Master Gao, in turn, looked at her, likely reminded of his old friend, and shared many stories about his relationship with Lin Shu's grandfather. Lin Shu lowered her eyelashes slightly and asked, "Grandfather Gao, you shared a deep bond with my grandfather. Do you know what kind of person he was during his lifetime?" Master Gao reflected for a moment, his gaze towards Lin Shu kind and gentle like that of her grandfather. "Your grandfather was noble and upright, yet possessed a delightful sense of humor. A truly remarkable man." Lin Shu mused that Master Gao must have encountered countless officials, so he likely had a discerning eye for character. However, could a good man truly never err in judgment? With a slight adjustment in her demeanor, she raised her eyes and asked, "Grandfather Gao, having managed the One Yuan Pavilion for your entire life. You are acquainted with many officials. Do you recognize anyone with the surname Jia? Master Gao was taken aback. At the corner of the staircase, Shen Huating paused, a slow smile creeping across his lips. Chapter 71. Jealousy at that moment. A young eunuch presented them with tea to relieve their fatigue. Lin Shu took a cup, and Gao Jingji accepted the steaming beverage, gesturing for the eunuchs nearby to withdraw. He fiddled with the tea lid for a moment, slowly sipping a couple of mouthfuls before turning to Lin Shu, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Is this person called Jian? Lin Shu's words were not entirely finished, and she paused, looking at Gao Jingji in surprise, nodding slightly. This man could very well be associated with the Jinyue, the Imperial Secret Police. Could Master Gao recognize him? Her eyes brightened. Gao Jingji blew on the froth in his bowl of tea, warming his body with the hot liquid. Being older, he was more susceptible to the cold. The One Yuan Pavilion, housing countless books, was kept lit throughout the year, thus preventing any fires from being lit. He shook his head and said, among the officials in the court, anyone with a bit of renown, even if I do not recognize them, I have heard of through other ministers. However, I have never heard of anyone by the name of Jian. He continued, just a few days ago, someone came to One Yuan Pavilion inquiring about this individual. Lin Shu was taken aback, tilting her tea bowl, spilling some tea onto her cloak. Man, you noticed? And hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe it for her. Lin Shu, losing interest in the tea, handed the cup to Man Yu to take away. Who was it? She inquired. Gao Jingji revealed a pleasant smile. It was a young and handsome official named Fang Heng. He sighed. This Fang Heng is indeed a diligent and aspiring youth. Nowadays, such individuals rarely visit Wen Yuan Pavilion. Recalling something, Gao Jingji chuckled, by the way. Fang Heng shares common interests with your elder brother, Lin Qian. The two often come and go together. Is it him? Lin Shu was astonished. Why would Fang Heng be inquiring about Jian? Gao Jingji set down his tea bowl, gazing at Lin Shu in surprise. Why are both of you looking for this Jian? Lin Shu lowered her gaze gently. She did not reveal the whole truth, but said, this person is of great importance, perhaps concerning our Lin family's past and future. Until she clarified the matter, she felt it inappropriate to explain and was uncertain if it related to Shen Huating's background, whether he wished for more people to know. Although Gao Jingji remained skeptical, he refrained from probing further. Supporting himself on the armrest, he stood up, cheerfully stating, when our dynasty established the Jinyue, all matters handled by the office have been meticulously archived in the third floor of Wen Yuan Pavilion for the Emperor's review. These records might hold information on Jian. Gao Jingji smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth deepening, gazing at Lin Shu with a kind and gentle expression. It seems you are aware of this as well. Lin Shu offered a soft smile. This information had been imparted to her by her grandmother. In his youth, Emperor Jing established the Jinyue to strengthen his imperial authority, making it reasonable that records would be kept in Wen Yuan Pavilion. These records were stored on the third floor among the bookshelves, yet they were not easy to locate. Gao Jingji remarked, Lord Fang has been searching here for 3 days and nights. He is likely still upstairs at this moment. Lin Shu looked up in astonishment at the third floor. Grandfather Gao, may I go up? Gao Jingji waved his hand. Go ahead. Nowadays, Wen Yuan Pavilion is less strict with past regulations. Our young emperor rarely visits, especially in this cold weather. As Shen Huating ascended the stairs, he paused, resting his hand on the lacquered red handrail, leisurely tapping it while listening to Lin Shu's voice drift from the second floor, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He admired Lin Shu and Appo's tenacity and her rare ability to remain calm and collected, her intellect not to be underestimated. The Lin family. Ultimately, it all circled back to the Lin family. Perhaps this was what they termed a fortuitous coincidence. Gao Jingji, hindered by his mobility, refrained from ascending to the third floor, instructing those below to keep an eye on things, pondering that this matter was likely complicated and should not be disclosed to more people. However, upon descending the stairs, he spotted Shen Huating standing on the staircase. Gao Jingji hastily clasped his hands together. I did not realize when the Grand Tutor arrived at Wen Yuan Pavilion. My apologies for the oversight. Shen Huating did not respond, leisurely making his way upstairs, with Yunhu following closely behind. As he passed Gao Jinji, Shen Huating paused slightly, turning his head to look at him and remarked lightly, Lin Shuanli has been deceased for many years. It is truly rare for you to still remember an old friend. Master Gao. Gao Jinji's expression faltered. When Lin Shu reached the third floor, it was even colder and more deserted, with only a few eunuchs tending to the candles, dozing off outside the bookshelves. Upon seeing Lin Shu, they hurriedly bowed and paid their respects, asking no further questions, as those who could come up were undoubtedly of noble status. Where's Lord Fong? The One Yuan Pavilion was exceedingly vast, with each floor divided into several rooms, also featuring bright rooms for the emperor and ministers to read and rest. A rather dull-witted eunuch pointed. Lord Fong is in that room at the western end. Lin Shu instructed Chu, Yi, and Shi Wu to remain outside, taking only Manu with her. Navigating through the towering bookshelves, Lin Shu arrived at the designated room, where a few small windows opened to allow ventilation on the south wall. The bookshelves were uniformly placed against the northern wall, and as she searched, she spotted Fong Hung perched on a wooden ladder, reaching for something at the very top. Scattered across the floor between the two sets of bookshelves were piles of scrolls, creating a chaotic scene. Lord Fong, Lin Shu called softly. Fong Hung was startled, and the scroll he held slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground right at Lin Shu's feet. She bent down to pick it up, gently brushing off the dust. Upon glancing at it, she noticed the ancient seal of the Jinyui embossed on the cover. Lin Shu looked up, tilting her face, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Dressed in a light white palace gown and draped in a thick moon-white cotton cloak that trailed on the ground, her hair elegantly styled in a dark cloud-like bun, a few exquisite pearl flowers adorning her hair, she stood under the dim light of the bookshelves, a soft beam filtering through the window, illuminating her figure. Fong Hung was momentarily entranced, as if a delicate snowflake had unexpectedly appeared before him. Lord Fong, be careful, Lin Shu warned as she noticed him slip, causing the ladder to sway. Instinctively, she reached out to steady it. Fong Hung hastily descended, and as he grasped the wooden ladder, his hand met Lin Shu's at the same position. Their hands brushed against each other. Lin Shu remained oblivious, focused solely on ensuring Fong Hung's safe descent. However, the moment their hands touched, Fong Hung froze, surprised, and quickly withdrew his hand, concealing it beneath his sleeve, giving it a slight squeeze to calm the subtle tremor within him. After smoothing down his robe, he politely inclined his head. Miss Lin. Lin Shu did not notice Fong Hung's change in address. Shen Huating entered, standing behind the first row of bookshelves, his gaze traversing the uneven stacks, landing on Lin Shu's gentle, smiling profile. Their eyes met briefly before shifting to Fong Hung. Having witnessed the earlier scene with the ladder, Shen Huating let out a low chuckle. Is it necessary to steady him with such concern for his potential fall? Yun, who discreetly observed Shen Huating's expression, feeling a sudden tension, and kept his head down, not daring to speak. Shen Huating's gaze returned to Lin Shu. Inexplicably sensing her gentle regard for Fong Hung was exceedingly striking. Moreover, Fong Hung had grasped her hand. Did she not think to withdraw? Lin Shu was entirely engrossed in her thoughts about Jia and oblivious to the fleeting contact. However, when she finally beheld Fong Hung's face, she paused momentarily. Manu also gasped, but quickly stifled her amusement, breaking the silence of the pavilion. Lin Shu shot a glance at Manu, who promptly covered her mouth. Looking back at Fong Hung, he seemed to comprehend the situation, hesitating for a moment before raising his sleeve to wipe his face. Apologies. Lin Shu noticed that he seemed not to have a handkerchief. As he wiped his face with his sleeve in the presence of a lady, it inevitably appeared rather uncouth. She offered a slight smile, producing a clean handkerchief and presenting it to Fong Hung. Sir Fong, please use this to wipe your face. Yun, whose gaze discreetly observed the situation, his back slightly stiffening. Whenever he noticed Shen Huating curling his lips with an expression devoid of emotion, even chillingly cold, it indicated that the Grand Tutor was in a displeased mood. Fong Hung cast a glance at the pristine handkerchief in Lin Shu's hand, took it, and gently wiped the dust from his face. Seeing the handkerchief become soiled, he folded it several times and tucked it into his sleeve. With a deep bow, he said, I shall return the young lady a clean handkerchief on another day. Lin Shu curved her lips in a smile, replying, "That sounds splendid." She cast her gaze to the ground, inquiring if Sir Fong was here to investigate the Grand Tutor's background. Fong Hung paused, looking at Lin Shu with a hint of surprise. Lin Shu smiled back at him and asked, "How did you come to learn about this person, Jian?" "Coincidentally, I'm also here to uncover the Grand Tutor's origins." Chapter 72. The Shadow Guard. Fong Hung pondered momentarily. Since his previous encounter on the 16th floor, where he learned that Lin Shu was Lin Qian's sister, the swirling rumors outside had also reached his ears, claiming that Lin Shu had submitted to the treacherous minister Shen Huating for self-preservation. Lin Qian held a deep affection for this sister and had expressed his desire to unite the Lin and Fong families through marriage, sharing numerous anecdotes about her in his presence. Although Fong Hung had yet to meet Lin Shu, he felt certain she was not the type to cower in fear. Their brief encounters had led him to believe she was not a person who would succumb to Shen Huating's coercion. "Lord Fong, do not overthink. I merely wish to save my family." Lin Shu candidly revealed her true intentions, trusting that as a friend of her elder brother, he would understand. She offered no further explanation, believing that her single statement would suffice for Fong Hung to comprehend her predicament. Fong Hung concealed his doubts, lowering his gaze and speaking calmly. "The sincerity of the third young lady is commendable, and her courage admirable. However, your elder brother may find it difficult to accept." Lin Shu smiled, tilting her head. "Even you understand my brother's temperament? Indeed, he must be deeply disappointed in his heart," she continued, her eyelashes fluttering down, concealing a hint of sorrow. Fong Hung opened his mouth, sighing inwardly. He understood Lin Qian as well as Lin Qian understood him. Yet, some matters are clearer to the bystander. It was precisely because Lin Qian cherished and adored this sister so much that his expectations would be even higher. The Lin family, being a lineage of integrity, would hardly accept a sister who had submitted to the treacherous minister Shen Huating, whether for self-preservation or family salvation. Both Lin Qian and Lord Lin would likely find it hard to acquiesce. Miuet cast a glance at Lin Shu. Since the family was dismantled, only she knew the extent of Lin Shu's trials, and her heart ached. How did the young lady come to know of this Jian? Fong Hung, moved by Lin Shu's trust in him, inquired directly. Lin Shu disclosed that she had learned of him from her grandmother, although she withheld some details. Fong Hung contemplated for a moment, then nodded, his posture refined as he continued. "Since my appointment at the Ministry of Punishment, while investigating unresolved cases in the capital, I stumbled upon a peculiar matter. Documents and records from 20 years ago had been reviewed by the Jinyui's pacification office. Strangely, the individual who examined them left no name, only a fingerprint." Lin Shu furrowed her brow as she listened. Fong Hung proceeded, "I then visited the pacification office, but the Jinyui had no knowledge of the origin of the fingerprint." Lin Shu looked at Fong Hung, questioning, "Could someone have misappropriated the Jinyui's name to access the ministry's records?" Fong Hung shook his head. "The Ministry of Punishment is not a mere local office. It is impossible to retrieve those documents based solely on a fingerprint." He continued investigating the fingerprint, but found no results. He then turned to Lin Shu, his voice calm and unhurried. "Later, I sought out Lord Su, whose father was the Minister of Punishment at that time. I believe the minister might know the origin of the fingerprint." Initially hesitant, Lord Su eventually revealed to me the source of the fingerprint. Lin Shu listened intently as Fong Hung explained. "It turns out there exists a mysterious organization within the Jinyui's pacification office called the Shadow Guard. They are the covert agents of Emperor Jing, operating discreetly on his behalf. Each member is personally selected by the emperor, disguising themselves as ordinary citizens in the capital. Every Shadow Guard must wear a mask while serving the emperor, and their roles are hereditary. If one becomes a Shadow Guard, their entire family follows suit." Lin Shu gazed at Fong Hung in astonishment, instinctively recalling the mask at Shen Huating's bedside. Miuet was equally taken aback. Lin Shu furrowed her brow. "How did you uncover Jian? And how do you know he is connected to the Grand Tutor?" Fong Hung gently shook his head. Lord Su only mentioned the name Jia, and Lin Shu regarded him with curiosity. Fong Heng's expression darkened slightly as he met her gaze, speaking softly. The following day, Lord Shu passed away in his home, coincidentally with the Grand Tutor present. Lin Shu's heart raced. Lord Shu has died? Miyu gasped, covering her mouth. Fang Heng nodded, his complexion paling slightly. The incident occurred just a few days prior. Lord Shu had disclosed Jie and Appo's name and the secret of a shadow guard, only to be found dead the next day, with Shen Huating conveniently present, suggesting that the Jinyui had been monitoring the Shu family all along. Shen Huating's origins remained shrouded in mystery, and his suspicion loomed large. Fang Heng knelt down, brushing dust off some scattered scrolls, examining them briefly before placing them among a tidy stack of organized documents. Had I not been insistent on uncovering the origin of the fingerprint, Lord Shu might not have met such a fate, he lamented, his tone heavy with guilt and gravity. Thus, he abstained from food and drink, spending 3 days and nights in the Wenyuan Pavilion searching for Jian. His intuition suggested that the shadow guard concealed an unspeakable secret. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's emotions became a tumultuous blend. She no longer needed to verify Jie An's identity, combined with Fang Heng's revelations. The mask served as the most compelling evidence. Shen Huating was likely a descendant of a shadow guard. As Lin Shu pondered, she glanced at Fang Heng and hesitated before speaking. Perhaps the Grand Tutor did not kill Lord Shu. Shen Huating had just begun to turn away when he paused upon hearing Lin Shu's words, though only for a moment. He thought, if she were more certain, perhaps that slight sting in his heart would dissipate. Upon exiting, Lin Shu noticed the peculiar expressions on Shuyi and Shiwu's faces and learned that Shen Huating had just departed. She gazed at them in surprise, asking, "How long has he been gone?" Shiwu promptly replied, "The Grand Tutor left only a short while ago, perhaps just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." After hearing this, Lin Shu lifted her skirt with one hand and grasped the staircase railing with the other, dashing down the stairs in pursuit. Miyu hurried after her, exclaiming, "Young lady, your foot has just healed. Be careful not to fall." Lin Shu sprinted out of the Wenyuan Pavilion, a gust of cold wind filling her cloak and billowing it outward. In the distance, she spotted a tall figure striding through the snow and hurried after him. "Grand Tutor," her delicate voice called out from behind. Shen Huating halted beneath a red wall. Lin Shu panted, standing 10 paces away, pressing her hand against her heaving chest. Then, to the astonished gaze of Yunhu and the others, she sank down into the snow, extending her dainty left foot from beneath her palace gown to gently massage her ankle. Exclaiming it hurts, Shen Huating glanced at her, then resumed his steps. Lin Shu tilted her head to gaze up at him, her flushed face from running glowing in the cold, and complained, "Grand Tutor, wait for me." "Ah, this is quite the performance," Shen Huating remarked, crouching down to inspect Lin Shu's ankle, teasing to cry out in pain after merely running a few steps. "My beloved truly is delicate," before the stunned eyes of Miyu. Yunhu, Chui, Shiwu, and several palace attendants who witnessed the scene. Lin Shu reached out, encircling Shen Huating and Appo's. "His neck, it really hurts. I can't walk any further. Could you carry me to that pavilion ahead to rest for a while?" Chapter 73. Is the Grand Tutor jealous? Lin Shu was genuinely fatigued. Having spent several consecutive days poring over account books and mulling over numerous matters, her mind was burdened with thoughts of her family. The constant strain left her mentally drained and physically exhausted. After half a day, her legs ached and running further depleted her strength. The pain was feigned, yet the exhaustion was palpable. Shen Huating observed her flushed complexion, which was marred by a hint of discomfort and fatigue. He lifted her into his arms, not taking her to the Changguang Pavilion, but instead carrying her to the nearby Xinchi Hall. Lin Shu tugged at his cloak in surprise, pondering why the Grand Tutor would bring her to the residence of the Empress Dowager. Surely, this was inappropriate. She urged him to set her down. Shen Huating cast a sidelong glance at her, a smile gracing his lips as he teased, "My beloved maid was just now brazen and unrefined. Now, you seem shy. Is it not a tad too late for that?" Lin Shu was momentarily speechless, still grappling with the reason for his unconventional choice. Upon seeing Shen Huating, the palace attendants hurriedly bowed, unable to resist stealing glances at Lin Shu nestled in his arms. Some rushed inside to inform the Empress Dowager of their arrival. Shen Huating had intended to visit Xinchi Hall today, where the Empress Dowager lay in the warm chamber, attended by her maidservants as she took her medicine. She was taken aback to see him arrive with Lin Shu. Lin Shu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Shen Huating entered the side hall, his expression impassive as he requested, "May we use the Empress Dowager's side hall for a brief respite? Will she mind if we dine in Xinchi Hall this evening?" The Empress Dowager, still recovering from her momentary surprise, instructed her attendants, "Tell the cooks to prepare several exquisite dishes." Once inside the side hall, Shen Huating ordered Yan Hu to fetch warm water. Yan Hu relayed the message and, sensing the tension, barred the other attendants from entering. Whenever Lin Shu found herself alone with Shen Huating, the atmosphere was always fraught with unease, and this occasion was no exception. Yan Hu smiled, remarking, "The Grand Tutor shows such care for the third miss. Do you not see that?" When you gazed at Yan Hu, rendered speechless. Lin Shu perched on a lovely couch while Yan Hu personally brought in water, assisting her in washing her hands before taking the basin away. Lin Shu glanced at Shen Huating and asked, "Are you not going to wash your hands, Grand Tutor?" Shen Huating shot her a cool look and replied, "My hands have not been grasped by other men. Why would I need to wash them?" Lin Shu blinked, taken aback as realization struck her. She recalled the moment in Wenyuan Pavilion when Fang Heng had accidentally brushed against her. So, he had heard every word exchanged between them, even witnessed their interactions? Was it truly so significant? She lowered her gaze to her freshly cleaned fingers, lost in thought. As her emotions swirled, a playful smile graced her lips as she inquired, "Are you jealous, Grand Tutor?" She had pursued him, concerned that he might recall her background upon hearing about the Shadow Guards and the Temple of Enlightenment. Yet he seemed unfazed by it all. As Shen Huating approached the couch, he encircled her waist, drawing her closer. His hand intrusively slipped beneath her garment. "I do not appreciate my beloved maid displaying affection towards other men. It would be a source of ridicule," he stated, his voice devoid of warmth. Lin Shu, undeterred by his cold demeanor, turned and nestled against his chest, adjusting her position for his convenience. Will you embrace and shower them with gifts? Like luminous pearls and sweet treats? Would you light lanterns for them too?" Lin Shu blinked brightly at him, curious. He would not allow such proximity. He would eliminate them. Any woman who dared approach him beyond Lin Shu. Shen Huating's eyes darkened as he regarded her without uttering a word. Lin Shu's gaze fell upon his exquisitely shaped lips, and a bold thought crossed her mind. Gently touching the corner of his mouth, she softly asked, "Would you permit them to kiss you, Grand Tutor?" She tilted her head, mimicking the clumsy poses from an illustrated book, fluttering her eyelashes before slowly closing her eyes, leaning in to press her soft, sweet lips against his. Shen Huating felt a chill as she radiated warmth. He observed her long, dark lashes tremble, akin to the rapid beat of his own heart beneath his palm. He withdrew his hand, caressing her slender back, grasping the nape of her neck, guiding her closer to him as he sought her lips. Time seemed to flow languidly, the chill of winter kept at bay by the warmth of the hall's fire. Their kiss was unhurried, seemingly endless. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Lin Shu could only hear the rapid thumping of her heart. He gently pressed her head against his shoulder, dissipating some of the heat from her cheeks, before lifting her flushed face, stating, "My beloved maid, it seems you are quite adept. There is no need for a change." Leaning against him, Lin Shu met his gaze, gradually calming herself. She asked, "Are you a descendant of the Shadow Guards?" Shen Huating casually caressed her neck, his fingers weaving through her hair as he smoothed it out. Lin Shu noticed his expression had reverted to its usual indifference as he glanced at her, saying, "Have you not already uncovered my lineage?" She probed further. "What is your connection to the Temple of Enlightenment?" Shen Huating lowered his gaze, his tone unremarkable as he replied, "He is my father." He added, "My father's true name is Xie Chongling." Lin Shu stared at him, astonished. The Shadow Guards, as their name suggests, thrived on secrecy. Yet, his father insisted on retaining the family name, unwilling to sever ties with their ancestors. Shen Huating continued, his voice growing colder. "Our family has served as Shadow Guards for 3 generations. My brother and I represent the 4th. He scoffed, a low, bitter laugh escaping him. "All short-lived ghosts." Lin Shu gasped, "You have a brother?" Shen Huating mentioned it nonchalantly. Like you, I have too. However, they have long since passed away. Lin Shu pressed her lips together, eager to inquire further, but Shen Huating silenced her, shifting the topic. All those who learned of my identity over the years have perished. Were it not for my reluctance to part with you, your head would have rolled long ago. He scoffed, fixing his gaze on her. Do you believe I should take Fong Hung and Appos as head at my convenience? Lin Shu and Appos, as heart raced. His tone held an inscrutable chill, yet it bore no hint of jest. She studied his eyes intently, contemplating before responding. If you truly wish to kill him, why would you allow Lord Fong access to the One Yuan Pavilion to investigate the secrets of the Shadow Guards? This was also why Lin Shu believed Shen Huating was not responsible for Su Lao's death. If he had indeed killed Su Lao, why would he spare Fong Hung? The Jin Yi Wei wielded immense power, and surely Shen Huating was aware of Fong Heng's inquiries into the Shadow Guards. While it was possible he had eliminated those who knew of his lineage in the past, he was now in a position of great authority. There was no need for such caution. Otherwise, why would he permit her to investigate his background? She feared that while she delved into his past, countless eyes were watching him. His identity as a shadow guard would likely soon become common knowledge. He could not have overlooked these considerations. Lin Shu even suspected he might be contemplating revealing his lineage to the world. Yet, despite knowing of his background, she remained oblivious to the events of the past. Shen Huating continued to massage Lin Shu's neck, choosing not to elaborate further, his gaze darkening slightly. Lin Shu felt a twinge of fatigue and, yawning, remarked, "Please remember to wake me when the Empress Dowager summons us for dinner." Hardly had he finished speaking when he succumbed to sleep. Shen Huating glanced up at the ceiling, where the faint sound of footsteps on the glazed tiles reached his ears, prompting a soft chuckle. How many souls in the capital must be tossing and turning in restless slumber? Chapter 74. The journey of Jiangling Prefecture. Last night, the Lin family, 3 generations, stood solemnly, gazing at the lifeless bodies sprawled across the floor, their brows furrowed in deep concern. The room was a chaotic tableau, bearing the marks of a fierce struggle. Lin Xiaohong let out a heavy sigh, remarking, "This is the second wave of assassins sent to eliminate us." The night was heavy with an oppressive chill as Lin Xiaohong rose from his bed, hastily donning a garment. A few coughs escaped him, his expression still haunted by lingering shock. Lin Qian supported his father into a chair and poured him a cup of hot tea, gently patting his back as he spoke. "Father, drink some warm water to bolster your strength." Lin Xiaohong nodded and accepted the tea. His gaze turned to the fallen assailants, and his eyes narrowed as he took in the sight, each dressed in the garb of the Jinyui, their waist tags marking them as such. It is plausible that Shen Huating has colluded with the Prime Minister, seeking to annihilate our Lin family. They have repeatedly dispatched the Jinyui to assassinate us, he said gravely, clenching his fists and striking the table. "I cannot help but worry for your mother and grandmother. I wonder if they are safe." His concern deepened, particularly for Wan. Noticing Lin Qian's injured arm, he set down his teacup and inquired with earnestness, "Qianer, have you sustained an injury?" Lin Qian, momentarily lost in thought, shook his head. "Father, do not worry. It is merely a superficial wound." He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a cut that, though not severe, was certainly not trivial. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuo was inspecting the assassins' bodies with a practiced eye. "Eldest brother, we must relocate. We cannot remain here any longer." He brushed the dirt off his hands. Having some martial training and a knack for streetwise skills, he had been the protector of his father and brother during their exile from the capital to Jiangling Prefecture. Originally, they would be sent far away to Hainan, but with Yin Lao's intervention, they were diverted to Jiangling. The Lin family was uncertain how long they would remain there, or if they would ever have the chance to return to the capital. Lin Qian nodded before dawn breaks. "We should take father and find a new place to stay." Meanwhile, Lin Shu awoke just in time for dinner. Shen Huating had summoned the maid, Manuel, to assist her in redoing her hair and dressing, leading her hand into the main hall. Lin Shu, blushing, gently pulled away from Shen Huating's grasp and bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager, greeting, "May the Empress Dowager live long and prosper." Lin Shu had seen the Empress Dowager from a distance only once, 2 years prior. Rumors spoke of her renowned beauty, having married the son of Emperor Jing as a young woman. That initial glimpse had confirmed her stunning allure. Yet, the beauty before her now, though not aged, bore signs of illness and appeared significantly more frail than she had on that fateful night. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Lin Shu's face for a moment, her heart sighing inwardly. The Lin family was indeed a respectable one, and their daughter was clearly a fine young lady. Yet, she had lived alone for years, now fixating on a daughter from a distinguished family. It was uncertain whether this was fate or misfortune. Please rise. There is no need for excessive courtesies in my presence, the Empress Dowager said, her frown dissipating into a gentle smile. From now on, Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Shen Huating for clarity. Shen Huating's expression remained impassive as he led Lin Shu to his seat at the table. Lin Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment, but the Empress Dowager appeared unfazed. Gracefully taking her own seat, she inquired of the attendant beside her, "I have requested the Emperor's presence. Why has he not yet arrived at my Shinchi Hall?" The attendant stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, I have sent someone to inquire, but the Emperor is not in the hall. He has taken to visiting the Naiwafu of late." The Naiwafu? The Empress Dowager's brow furrowed. "Very well, if the Emperor is not in the palace, there is no need to wait. I wonder if the culinary skills of my kitchen will suit the young lady's palate. It is a rare occasion for Huating to bring you here," she added, casting a glance at Lin Shu and then at the inscrutable Shen Huating. Lin Shu sensed a hint of caution in the Empress Dowager's demeanor towards Shen Huating, as if there was a familial tenderness in her regard. Reflecting on the Empress Dowager's address to Shen Huating as Xing, she pondered their relationship. "Rest assured, I have not been picky at home. My parents have always said I am easy to please," Lin Shu replied with a slightly reserved smile, her demeanor poised and graceful. Her bright eyes met those of others with confidence, and her speech was free of the timid reverence usually associated with courtly etiquette, even carrying a playful note, subtly aiming to ease the tension between the Empress Dowager and Shen Huating. The Empress Dowager felt a flicker of affection for Lin Shu, personally serving her a portion from the table. Lin Shu savored a lion's head meatball, relishing it, and noticed the Empress Dowager casting a hesitant look at Shen Huating, as if hoping he would partake as well. Shen Huating, unfazed, sampled each dish at a leisurely pace, yet remained indifferent to the lion's head. It appeared that the Empress Dowager had specifically instructed the royal chef to prepare that dish, placing it directly before him. Lin Shu lowered her gaze, slowly consuming the food in her bowl. She took the initiative to serve a red-braised lion and oppos as head in her bowl, but only took a small bite before pushing the bowl towards Shen Huating, frowning slightly, and murmuring, "I cannot eat any more. Could you help me finish it, tutor?" Shen Huating regarded her with an impassive expression. Lin Shu looked at him with beseeching eyes. Tugging at his sleeve, "Please?" He set down his silver chopsticks, took her bowl, and pushed his own towards her, picking up the lion's head she had bitten into, and took a bite from the same spot. "Since my beloved enjoys the lion's head from Shinchi Hall so much, I shall bring you here often in the future. Surely, the Empress Dowager can accommodate us." He chewed thoughtfully, gazing at Lin Shu as he spoke softly. Lin Shu's mind raced. She perceived his words were directed toward the Empress Dowager and instinctively turned to look at her. The Empress Dowager, taken aback, placed her chopsticks down, her eyes glistening with surprise as she responded, "You may come whenever you wish." Shen Huating, his gaze lowered, leisurely finished the lion's head before putting down his bowl and chopsticks, having tasted nothing else. Lin Shu was attended by the palace maids as she rinsed her mouth, and the Empress Dowager smiled gently at her, saying, "Come with me." She looked towards Shen Huating, who met Lin Shu's gaze with a subtle nod, prompting her to follow the Empress Dowager into the inner hall. The Empress Dowager seated Lin Shu beside her on the couch, gesturing to a potted camellia on the pear blossom table. "This camellia was personally nurtured by Xing," she remarked. Lin Shu was taken aback. "Is the tutor's former name Xing?" The Empress Dowager's expression momentarily tightened, her elegant face tinged with fatigue. "I see you're already aware of his background." Lin Shu nodded, knowing only that his father was a shadow guard. The Empress Dowager was momentarily lost in thought, memories flooding back to her, and she sighed. Indeed, Xing's father was the most trusted shadow guard of Emperor Jing, He accompanied the Prince of Liao northward to Haruta, where he met my half-sister, and they wed. I, in turn, married the Prince of Liao and became his consort. Lin Shu gazed at the Empress Dowager in astonishment, her brow furrowing as she ventured. Does the Empress Dowager know what transpired with the tutor's family in the first year of Yongshou? The Empress Dowager shook her head, saying they all perished. How they died, I am unaware. Could it be that even the Empress Dowager was oblivious to the events of that year? Chapter 75. The Heart's Reflection. The Empress Dowager picked up a brocade box from beside the couch and opened it to reveal a jet-black mask. Lin Shu was astonished to see that the mask resembled the one by Shen Huating's bedside, though it appeared slightly smaller. The Empress Dowager took out the mask, its edges smooth from her long years of solitary touch. Her expression grew distant, as if reminiscing about her youthful days on the Herat grasslands. She spoke slowly. I have many siblings, but my younger sister, though much younger than I, was the one closest to my heart. After marrying the king of Liao, I would write to my father every winter, inviting her to stay at the Liao Palace until spring returned. Emperor Jing visited Liao several times, accompanied by my sister's father. It was under such circumstances that they spent more time together. One day, she confided in me her intention to leave for the capital of the De Yong dynasty. Lowering her gaze at the mask, she revealed her desire to marry. It was then I realized how grown-up she had become. Lin Shu remained silent, taking in the gravity of the moment. I have never met her father. He was a shadowy figure, yet he captivated my sister. Gently caressing the mask, the Empress Dowager cherished it deeply, recalling her sister's innocence and pure heart. She declared her love for a hero in her eyes, willing to wear this mask and forsake her identity without regret. The Empress Dowager gazed at Lin Shu with a gentle warmth, reminiscent of an elder and Appo's affection. Upon meeting you today, I sensed a resemblance in your eyes to those of my sister. Although your temperaments differ, you both possess a childlike sincerity, a tenacity akin to a moth drawn to a flame. She understood why Shen Huating held Lin Shu in such high regard. He must have perceived her unwavering passion. Before the incident that befell her sister, she had sent this mask to the Liao Palace through a discreet messenger. The Empress Dowager returned the mask to the brocade box, closing it gently. I believe she anticipated trouble and entrusted me with her child's care. Alas, I never saw her again nor received any news. I searched for her child, but regrettably found nothing until many years later when Ah Xing arrived at the Liao Palace. The Empress Dowager handed the brocade box to Lin Shu, earnestly stating, I do not have much time left. This is the only relic left by Ah Xing's mother. I entrust it to you. As Lin Shu exited with the box, she found Shen Huating leisurely seated, sipping tea. A physician had been summoned, inquiring about the Empress Dowager's daily medications before departing. He glanced at the brocade box, his expression unreadable, as if aware of its contents. I have felt somewhat better these past few days. Please remind the Grand Tutor to visit me at the Xinqi Hall, the Empress Dowager instructed, her tired countenance evident as she leaned on a palace made for support. Come, assist me in sending off the Grand Tutor. Shen Huating said nothing, merely casting a glance at the Empress Dowager before stepping towards the hall. Lin Shu followed, handing the brocade box to Manuel, and they walked in silence. On the way back to the inner ministry, Lin Shu paused, gazing at the cold moon in the sky and the pristine white earth illuminated by moonlight. Jiexing, she called softly. Shen Huating halted, observing her. Are you tired, my beloved? She approached him and reached out from her warm cloak, grasping his hand and pressing her chilled cheek against it. From now on, may I accompany you, Grand Tutor? Under the wintry night, bathed in gentle moonlight, Lin Shu looked up at Shen Huating with a tender smile. He regarded her for a moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You truly take yourself seriously, my beloved. Lin Shu edged closer, placing his hand over her heart, her gaze direct as she declared, It is I who has welcomed you here. Shen Huating furrowed his brow, fixating on her. Lin Shu's smile radiated warmth, soft as the moonlight in the night. I know this may sound absurd. Since the day my family was implicated, my approach to you has been with purpose. I understand the deep enmity you bear towards the Qinglu faction. You wish to destroy them, while I seek to save my family. You have stationed the Jinyui to protect my family. You allowed my mother to serve as the matron, shielding us from palace bullying. And you even sent Yin, Hu's brother, to safeguard Yin'er at the teaching bureau. I'm aware of all this. Her gaze was resolute and bright. Does the Grand Tutor not harbor any feelings for me? Shen Huating's eyes bore into hers as she returned his gaze with gentleness, the night breeze tousling her dark hair. His palm felt the warmth of her rapid heartbeat. I am used to being alone, he replied. She nodded. If it is merely a habit, it can be cultivated, right? They had shared countless nights together, yet he had never truly touched her despite appearing to compel her to view indecent illustrations. She understood he bore emotional burdens from his past, though she did not rush to inquire about them. His willingness to let her lie beside him signified a break from his former principles. Then, is it not possible to break more? Lin Shu had received ample love from her family. She understood affection and dared to confront her own feelings. On tiptoe, she leaned closer to his lips, but their heights mismatched. She grasped his arm for support. Shen Huating lowered his gaze, his hand resting on her lower back, lifting her slightly as he inclined his head, allowing Lin Shu to bestow a soft kiss upon the corner of his lips. As she returned to the ground, she distanced herself, her dark eyes shimmering with an intense flame. The chilling wind swept through Shen Huating's hair, carrying with it the distant sound of drums from the palace. He had no intention of pursuing this path indefinitely. He awaited the demise of those who deserved it, after which he would reclaim his life. Lin Shu's declaration of from now on merely pertained to the present moment. Who taught you such boldness, my beloved? He chuckled softly, drawing her into his embrace, gazing deeply into her gentle face illuminated by moonlight. Lin Shu blinked. Second brother? Chapter 76. Acquisition of the Grand Tutor's residence. Yun Hu and several others stood nearby, occasionally obstructing passing palace attendants. They had witnessed the private interactions between Lin Shu and Shen Huating and were momentarily taken aback, with Man Yu blushing even more intensely. Yun Hu chuckled softly, remarking, before long, the Grand Tutor may have no choice but to procure a residence of his own. Man Yu was momentarily stunned, pondering, a residence for the Grand Tutor? But he has yet to establish a home outside. Earlier, the Empress Dowager intended to grant him a mansion, yet he declined, claiming that living alone in the Haijai building was more convenient. Still bewildered, Man Yu mused aloud. Are you suggesting, Yin Hu, that with a lady in his life, the Grand Tutor will inevitably require a proper residence? Shen Yi, with his hands tucked into his sleeves for warmth, furrowed his brow, casting a glance into the distance, and soon grasped the meaning. He thoughtfully remarked, the houses around Chuanxi Street are quite appealing, neither too large nor too small, exuding elegance without ostentation. And they are conveniently located near the East Market. I wonder if the Grand Tutor and his lady would find it to their liking. However, upon hearing this, Shen Yi shook his head. While Chuanxi Street is indeed nice, it lacks tranquility. I believe the secluded and serene residences on Baoxiang Street would be more to the Grand Tutor's taste. Shen Yi insisted, I still maintain that Chuanxi Street is superior. Chuanxi, Baoxiang. The two began to argue, while Man Yu found their dispute somewhat absurd. Yin Hu smiled faintly, interjecting, Shen, I find myself siding with 15 this time. Have you forgotten that the lady fears the dark? The Grand Tutor, he glanced at Shen Huating, may prefer a livelier location for her sake. Shen Yi lightly slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight, while 15 beamed with satisfaction. Man Yu gazed at Lin Shu and Shen Huating as they made their way back to the Haijai building, which was brightly lit. Jin Yang had already instructed the servants to prepare hot water for their bath. Shen Huating urged Lin Shu to wash up and rest, as he had matters to attend to. Lin Shu obediently nodded, removing her cloak and handing it to Shen Yi. Shen Huating then led Yun Hu to the study. After Lin Shu had finished bathing with Man Yu's assistance and was preparing to retire for the night, Man Yu hesitated before asking, Miss, were the words you spoke today sincere? Lin Shu paused, then understood what Man Yu was referring to. She gazed earnestly at her, nodding affirmatively. I truly have feelings for him. Man Yu, taken aback by Lin Shu's earnestness, hesitated before voicing her concern. But he is a treacherous minister? Man Yu nodded uncertainly. While the Grand Tutor treated the third miss well, Marrying a treacherous minister would burden her with a lifetime of infamy. Man Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Lin Shu smiled gently. Indeed, but how could I help whom I have come to love? Lin Shu pondered the ignorance of the masses, recognizing that she had once been similarly deceived. Yet she also reflected that Shen Huating, having risen from humble beginnings to wield significant power, might not be a treacherous minister in the truest sense, though he was hardly a virtuous one. The dichotomies of right and wrong were crucial, yet Lin Shu placed greater faith in her own observations. She hoped to one day dispel the misunderstandings surrounding him, but she was also aware that the scorn she would inevitably face was a burden she was willing to bear. However, she deemed it unnecessary to share these thoughts with Man Yu at that moment. After a period of contemplation, Man Yu gradually came to understand, smiling softly. I comprehend your feelings. Mississippi Man Yu then retired downstairs to rest. Lin Shu placed the brocade box gifted by the Empress Dowager upon her bedside, feeling a sense of reassurance. She yawned slightly, fatigue washing over her, and soon drifted into slumber. Not long after Shen Huating returned to the Haijai building, Feng Yin approached to report matters, speaking in a measured tone. The divisions among the Qing Lu faction were intensifying. Gu Wantong had lived up to the Grand Tutor's expectations, efficiently handling the tasks assigned to him. As for Yang Song, I had the Jinui intervene. He was currently riding high, and his recent actions had incensed the right minister, who would likely find it difficult to remain idle. Shen Huating stood at the desk, penning something as Feng Yin continued. After a pause, he added, there have been movements from Yin Lao's side. News has come from Jiangling, and the Lin father and son remain unsuspecting. Shen Huating set down his pen, his expression indifferent. He rolled the note he had written, placing it in a secretive tube, which he handed to Yun Hu in turn passed it to Feng Yin. Bowing and stepping aside, deliver this to Lu Fengyang. It contains instructions I wish him to follow. Feng Yin accepted the secret message, adding, by the way, we have re-examined all the women associated with the Marin Lantern. There are indeed numerous individuals named Xiao Huan in the capital, making it difficult to ascertain the identity of the woman in question. Shen Huating's gaze darkened slightly. Continue the investigation. He walked around the desk, asking, has a Nan been located? Feng Yin replied, not yet. Shen Huating contemplated for a moment, furrowing his brow. There is no need to continue the search. I know where he is. Understood. Feng Yin recalled something and added, recently, the emperor has frequently disguised himself as a eunuch to visit the Naiwafu. Should we increase surveillance? Shen Huating's demeanor remained calm. No need. As long as Zhang Lai is watching from the shadows, that will suffice. Let him avoid the inner palace as he pleases. Feng Yin nodded in agreement. Once Feng Yin had concluded his report, Shen Huating dismissed him, and Yun Hu prepared to assist him with his evening rituals. Shen Huating, however, stated coolly, I must go somewhere first. Yun Hu, taken aback, inquired, where does the Grand Tutor intend to go at this late hour? Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he quickly lowered his head and bowed. Forgive my impertinence. Shen Huating replied with a chilling brevity to the Feng residence. The Feng residence? Which Feng residence? Yin Hu pondered. Feng Hung. The following day dawned bright and clear. Mama Qin raised her head to behold the Haijai building bathed in winter sunlight. Gripping the list, she held tightly before stepping inside. Today, she was not the only one delivering a list. Lin Shu had already prepared herself early and awaited her arrival in the hall. Shunny guided Mama Qin to the warm room on the first floor, where Lin Shu sat in a chair, sipping on a cup of kumquat tea. The sweet and sour drink was beneficial for cooling the body during winter, and Jin Yang had taken to brewing it for her daily, knowing her fondness for it. Mama Qin approached, bowing respectfully to Lin Shu, who smiled and invited her to sit beside her. Has your health improved, Mama? She motioned for Man Yu to fetch a cushion for Mama Qin. Clearly still recovering, Mama Qin took a moment to catch her breath after sitting, nodding appreciatively, alas. With age, my health declines. Thank you for your kindness, madam. Lin Shu did not probe further. She received the list from Shen Yi and began to peruse it slowly, smiling as she remarked, I have reviewed the list from the Siyuan Bureau. Like the others, I will need to cross-reference it later. Mama Qin nodded, understanding her duties. Lin Shu looked up at Mama Qin, inquiring, did she wish to go of her own accord? Mama Qin lowered her head slightly, indeed. Lin Shu paused. Even if Mama Qin had not included Qiyer's name, she had intended to arrange for her departure. The girl was restless, and remaining in the Naiwafu was ill-suited for her. Given Qiyer's temperament, she would not willingly accept leaving, suggesting that Mama Qin had made the decision unilaterally. Lin Shu sighed inwardly. She had reviewed Qiyer's background and found it did not meet the previous criteria. Qiyer still had a mother and 2 younger brothers. However, her family had little regard for daughters, leading them to sell her into servitude at the Naiwafu. It was evident that Mama Qin genuinely cared for Qiyer, having taken her on as a goddaughter. Yet Qiyer had disappointed her greatly, prompting Mama Qin to seize this opportunity, mingling her personal desires with the intent to send Qiyer out of the palace. Chapter 77. Lin Shu's Hidden Intentions. Lin Shu closed the list of names, her fair fingers gently pressing upon it as she regarded Mama Qin and inquired, "I recall that you were once the daughter of a 5th-rank official. Am I correct?" Lin Shu had perused Mama Qin's background, learning that her original name was Chao Miaoqin. Her father, a 5th-rank official, had mismanaged his jurisdiction, colluding with local powers, leading to rampant banditry and theft, which resulted in severe punishment from Emperor Jing. At that time, the court was relatively stable, and it was unlikely that the Chao family would be unjustly treated. When Chao Miaoqin was merely 12, her family faced exile to the inner court, leaving her as the sole survivor. "Madam, that is all in the past," Mama Qin replied softly, her gaze lowered, though her back remained slightly arched. Lin Shu sighed inwardly, fearing that the events surrounding the Chao family had subjected the young Chao Miaoqin to much humiliation, compelling her to resolutely sever ties with her past. Lin Shu raised her eyelashes delicately and posed another question. "Having spent decades in the inner court, have you ever contemplated leaving this place?" Mama Qin's head snapped up. Despite her relatively youthful age, life outside the inner court could still offer her a few years of tranquility. Lin Shu casually handed the list to Chu Yi, who stood nearby. She lifted her teacup, her thumb tracing the rim, smiling at Mama Qin as she continued. "Logically, Qiyer does not meet the necessary criteria, and it would be difficult for me to release her. However, since you have reached the age of 50 this year, and Qiyer is your goddaughter, allowing both of you to leave together under this circumstance would not be considered a breach of decorum. She has you, her aged mother, to care for, and you are alone." Mama Qin, being astute, quickly grasped that Lin Shu's proposition was motivated by her own interests, as well as a desire to facilitate their departure. Lin Shu was granting them the dignity of leaving, presenting an opportunity that Mama Qin had never dared to dream of, which stirred her emotions. Yet leaving? After decades in the inner court, where could she go, now that the Chao family had long ceased to exist? A sense of confusion enveloped Mama Qin. Nonetheless, she knew that if Qiyer remained, her disposition would only lead her deeper into the treacherous inner workings of the court. Though she had misjudged Qiyer, her sincere affections could not be retracted. Despite her anger, she still regarded Qiyer as her own. She could only lament that Qiyer's initial gaze had so closely mirrored her own, which had softened her heart. With a heavy sigh, Mama Qin stood and bowed respectfully to Lin Shu, saying, "Thank you, madam, for your kind consideration. Chao Miaoqin is willing to leave with Qiyer." Seeing that Mama Qin was perceptive, Lin Shu smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon returning to the Yuan Bureau, Qiyer stood at the entrance. Her eyes reddened, coldly observing Mama Qin. As they exchanged glances, Mama Qin approached slowly. "Have you lost your mind?" Qiyer began. "You have spent your entire life in this wretched place, having risen to the position of head matron of the Yuan Bureau through your own efforts. Why must I remain a lowly servant without status?" Qiyer's voice grew increasingly frigid as she continued. "I refuse to live like you, devoid of humanity, with a face as cold as a corpse. What purpose does such a life serve?" As her words fell, Mama Qin raised her hand and struck Qiyer across the face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed in the silence, causing several eavesdropping maidservants to shrink back in alarm. Qiyer maintained her turned posture, her fingers brushing against her stinging cheek as she slowly curled her lips into a smirk. "Is it wrong to desire to stand out, to seek a glorious identity? If I am to be lowly, it is far better than wasting my life in this dreadful place. Cheer stepped forward, gripping Mama Chin's arms tightly, her expression bordering on hysteria. Wake up. Look at yourself. Is this the life you wish for me? Mama Chin straightened her slender back, slowly parting her lips. You are not entirely wrong, but your methods are misguided. Pain flickered in her eyes, transforming into cold tears that cascaded down her cheeks. With a bitter laugh, she added, You speak the truth. I have lived in this wretched place, devoid of essence, appearing as though I were a lifeless specter. Yet, at least I still have my life. I have witnessed countless women like you, yearning to change their fates, only to meet tragic ends. Mama Chin trembled with laughter. Do you truly believe that by any means necessary, you can attain all that you desire? With tears clouding her vision, she continued, I have sinned, which is why I have accepted you as my daughter. For these years of companionship, I have failed to see you clearly. But you're all I have left. Raising her hand, Mama Chin gently wiped away her tears, lifting her proud head. What I can do is take you away, to prevent you from falling into an irredeemable abyss. Gradually regaining her composure, Mama Chin restored her usual icy demeanor, hands folded elegantly. She looked at Cheer and said, The young mistress in Haijai building has agreed to let us both leave the inner court. After the new year, we will depart. Prepare yourself. With that, Mama Chin walked past Cheer and entered the Si Yuan bureau with measured steps. Cheer stood in the wind, her fingers clenched tightly, her face ashen. Lin Shu received a succession of 24 lists from various government offices. Even the esteemed Lord Wei from the Sili Jian had sent a list via Xiao Detzi, which surprised her. Has Lord Wei been unwell lately? Lin Shu mused, glancing at Xiao Detzi. The young man, nervous, lowered his head and spoke slowly, Reporting to you, madam. My godfather has not been in good spirits recently and has been bedridden in for several days. Man, you could not help but chuckle at this revelation. Chu exchanged a glance with Shi Wu and smirked. Xiao Detzi, you remain as honest as ever. Xiao Detzi fidgeted with his fingers, worried that he might have misspoken again. Lin Shu felt more assured and inquired, Has the Grand Tutor visited your Si Li Jian in recent days to see Lord Wei? Xiao Detzi, anxious, clasped his hands and replied truthfully, in response to the madam's inquiry, yes. The Grand Tutor did visit the Si Li Jian last night. Lin Shu's suspicions were confirmed. Last night, Shen Huating had returned quite late, and it was likely he had not only visited the Si Li Jian, but also the Weaving Bureau and other troublesome offices. Just as she had surmised, those offices that had previously dismissed her now dutifully submitted their lists. Lin Shu instructed them all to convey the same message. The final decisions would be made after the new year. When Lady Lin came to deliver the lists, Lin Shu naturally invited her mother to sit for a while. Aside from herself, there were 3 other head matrons in the Needlework Bureau, and this list had been drafted by them. Lin Shu had reviewed it and found no issues. Noticing the slight authority in her mother's tone and demeanor, Lin Shu recognized her mother's growth. Dismissing the attendants, she pulled her mother to sit on the couch, resting her head against Lady Lin's embrace, like a child seeking solace. You must have endured much hardship these days. Lady Lin stroked her head gently, smiling tenderly. This little suffering I have faced pales in comparison to what you have endured. My Wan Yuan, but you have lost weight, Lin Shu remarked. That is only natural, as the food in the palace cannot compare to that at home, Lady Lin replied, then added, Fortunately, there is a young girl here who takes great care of me. She bears some resemblance to you, Lady Lin noted, glancing down at Lin Shu, especially in her eyes and brows. Lady Lin chuckled. You met her last time at the Si Li Jian entrance. Her name is Xiao Huan. Lin Shu froze, sitting upright. Xiao Huan, Chapter 78. This treacherous minister must be insane. Lin Shu summoned Xiao Huan to the Haijai building. As dusk fell, Xiao Huan followed Shi Wu into the building. She quietly surveyed the intricately carved structure, marveling at the countless lanterns and the azure night pearls glimmering from the beams above. Her eyes wide with wonder. Noticing that she lagged behind, Shi Wu furrowed his brow and said, Madam is in the warm chamber. Come with me. Yes. Xiao Huan immediately lowered her head, daring not to look further. She quickened her pace to catch up with Shi Wu. Lin Shu observed Xiao Huan closely. The girl appeared innocent and simple-minded, with a small black mole above her nose that complemented her round, petite nose, adding an endearing charm. Peeling a roasted chestnut, Lin Shu softly inquired, "How old are you?" Xiao Huan, having met Lin Shu twice from a distance, now stood right in front of her, staring blankly for a while. Lin Shu, adorned in opulent palace attire, had a fair complexion that now radiated a touch of enchanting elegance, making her even more beautiful, like a celestial being. Shi Wu coughed to remind her, and Xiao Huan snapped back to reality, bashfully responding, "In answer to Madam, I am 14 this year." Shi Wu had previously instructed her on how to address Lin Shu, and Xiao Huan remembered. Lin Shu smiled gently, gesturing for Xiao Huan to come closer. She handed her a handful of roasted chestnuts and invited her to sit beside her, encouraging her to taste the chestnuts and see if they were sweet and fragrant enough. Xiao Huan was momentarily stunned. The warm chestnuts in her hands exuded a delightful aroma. She licked her lips, placed the chestnuts on the tea table, opened one, and took a bite, lifting her head to smile sweetly, saying, "The chestnuts you gave are truly delicious, madam." Man Yu, observing from the side, noted that when Xiao Huan smiled, her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Lin Shu's, which both surprised and endeared her to the girl. Lin Shu urged Xiao Huan to eat more and asked a few questions, learning that Xiao Huan had grown up in the CO Bureau, which was responsible for taking in orphans and often sent older children to other places for placement to save costs. If Xiao Huan's name was merely a coincidence, Lin Shu might not have been so convinced. However, seeing the girl's resemblance to her own demeanor led her to firmly believe that Xiao Huan was indeed the girl from the 11th Beauty Lantern. She even speculated that in her past life, Yang Song had likely encountered Xiao Huan in the inner palace, and because of her likeness to Lin Shu, he had brought her into the right prime minister's residence. With this thought, Lin Shu was suddenly filled with guilt, realizing that this girl had suffered because of her. As Xiao Huan munched on the sweet, sticky chestnuts, she nearly choked after eating a few. Lin Shu handed her the untouched teacup in front of her, smiling. "Drink some water, don't choke." Xiao Huan hesitated, feeling a bit bashful. Yet, seeing Lin Shu's gentle demeanor eased her reservations, and she cautiously took the cup, drank a couple of sips, swallowing the sticky chestnut lodged in her throat, and gently set the cup down. "May I call you sister?" Xiao Huan looked at Lin Shu with an unspoken fondness, the words slipping out instinctively. Lin Shu, still young herself, and often hearing Lin Madam mention her, found it somewhat awkward to be addressed as Madam at that moment. Realizing what she had said, Xiao Huan was startled. Fearing Lin Shu might be displeased, she quickly stood up and waved her hands, saying, I spoke foolishly. I spoke foolishly." Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback, reminded of her own sister, Lin Yan. She replied warmly, "Of course you can." Xiao Huan was taken aback, her eyes brightening. "Sister? Sister?" Lin Shu's eyes sparkled, thinking that her mother would be delighted to have another daughter. Xiao Huan never truly intended to become Lin Shu's sister. She merely wished to feel closer to her. Xiao Huan was dazed. Her thoughts drifted to her own mother, abandoned at the doorstep of the CO Bureau as an infant. She had never experienced the warmth of parental love. Xiao Huan thought to herself, the Lin family must be good people. She was just an orphan. How could she be worthy? Yet, deep down, she felt a surge of happiness. "Xiao Huan, would you like to leave the palace?" Lin Shu suddenly asked, uncertain when Yang Song might encounter Xiao Huan and when misfortune would befall her. Lin Shu contemplated arranging for Xiao Huan to leave the inner palace and stay with her grandmother to avoid potential danger. Xiao Huan was taken aback. "Leave the palace?" Lin Shu nodded, saying, "Would you be willing to be my sister? You could take this opportunity to leave the inner palace like the others. Don't worry, I will arrange your accommodation. My family lives in Chunhua Alley." Lin Shu thought to herself that with Shen Huating's presence in Chunhua Alley, if she pleaded, he would likely agree. However, Xiao Huan hesitated for a while, her expression solemn. Looking earnestly at Lin Shu, she pursed her lips and said, "Actually, Madam has asked me before. I understand the goodwill of both you and sister, but Xiao Huan does not wish to leave." Lin Shu was momentarily surprised. Yet, seeing her resolute demeanor and sensing no real difficulty in her situation, Lin Shu refrained from pressuring her to leave the palace. Noticing that it was getting late, Lin Shu instructed Man Yu to pack some candied chestnuts for Xiao Huan and had Shi Wu escort her back to the needlework bureau. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the screen. "Are the candied chestnuts delicious?" Lin Shu was momentarily startled and sat up straight, seeing Shen Huating walk into the warm chamber, dressed in a green robe with wide sleeves, exuding an otherworldly aura. Xiao Huan had never seen Shen Huating up close before, and she was momentarily taken aback. When his gaze fell upon her, she hurriedly lowered her head and respectfully greeted. "This servant pays respects to the Grand Tutor." Lin Shu, fully aware that no one in the palace was unafraid of Shen Huating, stepped forward to shield Xiao Huan and guided Shen Huating to a nearby seat. She peeled a chestnut, leaning slightly over the square tea table, and offered it to him, saying softly, "It's very tasty, Grand Tutor. Would you like a try?" Shen Huating's gaze fell upon her delicate fingers. He leaned closer, grasping her wrist, and brought both the chestnut and her fingers to his mouth, taking a bite. The chestnut was delicious, and her fingers were sweet. Lin Shu's face flushed crimson, realizing the boldness of this treacherous minister. Naturally, she felt embarrassed in front of Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan stole a glance, shocked, and quickly lowered her head, daring not to look up again. While what? The Grand Tutor is eating sister's fingers? As for Shi Wu and the others, they now turned their heads calmly. Man Yu, on the other hand, was left in a state of shock, her face pale. The beloved consort is holding the official S token. Could it be she intends to expel everyone from the inner palace, leaving the official with no one to rely on? Shen Huating finished the chestnut leisurely before releasing Lin Shu's hand. Lin Shu was uncertain of his intentions. She had let over 1,000 people leave the inner palace, and he had not objected. She did not believe he would mind her releasing such a small maid. She glanced at Xiao Huan, furrowing her brows. "Xiao Huan has cared for my mother greatly. I acknowledge her as my sister. I merely wanted to ask if she wished to leave." Lin Shu looked up at Shen Huating, saying, "Surely, the Grand Tutor would not hold this against me." Shen Huating peeled a candied chestnut, placing it in Lin Shu and Appo's mouth, his fingers guiding it to her lips, his gaze intent on her, suggesting she should mimic him and take a bite. Lin Shu's face turned completely scarlet. She wondered where she could hide her embarrassment. Staring at his fingers, she hesitated for a moment before biting down defiantly. However, she did not dare to bite hard, leaving only a faint mark. Shen Huating examined the light pink bite mark and returned his finger to her mouth, urging her to bite harder and leave a more substantial mark. Lin Shu stared at him in disbelief. Did he truly mean it? Xiao Huan was even more stunned. As for Shi Wu, he pretended not to hear, while Man Yu remained expressionless, her heart racing in surprise. Shen Huating savored Lin Shu's expression, and upon realizing he was not joking, she steeled herself, grasped his finger, and took a decisive bite. Thinking to herself, this treacherous minister must have lost his mind. The one suffering is certainly not her. Shen Huating took a look and, noticing the evident bite marks, appeared quite satisfied. Raising his gaze, he observed a trace of blood at the corner of Lin Shu's lips, and with his thumb from the other hand, he gently smoothed it over her lips, making her delicate face radiate with vitality, resembling a blooming peach blossom. This young lady was not lacking in beauty. The inner palace was in need of someone like her. Since she was reluctant to accept his affections, why not send her to serve in the emperor's hall as a personal maid? Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Realizing what he meant, she stared at him. Was the Grand Tutor serious? Instinctively, she glanced at Xiao Huan, who wore an expression of utter astonishment. Chapter 79. The Plum Blossom and the Bamboo Horse. Lin Shu hesitated to speak, contemplating that if Xiao Huan were to approach the emperor, she might indeed evade Yang Song's covetous gaze. The inner palace was not a place that Yang Song could easily access. She refrained from voicing her thoughts and instructed Shi to escort Xiao Huan back to the needle workshop. Along the way, Xiao Huan appeared preoccupied, often lagging behind. She did not rush her, choosing instead to walk at a leisurely pace. Not far from the needle workshop, he noticed Xiao Huan suddenly halt, her eyes sparkling as if she had spotted someone. Following her gaze, Shi glanced ahead and saw two figures clad in eunuch attire, one of whom seemed somewhat familiar. Xiao Huan politely addressed Shi, saying, "Master Shi, we have arrived at the needle workshop. Thank you for accompanying me. I can find my way from here." Shi furrowed his brow slightly, but did not dwell on it. He handed her a bag of candied chestnuts, gently remarking, "These are the chestnuts given to you by the lady. Take care of them. I shall take my leave now." With a delicate smile, Xiao Huan responded, "Thank you, master. Please walk safely on your way back." Once Shi had turned away, she clutched the bag of chestnuts and hurried towards the familiar figures ahead. "Xiao Anzi," she called out to them. The two young eunuchs turned, and the one called Xiao Anzi brightened, stepping forward. "Xiao Huan." Xiao Huan glanced back towards the needle workshop, then returned her attention to him, catching her breath as she spoke. "Did you come to find me?" Xiao Anzi nodded, shaking off the disappointment that had previously clouded his face. "I went to the needle workshop, but they said you were not there, having just run a few steps." Xiao Huan's cheeks were flushed, and she smiled radiantly at Xiao Anzi. "Yes, I was at the Haijai building." Xiao Anzi's expression stiffened. "The Haijai building? Lin Jiejie and the Grand Tutor are staying there. She called for me and gave me these delicious candied chestnuts." Xiao Huan exclaimed, lifting the paper bag with a beaming smile. "Lin Jiejie? You mean Lin Shu, the daughter of Lin Xiaohong?" Xiao Anzi inquired, glancing towards the west. "Did she say anything to you?" Xiao Huan, oblivious to the suspicion in his tone, responded, "Sister is the daughter of Lady Lin. She simply invited me over and gave me treats." Xiao Anzi scrutinized her closely. "Is the Grand Tutor present?" Xiao Huan initially shook her head, then nodded, lost in thought. "I've never seen the Grand Tutor up close before. Have you, Xiao Anzi? He is truly handsome." Yes, with Lin Jiejie. They look like figures from a painting. Xiao Anzi's expression dimmed under the night sky, revealing a hint of distraction. "Of course, I have seen him." Xiao Huan, unaware, felt her spirits drop. After a moment, seeing that they were alone except for Xiao Anzi's quiet companion, she pulled his hand and said, "Let us sit over there for a while. I'll share some candied chestnuts with you." Though it was against etiquette for eunuchs and maids to engage in such playful interactions, Xiao Huan thought that once she entered the inner palace to serve the emperor, she might never see Xiao Anzi again. Her heart felt heavy, and she paid little heed to the impropriety. Xiao Anzi held her cool hand, drawing back his thoughts. He followed her a short distance to a secluded stone bench beneath a tree. Xiao Huan opened the paper bag, skillfully peeling a candied chestnut and offering it to him. "Try this." She then remembered the quiet companion beside them and took a handful, saying, "Xiao Fuzai, you should have some too." Xiao Fuzai glanced at Xiao Anzi before reaching out to accept the chestnut. "Thank you, Miss Xiao Huan," he said softly. Xiao Anzi looked at the peeled chestnut, then at the girl's bright eyes. He took the chestnut, placing it in his mouth while turning away, concealing a faint blush. The chestnut was subtly sweet, reminiscent of Xiao Huan's smile. Delicious. In truth, he did not particularly enjoy chestnuts. Xiao Huan, sweetly smiling, peeled a few more for him, and he consumed them slowly. "Xiao Anzi, have you ever seen the emperor?" Xiao Huan suddenly asked. Xiao Anzi choked slightly, and Xiao Fuzai quickly patted his back. He waved his hand, cleared his throat, and looked back at Xiao Huan with an odd expression. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Xiao Huan lowered her eyelashes gently. "The Grand Tutor has asked me to serve the emperor in the inner palace." Xiao Anzi coughed again, his confusion evident. "The Grand Tutor wants you to serve the emperor?" Xiao Anzi's complexion paled visibly. Xiao Huan, noticing his bewilderment, nodded. "That's what he said, that I am to be a close maid to the emperor." Xiao Anzi's face grew increasingly ashen, a mixture of green and red. Xiao Huan waved her hand in front of him. "Xiao Anzi, what is wrong?" Xiao Anzi composed himself. I am fine." He managed a faint smile, calming his turbulent emotions. "I've seen the current emperor from a distance. He is quite young and rather handsome." Xiao Huan responded. "Is he more handsome than you?" Xiao Anzi's face flushed slightly. "Well, the emperor is certainly more handsome than I." Xiao Fuzai, standing slightly behind with his head lowered, observed the exchange between them, slowly popping a freshly peeled candied chestnut into his mouth, feigning ignorance of their conversation. "More handsome than you? But Xiao Anzi, you are already quite handsome." Xiao Huan mused, lost in thought for a moment. Xiao Anzi, feeling a surge of anxiety, looked at her and grasped her hand beneath the stone table. If you enter the inner palace and become the emperor's close maid, will you forget about me? He coughed softly, scrutinizing Xiao Huan's expression, fearing that the emperor might develop feelings for her. Xiao Huan was taken aback. Xiao Anzi, what are you saying? How could the emperor like me? A mere maid. She vigorously shook her head, adding, and, she abruptly stopped speaking, her heart racing inexplicably. Under the cover of night, she concealed her slightly altered complexion, taking a deep breath. After a moment's reflection, she retrieved a pouch from her side and pushed it towards Xiao Anzi with a smile. This is my monthly stipend for the year. Xiao Anzi, you should take it. You need it more than I do. Don't worry, I will find a way to see you again and will never forget you. Xiao Anzi glanced at the bulging pouch, recalling their first meeting and the tragic backstory he had fabricated for himself. A tremor ran through him as his expression became quite complex. She took a few steps back, turning to observe them for a while from a distance. He remained silent. What was before him was no mere young eunuch. It was none other than the current Emperor Zhao Zhan, accompanied by the emperor's eunuch, Fu En. Chapter 80. Danger approaches. This matter was relayed to Lin Shu by the 15th day. Lin Shu was diligently verifying the lists submitted by the 12 departments and 4 offices of the 8 bureaus at her desk. It was no small feat to have these officials submit the lists. Many lifelong internal officials sought to retain a few trusted aides for themselves. It was unlikely that all the idlers, who merely occupied their posts for the emperor's pay, could be completely eliminated. Lin Shu chose to turn a blind eye. After all, the vast internal affairs court still required functioning. Although Shen Huating possessed the capability, he merely lacked the desire to act. By allowing her to take charge, it indicated that he was not a fool. There was no need for her to be overly harsh, which would only add unnecessary complications. As long as there were no significant issues, she would simply affix her seal in red. However, she kept a mental note, for it might prove useful in the future. The purging of the Internal Affairs Court was not an overnight task. Lin Shu raised her head, addressing the 15th. What about Xiao Huan and the Emperor? The 15th adeptly retrieved the approved list from Lin Shu and neatly set it aside, replying, I merely observed yesterday that Xiao Huan might be unaware of the Emperor's true identity. Lin Shu was taken aback for quite some time upon hearing this. She had not anticipated that Xiao Huan would have such a connection with Emperor Zhaozhen. Could it be, having resided in the Haizhai building for several days? Lin Shu was well aware of the movements of the Emperor and the Empress Dowager within the inner palace, as daily reports were submitted to Shen Huating. The Emperor disguised as a young eunuch, befriending a maid from the Needlework Bureau. This was likely already known to Shen Huating. Thus, it seemed Shen Huating had intentionally sent Xiao Huan to serve the Emperor in the inner palace. Lin Shu found herself lost in thought. The capital was enveloped in the depths of winter, with the year's end approaching. Following the winter solstice, consecutive rains had made the weather even colder. Lin Shu enjoyed soaking in baths whenever possible, ensuring she indulged at least every 2 days. Fortunately, the Lin family was affluent enough to have ample servants to fetch hot water. In her past life, even a simple bathing was a luxury, often denied due to long queues. On one occasion, unable to endure any longer, she resorted to using icy well water, only to have her clothes stealthily taken away. Lin Shu closed her eyes. Despite her rebirth, she still dared not revisit those unspeakable memories. Leaning against the edge of the tub, the moist mist enveloped her. One hand resting on her head, while the other gently played with the flower petals floating on the water's surface, the ripples softly caressing her fair skin. Manuel was meticulously washing her long hair, but as time passed, Manuel's movements slowed. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at the nearly slumbering Lin Shu. Moving a lamp closer, she scrutinized Lin Shu's hair. White strands. Manuel had discovered a few white hairs on Lin Shu's head several days prior while caring for her. Troubled by this, she had not mentioned it to Lin Shu, discreetly plucking them out while brushing her hair. The subtle tugging had gone unnoticed by Lin Shu. Had she not already removed them? Why had new white hairs appeared in just a few days, and even more than before? Manuel looked at Lin Shu. The third young lady was merely 16. How could she have white hair? It was not to say that young girls were exempt from such occurrences. Manuel had seen families with hereditary traits leading to early graying. However, In all her years, no member of the Lin family had shown signs of grayness in their youth. Manuel pondered, concluding that this was somehow related to the Lin family's downfall and the nightmares that plagued the third young lady. Ever since the Lin family was persecuted, Lin Shu had been burdened with worries, whether through injury or illness, all witnessed by Manuel. A pang of sorrow gripped Manuel's heart. She resolved that Lin Shu could no longer endure such strain. The third young lady was so beautiful. It would be heartbreaking for her to suffer from premature grayness. Manuel, the water is getting cold. Lin Shu murmured, eyes still closed. The water in the tub had turned slightly chilly. She stirred slightly, acknowledging it. Manuel snapped back to reality and hurried to add hot water. Just as she returned with a bucket of hot water, she caught sight of Lin Shu in the tub and gasped, "My lady, please don't move." Lin Shu propped herself up and turned around, only to see Manuel's alarmed expression. Her gaze fell, and she too gasped in shock. A small spotted snake was slithering on the other side of the tub, flicking its bright red tongue, mere inches away from Lin Shu. Manuel's mind buzzed, her heart racing in terror. The wooden bucket she held clattered to the ground, splashing hot water on her skirt. Unconscious of burn, she lunged forward to grab the snake with her bare hands. "Manuel, be careful." Lin Shu, submerged in the tub, was not as swift as Manuel. Manuel seized the snake and hurled it forcefully against the wall, where it thudded and fell to the ground. Manuel turned to fetch a towel for Lin Shu, urgently trying to pull her out of the tub, asking, "Is the lady all right?" Before she could finish her sentence, Manuel felt the world spin. Lin Shu stepped out of the water, steadying her. "Manuel! Manuel!" Manuel could barely hear Lin Shu's voice, her legs growing weak. Yet, she still pushed Lin Shu, urging, "Quickly, get out." Chuyi and Shi heard the commotion, hesitating at first to rush in, but upon hearing their mistress and maid's cries, they hurried inside. Shen Huating was returning from the palace, walking past the Haijai building. He glanced up at the yellowish warm light spilling from the bathing room on the second floor. Cold rain mixed with fine snowflakes fell steadily. He had been in the Jinhui prison these past few days, his clothes reeking of blood. All he wished was to cleanse himself of the chill and bask in the warmth of familiarity. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the Haijai building. Shen Huating frowned, his expression darkening. He swiftly leaped several feet, entering through the window, leaving Yunhu standing behind. The steaming bathing room glowed with a warm yellow light, illuminating several writhing spotted venomous snakes on the floor. "Ah!" Lin Shu screamed. Since childhood, she had harbored a deep fear of snakes, let alone facing multiple at once. Her legs turned to jelly. Even if she could move, she would never abandon Manuel. Grabbing anything within reach, crystal candlesticks, soap, horn combs, water ladles, she recklessly hurled them at the snakes on the ground. "Madam!" Chuyi and Shi both called out. Jin Yang hurriedly rushed upstairs upon hearing the commotion. Unbeknownst to Lin Shu, as she flailed about, the snakes had already been pinned to the ground by several hidden nails. The guards stationed outside the Haijai building were caught in a dilemma. They dared not rush in recklessly. Shen Huating's blood-stained cloak enveloped Lin Shu, covering her from head to toe. When Chuyi and Shi entered, they caught sight of only Lin Shu's exposed white calf. They froze, hearing Shen Huating's chilling command, "Get out." Chapter 81. A life on the line. Lin Shu stood beside the bathtub, droplets of water cascading down her porcelain-like skin, pooling at her delicate feet, which contrasted beautifully against the dark floor. The two attendants, on the 1st and 15th days of the month, dared not steal a glance, hastily bowing their heads before retreating from the bathing chamber. Outside, the few guards were momentarily taken aback. They had discerned the deep affection the Grand Tutor held for Lin Shu over these past few days. With their eyes closed, they had been attuned to the movements of the snake, not daring to look further. Allowing the venomous snake to infiltrate the Haijai building was a grave dereliction of duty, and having witnessed the lady's vulnerability, they knew the consequences could be dire. At best, they would lose their eyes, at worst, their lives. In an instant, this mutual realization struck them. Lin Shu, shielded by Shen Huating's cloak, felt her vision darken. Realizing Shen Huating had returned, her legs weakened, nearly succumbing to overwhelming joy. Shen Huating directly lifted her into his arms and carried her back to their quarters. She was bitten by a snake, Lin Shu exclaimed anxiously, tugging at the hood of the cloak that enveloped her head, but to no avail. Shen Huating simply commanded, "Save her." Upon returning to her chamber, Jin Yang stood worriedly at the door, while Yun Hu awaited orders outside. Lin Shu's legs still trembled slightly, her bare skin prickling in the cool air. Shen Huating gently dried her body, dressed her in clean night clothes, and tended to her damp hair. Lin Shu, still dazed, bit her lower lip, turning it pale from the pressure. A single crystalline tear hung at the corner of her eye, only to roll down her cheek. She gazed at Shen Huating, clutching his broad sleeve, her eyes filled with anxiety, and tremulously asked, "Will she be all right?" She had heard that those bitten by venomous snakes rarely survived. Shen Huating studied her for a moment, carefully drying her hair. He replied, "The flower-ringed snake possesses potent venom. I instructed the guards to use their inner strength to expel some of the toxins from her body, but her life hangs in the balance." Lin Shu's heart raced. Hangs in the balance? What does that mean? Will she live or not? Shen Huating replied, "We must wait for Lu Ming to treat her." Lin Shu turned to grasp his sleeve tightly, her face paling. "Man Yu is as close to me as family. She risked herself to save me by catching that snake. Otherwise, it could have been me who was bitten." Shen Huating ordered Jin Yang to bring in hot tea. He took his time smoothing out Lin Shu's dried hair. A few strands of silver peeked through, and he discreetly noted them before speaking softly. Such filth should not have invaded the Haijai building. Her loyalty in protecting her master makes her a commendable maid. Setting down the wooden comb, his tone turned cold. "If Lu Ming cannot save your maid, he need not remain in the Ministry of Justice." The implication was clear. He would ensure his men did their utmost to save Man Yu. Hearing this, Lin Shu relaxed her tense shoulders slightly. Jin Yang entered with a pot of kumquat tea, noticing Lin Shu's startled demeanor. Her heart filled with compassion. "Jin Yang." There were so many snakes. Lin Shu cradled a bowl of warm kumquat tea, the warmth dispelling some of her fright as she murmured to Jin Yang. She feared she wouldn't sleep tonight and would undoubtedly suffer from nightmares thereafter. She was terrified of snakes, to the point of near hysteria. It was peculiar. Even though snakes frequented the gardens of the Si Yuan Bureau, she had never seen so many slither into the building. Jin Yang comforted Lin Shu for a while, sharing her own bewilderment. Shen Huating took the opportunity to step out and delegate tasks to Yun Hu. Upon returning, he found Lin Shu frowning, clutching the warm tea bowl, her legs propped high on the chair, curled up as if afraid to touch the ground. "Rest assured, I have instructed the guards to spread realgar and garlic around the building. No snakes or pests will enter tonight." He turned to Jin Yang, ordering, "You and the others should conduct a thorough search of the premises once more." "I understand. I shall see to it immediately," Jin Yang replied before exiting the chamber. Lin Shu inquired, "What Man Yu?" "I have sent the guards to escort her to the Ministry of Justice. She will rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I will take you to see her," Shen Huating assured her. Feeling a bit more at ease, Lin Shu glanced at the floor and then at the bed, hesitating to let her feet touch the ground. "Huating, could you carry me over?" Shen Huating furrowed his brow slightly. He approached her, gently taking the empty tea bowl from her hands, and asked, "Would you like more?" Lin Shu shook her head, "No, thank you." With that, he slipped one arm under her knees, lifting her effortlessly and walking slowly toward the bed. When Zhaozhen was born, Emperor Jing had already passed away for 3 years. The power of the Daong dynasty had fallen into the hands of the right chancellor. The Liao royal family occupied the northern stronghold, boasting formidable military strength. Zhaozhen's grandfather, the old Liao king, harbored intentions to eliminate treacherous officials and restore the state. However, the right chancellor was cunning and conniving, constantly colluding with foreign tribes to harass the Liao royal family. Zhaozhen's grandmother took the women and children of the royal house to the Herat grasslands for refuge, where Zhaozhen spent several years. Although Herat was his grandmother's maternal clan, it was in a state of instability at the time. Had it not been for his grandmother persuading her brother, the newly appointed leader of Herat, Zhaozhen would have faced peril. Upon returning to the Liao royal family, Zhaozhen found that both his father and brother had perished in battle, and his mother succumbed to illness from grief, leaving only him and his grandmother to uphold the waning royal house. Ultimately, it was his grandmother who bore the weight of the crumbling Liao royal family. Zhao Zhan trusted no one. Throughout his life, he had endured countless assassination attempts, as if everyone wished to see him, the sole legitimate heir of the Liao royal family, perish. Later, he met Xiao Huan within the palace. This night, the Haizhai building was destined to be anything but tranquil, and Zhao Zhan, in his chambers, found himself unable to sleep. Chapter 82. The Awakening of Affection. Fuan quietly entered Zhao Zhan's Qianqing palace, cradling a bowl of steaming lamb soup wontons. He placed the dish on the table and observed Zhao Zhan as he occasionally rose to pace, flipped through books, playfully engaged with the birds by the window, and then lay back down, his slender figure adorned only in a thin nightgown, gazing absently at the dragon patterns on the ceiling. In Zhao Zhan and Appo's mind lingered the tender image of Xiao Huan. Once the legitimate grandson of the Liao royal family, he was now the emperor of the Daon dynasty. Yet still a youth who had encountered countless girls. From all corners of the realm, they varied in beauty, but none captured his heart. Each of these women was backed by powerful families or vast wealth, their intentions unspoken yet evident, leaving Zhao Zhan with a profound sense of disdain. He pondered the emptiness of his role as emperor, forced to perform as a compliant ruler before the prime minister and corrupt officials, concealing his true feelings from the grand tutor, whom he could not fathom, all while enduring his grandmother's incessant admonitions. In this grand palace, he was an emperor, yet utterly constrained. His grandmother had bestowed upon him her hopes. His very life was a gift from her. Zhao Zhan was unwilling to disappoint the only family he had left, especially since she had fallen ill, with the physician predicting only a few months left for her. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of despair and confusion, he disguised himself as a eunuch and slipped out of his chambers. It was in the inner court that he encountered Xiao Huan. She shone like a luminous moon, illuminating his lonely heart. Young and infatuated, Zhao Zhan recognized that this radiant presence was what he had longed for throughout his life. Yet, as an emperor surrounded by predators, the throne precariously balanced, he hesitated to invite her into his world. Even if she were to approach him as an orphan servant girl, what could he offer her in terms of status and honor? Zhao Zhan had not considered that the flames of youthful affection could ignite uncontrollably. From the moment he met Xiao Huan, she occupied his thoughts day and night. Now, with her so near in his Qianqing palace, he imagined her perhaps nestled with a pillow, drifting into a peaceful slumber, or like him, tossing restlessly, unable to find sleep. Did she think of him too? Yet, he was merely Xiao Anzi, a eunuch. Her kindness was likely no more than that of a friend. With these thoughts, Zhao Zhan felt his spirits sink further. The more he pondered, the more tumultuous his emotions became. He had already endured several sleepless nights. Fuan approached him, standing by his side, softly speaking, "Your Majesty, I have brought a bowl of supper from the imperial kitchen. Would you care to try it?" Zhao Zhan, accustomed to the biting cold of northern winters, particularly savored a hot bowl of lamb soup wontons during such nights. Yet for several days, he had lost his appetite. He turned restlessly, looking at Fuan, and asked aimlessly, "Fuan, do you think she is asleep?" Fuan glanced outside the window and then back, smiling. "Your Majesty is asking about Miss Xiao Huan?" Zhao Zhan huffed and lay back down, muttering, "Who else could I be inquiring about?" Fuan bowed respectfully. "Miss Xiao Huan has been here in Qianqing Palace for a few days. If your Majesty truly wishes to see her, why not summon her to the hall?" "No." Zhao Zhan sat up again. "I have yet to figure out how to explain myself to her. I am not merely Xiao Anzi. I am the emperor of the Daon dynasty." With a sigh, he continued, "That would surely lead her to believe I have deceived her. No, I have indeed deceived her." Xiao Huan was the most innocent and sincere girl Zhao Zhan had ever encountered, yet he had begun their relationship with deception, winning her trust and goodwill. Fuan, without hesitation, replied, "But your Majesty is the emperor. You need not explain yourself to a mere servant girl. Besides, even if you have deceived her, knowing you are the emperor might bring her greater joy." Zhao Zhan's expression darkened. He abruptly sat up in anger, staring at Fuan and interrupting him. "Fuan, Fuan Uriedlibod. Your Majesty? In a huff, Zhao Zhan retreated to the dragon bed, pulling back the curtains. Xiao Huan is not that kind of person. Lin Shu sat calmly in the carriage, yet her heart was tumultuous with anxiety. Shen Huating had promised to bring her to see the full moon and, after rising early, had Jin Yang assist her in dressing and changing into her outdoor attire before they set off in the carriage arranged by Yun Hu. Had it not been for the soothing incense provided by Shen Huating the previous night, Lin Shu feared she would have spent the entire night in restless wakefulness. Yet she knew that since Shen Huating had made a promise, he would surely do his utmost to save the full moon. She had faith in him. As she calmed her thoughts, Lin Shu recalled the venomous snake that had appeared mysteriously in the bathing chamber of Haizhai Tower the previous night. It was evident that someone had acted with malice. But was their intention to harm her or Shen Huating? Could it be that the Grand Tutor's origins had been revealed? That someone sought to do him harm? Lin Shu murmured to herself. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that shortly after she uncovered his past, such an incident occurred? Yet, whose interests were threatened by his origins? Why would anyone wish to resort to such lethal measures? Could it be the Prime Minister's doing? As Lin Shu pondered, she realized the Prime Minister was among the few with the power to orchestrate such an attack in the capital. How could her beloved concubine not suspect that the ministers of the Clearstream faction had learned of her official's past and were eager for his demise? Shen Huating, with sharp ears, caught even the faintest whisper in the carriage. Lin Shu lifted her gaze, realizing she had inadvertently revealed her thoughts, and boldly asked him, "Who are you referring to as the Grand Tutor?" Shen Huating smiled, though the light in his eyes dimmed. "There are surely many who wish to eliminate me. The treacherous minister. If we were to count them one by one, I fear he trailed off, unable to finish." Lin Shu furrowed her brow, scrutinizing his expression. She attempted to voice the questions that had been lingering in her heart for days. In the year of Yongshou, several shadow guard from your faction encountered misfortune. Could it be connected to Emperor Jing's demise? Shen Huating regarded her, his eyes cold and penetrating, and after a prolonged silence, he remained silent. Lin Shu's heart raced. Could it be that she had guessed correctly? In the year of Yongshou, Emperor Jing passed away at Dacheng Temple. Chapter 83. So, does Lord Liu care for her? Lin Shu and Shen Huating exchanged glances for a prolonged moment, observing as the depth of his gaze gradually darkened. She inquired, "Your family, the Jie family, serves as shadow guards. There are several other families of shadow guards, and all these events occurred around the same time, correct? What transpired at Dacheng Temple? Could it be that someone sought to usurp power following the demise of Emperor Jing?" Shen Huating let out a laugh, saying, "Usurp power? Is that the extent of your imagination?" He leaned closer, pinching Lin Shu's soft cheek, suggesting, "Why not consider a bolder scenario?" Bolder? Lin Shu was taken aback. What more could be bolder? Could it be that Emperor Jing's death had other causes? The thought raced through her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. It was widely known that Emperor Jing had passed away at Dacheng Temple in the first year of Yongshou due to natural causes related to old age and illness. He had ruled for a lifetime, reaching the venerable age of 78. Despite a period of mental decline in his later years, he was regarded as one of the most remarkable emperors in history. Was it possible that Emperor Jing did not die of old age and illness? This was a notion Lin Shu had never dared to entertain, nor would the world at large. Who would possess such audacity? And who could conceal the truth of Emperor Jing's demise without a whisper of suspicion leaking out? Could it be Right Prime Minister Yang Yuqing? But could he truly have wielded such power at that time? Years had passed since the first year of Yongshou. And if the Right Prime Minister had indeed managed to harm Emperor Jing without detection, why had he not successfully usurped power in the years since? Lin Shu pondered deeply, her mind riddled with confusion. She even questioned whether she was misinterpreting the situation. After all, if the truth behind Emperor Jing's murder were to be unveiled, it would undoubtedly shock the world. No, it could even topple the Diet dynasty. Could the Grand Tutor be merely teasing me? Lin Shu furrowed her brows, casting a glance at Shen Huating. Shen Huating chuckled lightly, casually remarking, "If my beloved could uncover my origins, why not investigate what transpired at Dacheng Temple in the first year of Yongshou?" The carriage came to an abrupt halt in front of an unremarkable old residence on Pingkong Street, near the Jinyui headquarters. A drizzling winter rain, accompanied by a cold northern breeze, rushed inside as the door swung open. Shen Huating lifted Lin Shu's hood to shield her from the chill. Lin Shu's heart felt as frigid as the penetrating winter rain, her thoughts in turmoil. Yet, her immediate concern was for the fate of Manuel, prompting her to suppress her anxiety as she followed Shen Huating into the residence. Upon entering, Lin Shu could not help but frown. The ancient residence had evidently not been renovated in many years. The dimly lit rooms and deep courtyard were eerily quiet, with scarcely a servant in sight. Several cauldrons brewed potions in the courtyard. The pungent aroma wafting from the dark jars was overwhelming and even nauseating. Yan Hu led the way inside, instructing an elderly servant to announce their arrival, while clearing away some obstructive debris. "This Lord Lu and Appo's household is in disarray," Yan Hu remarked. "As long as there's a roof to shield us from the elements, it suffices. This house could stand until I die without collapsing." A man, nearly 30 years old and clad in the official garb of a Jinui captain, emerged from one of the rooms, his hands still dripping with water as he hastily dried them. This hardly resembled a captain's residence. If Lord Lu needed help, he could simply summon a few from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Despite his complaints, upon encountering his lord, Yan Hu still bowed in respect. Lu Ming and Appo's gaze lifted, landing on Lin Shu, and he smiled, saying, "If I am not mistaken, she is from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Yan Hu, you might have a chance here." Yan Hu was taken aback and instantly regretted his words. "Lord Lu, such jesting should not be taken lightly." Lin Shu was stunned, realizing that this man was indeed Lu Ming, the Jinui captain who had treated her. He possessed striking features, dragon-like brows and phoenix-like eyes, with a thick beard and a tall stature. His gaze was sharp and spirited, though marred by a burn scar the size of a palm on his left side, which, while not too alarming, was somewhat regrettable. "Ah, so Lord Lu has taken a liking to her?" Shen Huating, standing beneath the eaves, cast a surprised glance at Lin Shu, his expression revealing a hint of regret. He bent slightly, leaning closer to Lin Shu, lifting her chin and tilting his head slightly to the side as he gazed at Lu Ming, a casual smile dancing in his eyes. "This lass is indeed pleasing to the eye and quite competent." Lin Shu frowned at his words, breaking free from Shen Huating and Appo's grasp, locking her gaze onto his eyes as she interjected, "Surely, the Grand Tutor does not genuinely intend to offer me to someone?" His expression remained impassive, leaving her uncertain of his true feelings. "I possess the skills of both a healer and a killer. What woman could endure such a fate?" Lu Ming glanced at them before shifting his focus back to the task at hand. He walked to the eaves, picked up a piece of coarse cloth, and uncovered the lid of a jar to inspect the prepared medicine. "I am accustomed to managing on my own. No servant is as effective as I." He poured a bowl of medicinal liquid and strode back toward the previous room. Shen Huating's gaze followed Lu Ming until he vanished through the doorway, the trace of his earlier amusement fading away. He straightened up, took Lin Shu's hand, and entered the room as well. Manuel lay on a bed, her condition appearing utterly dire. Lin Shu gasped, nearly failing to recognize her. She called out several times, but Manuel remained unresponsive. Anxiously, Lin Shu asked, "How could she have ended up like this?" "Manuel? Manuel?" Lin Shu called again. Lu Ming placed the medicine on the bedside, casually stating, "The rash and swelling caused by snake venom will only subside once the toxin is eliminated. Until then, she will remain in this wretched state." Lin Shu stared at Manuel for a long moment, her eyes gradually reddening as she trembled, asking, "Can Lord Lu heal her?" "The snake venom is treacherous. By the time she was brought here last night, the optimal treatment window had already passed. Even I cannot heal her, but there is someone who can." Shen Huating glanced at Manuel on the bed, catching Lu Ming's gaze. Lu Ming added, "If Annan were here, he practices a technique that could cleanse the venom from her system." "Annan?" Since the last time he had abducted her to the prison, he had been missing ever since. Lin Shu looked at Shen Huating with tear-filled eyes, tugging at his cloak in desperation. "Please save Manuel." "All right." Shen Huating observed the tears cascading down Lin Shu and Appo's reddened cheeks. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, bent down to wipe her tears, and grasped her shoulders. Lifting her up, Lin Shu stared at him in shock. Do you know where Anan is? Shen Huating did not respond. He produced a purple fragrant pill from his pocket, approached Manua, and carefully placed it in her mouth before standing upright and instructing Yunhu, go summon the 1st and 15th days to bring carriage. Yunhu promptly replied yes. Lu Ming hesitated, his thoughts unspoken. 3 purple fragrant pills. This must be the last one. Was he truly willing to give it to her? What about himself? Chapter 84. She is the treasure of this official. The full moon was soon to be raised onto the carriage on the 1st and 15th days. Lu Ming had given instructions, and Lin Shu, feeling uneasy, chose to stay behind and listen. Thank you for your efforts, Captain Lu, she expressed after hearing his words. She glanced towards the entrance, noticing that Shen Huating was not in the room, seemingly engaged in some diplomatic matters. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze to Lu Ming and inquired, May I ask, Master Lu, what medicine did the Grand Tutor administer to the full moon? Lu Ming also cast a glance towards the door before returning his attention to Lin Shu's delicate, fair face. It was Xiangdan, he replied. Xiangdan? Did the Grand Tutor not inform you? He asked. Inform me of what? Lin Shu's expression revealed her confusion. Lu Ming took a subtle step closer to her. A hairpin adorned with pearls swayed in her hair, and he gazed at it momentarily, raising his wrist slightly before lowering it again. Lin Shu remained oblivious to his barely perceptible thoughts, but Shen Huating, standing at the entrance, caught sight of the scene with just a glance. Master Lu? Lin Shu awaited his response. Lu Ming glanced toward the door again, then walked to the table to pour himself a cup of tea. Xiangdan is invaluable. It is a medicine that only my master could concoct. In critical moments, it could be a lifesaver, he continued, sipping his tea. On that fateful night at Hongya Mountain, the Grand Tutor had administered a dose to you before I arrived at Haizhai Tower. Otherwise, your legs would have sustained severe injuries. Lin Shu stared at Lu Ming in astonishment for quite some time. When she had seen Shen Huating produce the Xiangdan, the vial was an exceptionally rare snow jade bottle, indicating that the contents were anything but ordinary medicine. Initially, she believed the medicine to be exceedingly expensive, and she felt grateful for his efforts in saving the full moon, yet she had not anticipated its value to surpass her expectations. May I inquire, Master Lu, how many doses of this medicine remain? She asked. Lu Ming replied casually, what was left was the very last one. Lin Shu was taken aback. Is it no longer producible? Lu Ming set his empty teacup down on the table, stating, after my master's passing, I am powerless to do anything. Lin Shu furrowed her brow. Powerless? She chose not to press further. Bowing slightly, she expressed her gratitude once more, turning to leave when suddenly a thought struck her. She turned back, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Have we met before, Master Lu? Though she could not recall his face. Lu Ming's voice struck a familiar chord within her. She was certain it was not, during her unconscious state. Miss, you must be mistaken. Lu Ming lowered his gaze. My apologies, Lin Shu replied with a faint smile as she exited the room. Upon stepping outside, she saw Shen Huating standing alone beneath the eaves, the winter rain swirling with the cold wind around his cotton cloak. He turned to look at her, speaking mildly. Why do you seem to get along so well with Captain Lu? It seems I should have arranged for your meeting sooner. Lin Shu felt that their earlier conversation held no secrets, and if he had overheard it, so be it. Yet, she could not help but frown at the slightly sarcastic tone of his words. Was it merely because she had been alone with another man for a brief moment? Shen Huating glanced at her hair, then raised his hand. Startled, Lin Shu instinctively recoiled, fearing he intended to strike her, only to find he was merely retrieving the hairpin that had tangled in her hair. Why the defensiveness if you harbor no guilt? Shen Huating scoffed coldly. Lin Shu clenched her fists, glaring at him in indignation, thinking he might punish her without discernment. His words amused Shen Huating, who had never struck her before. With a stern expression, he walked to the carriage to wait. Ah, so you wait, Lin Shu managed a feigned smile. She had not yet settled the score with him. As Shen Huating entered the room, he confronted Lu Ming. I was unaware that Master Lu had an unacknowledged encounter with my beloved. Lu Ming had anticipated this inquiry and replied with a casual smile. 2 years ago, during the Lantern Festival, after I finished my duties, I sought a wonton shop to fill my stomach. Unfortunately, I stumbled upon a gang of thieves targeting her and her maid. I merely disrupted their plans. To avoid complications, I wore a mask, so she did not recognize me, nor did I know her until that night at Haijai Tower, where he learned of her identity as a lady from the Lin family. Shen Huating's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Lu Ming. They exchanged glances for a moment. Approaching the table, he picked up an overturned teacup, spinning it on his fingertips with a smile. Just a fleeting encounter, yet it has left such an impression on you. Master Lu? Lu Ming smiled faintly, but remained silent. Shen Huating placed the cup back down, but it shattered into several pieces. He turned to leave, declaring, "She is my treasure. Master Lu need not dwell on her any further." As Lu Ming stepped outside, the residence fell into tranquility. He reclined on a lounge chair under the eaves, pouring himself a jug of wine to sip, closing his eyes after a few gulps. On the night of the Lantern Festival, the streets of the capital were illuminated, bustling with people. Men and women donned festive garments and animal masks. The air was filled with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, with performances and laughter echoing everywhere. A young girl in resplendent attire turned to glance back amid the flickering lanterns, looking as exquisite as a painting. In his lifetime, Lu Ming had only once remembered such a face. Two carriages moved in tandem through the wintry rain on the streets. Inside the front carriage, the atmosphere was heavy with silence. Lin Shu cradled a warm flask, stealing glances at Shen Huating, who was pouring himself cup after cup of warm wine from a jade vessel. She reached out, pressing her hand against the wine jug, suddenly seizing it to pour some in her mouth. The fiery liquid burned her throat, accompanied by a peculiar taste. Lin Shu and Amp, Oppo's face flushed red with discomfort as she disdainfully returned it to him. "Is this the kind of wine the Grand Tutor drinks?" "He drinks often," she noted, "yet he never appears drunk. Most likely, he merely sipped lightly, never indulging excessively." Shen Huating glanced at her glossy lips and flushed cheeks, pouring himself another cup before leaning closer. He roughly pried open Lin Shu and Amp, Oppo's mouth and pressed down. His actions were anything but gentle. The hot wine spilled from the corner of her lips, only to be reclaimed by him with his tongue. As Lin Shu finally managed to gasp for air, her eyes reddened from the ordeal, tears streamed down her cheeks. Sniffling, she scolded, "Shen Huating, you lunatic! Are you trying to suffocate me?" Shen Huating fixed his gaze on her, his eyes deep and tinged with a seductive hue. "Yes, I am a lunatic, so do not provoke me." A chill ran through Lin Shu as she met his gaze, noting his frosty demeanor coupled with his serious tone. She sniffled, then mimicked his earlier sarcastic tone. "Did you not intend to send me away to someone else, Grand Tutor?" Chapter 85. Middirest venvu en Lin Shu pondert. What exactly does she mean to him now? Does he harbor even the slightest affection or concern for her? Yet, what right does she have to feel anger? After all, she is merely a servant girl of lowly status. If he truly wished to send her away, with his power, he could choose anyone he pleased. Nevertheless, the moment she heard him utter that phrase to Lu Ming, her heart ached, profoundly so. Lin Shu further contemplated that he was displeased even at the thought of her being alone with Lu Ming. He would bring Zixiang Dan from Manhua to consume. He claimed he would save Manhua. Did he truly feel no fondness for her? If he cherished her, how could he bear to relinquish her to another? Surely, he would not. In her heart, Lin Shu wrestled with uncertainty and longing until just moments ago, when Shen Huating pressed down upon her, nearly suffocating her with a fleeting kiss, accompanied by a chilling warning that hinted at punishment. A sudden wave of grievances, anger, and a tremor of vulnerability surged within her. Though I am but a source of pleasure, regarded as an insignificant concubine by the Grand Tutor, my heart belongs solely to me. Whom I choose to love is my own affair. I cherish the Grand Tutor in a manner that runs deep. Whether he wishes to send me to Lu Qianhu or any other official, I would rather declare my intent with my very life. In this world, there are countless men, yet the one I desire is but one, you Jiexing. Lin Shu poured forth her innermost thoughts and felt a wave of relief wash over her. The carriage jolted sporadically during this exchange. Yunhu, the coachman, felt a chill creeping up his back, almost losing grip of the reins. He had seen those who dared to raise their voice against the Grand Tutor. They had all met their demise. Silence enveloped the carriage. Shen Huating recalled Lin Shu's earnest gaze at his home, the fleeting shadow of despair in her eyes when she asked him that question. "I shall not send my beloved concubine away," he declared. He reached out to Lin Shu, who, with reddened eyes, gazed at him for a long moment before slowly relaxing her tightly clenched fingers, placing her hand in his palm. Shen Huating gently pulled her into his embrace. Seated upon his lap, Lin Shu instinctively clutched the fabric of his attire. He lifted her chin and tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear, his dark gaze softening with tenderness. Lin Shu met his eyes, and for a prolonged moment, they silently regarded one another, with a hint of tears glistening in her eyes. Lin Shu softly asked, "Is what the Grand Tutor said true?" Shen Huating replied slowly, "I do not deceive my WNWN." Lin Shu's damp lashes fluttered. This was the first time she had heard her pet name from his lips, and her heart melted. Their eyes met once more, enveloped in an atmosphere of unspoken tenderness. She lowered her gaze to his delicate lips, recalling his earlier actions that bore a hint of mischief, causing her ears to flush with warmth. Unintentionally, she licked her lips, her heart rippling with excitement. Stealing a glance at the wine jug beside her, she declared playfully, "I do not believe you. Unless—" The fleeting thought that crossed her eyes did not escape Shen Huating and Appo's notice. He feigned ignorance, resting one hand on her waist, a smile dancing in his dark eyes as he asked, "Unless what?" "Unless the Grand Tutor reciprocates my feelings to make it credible," Lin Shu asserted with conviction. Shen Huating raised an eyebrow. Lin Shu playfully tugged at the handle of the jade jug, lifting it to take a sip before setting it aside. She cupped Shen Huating's face, bringing her fair, radiant features close to his. Softly, she pressed her lips against his a few times, then trembled as she brushed against his cool lips, allowing the wine from her mouth to mingle with his. The fiery warmth of the liquor spread between them. Lin Shu, with a flushed face resembling a peach blossom, gazed dreamily at Shen Huating, who was captivated by her beauty. Her cool fingers slid down, still clutching his garment, as she leaned into him, drawing closer for another kiss. "Do you believe me?" Shen Huating inquired, running his long fingers through her hair, cradling her head, pulling her closer to him. "Uh-huh, I believe," Lin Shu murmured indistinctly. Shen Huating